The original Jun Moxie would have used the same means as Tang Yuan if he had faced a similar situation. The present Jun Moxie and the previous one were very different from each other. Jun Xie was an evil spirit, and was also regarded as a free bird, but his bones weren't made of the same debauchery that consisted Tang Yuan and the original Jun Moxie's. Jun Xie had always relied on his own self. In fact, he wouldn't even alert the police if he were to spot a vicious crime. He'd treat the evil as his own enemy and would deliver justice himself. The original Jun Moxie had a habit of oppressing people using his power. He would use it to push them down. These two people had such different characteristics, so, how could they be so easily integrated? However, Tang Yuan's divine inspiration came, in the nick of time, to help Jun Moxie settle his urgent matter. Time was of the essence, and Jun Moxie was merely a rookie at refining a dan. In fact, he hadn't even practiced the most fundamental basics. Besides, there had always been a shortage of medicinal ingredients. But, Fatty Tang had solved the young Master Jun's greatest problem. And, Jun Moxie wasn't going to blame him even though the methods he used were extremely despicable. Anyway, they had compensated the frightened shopkeepers with a lot of silver. So, that would justify as compensating for their losses. This was naturally unfair to them. However, is this world ever truly fair? This young master has crossed over to this world, can they do that? Isn't that unfair too? The world doesn't exist in a balance of fairness and justice. So, what was the need to conceive such perfection? However, it doesn't matter if it was fair or unfair. I have to refine the dan by tonight. This was very important, and Jun Moxie was looking forward to it. What would be the result when I refined these ingredients? Then, suddenly a loud and dragon-like roar echoed. The cold-blooded master, Lei Wu Bei, appeared in the sky above the Jun residence. His expression was indifferent as he spoke. "Solitary falcon, why haven't you left when the entire manpower from the Silver Blizzard City has departed? How long do you plan to procrastinate? Do you not fear the Shien beast uprising?" Careful eyes would see that the cold-blooded master's complexion wasn't good. His eyes were somewhat bloodshot, and his vital conditions weren't good either. The person responsible to bring him to such a condition should have been very proud of themselves. "I'll go if I want to go. And, I won't go if I don't want to go. So, I'll only go when I feel like it." "Do you have a problem with that?" the solitary falcon replied in a bad mood. Solitary falcon was depressed. "This nonsensical summons has come at a key moment. Couldn't you have waited till I had finished mastering the 9 claws of the ghostly falcon? When will I be able to come back and practice in the calm if leave for Tianfa right now? When will I get an opportunity like this? On top of that, I might miss out on the medicines too." Lei Wu Bei snorted coldly, "It's important to go. You and I are both in the Tianxiang city, old falcon. I know we have some grudges between us. But, when the supreme summons comes, we are to set everything aside. You're one of the great 8 masters, you ought to know the consequences of ignoring the supreme summons. This old man wishes to travel with you. But, I didn't know that you'd be so unappreciative of such kindness." Not only solitary falcon. Jun Moxie was also alarmed by Lei Wu Bei's words. The cold-blooded master wants to travel with the solitary falcon. This was extremely strange. No one was aware that Lei Wu Bei had gone mad while searching for his personal enemy Chu Chi Hun. He wanted to find the man so that he could kill him. He would be extremely tense all day, and was always on guard against his imagined foe since he believed that the #1 assassin could deal a fatal attack from the shadows at any moment. Eventually, Lei Wu Bei's body had become tired, and his mind had become exhausted. In fact, this great master was nearly on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Then, the supreme summons came. Lei Wu Bei realized that a mountain forest or a lonely inn on the way to Tianfa would pose as a very convenient setting for Chu Chi Hun's ambush. Moreover, his enemy was evil, and intelligent. Lei Wubei realized that his entire life's work would go wasted if he weren't careful. So, he came up with the idea of traveling with the solitary falcon. The two great masters had some grudges, but it wasn't like they had a lifelong hatred which couldn't be mediated. If he could get the solitary eagle to help him, the two great masters could possibly jolt Chu Chi Hun's nerves, and he may not dare to attack either one of them. A person's shadow flitted across as the solitary falcon appeared before Lei Wubei. Speak the truth, Lei Wubei, what sly plan have you formed in that head of yours? Are you afraid? Lei Wubei snorted in provocation. Me? Afraid? Ha ha ha, this old man is aware that this is an indirect method of yours to get me to go with you. I can see the trick you're trying to play, the solitary falcon laughed heartily. Stop. The young Master Jun couldn't stay calm as he realized that the solitary falcon might leave with the other great master. So, he quickly moved into action in order to stop them. He knew that the Silver Blizzard City was a step ahead, and may be waiting in ambush for the solitary falcon. The young Master Jun hadn't anticipated that Lei Wubei would seek the solitary falcon's company in order to guard against Chu Chi Hun. Moreover, he believed that Lei Wubei was unlikely to render any aid in case the solitary falcon was met with any mishaps on the way. In fact, he was likely to step on the solitary falcon if it were to serve his purpose. What's the matter? The solitary falcon frowned. This young student has to pass on many things before the master's return. Jun Moxie's eyes turned. The solitary falcon's heart jumped when he heard those words, and he became extremely excited with anticipation. What things? You brat, you've made me happy with those words. Lei Wubei was somewhat alarmed. Who is this youngster's master? How strong is he? He made one of the 8 great masters jump around with joy using only a few words. My master told me to recite the following lines to you. The falcon soars in solitude, like a cloud floats in the empty sky, it is dissolute in this empty solitude. The dead falcons don't exist in the solitude of the sky. And 10,000 laws don't exist in the solitude of the sky. The 10,000 laws are the solitude. Jun Moxie wasn't very verbose about it. And he stuck close to solitary falcon's name in order to create his mnemonic chants for him. The falcon soars in solitude, like a cloud floats in the empty sky, it is dissolute in this empty solitude. The dead falcons don't exist in the solitude of the sky. And 10,000 laws don't exist in the solitude of the sky. The solitary falcon frowned as he contemplated. It was like he had the meaning in his hands, but was unable to grasp it properly. His eyes revealed how perplexed he was. This is a very clever and creative line. It can be understood, but not described. I can't express it in words. Master knows that you will have to rush to Tianfa, he knows that you will be involved in several battles. So, he has preponed the time of my telling you this line since he didn't wish for these incidents to interfere with your cultivation. Many thanks, the solitary falcon's rough face appeared very grateful. He then cupped his hands. Master also told me to inform you that 6 spirit Shien experts from the Silver Blizzard City are already a step ahead, and may try to waylay you on the way to Tianfa. They'll be accompanied by their 7 swords. I request you to be extremely careful, and move as fast as you can. 6 spirit Shien experts. The 7 swords. Could it be the 7 swords from the Silver Blizzard City? The solitary falcon's expression turned grave as his heart sank. He wouldn't have believed this if someone else had told him this. But, the solitary falcon believed this news since it had come from the mouth of that mysterious master. Then, I shall travel with Lei Wubei. There may be some disadvantages in that, but there can be many advantages if we coordinate properly. So much so, that the former outweighs the latter, the solitary falcon mumbled to himself for a long while. Then, his expression changed. What else did the master say? Master said that the senior's spirit will soar like a falcon by the time he returns. Jun Moxie chuckled. He then cupped his hands, and said, Godspeed. Tread carefully. Goodbye. The solitary falcon bowed in a rare instance of respect. and cupped his hands. Again, give my sincere thanks to your master. Solitary Falcon holds him in very high esteem. I take this matter regarding the Jun family very seriously. Tell him to feel relieved. The Solitary Falcon let out a long roar after he was done speaking. Then, he soared up into the desolate sky. Lei Wubei laughed out loud, and followed after him. The two figures flitted in the sky for a moment before they disappeared without a trace. A great master isn't to be trifled with, ah. Jun Moxie let out a profound sigh, and turned to walk inside the room. Many Shien experts gathered in the Tianxiang city that night, regardless of their level or backing. Then, they rushed towards the Tianfa forest, whether in groups or alone. After all, this was the supreme summons. No one could take it lightly. Even Song Shang and Hai Chenfeng asked permission to leave for Tianfa since they had a mind to go and lend aid. But, Jun Moxie forbade them from doing so. What are you doing? Do you have a dislike for long lives? I prohibit you from going there. You're staying here. Song Shang, get back to fermenting wine. I'll cancel your apprenticeship if I find you slacking off. And as for Hai Chenfeng, get back to looking after your gang. You needn't involve yourself in others' matters. You must focus on developing your gang. This was a joke. The young Master Jun was in no position to stop the Solitary Falcon if he wished to leave. But, he had marked these two as men of the Jun family. So, how could he allow them to leave? What would happen if Jun Moxie left the Jun household with ordinary men? But, if both these experts stayed behind, they could take care of the Jun household even if something were to happen. In fact, the Jun family would be considered the strongest in the area. And, Jun Moxie had made up his mind. Coming back to the original issue, he wouldn't allow them to leave even if they weren't required to look after the Jun household. This was because they had been labeled as men of the Jun family now. So, sending them to Tianfa would be like using them as cannon fodder against the Shao and the Li families. These two men were Sky Shien experts, but the Tianfa forest was crawling with Spirit Shien experts at present. A Sky Shien expert would be akin to a dog in the south. Therefore, they would be better used in Tianxiang. I've selected the members of my faction so carefully. So, why would I throw them away at Tianfa? The Shien Beast Uprising? What difference would it make to me if a lot of people die, huh? Hai Chenfeng and Song Shang had gone to meet Jun Moxie in very high spirits. However, they had no choice but to return embarrassed after they had listened to Jun Moxie's words. The second prince's residence. The second prince was in a very cheerful mood. He was feeling extremely happy. He felt that all men under the heaven were coming to his aid. Two great masters had issued the supreme summons just when the Shien beast crossbows were about to arrive. So, the well-known, and the not-so-well-known experts had started to leave for the Tianfa. The Tianxiang city's experts were no exception to this. The capital's strength would be reduced incomparably since so many experts were leaving. He could use this chance to transport the deadly weapons safely. Moreover, these weapons would deliver far better results since his men wouldn't have much competition. So, the tiger could grow wings when the time was ripe, and could move in to fill the power vacuum of the city. Would he be able to seize the city with ease? The second prince and his counselor were embroiled in a tense discussion in his secret chambers. Everyone seemed very excited. Mr. Fong informed the Spirit Storm Guard to hurry up to the capital. Tell them that they are to leave the southern provinces, and come here as fast as they can. The second prince looked amiably towards his mastermind. Mr. Fong, I would request that you proceed with the future plans. I request the second master to be relieved. This is Fong Bo Wen's job, and you can be assured of safety. Fong Bo Wen then muttered to himself irresolutely, I know that the Zhao Trading Company has sent 200 men as escorts. 2 Jade Shien experts lead them. Then, there is the company's vice president. Meng Xiaosong, he leads a group of 80 experts. That Meng Xiao Song is an Earth Shien expert. With him, there's no need to be anxious. The Zhao Trading Company will move in the bright light, and the Guild in the dark, they will move together yet separately. This would eventually go smoothly. The Spirit Storm Guard and the Zhao Trading Company will travel together. In addition, the Blood Sword Hall has been notified as well. They will send 2 Sky Shien assassins, 5 Earth Shien assassins and 20 Jade Shien assassins. These assassins will secretly escort the convoy, just to make things absolutely safe. And, most of the power has left the capital now. That leaves it vulnerable, so, the power of our means will guarantee victory. Humph. This Blood Sword Hall had never sent anyone higher than a Jade Shien expert in any of their previous missions for me. This had often resulted in their assassins' failure to achieve anything. It had been a waste of labor and money. But, they suddenly dispatched 2 Sky Shien and 5 Earth Shien experts when it comes to the Shien Beast Tendon crossbows. And, the lowest level assassins they're sending are Jade Shien. They are merely trying to show their terrifying strength. The second prince was extremely indignant. He spoke these words very angrily. The Blood Sword Hall's method of handling things has always been a profound mystery. This old man doesn't know the reason behind it. Fong Bo-wen frowned and continued, these Shien Beast Tendon crossbows are very important to them. Therefore, they are being cautious. And, this isn't without reason. One should be better to oneself than he is to others. After all, it is, every man for himself. Then, Fong Bo-wen suddenly stopped talking. There was a hint of doubt in his eyes. Then, he suddenly started to tremble with fear. It seemed as if he had recalled an extremely dreadful matter. However, the second prince hadn't noticed his mastermind's unusual behavior. He was still seething with anger. He then spoke in a cold voice, let that be then. They will be of no use to me after I get those crossbows. And, that's a good thing. I won't be angered by their unfathomable way of working again. Fong Bo-wen's snow-white eyebrows shot up, and a trace of fear condensed in his eyes. He wanted to say something, but felt that his idea was nonsensical. In fact, it seemed too fantastical. Therefore, he swallowed his words back. But, that expression of worry became even more profound in the secrecy of his eyes. He was in no mood to listen to the speaker. The second prince was just whining, nothing more. However, his words resounded like thunder on a sunny day to Fong Bo-wen's ears. The matters that were hazy before, were becoming clear. Do I have to think of another way? Will I have to retreat from this road? The second prince leaned to the side, and put his hands behind his back. His face was full of confidence as he laughed. He was brimming with the confidence of a man who was on the verge of victory. The prince then mumbled, I can use this opportunity to deal with the first and the third. He didn't speak his thoughts, but his face had a very fierce expression on it. He then suddenly turned around, that's it. Mr. Wen, is Yue ready? There has been no news of Miss Yue for several days. She has made, very few public appearances. Our contacts in the Ni Chang Pavilion, don't know much about this matter either. This old man is, very confused in that regard. Fong Bo-wen went through those words very slowly. In fact, he hadn't stated them in a very fluent manner. He had stammered several times in between. It was evident that he was disturbed, and his thoughts weren't on the same matter. Humph. A cold light flashed in the second prince's eyes. He remained silent for a little while. Then, he finally spoke up, let her be for the time being. Anyway, it's not like she can turn the tide with her strength alone. What about Qing De Chao though? What has he been up to? Why hasn't he shown his face for so many days? There was a slight look of loathing in Fong Bo-wen's eyes. It was obvious that the young Master Cheng's reputation wasn't good. He replied, this old man hasn't seen young Master Cheng for a long time. It seems that he's busy with something. Though, he isn't telling anyone about this matter. Also, the corresponding manpower is yet to arrive. He may have met with some mishap. The second prince frowned. He strolled around for a bit before he spoke in a gloomy voice, "Shelve the trivial matters for now, everything will be determined with the arrival of the crossbows." His fair face suddenly revealed his murderous intention. "Humph. A woman and a young master. Humph. You consider yourself as something important? So, you agree with me outside, but defy me in private? You err, you mustn't think that you can take advantage of the way I treat you. You'll regret this. This Cheng De Chao thinks himself to be a formidable person. The second prince can destroy you whenever he wants." Yes, Fong Bo Wen could sense the second prince's killing intentions. His white eyebrows quivered. The mastermind couldn't help but tremble. "Your Majesty is already quite ruthless and without any pity. But, why are you being so shallow? Why are you being so domineering in such a minor matter? What will you do if you accomplish great things in the future?" Suddenly, he became bored to death, and hung his eyes. He shut his mouth, and kept his thoughts to himself. The second prince looked outside at the moonlight. A fiery expression suddenly swept across his face. It was zealous expression. His eyes seemed to burn with a hot flame. It seemed as if he already believed himself to be a great entity. The Jun family's residence, Jun Moxie, was having a sleepless night. He had carefully filtered through the ingredients. The list of medications that Jun Moxie required was finally in order. He had unexpectedly received 200 herbs. There were no rare or legendary herbs among them. And, there weren't any precious herbs ingredients among them either. But, there was a massive amount of low-level ingredients. Besides, there were some, never-before-seen low-level ingredients present in this stockpile as well. It was almost like one could find anything in that pile. The entire stock had been piled up in the special room in Jun Moxie's courtyard. He then dispersed the bystanders. He even shooed Fatty Tang away to take rest. Then, he selected 2 trusted helpers to sift through those ingredients. The so-called trusted helpers were very few in number. In fact, there were only a total of 4 in the entire Jun household as far as Jun Moxie's count was concerned. But, he couldn't dare to exhaust Grandpa Jun and third uncle. As for the other 2, he had regarded it to be very impolite to make little could do this work. Sister Qing Han was available too. So, he had unwillingly asked for her help as well since he needed more people. After all, Guanqing Han was the daughter of a Shien Qi family. These drugs mustn't be unfamiliar to her. So, she would be a great help to Jun Moxie. Moreover, she was one of his most trusted people to say the least. Jun Moxie sat at a place where the light of the lamp couldn't reach. He sat there like a wooden figure, motionless. He frowned deeply in rapt attention. The 2 females assumed that he was immersed in deep thoughts about a very serious matter since he was frowning so profoundly. So, they decided against disturbing him, and allowed him ponder in peace. The 2 tiptoed around. They even spoke softly in order to avoid causing disturbance to Jun Moxie's thoughts. Their hands worked quickly in accordance to his instructions. They first segregated the ingredients according to their weight. Then, they mixed them together, as per requirement. Afterwards, they wrapped the mix up, and put a serial number on each package. The work was not arduous in itself, but working continuously at a stretch for such a long time had exhausted them. The fact that it was a very monotonous and dull job also tired them out. The 2 worked hurriedly past midnight. They aimed to hand over at least 5 batches of prescriptions, each with 100 items. The 2 women were drowsy-eyed by the time they finally stood up. They didn't know why Jun Moxie wanted these medicines, but he seemed to want them very urgently. So, they didn't dare to take it easy, and had worked incessantly throughout the night. And now, it was finally done. The 2 females stood up, and smiled bitterly at each other. They felt out of energy, and had a slight ache in their slender waists. However, the two couldn't help but feel like being praised for completing so much work so fast. They smiled at each other, and then looked at Jun Moxie in unison. So much work has already been finished. So, what's he still frowning at? What problem could take such a long time to ponder over? Jun Moxie remained seated, same as before. His head had lowered a bit. The young master had a serious look on his face. His frown was so profound that it seemed as if he had encountered the mystery of the ages. He was concentrating so hard that the two females were able to walk up to him without him detecting their movements. Ah! This bastard! He has swindled us into becoming his workoxes. This bastard fell asleep long back. Guanqing Han observed him for some time, and came to that conclusion. She obviously became very angry. They wouldn't have been to tell that his breathing was snoring in reality if they hadn't walked so close to him. He's just too much. Who does such things? We both tired ourselves out working busily throughout the night. You didn't say anything, neither did you help. We didn't disturb you since we thought that you were pondering over something important. But, you were actually sleeping the entire time. This is too much. Anger rose inside Guanqing Han's heart. She rubbed her eyes, but was so tired that she was unable to open them properly. This made her even more sullen. She raised her leg, and gave that shameless good-for-nothing a tight kick on his thigh. Bang! Jun Moxie fell from his chair, and woke up. He opened his eyes, and immediately understood the reason for that kick. Then, the young master calmly got up, and sighed as he put on airs. He then exclaimed, "This problem is very tough. I've thought it over all night, yet I still can't understand it. This is an amazing headache." The young master Jun looked very gloomy. He continued to moan and groan in pain. Jun Moxie tried his best to look very concerned, as if he feared for the country. Anyone who looked at his face would fear that all the land under the heavens would perish if he was stopped from pondering over his problem. Guanqing Han sneered. Her beautiful leg landed at the pit of Jun Moxie's stomach as she scolded, "Young Master Jun, is it normal for you to have so much saliva when you're focusing hard on a problem?" Jun Moxie made a hiccuping sound. He then replied in a frustrated manner, "This is one of the many problems I have. I don't pay attention to what my body does when I'm thinking long and hard on something important. So, my mouth opens when I think for a long time, and I forget to shut it. A lot of saliva ends up getting collected as a result. What bullsh** tea is this?" Guanqing Han was in a good mood, and found it funny. Though, her face was cold as she chided Jun Moxie. She then suddenly realized that the young master's eyes had changed direction. He then smiled, "Ah, third uncle. What are you doing here so late?" Guanqing Han and little Ko looked around frightfully. But, they didn't even spot the third uncle's shadow. They then realized that they had been tricked, and became very angry. Even the usually gentle little Ko felt her face becoming hot as she turned to look back. However, their eyes opened in amazement once they turned around to face Jun Moxie. There was no one in Jun Moxie's chair anymore. He had vanished without a trace. Such speed was, simply heavenly. The two females looked at each other with blank stares. Then, they recalled Jun Moxie's funny appearance from a moment ago. Ft, ft sounds escaped from their lips as they started to laugh. Little Ko pursed her lips and chuckled. She then looked at Guanqing Han appreciatively, and exclaimed, "Young lady, you have a very attractive smile. I'm seeing you smile after a very long time. You should smile more often, it's very, very pretty. I'm seeing you smile after a very long time." This made Guanqing Han's body tremble. A frantic look passed through her eyes. Then, she resumed her cold expression and sighed, "It is very late at night, go and rest." She said this and silently walked out of the courtyard. Her silhouette seemed very lonely and desolate in the nightlight. She appeared like a snow lotus on a faraway mountain peak that was covered in snow and clouds, alone, proud and upright. God! Jun Moxie had hidden inside the Hongjun pagoda. The two tigresses come up so suddenly. Why didn't I hide before? He hadn't slept for 2 nights and a day. That was the reason why he had fallen asleep like that. He was extremely tired. Another reason was that he was revitalizing his vigor in order to concoct the dawn. As for the selection of the ingredients and formulas was concerned, Jun Moxie had already combed through the book of folk remedies, and was confident that he could refine 5 kinds of dawn. The mysterious Yang Dan, the missing Yin Dan, the spirit amassing Dan, the multi-division Dan, and the connecting meridians Dan. The mysterious Yang Dan and the missing Yin Dan were bodily nourishment medicines, and were to be taken by men and women respectively. 1. They were refined using the most ordinary herbs, and could be consumed by the most ordinary of people, without any fear of a side effect. However, the spirit amassing Dan was a high-level Dan, and was only suited for high-level martial practitioners. The spirit amassing Dan was also known as the Devil's Heart Dan. This Dan was designed to be consumed while undertaking martial training. It would increase the concentration of the spirit energy inside a person's body by a very significant margin. Moreover, the possibility of a backlash, or the devil's bite, would be more or less eliminated even if a person would wholeheartedly immerse themselves in their practice. This function of the Devil's Heart Dan would seem rather simple, but it was no trivial matter. This Dan wasn't a rare treasure, but it wasn't exactly sold openly in the market, nor did it have a price. A martial practitioner can't afford to be afraid of foreign object, they can't fear pain. However, the Devil's Bite was one of the biggest hurdles in their path. And, most people were afraid of this phenomenon. 1. It was hard to say how many high-level martial practitioners had succumbed to the Devil's Bite over the course of their training, and had lost their lives in cultivation to this tragedy. In fact, the effect of the Devil's Bite was likely to be more severe for a martial practitioner of a higher level. But, the Devil's Heart Dan effectively put an end to this phenomenon's possibility. Hence, this Dan was often considered as a life-saving Dan. An open circulation of the Devil's Heart Dan would likely give rise to a ruckus in the entire Shien continent. This small medicine pill could easily cause a bloodbath, a very tragic one at that. In fact, the intensity of the scramble for this medicine wouldn't be very different from the one that had unfolded for the level 9 Shien core. The multi-cure Dan, 3, did what its name suggests. It was miracle medicine that could cure a myriad of infections and diseases. This medicine could blend with a plethora of infectious and poisonous substances inside the host's body, and could remove them from therein, without causing any harm to the subject. It was a long road to Tianfa. Moreover, the journey and the destination were filled with a variety of elements that could cause infections in the troops' bodies. And, this medicinal pill could act as a major means of prevention against all such elements by preserving the troops' health. Therefore, Jun Moxie had given this medicine preference over the others. The last was the connecting meridians Dan. Jun Moxie had given it a different name, 10 years Dan. According to his experiments, a person's Shien Qi and internal strength were likely to see an enhancement after the consumption of this Dan. This Dan wouldn't exactly open up a person's Shien meridians, but it could enhance a person's Shien cultivation by 10 years' time. Moreover, the effects of this enhancement were possibly permanent in nature. In other words, this medicinal Dan could provide a lifelong enhancement in person's combat effectiveness. Moreover, this miraculous medicine could produce this effect in a very short period of time. Jun Moxie could enhance the cultivation level of the 300 guards he was training to an entirely new level if this medicine could be combined with the Devil's Heart Dan. Jun Moxie could naturally refine a few more medicines using the second level of the art of unlocking the heavens fortune. But, those medicines were mostly nourishment medicines such as spirit purifying, Dan etc. These medicines were quite effective as well, but Jun Moxie didn't think very highly of them, nor did he need them very urgently. So, he had temporarily ignored them when he had made a list of his first-choice medicines. It was imperative for him to enhance strength as soon as possible. Not just his own, but that of the entire Jun family's troops. Jun Moxie sat cross-legged inside the Hongjun pagoda. He was facing the furnace of good fortune, and was trying to calm his excited frame of mind. The art of unlocking the heaven's fortune had been surging like a torrent, but it started to flow like a smooth stream as his mental state became calmer. Suddenly, he felt burst of clarity in his mind. Well. Jun Moxie raised his hands after a loud shout, and drew a large circle in the void of the air. Then, he rapidly drew some characters with his finger. He wasn't using any kind of ink, but some strange characters would show up in that circle he had previously drawn. And, those strange characters would fly into the furnace of good fortune once they had been fully formed. Boom! The flame of primal chaos was lightly ablaze under the furnace of good fortune when he had started. However, the flames suddenly became more ardent and fierce. A jet-black flame soared 10 feet into the sky, and enveloped the entire furnace of good fortune inside it. Jun Moxie pointed the index finger of his hand towards the furnace of good fortune as this happened. A buzz resounded from the furnace, and it started to float and swirl in midair. Soon, the furnace's body started to radiate with a rainbow-colored light, and countless strange patterns appeared on its outer surface. Then, those patterns suddenly disappeared. But, that rainbow-colored light continued to radiate on the furnace's body. The furnace continued to swirl and buzz midair as its lid was raised into the sky. Jun Moxie tossed the medicinal ingredients into the furnace with his right hand, and the entire atmosphere was suddenly filled with a rich medicinal aroma. This dense fragrance had come to life the moment the ingredients made contact with the furnace. Then, the furnace's lid slammed down, and the flame of primal chaos lit up once again. Then, Jun Moxie pointed his finger towards the furnace, and it was enveloped in that jet-black flame again. Suddenly, Jun Moxie felt as if the spiritual energy inside his body had surged out like a massive river that had broken past its dam. This was merely the beginning. The young Master Jun had always sailed swiftly, despite the direction of the current. However, he found himself complaining like never before. Oh my God! Is this medicinal alchemy or blood suction? That feeling from a moment ago was simply terrifying. Refining such a small amount of dawn requires so much strength, and such a substantial amount of aura. And, that's when I'm only refining the most basic and ordinary dawn. If this is merely the starting point, wouldn't it kill me if I were to refine high-end dawn? This is too much. Damn it. I've seen the movies. Those Taoist alchemists would concoct dawn with so much ease. They would merely stroke their beards and scratch their whiskers, and the job would be done. The clouds would shake, and the Dan would show up in front of them. And, a person could be brought back from the dead with the Dan they would concoct. In fact, a person could become as light as feather, and ascend to the heavens as an immortal. Ah, why did it have to be so difficult in my case? I just want to treat some injuries, cure some infections, and enhance a person's cultivation by a few years, that's all. But, why does something so simple have to demand so much energy from my spirit, ah? Jun Moxie grumbled in his heart, but didn't dare to slack off. He tried to maintain a steady flow, and allowed his body's spiritual energy to surge out like a massive river. A long while later. Bang! The furnace of good fortune issued a loud sound, and resumed its original position on the ground. The flame of primal chaos simmered down and reverted back to its original color. As for the young Master Jun, he was completely exhausted. He didn't even have the strength to move his fingers. He panted for air as he sensed the Hongjun pagoda frantically pour aura into his meridians. He felt as if he had just run 5 kilometers with a 500 kilograms boulder on his body. He was literally on the verge of sticking his tongue out of his mouth to breathe more air. In fact, the young Master Jun would have probably fallen into a deep slumber if it wasn't the crazy amount of supplementary energy that the Hongjun pagoda was pouring into his body. Physical fatigue was secondary. The crucial point was that his spirit had been exhausted. This was a rather frightening situation. The consequences could be very serious if his spirit wasn't timely supplemented. A long while later, Jun Moxie finally felt as if his dried-out meridians had been somewhat replenished. He strutted off the ground with the help of the little remaining spiritual energy in his body, and lifted the furnace's lid. Then, he peeked to take a look inside it. He violently cried out after a quick glance, while his limbs started to tremble. There was nothing inside the furnace of good fortune. Apart from some burnt-out ashes. I'm going to foo *ku. The hitman was flabbergasted. He continued to curse in anger, I don't believe this. I spent all the effort I could, and this Dan still didn't get refined. I can't believe that I'll have to try a second time over such silly and ordinary dawn. He sat down cross-legged, put the Hongjun pagoda into motion, and started to absorb the spiritual energy. I won't mess up the second time. Then. You recumbent furnace, the hitman couldn't believe the result of his second attempt either. This is again, well, I'm going to get serious. Let's see who the real daddy is. Then, he started all over again. Bang! Then. Damn it! I can't believe this devil. I don't know how many attempts this nonsense is going to take, 10 times. Do I have to try 100 times? 1,000 times, he continued to curse in anger. He vented out his anger till he exhausted himself, and then sat down cross-legged again. He restarted the Hongjun pagoda to replenish his energy, and started the process again. He couldn't believe the result again, abused till he was exhausted, and then started the entire process again. It's hard to say how many times it took, but eventually. Wow, ha 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 ha. I'm your daddy. How can a piece of trash like you keep turning my stuff into ashes, huh? Ah. You son of a bit *h. You think I don't know you? You're a bastard. Ha. You evil little thing. You think you can beat me? Hum. The young Master Jun's messy hair and dirt-filled face didn't look much different from that of a beggar's. In fact, even a beggar would look better than Jun Moxie's present appearance. His face had gone as green as that of a zombie's. His entire body was trembling as if he was suffering from a stroke of epilepsy. He extended his hand, and grabbed a tiny and shiny pill from the furnace. He then raised it into the air, and started jumping up and down like a maniac. He gnashed his teeth as he held that pill in his hands. Jun Moxie had a strong impulse to throw that pill on the ground so he could trample it like a maniac. Damn it! I suffered so much for this tiny piece of trash. I've got cramps from that tortuous ordeal. What if I were to toss you to the ground, and stamp on you? That would be fun, that would feel so good. How good would that feel? However, the heartless and ruthless Jun Moxie was reluctant to part with it. Damn! Trample on this thing. Has my brain short-circuited? That's not enough. I'm going to swallow you. You will squirm inside my intestines till you've been digested. And then, you shall be transformed into my moisty and stinky *t. That's the best punishment for you. He continued to rain curses as he slowly put them into a jade bottle. Then, he pulled one pill out of the jade bottle, and brought it up to his mouth. His hands treated the pill as if it was a priceless treasure, while his mouth cursed it, tiny piece of trash. Then, that pill reluctantly left his hand, and dropped into his mouth. Crack, 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 he chewed it a few times, and swallowed it down. The result looks good. Jun Moxie's face reveled in the aftertaste of the mysterious Yang Dan as it came in contact with his mouth. Then, Jun Moxie's face revealed a bitter expression as he realized that he had many more to refine. How much time will this take? Forget about the material required for this mysterious Yang Dan. I came in with 100 packets of herbs, and now I only have 78 left. It took me 22 attempts to succeed once. And, it could have been by accident too. I can only concoct 30 pills in one go. So, I will have to succeed 10 times if I want to make enough for all my trainees. How many attempts will it take to succeed 10 times? This stupid furnace. Jun Moxie sat down again, and started to replenish his spiritual energy. One had to say that Jun Moxie had a very tough willpower. It had certainly surpassed that of an ordinary person. An ordinary person wouldn't back away if they were met with a wall on their path. However, Jun Moxie wouldn't just refuse to give up, he'd continue to knock against the wall until he had broken past it. Jun Moxie had initiated the Hongjun Pagoda to reinstate his spiritual power for the 22nd time. He wanted to restart the furnace of good fortune and flame of primal chaos so he could adhere to his task of concocting the required number of pills. However, the spiritual energy in his body had been exhausted. In fact, not even a speck of it was left. What kind of sensation would a martial man feel once their Shien qi and spiritual energy had been depleted? Such excessive strain would leave their limbs cold, and their mind in chaos. And, if a person had to experience this feeling over 22 times, one would feel as if the very depth of the sea of their soul had started to tremble, as if they would wither at a moment's notice. It was a very creepy sensation that would leave one's hair standing at an end. It would be akin to taking a recreational hike along the gates of hell. An average person would at best endure this the first time due to their discipline. But, they would never attempt it a second time. Moreover, the memory of this sensation was likely to shatter the said person's willpower, and leave them traumatized. In fact, even the individuals bestowed with the strongest of willpowers wouldn't attempt this more than 3 to 5 times. However, the young Master Jun had attempted this process 22 times in a row. He had failed the first 21 times, but judging by his zeal, he would have single-mindedly carried on even if he hadn't succeeded in his 22nd attempt. Who could claim to be more tenacious than Hitman Jun? Who could claim to be more ruthless? Let alone the spiritual energy, even the mental discipline required to accomplish this feat wasn't trivial. It was simply unimaginable. As the situation stood, the young Master Jun had succeeded once, and had concocted a few pills. However, he still wasn't willing to stop. In fact, he was brimming with desire to refine all the ingredients he carried. Even if an almighty alchemic master was to see such tenacity, they'd probably roll their eyes over and faint. They'd call him a freak, perhaps an evil spirit. However, Jun Moxie wasn't aware of this. In fact, he probably wouldn't bother even if he was. So, he'd endlessly gather his energy, and would immerse himself into refining the pills. Then, he'd put up a miserly expression on his face as he'd slowly put those pills into his small jade bottle. One bottle could only hold 100 pills. Seeing that one bottle had filled up, he brought out the next one, filled it, and then the next. Perhaps it could be attributed to his previous failures, but Jun Moxie had become very skilled at this. In fact, it seemed as if he was one of the best alchemists alive. Perhaps he had failed too many times in the beginning. But, his rate of failure had decreased very significantly after he had gained some experience. Now, he'd succeed 1 out of every 3 times. However, this wasn't the most important aspect. The most important thing was, the recovery speed of Jun Moxie's spiritual energy had been increasing incessantly. Jun Moxie's countenance had resembled a dead dog after his first attempt. But, he would only be left to pant grumpily at present. Then, he'd gasp a mouthful of air, sit down to meditate, recover himself in a few moments, and then start again. This had increased his speed by 2 or 3 times. His success rate had also increased. It was hard to say how much benefit these pills would provide. But, Jun Moxie's spiritual energy was deriving great benefits from this refining process. And, these benefits would certainly be profound and long-lasting. Jun Moxie's spiritual strength's condensation and his spiritual awareness's strength had shown massive improvements over the course of those 21 failures. And, they had unexpectedly burst out when he had successfully concocted his first batch of pills. This had revealed the progress that Jun Moxie had made while concocting these pills. However, Jun Moxie was unaware of this. In fact, he hadn't taken any note of this aspect. Jun Moxie had accidentally, or unintentionally, attained a state of detachment from his body. He was completely detached from himself. There was only one thing in his mind: refine pills. Refine pills. Refine pills. I need to refine pills at any cost. There's no time. I don't have enough time. I must pay close attention to how much time I spend in refining these pills. The expression on his face had gone from that of excitement, to calm and serene, to, it's only a matter of time, to a wooden expression, and had eventually transformed into that of a man who was mundanely sitting and eating his daily cabbage. And the cheapest variety of cabbage at that. The kind that would be sold for a dozen a dime, the kind that one would grow bored of consuming. But then, Jun Moxie made a startling discovery by the time he started to refine the connecting meridians Dan. And, he finally woke up with a start. What the foo *k? My body's spiritual power has supported 3 consecutive refining processes, and I still don't feel exhausted. What's happening? Are these pills of a lower level than the previous ones? Nah, they are all at the same level. But, this connecting meridians Dan is the highest leveled pill amongst these. It's the hardest to refine, and requires the maximum amount of aura input. I remember that I was barely to persist when I refined the first batch of pills, so why don't I feel dead tired right now? What's happening? Jun Moxie's mind was set into motion. And so, he peeked inside his body. One glance, and he jumped up in shock. The traces of the formless spiritual energy still persisted within his meridians. It had broken past the first layer, and was gradually breaking through the second layer as it shuttled back and forth his meridians. This spiritual energy was still in the form of mist, but it was much denser than before. In fact, it nearly felt as if it had solidified. Don't tell me. My spiritual strength has seen such a massive growth by merely refining these medicines. Jun Moxie couldn't understand this. After all, wasn't he merely concocting pills? He would exhaust his bodily aura every time he'd refine the ingredients. But, he'd instigate the Hongjun Pagoda into motion since he didn't have any time to replenish his spiritual energy. And, the Hongjun Pagoda would reinstate his meridians with pure aura, and revive his spiritual strength. However, it would replenish his meridians with a little more aura than they previously contained. It was hard to tell the number of times he had undergone this process, but, he'd put all his effort into the process each time, and would overstrain himself in the process. It could be said that Jun Moxie would have died without a dreg if it weren't for the Hongjun Pagoda. However, the Hongjun Pagoda existed. And, his body was presently inside it. This was greatly beneficial for him, but it's difficult to describe these benefits in words. His strength had more than doubled since the time he had started to concoct these pills in the pagoda. As for the measure of his Shien Qi, he had at least reached the mid-level mark of the Jade Shien realm. And, he could make another breakthrough at any point. As for the art of unlocking the heaven's fortune was concerned, he had reached the mid-level mark of the second layer. He could reach the peak of the first layer after one more giant stride. Then, he could advance further by impacting the third layer's bottleneck. Moreover, it hadn't even been 15 days since he had broken into the second layer. In other words, he had managed to enhance himself by 2 full steps over the course of this frenzied time when he had been immersed in refining these medicines. 2 full steps. Ordinary people couldn't even think about such progression. Shien Qi cultivation was easy before a person reached the silver Shien level. So, the growth was rapid. But, every step would become harder once a person had made the breakthrough into the silver Shien realm. In fact, the same was true for every type of martial cultivation. It gets tougher to make a breakthrough with every grade a cultivator advances. Take the Tian Fa King beasts for example. They were far beyond the ordinary. In fact, one could say that they had been blessed by the heavens. However, they had been stuck at the same breakthrough for decades, but still hadn't seen any signs of a breakthrough. They had made progress every day over the course of these decades. But, they still hadn't been able to make a breakthrough. So, one could imagine how fanatical they must have gotten when Jun Moxie offered to assist them in making one. This was probably the most apt description of the difficulty of progression. An ordinary person simply couldn't fathom this. Jun Moxie exhaled a long breath. His mind was enveloped by ecstasy, and he suddenly loosened up. Then, he suddenly felt a strong ache in his head, as if his skull had been punctured with needles. Jun Moxie had forgotten about the passage of time since he had entered the Hongjun Pagoda. In fact, he had no idea as to how much time he had been here. However, he had an unbearable headache at the moment. His entire body felt powerless. His spiritual energy had been refilling itself, but his body had long been exhausted. Then, a strong sense of starvation emerged from his stomach. So much so, that Jun Moxie was left to grieve to death. How long have I been at this without any food? Not to mention, without any water. Jun Moxie scanned the floor beside his feet, and was again shocked by the sight of his doings. Rows after rows of jade bottles had been neatly arranged on the floor. He counted the number of bottles. My God! Jun Moxie sucked in a breath of cold air. Did I really refine so many pills? Crap! I'm so abnormal. In fact, I'm not even a human being. There's 5 bottles of mysterious yang pills, 3 bottles of missing yin pills, 6 bottles of devil's heart pills, 8 bottles of connecting meridians pills, and 15 bottles of multicure pills. My God! I'm too great. Too great. I'm very, very handsome. I'm amazing. No adjective can aptly describe my talents. These pills, they are, power. How much progression will my 300 guard strength see once I give them these pills? It's certainly going to be formidable. Jun Moxie spent some time praising himself. Then, he quickly ducked out of the Hongjun Pagoda. I'm going to starve to death if I don't leave this place. However, Jun Moxie was completely unaware that he had spent 3 days and 3 nights inside the Hongjun Pagoda instead of that one intended night. Moreover, he was completely unaware of the commotion his absence had caused. The Jun family's young master had disappeared from his own residence, no one had found any traces of his departure, and he hadn't told anyone either. Moreover, he had never disappeared for such a long stretch in the past. On top of that, Jun Moxie had disappeared right after the solitary falcon had departed the Jun residence. What did this indicate? Could anyone imagine that? The entire Jun household was in a chaos, and everybody was in a hurry. Something big had happened. It was outrageous. The third young master of the Jun family. Their only surviving scion. Grandpa Jun wasn't worried on the first day. Jun Moxie's strength wasn't weak, and he had full confidence in his own abilities. In fact, he had stated that he could defend himself against a great master if need be. Could anything be more dangerous than that? Grandpa Jun had no idea where Jun Moxie had gone off to, but he was more focused on planning a great-grandson for himself. However, Grandpa Jun and Jun Wui couldn't help but get worried on the next day. He hasn't come home for 2 days and 2 nights. What's the matter? This has never happened before. Could it be that he is busy indulging himself in pleasures and has forgotten about his duties towards the family? Finally, they lost their cool on the 3rd day. After all, his claims of being able to defend himself against a great master hadn't been confirmed. Grandpa Jun became extremely anxious, and ordered an emergency throughout the capital. He also dispersed his troops everywhere. The Jun family's secret force was dispatched, and they searched every corner of the city. Then, the Jun family dispatched more troops in disarray since they couldn't find him. Hai Chen-fong and the Jin Yen gang also initiated a comprehensive search. The gangsters and the soldiers had taken initiative to work hand in hand in this instance. Grandpa Jun and third uncle personally led the search, and were thorough like a sieve. They searched each shady area in the city, multiple times. Third uncle's complexion was extremely unsightly. He was extremely vicious during this search. Each word that came out of his mouth was unsuited for a cultured man's speed. He would first strike a person, and then, he'd abuse. Grandpa Jun's speech was also very fierce. Damn it. I will carry out a detailed search, even if the sky falls. And, I'll kill anyone who doesn't cooperate. I'll break your legs if you dare to utter a word. You dare to slack off after I broke your legs? Should I go for your skull as well? The brothels were shut down and raided. The same was especially true for the wretched Spirit Fog Lake's most infamous establishment, Ni Chang Rainbow Pavilion, 1. That was certainly on top of the list. They further went on to take the madam and the pimps of the Rainbow Pavilion into custody. They even intercepted and arrested Lady Yuer. Apparently, Lady Yuer had been touring every influential family's residence in order to showcase her skills. Every brothel was falling over itself in an attempt to hire her. But, she had planned a big tour. And, she was barely done with half of it when she was intercepted by the soldiers led by Jun Wui, and was then taken into custody. But why? What reason could they have to capture a prostitute? Everyone knew the relationship between the second prince and the Rainbow Pavilion. But, this incident marked the first time when the second prince sent his own mastermind, Fong Bo One, to intercede on his behalf. He had counted on the Jun family's honor. He was ordered to return only after they had released Lady Yuer. But, Jun Wuyi's face was extremely cold when he passed his judgment, get lost. It was said that the venerable Mr. Fong flew into an epileptic rage on the spot. Then suddenly, the third young master Jun reappeared, in the midst of all that chaos. The beggar-looking young master Jun appeared in his courtyard like a starving reincarnation of a stray dog. He sped to Jun family's kitchen like a fish that had just escaped its net the moment he appeared. Little Ku had bathed her face with tears. She jumped in fear at his arrival. Though, she couldn't even see his shadow when she turned her head to look at him. Little Ku then hurriedly went and informed Guanqing Han. In turn, she informed Jun Wui that the third young master Jun had returned safe and sound. After that, the two females proceeded towards the direction Jun Moxie had disappeared in. They were extremely shocked when they reached the kitchen. Jun Moxie's dress was ragged, and his hair was disheveled. His face was pale, and there were two pouches beneath his eyes. He looked like a wretched animal. His hands were skinny and black like a chicken's claw, and his boots had holes which revealed his toes. He'd grabbed a fish with his left hand, and put it into his mouth. He then pulled hard in the opposite direction, only the fish's skull and bones came out of his mouth. He held a lump of beef in his right hand. He didn't even seem to chew it as he stuffed it down his throat. A bowl full of soup was placed in front of him. He'd occasionally choke and let out a strange cry. Then, he'd lowered his head, and smashed it in the bowl. He'd ignore the strange sounds of his actions as he'd empty half the bowl in one go. Beneath him, was a pile of bones, fish bones, and bits and pieces of meat. The chubby chefs in the kitchen were behaving as if they had been struck by lightning. They stared foolishly at the famished incarnation of the young master. Their faces twitched. He was eating too much. Crap. Even a pig, no, even a wild boar can't eat so much at such an unbelievable speed. They felt dizzy as they witnessed that spectacle. Guanqing Han and Little Ku rushed over and caught up. They were very indignant. You little debauchee. You disappeared to God knows where. You left home for 3 days without even leaving a message. Could you at least think about how worried everyone else is? The sister-in-law wanted to teach her brother-in-law a lesson. After all, she was an elder relative. But, she was dumbstruck by this sight, and was unable to say anything. These kind of table manners. The eyes of the eldest daughter of the Guan family opened wide. And, she covered her small mouth as her expression turned to that of shock. The generally cold and beautiful face of the young woman had revealed this look for the first time. Little Ku's delicate and small mouth opened wide as she stared startled. One could stuff 2 duck eggs in her mouth. Eventually, Jun Moxie sighed with satisfaction. Then, his head went down again to finish the last bits in the soup bowl, and raised it back once its white base was visible. Then, he raised one leg and kicked at the pile of bones, which had nearly reached his ankles. The young master then hiccuped in satisfaction. After that, he took out his throwing knife, and calmly started to pick his teeth. He then saw everyone's expression, the one that had surfaced on their faces after witnessing such a strange event. He couldn't help but ask in bewilderment, "Is my face flowering?" Everyone was speechless. They were speechless for a long time. They wondered if anyone could say anything after witnessing something so shameless. "What have you been doing these past days?" His sister-in-law, Guanqing, asked in a dignified and interrogative manner once she came back to her senses. "Me? In the past few days?" "Ha!" Jun Moxie immediately guessed what had happened. He then sighed as he shook his head. "I was extremely busy these past few days, extremely busy. Unlike you all, who slept till they were hungry, and ate till they were satisfied. You had nothing to do, except for taking care of your physiological needs." "What did he say?" Guanqing bristled as she spoke fiercely. "What did you say?" "What did I say?" He. "I said that sister-in-law and little Ku look increasingly beautiful every time I see you. Especially sister-in-law. Not only do you look very attractive, but you also look younger. I believe that people who don't know that you're my sister-in-law will think that you're my younger sister if you carry on at this rate." Jun Moxie honeyed his words as he uttered this nonsense. Guanqing and little Ku were stunned. They knew that his words were an overstatement, and were aware that he was only trying to flatter them. But, they still felt delighted at being praised. Their mood changed, and a funny expression surfaced on their faces as they started at him speechless. Guanqing's face became taut after some time. "Third uncle has returned. He'll make you feel better." She finished and pulled little Ku away with her. Qing Han had been right. Moreover, she hadn't exaggerated one bit. The Grandpa Jun and third uncle rushed back to Jun Moxie the moment they heard of his return, and burst in furiously like a storm. The young master Jun's hair turned white at the sight of this, and he started to splutter. The young master Jun was barely able to withstand the concentrated thunderstorm of the berating. But, he wanted to show off his achievements. So, he then cleared his throat and took out the mysterious Yang Dan, the Devil's Heart Dan and the 10 Years Dan. But, the 2 big shots continued to scold him violently. These dawn were very good. Though, they couldn't be taken in concentrated doses. The mysterious Yang Dan could be taken once every 10 days. And, it would be fine to take a regular dose for health purposes. But, the 10 Years Dan was a one-time affair. It would be useless to have it regularly. In fact, it would be a complete waste. Grandpa Jun and the third uncle picked the dawn with their fingertips. But, judging by their facial expressions, they didn't look very convinced. After all, the young master Jun had said that the efficacy of these dawn were miraculous. They looked at Jun Moxie with doubtful expressions. "You cheating demon. This little Dan can increase cultivation by 10 years. That's rubbish." The same thought emerged in both men's brain. However, they felt their cultivation shoot up frantically after they took the pills under Jun Moxie's administration. They felt their skills had risen to a level of 10 years or more. Their expressions turned green as the young masters. They stared at the young master Jun like a pack of hungry wolves. "This is such an amazing thing. How many of these are there? Hand them over to this old man. I'm happy again. So, don't make trouble for me. I'll have none of your nonsense, you little brat." This was Grandpa Jun's roar. His face had flooded with excitement. He grabbed the front of Jun Moxie's gown, raised him in the air, and shook him like he was drying a dead fish in the wind. The old man greedily opened his mouth wide as he spoke those words in a tyrannical manner. Since your grandfather has opened his mouth first, you must serve his needs before anything else. I'm not that important. You come round to me as you wish. Just hand over 100 dozen bottles to me. You must give the remaining to your grandfather, no matter how many you have in total. That's what Jun Moxie had said. He wanted more than 100 dozen bottles of these dawn. This father and son duo thinks that these dawn have fallen from the sky. And, one can just pick them from the ground. These are medicinal dawn with genuine efficacies. Jun Moxie groaned. He had been dizzied by the shock. Even if I could merely pluck them from the ground, I'd still need to work my back. These medicines are amazing supplements. But, these two think that they are like cabbages. How can they demand such a large amount? Could these two men kill Jun Moxie over these pills? They had conveniently forgotten about their grandson/nephew/ and their family's sole heir in the lure of these dawn. Grandpa Jun was pulling Jun Moxie's cheek in hostility, and had nearly transformed his appearance into that of a pig's. Jun Moxie was slightly gentler in his approach. He was only addressing to Jun Moxie's logical sensibility. Else, Jun Moxie's face would have turned purple from all the pulling. Did he faint in front of us? We have misjudged this brat's intentions. We have erred and counted our chickens before they hatched. The young Master Jun let out a blood-curdling cry. He wanted to burst into tears, but couldn't find any tears to shed. I can't do it anymore. I will faint. I can't do it anymore, you two, please let me off. You cheating devil. I just saw that you took out several bottles of those. Now calmly hand them over to me. Are you looking for trouble? Grandpa Jun caught Jun Moxie by the ankles, and pulled him up. Then, he started to wave him around ferociously. It appeared as if an urchin was hanging from date tree's branch. But, the only difference was, he was upside down. Jun Moxie couldn't bear this treatment anymore. Let go. I'm dying. I'm feeling very dizzy. I'll give, isn't that enough? Grandpa Jun put his grandson down, and stared at him like a tiger looking at his prey. He didn't even blink. Jun Moxie crawled away and slapped his face. You really had to show off, didn't you? Didn't you know that you'd be inviting trouble? You're well aware that this stuff can sway people's hearts. You knew that your grandfather and third uncle will lose all sense of relations when lured by the desire of such amazing dawn. He still felt this was wrong. I anyway refined the dawn to increase the Jun family's strength. So, why am I getting the miserable treatment that is meted out to rebels? So many different kinds of torture. It's like they are forcing chilly water down my throat. He moved slowly and took out one bottle of the mysterious Yang Dan, Devil's Heart Dan, Multicure Dan and 10 Years Dan each. He then kept them on top of the table for display. That's all I have. I don't believe it. Take out more. The two older men roared in unison. That's really all I have. Young Master Jun's face revealed a sincere expression. These will be enough for hundreds of people. My master gave these many to me. He thought, you want them all for yourself? I made them to upgrade the strength of the troops under my command, but I won't give to the unreliable ones. So, I'll keep the remaining with myself. These bottles have enough for 100 people. The two older men were full of disbelief. Such precious medicines were extremely rare. The third uncle had asked for over 100 dozen of these bottles, but he was merely joking. It would have been enough if one bottle could provide for 3 to 5 people. So, how could they not be flabbergasted to hear the young Master Jun speak that these tiny bottles could provide for hundreds of people? That's right. My master has used all his strength to refine these medicines. Why else would I have asked for those herbal ingredients? But, my master suffered a serious injury in refining these medicines. He may take up to 3 to 5 months to recover. Moreover, he may not be able to refine such dawn for a very long period of time. So, we need to be careful with the usage of these medicines. Jun Moxie was naturally exaggerating a few things. But, if the two men came to know that these dawn could be refined repeatedly, wouldn't they force him to refine those dawn every day for the rest of his life? The two men thought this to be reasonable. It was reasonable if Jun Moxie's master couldn't refine these divine medicines again and again. After all, wouldn't it be too much of a child's play if such medicines could be mass-produced? The two older men extended their hands, pushed Jun Moxie aside. Then, the two of them pulled at each other as they tried to grab. Mine. Mine. Bang. Slam. Thump. It was quite obvious that the two men had reached out for the dawn. Jun Moxie disappeared from the hall like a wisp of smoke. He paid no attention to those shameless, good-for-nothing men. In any case, there wouldn't be a mishap, no matter how much they tussled. But, they had sent the ground rumbling. I better make a run for it. Intentionally or otherwise, Jun Moxie wobbled into Guanqing Han's courtyard. She was quietly sitting under the blossoming tree. The young woman was calmly looking at the tree with a calm and content face. She had obviously heard Jun Moxie's footsteps, but she had remained as before. In fact, she didn't even turn around to face him. "What's the matter?" she asked unenthusiastically. "Nothing major. I just brought a few medications. You should try tasting them, but they're not too delicious." "Ha ha." Jun Moxie gave a hollow laugh. "Oh." Guanqing Han slowly turned her cold and beautiful face to look at him. "What kind of medication?" "I've refined many kinds of medications. Their effects are pretty good too. Would you dare to try it?" Jun Moxie yawned these words. But, there was only one word in his mind, aphrodisiac. Though, he didn't dare say it out loud. "What dare? You think I'm scared that you'll poison me?" Then, Guanqing Han went beyond Jun Moxie's expectations and, she actually smiled. Jun Moxie temporarily forgot about moral integrity when he saw that stunning beauty smile. It was stunning, shocking, absolutely unexpected. "Jun Moxie, I can't stand you at times, but I've come to realize that you're not the type of person who'd always use despicable means. And anyway, I'll always be your sister-in-law." She stretched her hands to receive the pills from Jun Moxie. 3 pills, woman's quota. The missing Yin Dan, Devil's Heart Dan, and the 10 years Dan. She looked at Jun Moxie indifferently. Then, she raised her head and without any hesitation, and swallowed the medication. Jun Moxie opened his eyes wide. He was about to tell her to wait till she had started to cultivate. But, she had already opened her mouth, and had taken the medication by then. This really amazed him. A bubble of regret emerged inside Jun Moxie when he realized that Guanqing Han trusted him so much that she took the medication without a second thought. "I would have refined that aphrodisiac if I had known that she trusted me so much. This is a huge blunder. Bah! This must be that old Moxie's spirit haunting me and causing mischief. I'm so pure, how can I be that kind of a person?" Guanqing Han was about to ask about the Dan and its effects when she felt a warm sensation well up in her dantian. Suddenly, her body felt warm and comfortable. It was an indescribably comfortable sensation. Then, the Shien Qi started to move through her meridians on its own accord. It moved like a strong tide of a flooding river. Her dantian became increasingly warmer as the Shien Qi continued to move through her meridians. In fact, it was getting converted into an exceptionally pure variant of Shien Qi. Jun Moxie's mysterious dawn promoted a person's abilities in a miraculous manner. Guanqing Han was shocked to discover this. She felt a little regret at doubting him. However, her cultivation was presently at the Silver Shien realm's peak. In fact, she was about to break through to the Gold Shien realm. But, she could feel that her breakthrough to the Gold Shien realm was imminent since a lot of power had started to rush through her body after taking the dawn. However, this was also a very frightening moment. And, there was no one there to guide her at such a crucial time, besides her brother-in-law. Why didn't that little brat explain this? How could he be so careless? I thought that it was a candy. However, there wasn't enough time for her to think these things. The extremely powerful and pure energy from the Dan was surging through her limbs. She was resolutely stepping into the Gold Shien realm. But, she suddenly started to feel ill all over. Her consciousness also became somewhat fuzzy. Guanqing Han's cultivation level was very low. It was merely at the Silver Shien realm. In fact, her cultivation level was even inferior to the young Master Jun. Jun Moa and Grandpa had been able to ingest the 10 years Dan without any scruples since they were Sky Shien experts. They had been able to control themselves with ease through the enhancement process. In fact, they could have even made a breakthrough without any issues if the moment had demanded it, without any issues. This was because they had a strong foundation. However, Guanqing Han was on the verge of death. The difference between her cultivation, and that of the other two, was over 10 levels. She had only been cultivating for 10 years. And now, she was experiencing the enhancement process of 10 years in one go. This was nearly the sum total of her cultivation before she had taken the medication. Moreover, the qi flowing inside her at this moment was much purer than ever before. On top of that, she had never been put through Jun Moxie's cruel training methods, so, how could she persist? Fortunately, she had also taken the Devil's Heart Dan, else, she would have burst into flames by now. Guanqing Han felt as if she was about to burst. Her consciousness had become fuzzy. She felt despaired. Will my life end due to such a mysterious reason? Her brother-in-law had changed for the better with such difficulty. He had used art of unlocking the heavens fortune, and had come up with such divine medications. Moreover, he hadn't forgotten to include her needs amidst all this. This showed how much he had improved. But, he hadn't considered that her ability to control Shien Qi was lacking by a fair margin. The divine medication was unexpectedly going to kill her by force. Guanqing Han felt somewhat ridiculous. In fact, she was somewhat reluctant to let go. If this had happened a few months ago, she wouldn't have felt anything similar. In fact, she would have actually felt free. But, why was she reluctant to give up? She smiled happily as she thought, see you again. Then, she closed her eyes. But, she quickly opened them the moment she closed them. She was in utter shock. Guanqing Han recalled she hadn't said, I have come, in the face of death. Instead, she said, see you again. Why did I say, see you again? Who am I reluctant to leave behind? Guanqing Han realized that she didn't have time to think about this. Then suddenly, she felt a cool palm touch the center of her back. She then felt a warm energy penetrate her body. This warm energy cleared her spiritual consciousness. It was like she had become very dizzy due to the extremity of the summer heat. But then, she had suddenly dived into a pool of cool water. She felt elated to her very bones. Then, she felt as if pure strength had emanated from that palm, and had started to flow into her meridians. She could sense it methodically guide that frantic flow of qi through her meridians. The flow of qi had been extremely frantic a moment ago. But, it became very obedient since the arrival of that warm strength. It had started to flow wherever that strength directed it to. There was a loud noise inside Guanqing Han's mind. And then, she became aware of the incomparable sensation of her meridians opening wider. Even her spiritual consciousness entered into a new heavenly realm. Guanqing Han had broken into the Gold Shien realm with the help of that hand at her back. This timely help was rendered by none other than the Jun family's young master, Jun Moxie. Guanqing Han had panicked. It could be said that she was inexperienced in such matters. But, Jun Moxie was aware that the dawn he had refined were strong, not overbearing. He had also given her the devil's heart pill to assist in this enhancement. So, there was no way that she'd suffer a devil's bite and die. Her consciousness may have faded away for a few days, but her skills would have continued to surge ahead. But, this was a golden opportunity, and Jun Moxie was no gentleman. So, how could he let it pass? After all, there should be some pleasure in helping others. He had placed his hand on her back. His hand was only separated from her skin by a mere 2 layers of clothing, even though it was late autumn season at present. Guanqing was a silver Shien expert. Therefore, she had a decent resistance to heat and cold. Hence, she obviously wouldn't put on too many layers of clothing. That is why, she had felt a burst of tenderness when Jun Moxie had put his hand against her back. She felt so comfortable that she nearly wanted to shout and call that individual. The young Master Jun's head was initially filled with many muddled thoughts. Then, he remembered to lend a helping hand. Guanqing slowly woke up. She felt her body relax. The young lady felt like soaring high in the sky, and couldn't help but feel a sense of exultation. She had broken through to the gold Shien realm. This meant that she had attained considerable strength. She didn't need anyone's protection anymore. It was useless now. Guanqing suppressed that rising feeling of joy with great difficulty. She realized that the palm which was placed on her back, and had earlier transferred that warm strength to her, had stopped doing so. Yet, she could still feel that warm palm on her back. It was a good, big and warm hand. Who helped me? That Jun Moxie doesn't have enough cultivation to help me. She curiously turned her head to look. Surprisingly, she found that Jun Moxie was sitting cross-legged behind her, with his eyes closed. His hand was extended outwards, his palm was still placed on her back. How is this possible? It really was him. Suddenly, she felt a burst of dizziness. Since when did this little brat have such a high cultivation? Is it possible that? But he's motionless. He must have expended a lot of strength to assist in increasing my power, right? No wonder he can't open his eyes. It must have been unbearably tiring. Just when she was thinking this, she felt the hand placed on her back move. Then, she felt the 5 fingers squirm about. Suddenly, she started to feel ticklish. Is this little brat kneading my back? His fingers moved again. This. Isn't he fondling my back? Guanqing's body stiffened as she turned her head to look. The wretched little brat's eyes were still closed. But, he had a happy expression on his face. The corners of his mouth were bent crooked in an extremely vulgar smile. It seemed that his face was revealing the lustfulness of his soul. This is the same vulgar side of the brother-in-law. But, wasn't he only pretending to be a vile character? How? That palm started to move again. This time, in a downward direction. Could Guanqing allow her devilish brother-in-law to take advantage of her? Ah, she exclaimed. Bang, she instinctively slapped him. Then, she resolutely stamped her feet, and let her kick loose. Her face turned red with shame. She couldn't show her face anymore. So, she clutched her face and ran away. The young lady's speed had increased drastically along with her cultivation. Her silhouette disappeared into her room. Her heartbeat sounded like loud drums. She was angry and ashamed yet bashful. Guanqing's expression was one of hatred. She stamped her feet on the ground. She couldn't prevent tears from flowing down her eyes as she sat in daze for some time. Then, she suddenly fell on her bed and covered her head, sobs escaped her lips even though she tried hard to stifle them. Jun Moxie had been able to feel her soft and satin skin even though his palm was separated from it by a layer of clothing. His mind had been intoxicated by this sensation. In fact, he felt as if his mouth had run dry. His palm seemed to have grown a mind of its own. It was seemingly moving around on its own. It's so smooth, what is that? His mind was starstruck with admiration. He was completely oblivious about his bodily actions. He felt as if he was slowly floating in the breeze. In fact, he felt as if he had become an immortal. Then, Jun Moxie was startled by a sudden cry of fear. He had just opened his eyes when, bang, he felt a palm slap his face. The slap had given rise to a crisp sound. He was obviously angered by this. What's the matter? He was about to retort when he suddenly felt a violent sensation surge in his abdomen. He didn't get enough time to feel the pain since he was sent flying like the misty clouds. He drifted for 10 meters and crashed onto a flower bed. A full 10 meters. The young Master Jun hadn't been born as big person in this reincarnation. He wasn't even close to 6 feet in height, nor was his figure bulky or brawny. His body was that of an average man. So was his weight. That is why one kick from a pretty girl was enough to send his body flying. Did she become this powerful by taking the medicine? This medicine, you can't eat it indiscriminately. As fate would have it, there were many sharp thorns in that flower bed. Several thorns pricked into the young Master Jun's posterior. He started to hurt everywhere, and all thoughts instantly disappeared from his skulls. The tent which had previously been raised in the crotch of his pants, had dispiritedly collapsed. He crawled out of the flower bed in a daze. There wasn't a soul in sight. The young Master Jun tried to recall the sequence of events. He couldn't help become frantic. I understand that my hands moved in an immoral manner, and my thoughts were immoral as well, but I had only intended to help you. However, the outcome of that. What can I say? Couldn't you have objected before you struck me? This is unreasonable. Although, I certainly acted immorally first. The more young Master Jun thought about this incident, the more he realized that he was in the wrong, and that the slap and the kick were fitting punishments. I can't even absolve my actions in this incident. Isn't that depressing? Young Master Jun remained silent for some time. He had given some of the dawn to his grandfather and his third uncle, only to have them rip him apart. Jun Moxie then gave a dosage to Guanqing, and also helped increase her cultivation. He thought that his beautiful sister-in-law would commend him for it, or would at least behave gently with him thereafter. Who would have imagined that she would instead kick his abdomen? It was still fortunate that she had kicked his abdomen. What if her kick had landed a bit lower? Wouldn't she have broken his eggs? Jun Moxie wiped his cold sweat and fled with his tail tucked between his legs. He realized that he wouldn't have been able to go to the Tianfa if that kick had smashed his eggs. So, he quickly concealed his crotch with his hands, and Frog jumped out of her courtyard. My legendary reputation would have been crushed. The young Master Jun issued an order. 254 strong guards had been training intensely in the Jun family's grounds. It didn't matter if they were in honing their skills training, or were in resistance training, or they were soaking in the hot pool, everyone immediately put their tasks on hold. They quickly divided into 2 groups, and stationed themselves in an orderly manner in front of Jun Moxie. Every man in the 2 formations appeared to be in high spirits. Remember when I started your training, I told you that I want 2 teams out of you. Those 2 teams would be the strongest. One would be the Heaven Destroyer team, and the other would be the Spirit Devourer team. And, not only would those 2 teams be the strongest, they would also make the backbone of my fighting force. These 2, the Heaven's Destroyer and Spirit Devourer, teams would assist me in moving through the continent unhindered. And, the members of these 2 teams would be selected from the best amongst you. And, those chosen men would be nightmare for the rest of the world. They would be this continent's foremost warriors. They would be without equal. Jun Moxie leisurely paced in front of the assembled warriors. There was a sharp look in his eyes. His gaze swept across each and every soldier's face. Each and every man's breathing was coarse and heavy. Every man's eyes was brimming with longing. To become the strongest warrior. To become the nightmare of all foes. This was their greatest desire. This is what they had craved their entire lives. I had also said that whether you deserve it or not, depends on you. On whether you'd qualify. I don't know any of your names up till this point. Firstly, because I'm not interested in knowing them. Secondly, because you don't deserve my recognition. Jun Moxie slowly stated. His slow manner of speech had a bizarre tempo to it. It was like an overbearing power that was pressurizing the entire land. It seemed that time itself had slowed down. I will send you on your first mission after 4 days. And those who survive it will become the members of my Heaven's Destroyer and Spirit Devourer teams. From then on, they shall step onto the path of power, and the path of slaughter. Their very name would make the entire continent shiver with fear. Jun Moxie stared at them. Then, he continued in a low tone, but, this mission is different from the previous ones. I want only the strongest warriors. So, this mission will be extremely deadly. I will tell you that this mission is extremely dangerous. The mortality rate will be 90%. And, that is only a conservative estimate. Therefore, anyone who doesn't wish to proceed, can take a step back. My family and I won't force anyone to go through with this. So, you can withdraw if you wish. There's no shame in thinking about your own safety. The autumn wind whistled. Not a single man amongst the 254 moved. In fact, no one even batted an eyelid. This is the last opportunity to withdraw, you won't be able to look back later. It is entirely possible that 10 out of every 10 may die. They'll be gone forever. This is the final opportunity. Jun Moxie proclaimed coldly. Nobody moved an inch, same as before. Jun Moxie nodded softly. Then, he spoke sternly, those who want to join, step forward. Boom! 254 men took a step forward. They had exerted themselves as they had taken this step forward. Their orderly, yet powerful, step had sent the entire ground trembling. Very good. 9 out of 10 may not survive this mission. But, you can't have any regrets now. They say that a man who pushes forward despite the troubles, is an iron-blooded man. Let me tell you something. Jun Moxie resolutely muttered a few words. Then, he suddenly looked up with a thunderous expression in his eyes. Everyone became alert, and straightened their backs. They wanted to listen to Jun Moxie's words very carefully. A real man's journey has only one direction. Glory and splendor in life or death, but no retreat. A real man's blood is made of iron. He shall never sway in the face of danger. A real man's tears are the most expensive. He doesn't retreat even when he faces many enemies alone. His bones may break. His blood may flow like a river. But, a real man stands firm, he doesn't look back. This ballad of the real man can only be recited by real men. Those who aren't real men, can't even understand it. Jun Moxie put his hands behind his back. I hope that each and every one of my brothers becomes a real man. Gentlemen, take the first step to become a real man. Accompany me as we proudly take over the entire world. There was complete silence. Everyone's expression was extremely fierce. That heroic ballad had boiled everyone's blood. It seemed that each and every pore in their body had erupted with impassioned strength, their eyes emitted scorching brilliance. It was an excellent ballad. A real man's journey has only one direction. Glory and splendor in life or death, but no retreat. A man could only move in one direction if his goal was clear. And, he'd continue to move in the same direction his entire life. Such a man could never have regrets. A real man's blood is made of iron. He shall never sway in the face of danger. This was an inherent quality of a real man. A real man's tears are the most expensive. He doesn't retreat even when he faces many enemies alone. The sun may set when the battlefield has been riddled with corpses and drained with blood. The allies may have left, and the real man would have to confront his many enemies despite the scars on his body. It would be a very tragic scene. But, how could a real man retreat? His bones may break. His blood may flow like a river. But, a real man stands firm, he doesn't look back. Such was a real man. The two team leaders led the 254 men to pass from in front of Jun Moxie. They took their dawn, closed the palm of their hands, and strode away. The 254 men had collected their dawn in a jiffy. Then, they neatly organized themselves in two groups without falling into disarray. These medicines are rare and legendary. This young master had to face many twists and turns, and had to spend a lot of money to refine these dawn. And now, each one of you has one ration of these medicines in your hand. These dawn will increase your Shien Qi's ability by 10 years. Gentlemen, do not fail to live up to my expectations. Jun Moxie spoke this in a stern manner as he placed his hands behind his back. Everyone was shocked. People had heard about various kinds of rare and precious medicines across the entire Shien continent. Such as, ginseng, 1,000 years mushrooms, knotweed etc., these medicines could foster an individual's progress. But, there had never been any news of medicines which could increase Shien Qi cultivation by this much. And, this young master hadn't only refined these priceless dawn, but he was also handing them over to others. Everyone was extremely touched by this. A man lays down his life for his close friends. And, he does it without saying a word. The two captains issued an order, and the 254 started to march about. They arranged themselves in a manner that each man was separated from his adjacent comrade by a distance of 3 meters. Then, he looked upwards, and swallowed those 3 precious pills down. After that, they sat down cross-legged and solemnly focused their attention on their respective dantians to absorb the Shien Qi from the dawn. Jun Moxie stood in front of them in an outwardly light and easy manner. However, he had concealed throwing knives in his hands as a precaution. He was in his own home at the moment, but he couldn't dare to show the slightest of negligence at this juncture. Over 200 men would promote their cultivation altogether. Such a thing was unprecedented. Therefore, Jun Moxie had taken extreme precautions. A tower was located some distance away from the training area. Jun Moxie had been watching the show from the sidelines. He grinned and murmured, "I knew that this brat had kept a lot to himself, and I was right. Upgrading the 254 of them together, this is amazing." Grandpa Jun snorted, "Moxie should use those medicines, but he shouldn't use them indiscriminately. Dangerous situations can arise if the news of this matter were to spread out. An ordinary man doesn't need to hide behind a wall. But, these medicines are capable of causing mishaps that can doom my Jun family to eternal damnation in an instant. Wu Yi, we must be extremely careful. It is better to bury these medicines into the ground if their source was threatened with exposure. I won't let anything happen to Moxie. Do you understand?" "I understand." Jun Moxie gave a profound nod and said, "The lure of these medicines can bring about the Jun family's doom. We shouldn't take risks if there's any scope of problems. It's better to miss this opportunity than to take the risk involved." "Good." Grandpa Jun then looked at his grandson. A look of love and affection emerged on his face as he continued, "The timing of these medications' consumption should also be precise. And, the beneficiary shouldn't know that his enhancement has taken place because of the dawn. Do you know how to go about it?" Jun Moxie gave a slight nod. "My body had been crippled for 10 years, but my mind hadn't gone to waste. I coincidentally developed a method to enhance my cultivation. I'll simply ask people to use the same method. That's all." Jun Zhantian narrowed his gaze, "Then, you're putting yourself at risk." The third master Jun smiled in a calm and tranquil manner, "Be at ease, father. I know what's going to happen. But, no one is likely to search for Moxie in regards to this matter. You'll have to be extra careful. Grandpa Jun nodded, and didn't say anything for a while. Then, his eyes shone with a cold light. After that, he spoke in a dignified manner, I want every intel on these 254. I want to know about their experiences, and their connections. I want to know about their friends, their families, and anyone else they may come into contact with. Even neighbors, or perhaps even lovers, even the prostitute *es they may be intimate with. You will eliminate anyone who turns up suspicious in the investigation. Even if our actions appear baseless or unjust, do you understand? Yes. Jun Zhantian had given the order in a resolute and firm manner. Moreover, it was spoken like a military order. Especially when he had spoken those last words, even our actions appear baseless or unjust, he had decidedly ordered to kill. So, Jun Wui had given a solemn reply like a subordinate would upon receiving such orders. Jun Wui had only said one word in reply. But, the two people had understood that this command was tantamount to a military order. Jun Zhantian was aware that there would be movement the moment the news of Jun Moxie's medicines would surface. He was aware that it would cause a sensation, and would lead to problems. So, Grandpa Jun was merely taking precautions against any eventuality. He was acting reckless for his grandson's safety. Similarly, the third Master Jun had bet everything in order to keep his nephew safe. He had even bet his own life. The soldiers who had taken the pills were already experiencing a reaction. A few of them were already at the Gold Shien realm. These few men were finding it relatively easier to absorb the pure Shien qi. And, were able to absorb it properly. But, more than 95% of the men were facing extreme pain. They had no other option since their silver Shien cultivation wasn't enough to withstand the effects of these dawn. The muscles and meridians over their entire body had started to become taut. Their skin had started to flicker with a silvery radiance since the silver Shien qi was frantically flowing through them. These men were at the silver Shien realm, but their foundation wasn't strong. Therefore, they had no option but to endure the extreme pain that was being caused by this burst of pure Shien qi. However, they had to support themselves through this ordeal. They would learn a lot of things if they were able to do this on their own. This would help them greatly during their future breakthroughs. Moreover, they would gain experience, and would get to hone their self-discipline. There were a few men whose cultivation was weaker than the rest. Their faces were full of sweat. The color of their skin had started to resemble that of blood. In fact, it seemed as if their blood was aching to burst out onto the surface. Their expressions were dark and contorted, that was enough to describe the tremendous amount of pain they were enduring. Shien cultivation had various stages. And, people had to break through the previous stages to move up. For example, a silver Shien expert would break through to gold Shien, and a gold Shien expert would break through to jade Shien etc. Such a breakthrough was qualitative in nature. However, there could be a difference in the strengths of two individuals even if they were at the same level. For example, most of these soldiers were at silver Shien realm at the moment. But, their cultivation wasn't very profound. So, majority of these men weren't at par with Guanqing Han. Guanqing Han's family wasn't that powerful, but she had been taught the proper practices since childhood. Hence, she had been able to make a breakthrough after taking those 3 dawn. In fact, she could have done it without Jun Moxie's assistance. She would have fainted at the most, nothing more. However, these brawny soldiers were different from her. Their Shien cultivation wasn't sufficient. It was difficult for them to control this 10 years' worth of cultivation since they weren't like Guanqing Han. In fact, it was quite possible that they wouldn't see any advancement throughout their life if they failed to absorb this 10 years' worth of cultivation properly. Fortunately, they had gone through Jun Moxie's hellish training. And, their resolve was far superior to that of a normal person's. So, they could endure this pain even though it was unbearable. In fact, not one of them screamed, or issued a single sound from their throats. But, they gnashed their teeth, and the loud sounds of their teeth's clattering resounded uninterrupted. There wasn't even a single groan of pain, only the sound of grinding of teeth. Grandpa Jun's voice became dignified as he watched at the scene below. Unexpectedly, these 254 men are real men of blood and iron. Their bones are good and strong. They've made this old man's pulse race. Jun Wu smiled. His eyes were full of praise. Eventually, the silver light around one man started to condense. Then, it faintly transformed into a light golden one. The golden light didn't dazzle, but it was exceptionally stable. He had passed that ordeal, and had broken through to the gold Shien realm. A second man followed, then the third. The golden lights flickered endlessly as 10 men successively attained the gold Shien level. They were extremely pleased after having passed through that painful transition. However, these men didn't rise to their feet immediately after. They kept their eyes shut, and continued to breathe slowly. They had started to sense the huge changes they had gone through. They had never felt so much strength in their body. They started to circulate the chi flow through their meridians slowly and unhurriedly so that their bodies could adapt to these changes as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the silver lights continued to flicker brightly. In fact, their radiance increased as time passed. The entire training ground of the Jun family had started to bathe in this resplendent silver color since over 200 men had simultaneously shone bright with that color. These brilliant flashes of light nearly blinded the father-son duo on the tower. The weakest of them are silver Shien experts, the majority of them are silver Shien peak experts. A few of them have made it to the gold Shien, and the strongest 4 are at the peak of the gold Shien realm. Grandpa Jun gasped, if these troops are sent to the battlefield. They won't be sent to the battlefield. They aren't ordinary soldiers anymore, Jun Wu spoke unenthusiastically. They will only fight for Moxie now. And, sending them to a battlefield would be a waste. I won't permit such a waste. Moxie had once said that the weakest of these men would be Earth Shien Peak. I thought that he was just talking big. But now, I don't think that's impossible. 3 months ago, the strongest of them was merely a level 8 expert. This is absolutely astonishing. It is against the will of the heavens. Jun Wu spoke slowly. A divine light of excitement flashed in his eyes. The weakest of them would be an Earth Shien Peak expert. Wouldn't that mean that we would have around 200 Sky Shien experts? Even the Silver Blizzard City and the Shui Hun Manor wouldn't be able to resist me, even if they were to combine their strengths, my god. Grandpa Jun had remained silent. He had been stroking his beard, and had unconsciously strengthened his grip on it when he heard this proclamation. In fact, he had accidentally pulled out a few strands of hair from his beard, and was completely unaware of it. This was shocking. All 254 soldiers had a breakthrough, not a single one of them failed. Then, they got up from the ground, and quickly organized themselves in their previous formation. They were looking at Jun Moxie with eyes full of gratitude, and franticness. Bang! 254 people kneeled to the ground, and knocked their heads against it. The sound produced by their act of gratitude was so loud that it echoed in all directions. Thank you, young master. Over 200 men roared in unison. I will give you 2 days. Use the usual training to adapt to the changes in your body. I want everyone to coordinate their style with the changes in their Shien Qi. And, on morning of the 3rd day, you will go to the weapons arsenal and receive your weapons. Then, Jun Moxie nodded coldly and continued, moreover, this matter is classified as top secret. No one is allowed to divulge it to anyone. All of you will be implicated, without exception, if anyone leaks this information. Yes. Your subordinates would rather die than divulge. Grandpa Jun was still atop the tower. There was a sense of anxiety in his gratified eyes. Moxie's finesse is enough to make a coherent and charismatic leader. He has the prestige. And he certainly has the required genius. But, I don't think he's fit to lead the troops. Why? Father, Mo Xie leads his troops by demanding exact compliance with regard to instructions. His strict discipline has produced such great results. His leadership has transformed these troops into an elite force. So, why isn't he suitable to lead the troops? Jun Wuyi was puzzled. He has a very fierce mind. Grandpa Jun snorted. He then sighed. It seemed as if he was looking at something which was perfect, except for one defect. He's a suitable leader for special troops, but not for regular soldiers. The words he just spoke were only the usual threat, but pay mind to his last words, all of you will be implicated, without exception, if anyone leaks this information. Grandpa Jun sighed again. Mo Xie didn't hesitate as he stated his fearful doctrine, there wasn't a strand of emotion in his tone. When I heard his words, I realized that Mo Xie will stay true to his threat even if one of those men steps out of line and divulges the secret. And, he would actually implicate each one of them. That doesn't mean anything, does it? If he can train this batch, he can also train another. Jun Wuyi disagreed. Father, you and I are well aware that discipline is important. And, things can get very harsh and cruel at times, but it's of utmost importance to maintain order. How can we be soft-hearted under such circumstances? This is the right thing to do. That's why you will only be a commander. But, you can't become a commander-in-chief, Jun Zhantian sighed, a commander will only have a few troops under his command. And, you can deploy them as per the war's situation. These handfuls of troops can follow you to the letter since they are well trained and understand things. So, they won't be a problem. Your personal troops and Mo Xie's platoon are an example of that. But, these handfuls of troops only make a small portion on an actual army. There are likely to be hundreds of thousands of troops under a commander-in-chief's command. And, it is vital for a commander-in-chief to control the overall situation. But, if you were to act this harshly with all of them, I'm afraid you will bring about the doom of your own army. Frictions and contradictions are inevitable when many platoons are stationed together since armies are full of hot-blooded men. You can have hundreds of dispute within a night of them being garrisoned together. Now, if we followed yours and Mo Xie's approach, you would have all of them beheaded. Jun Zhantian sighed, a commander needs to be strict and impartial, but a commander-in-chief needs to be tolerant. Being a commander and being a commander-in-chief isn't the same thing. You're too unyielding, and Mo Xie is too fierce. These are your strong points, but also your shortcomings. Jun Zhantian spoke in a profound manner. Mo Xie is too ruthless, but that is sufficient to protect himself. However, you can still suffer a loss since you act so unyieldingly. That is the primary difference between the two of you. Jun Wuyi stood calmly. He pondered over his father's words, and remained motionless for a long while. The harsh training had begun on the training ground. But, the intensity of the training was 10 times higher than before. Jun Mo Xie returned to his courtyard, and drew a long breath. He had enhanced everyone's skills. Now, the only person who was left was he himself. He had refined those dawn, but hadn't yet tried them himself. I've recently reached the middle level of the Jade Shien realm. So, would the dawn produce good effects? Jun Mo Xie wasn't sure. But, he also knew that any positive effects would only tantamount to extra benefits. Therefore, he didn't hesitate as he swallowed a 10 years Dan. However, Jun Mo Xie didn't take the Devil's Heart Dan. The Devil's Heart Dan was certainly very dependable, but this was an opportunity to practice self-discipline. Moreover, this Dan had a very negative impact on the promotion of the spiritual realms. Jun Mo Xie felt an abundance of chi flow in his dantian. He was very delighted by this. This is really useful. As his mind settled down, he realized that I forgot something. He initiated the art of unlocking the heaven's fortune, and his meridians were flooded with powerful waves of chi flow. The imperial edict was issued the next day. As expected, it appointed Jun Wuyi as the commander of the army that was to leave for the Tian Fa forest. He would command an army of 20,000. The army would be deployed in the next couple of days to follow. It would depart south towards the Tianfa forest. Every major family would provide assistance to deal with the Shien beast uprising. Apart from Jun Wuyi, the emperor had mentioned the names of several other people from the major families on that list. Jun Moxie's name was impressively high on that list. A few people from the Mang family were mentioned as well. The Murong family was to send Murong Qian Jun and Murong Qian Li. The Dugu family was to send 3 of the heroes and legends. And even the Song family was to send some people. However, against Jun Moxie's expectations, Li Yuran's name wasn't mentioned on that list. In other words, Li Yuran wouldn't be heading to the Tianfa forest. How could His Majesty retain such a dangerous person in this hollow capital? Li Yuran was ambitious, and Jun Moxie couldn't be convinced that the emperor hadn't realized it. But, it was problem for Jun Moxie since the emperor had decided to keep Li Yuran behind, despite knowing about his ambitions. That list contained the name of one or the other youngster from each major family. Therefore, these families were bound to send some experts to protect their heirs. The emperor's imperial edict hadn't explicitly stated this, but each powerful family would virtually end up dispatching a major subset of their strengths. Jun Wuyi rushed to the Ministry of Defense to finish up with the formalities the moment he received the imperial decree. The emperor wanted the army to move within 2 days, but how could it be done on such a short notice? It would require at least 5 days' time to make the preparations. The army hadn't moved, yet the supplies had already advanced. Jun Zhantian, the supreme commander of the military, blew along the province like a storm to make the arrangements, and everyone was set to work. The Ministry of Public Works, Ministry of Revenue, and the Ministry Defense joined hands. They acted swiftly and everything necessary to supplement the march of the army was readied in less than 1 day's time. Such efficiency could leave anyone flabbergasted. Armies had gone to war before as well. But, who had run around to make such preparation without a trace of dawdle in their efforts? In fact, the army would set out, but the army's supplies would never be in position. The army's ration supplies would always be delayed. It was hard to draw this nuisance's comparison with anything. However, no one refused to comply this time. Who was Jun Wuyi? Jun Wuyi had retired some time ago, but he was still considered a legendary general in the Tianxiang Empire. It had been 10 years, but this iron-blooded general was still a famous legend. And, he was coming out of retirement for this battle. So, the entire military was in celebration. His old comrades in arms and his subordinates were particularly excited. It didn't matter whether a particular organization was under the Dugu or the Jun family's military control. Jun Wuyi got a green light from everywhere. No one dared to raise any objections, whether it was a civil division, or a military division. The soldiers and the officers in the military had started to pray. They wanted to be a part of the army this legendary general would lead into battle. They hoped that he would point in the direction of their battalion, and select them as a part of his army. The army hadn't started its march yet, but everyone was in high spirits. Inside the palace. You think it's strange that I've dispatched Jun Moxie, but retained Li Yuran? The emperor wasn't playing chess this time. He was sipping tea, while his face was covered with a smile. Yes. Especially since Jun Moxie doesn't have any ambitions, while Li Yuran's careerism is pretty obvious. So, I can't understand why His Majesty would send Jun Moxie and retain Li Yuran. Mr. Wen sat across from him. He asked in a puzzled manner. Li Yuran has some weaknesses. He's easy to control. He can't do anything when he is under my eyes. And, I want to see if this person can be of any use to me. So, I've kept him behind to observe him more carefully, the emperor smiled lightly. As for Jun Moxie, he doesn't have any desires. He'll go if you ask him to go, and he'll stay if you ask him to stay. He's like a floating cloud. But, he can't be controlled. So, I'm sending him to the Shien beast uprising. Whether he lives, or he dies, is up to him. I'm still not clear. If he's like a floating cloud, then why must? Mr. Wen frowned. A floating cloud is of no concern when it's alone. But, a floating cloud can wreak havoc if it has a strong support behind it. A cold light passed through His Majesty's eyes as he sighed. Great merits can shake the world, but great power can also attract trouble. Mr. Wen sighed in silence. Has there been any activity around my second son? The Emperor smiled rather eccentrically. Yes, the crossbows will arrive in the southern suburbs of the capital on the morning of the 4th day. Mr. Wen gave a sly sigh as he spoke. Very good, I won't have the crossbows stranded outside. The Emperor gently kept his palms on the table. His fingers were spread out. His Majesty concentrated his gaze on his fingers, as if admiring how perfect they were. Be at ease, Your Majesty, Mr. Wen replied. And with that being the case, why didn't Your Majesty issue an imperial edict? If it is my second son's doing, I'll have no choice but to destroy him, the Emperor smiled bitterly. He looked in the distance for some time. Then, he finally muttered, it wouldn't matter if someone were sitting in a hall, in the harem chambers, or anywhere else on this land, this activity could shake everyone. A strong undercurrent is surging in all directions. We can't afford this vibration. Mr. Wen lowered his gaze, and remained silent. He had never thought the Emperor would do something like this since his fatherly emotions would intervene. But, he had come to realize that he had been mistaken, gravely mistaken. He laughed at himself. The Emperor's thought process is far worse than I imagined. Send a letter. Convey an order to the Blood Sword Hall, and whether it is the Southern Zhao family or the Southern trade unions, and also my second son's men, no one is to be let off. Make sure that this matter is handled cleanly. The Emperor exhaled in a profound manner. My second son had no means to acquire these terrible weapons. The Blood Sword Hall took the initiative on its own. And yet, my second son hasn't suspected anything fishy. I've lost hope in my second son's intelligence. Mr. Wen continued to remain silent. I wouldn't have suspected it. Rather, who could possibly suspect that you, the Emperor of the Four Seas, would still secretly be in control of such an assassination team in the dark? In fact, I'm convinced that most people wouldn't believe this matter even if it came to light. Mr. Wen looked at the Emperor. A question rose in his heart, but he was too scared to bring it to his mouth. How many trump cards does this Emperor hold in his hands? Naturally, if the second prince or Jun Moxie or other people came to know about these words, they would immediately understand why the second prince had asked the Blood Sword Hall's assassins to execute this mission. This faction's men were bound to fail one step before they reached the finish line. The Blood Sword Hall was the most famous house of assassins in the Tianxiang Empire, perhaps the entire Shien continent. But, the identity of the mastermind behind them, was extremely shocking. However, if one mulled it over, it would seem normal. In fact, it would make a lot of sense. Wouldn't it? How could the entire upper echelon of the Tianxiang Empire know this organization of assassins? And, how could this organization act so openly without any scruples? So much so, that they had connections with the families in the imperial court, and even the later generations of the imperial family. The existence of such a group would have been fairly normal in a small country since smaller empires usually have a very weak military force. But, the Tianxiang Empire's military strength was tyrannical, and highly centralized. The empire's emperor was one of the most talented individuals of the generation. So, how could he allow such an organization of assassins to act in such an unrestrained manner inside his nation? So much so, that they would even have the courage to attempt the assassination of the royal princess, as if it was child's play. There was a lot more to this matter. Take the example of Princess Ling Meng's assassination for example. The continent's most well-known organization of assassin would likely possess an intelligence network of equal merit. And, though Yigu Han's existence was admittedly a secret, but, how could an organization like the Blood Sword Hall fail to find out about Yigu Han's presence on her guard? However, They had only sent 2 gold Shien experts to assassinate Princess Ling Mang. Would facing a Sky Shien bodyguard of the target with 2 gold Shien experts be of any use? Did it make any sense? It was a pity that the second prince had been involved in all this. Especially that Bulsh *T line, "Your intelligence is erroneous," had already been dispatched to him. The second prince probably wouldn't understand the reality of this till the end of his days, that his own father had used him to cleanse and rectify the bureaucratic structure of the empire. In fact, he would even use this event to purge his harem. If this was ever to come to light, the hitman Jun would accept that he wasn't the world's most formidable player, by any means. That title was undoubtedly reserved for the Tianxiang Empire's emperor. The chambers of the imperial concubines. "Little Mang, truthfully tell your mother, what's the problem? Are you ill?" a graceful and gorgeous lady asked in a courteous manner. She wore a yellow gown of her body, and a traditional crown on her head. She was the current empress, and Princess Ling Mang's mother, Morong Xiu Xiu. It's nothing. Your daughter's health is fine. Everything is normal." I don't know why Queen Mother would ask this. Ling Mang didn't admit anything. Ling Mang didn't know what would happen if she told her mother about the misery of Yi Gu Han's condition. So, she invariably lied. Normal. Child, you've never been good at lying. You always stutter when you lie. The Empress smiled gently as she looked at her daughter with affection. Sometimes, you seem very worried these days. And sometimes, you giggle. On top of that, you usually weep at night. Your tears have moistened your pillows. Would you call this normal? Mother. Princess Ling Mang let loose her lovable self. Could your daughter ever lie to you? There's nothing different with me. Could it be? The Empress smiled. She lovingly poked her daughter's tiny nose. Perhaps, you've taken a fancy to a family's young man. Mother, what are you saying? Princess Ling Mang blurted out aloud. She became bashful, and her face reddened. But, she still hesitated inside. Can I use this chance to tell my mother about Jun Moxie? Princess Ling Mang couldn't help but blush as her beloved's thought crossed her mind. The Empress looked at her daughter's expression. How could she not know? My daughter's body isn't that of a small girl anymore. She had reached that age. My daughter has grown up. You little girl, but I can't tell which family's young man has garnered the affections of my treasured daughter. The Empress looked at her daughter teasingly. Queen Mother. Princess Ling Mang turned and twisted her waist. She hesitated for a moment, but eventually decided to keep her feeling to herself for the time being. The princess was no fool. How could she not know that Jun Moxie's feelings may not be in compliance? She feared that he might not harbor a favorable impression about her. Therefore, she might court a rebuff if she were to declare her feelings in a rash manner. However, the princess's heart was in denial. You tried to woo me for so many years, but I wasn't impressed. I didn't care no matter how much attention you gave me. And, now that this princess has no objections, this lecherous guy is giving me attitude, humph. My little girl seems shy. Don't tell if you don't want to. Your mother won't compel you. He. Little Mang, tell your mother about your beloved as soon as possible. You're not that young anymore. It would become a very troublesome matter if your father, the emperor, impulsively decided to bestow you in marriage someday. The Empress spoke as she dotingly played with her daughter's hair. Your daughter understands. The princess cuddled into her mother's embrace. She suddenly recalled her Uncle Ye's years of service, and the misery of his current condition. She felt sick at heart, and wanted to cry. I don't know why, but, my heart seems to sense something oddly fearful for the past few days. As if something very bad has happened. A light smile graced the Empress's face. A pensive expression covered her face as she muttered to herself, what could it be? What could have happened? I've been feeling a strange ache in my heart. Princess Ling Meng's heart tensed, but she didn't dare to speak. I don't know Uncle Ye's situation. And, I don't know how many damned enemies he has in this palace. Jun family. Jun Moxie's forehead was sweaty. He had kept quiet in the face of this little girl's bared fangs. He had remained silent because. I wish to go too. Dugu Xiaoyi arrogantly declared as she held Little White in her arms. What are you saying, sister? Do you intend to fill the bellies of the Shien beasts? Do you intend to help me or the Shien beasts? Jun Moxie flippantly rolled his eyes. God Spare me, please. This little girl has been annoying me the entire morning. Humph. You might end up in the belly of those Shien beasts, but I'm very fierce and powerful. Even my 7 brothers can't match me if I use my knife technique properly. No one in the Gold Shien realm can match me. Besides, what could a couple of Shien beasts do to this little girl? Dugu Xiaoyi continued in a lofty manner. Just look at how Little White behaves, doesn't he act like a little puppy even though he's a level 8 Shien beast? So, what do I have to fear if they are all like this? I can kill thousands of them. And hey, I can find a playmate for Little White too. Little White let out a discontent whine. You think it's easy to find such a high-level and top-notch beast? He raised his eyeballs to look at her. However, he was also aware of the reason behind his mistress's words. He knew that it would be unwise to make a move. So, he ignored her, and went back to sleep. Jun Moxie felt helpless. How can you make this comparison? Little White is a high-level Shien beast. But, he's not a grown-up, is he? No, we shouldn't even say that, we ought to say that he's an infant. So, how can you associate him with them? Have you never seen another Shien beast? Don't you know anything? 1. What nonsense are you talking? You think I don't know stuff? And, the other Shien beasts? What about them? Other Shien beasts get dispirited the moment they see this young lady. They don't even dare to raise their heads, the little girl proudly declared. Tears streamed down Jun Moxie's cheeks. Really? How could a pampered girl from a powerful family know about these dangers? You've only seen low-level Shien beasts who have been domesticated by others. You must be joking. You always carry Little White with you. And, the capital only has standard-level Shien beasts. So, they get dispirited when they see Little White. Does that reasoning make any sense to you? Little White is indeed very formidable here, but he isn't worth anything in Tianfa. Jun Moxie explained earnestly. You think you can fool me as if I were a kid? Little White is so ferocious. And, you still say that it's nothing? I'm going anyway. And, when I want to go, I will get to go. Dugu Xiaoyi spoke in an unreasonable manner. It will be my grandfather's 70th birthday in 2 months. He had received an injury to his waist on the battlefield long ago. He can't stay in the wind for long, he catches a cold because of that injury. I've heard that a snow ferret Shien beast's fur can prevent a person from catching a cold. So, I plan to hunt down a snow ferret on this trip. I wish to give it to my grandfather on his birthday in order to show my love. This little girl thinks that a snow ferret is just waiting there for her to come for it. She thinks she can just go and grab it. Jun Moxie nearly fainted. Sister, good lady, do you think that a snow ferret Shien beast is a domestic kitten? That you can just grab it? That thing is much higher in level than your iron-winged panther. They are at least level 8 Shien beasts. And not just in name only. In fact, level 8 is also a conservative estimate. In other words, it can evolve. Do you understand? She had been gentler these days. So, Jun Moxie had forgotten about her domineering nature. But, it seemed that she had reverted back to her old ways. Someone had rightly said, it's easy to change a country, but it's hard to change one's essential nature. What's so difficult about it? Isn't it just a little snow ferret? What's the big deal? The little girl waved her hand and cried out. She didn't take Jun Moxie seriously. Then, her eyes changed directions as she lowered her head and implored, "Brother Moxie, you can spare one horse for me? Right? I can't. I won't even discuss this." Jun Moxie was surprisingly resolute as he denied her. "You think I don't have spare horses? Won't your annoying Dugu family skin me if something were to happen to you? I'm no gentleman. It will be very troublesome if something happens along the journey. Brother Moxie, I beseech you." Dugu Xiaoyi caught his arm, and looked at him in a frail and lovable manner. "Out of the question. It's no use to tempt me." Jun Moxie snorted. Then, he thought of something and added, "Tempting a Jun man has never been of any use. You think you can be pleased with yourself?" Dugu Xiaoyi snorted, spat and stuck her tongue out. "Humph. I'll just go with my elder brothers if you won't take me. You think I need your charity? You think I can't go to Tianfa if you refuse to take me along? Do as you wish." Jun Moxie spread his arms, "I'm fine with everything as long as I don't have to take you. If your 3 elder brothers are willing to take you, they've saved me. They'll have my thanks for sharing the burden." Notes. 1. The original text had an old Chinese proverb. "Even if you've never eaten pork, surely, you've seen a pig run." This proverb means that, don't you know anything? We've gone with the literal meaning of the proverb since it was repeatedly used in the text, and would have been very difficult to interpret unless you're aware of its true meaning and variants. But, I wish to go with you. He, following you will be quite amusing. You're not very restful by nature. So, the journey will be very interesting. How could it be any fun to go with my 3 foolish elder brothers? Dugu Xiaoyi instantly realized that her trick had been ineffective. So, she shamelessly turned to a new approach. It was clear to Jun Moxie that the little girl's 3 brothers had flatly rejected her request to accompany them. So, she had come to annoy him. Why else would she come to me? I've told you. It's not going to happen. You're not to get involved on this trip. So, you can forget about leaving this place. It was like Jun Moxie's heart was made of iron and stone. He wouldn't concede, no matter what. You will accompany my sister-in-law at home. You can't go to a place like that. It will be hard to look after you. We're not going on an outing. I don't understand how she'll keep me company. Anyway, she won't be accompanying me because I'm going to Tianfa, a cold voice spoke out. Jun Moxie's spine became stiff as he heard those words. He turned his head to look. Wasn't that Guanqing Han? Guanqing Han had been feeling as if something was wrong with this matter of marching south to the forest. Not many people knew about their issues with the Shui Han manor. But, most of the influential families knew about it, the imperial palace was obviously no exception. And yet, they mentioned that Jun Wuyi and Jun Moxie were to go. Why would they do that? Jun Wuyi would have to lead the troops into battle. So, that was acceptable. But, why had Jun Moxie been dragged into it? This had worried Guanqing Han. And, what she was most worried about was, what if the Shui Han manor tries to use this opportunity to create problems for Jun Wuyi and Jun Moxie? It will all be because of me. What should I do? The nature of this uncle-nephew duo is bound to make things worse. These two aren't that strong. So, how will they be able to deal with the Shui Han manor if some problems were to arise? There's bound to be an argument if either of the two sides brings up my name. And, Jun Moxie and Jun Wuyi won't back down given their nature. Then, how would it end? And, Jun Moxie is particularly fearless. Is there anything he wouldn't do? Therefore, Guanqing Han had decided that she must go. She had to go, even if it meant the death of her. I'll undertake that journey by myself if you refuse to take me along. Everyone would return safely if everything turned out all right. However, Guanqing Han could always use herself as a bargaining chip if any problems were to arise. She would rather sacrifice her life for Jun Moxie and Jun Wuyi's safe return. However, she couldn't allow the uncle-nephew duo to learn of her intentions. If they were to learn of her intentions, they would rather break her legs so that she wouldn't be able to go. Her third uncle wasn't very likely to take this action. But, she was well aware of her brother-in-law's nefarious nature. She knew that Jun Moxie was perfectly capable of confining her. Guanqing Han was perfectly aware of that point. What's happening today? Ah. My sister-in-law, my very own sister-in-law has come to add to this chaos. Why did you all come to see me? Look, I can't deal with this. Jun Moxie grabbed his hair. It seemed as if he had been driven mad. Don't come to me if you wish to go to Tianfa. I've already said no. So, go to third uncle. Your decision in this matter is your business. But, whether I go or not is mine. Guanqing Han looked unenthusiastically at Jun Moxie. Then, she quickly pulled Dugu Xiaoyi and left without consulting anyone. However, Dugu Xiaoyi gestured towards Jun Moxie with her eyes to demonstrate her protest as she left. Her thought behind this gesture of protest was simple: I'll be nice as long as you don't make trouble for me, and love me. Jun Moxie's mouth twisted wryly. On the afternoon of the same day, Jun Moxie and his over 200 imperial guards divided into groups, and disappeared from the Jun family's residence. Later that night, Grandpa Jun's tall body stood sturdily in his courtyard. He said something to the 10 shadowy figures that stood in front of him. Then, the 10 figures dispersed and disappeared from the courtyard without a trace. Grandpa Jun sighed and asked Old Pang, who stood beside him, when will they reach? Old Pang thought for a moment and replied, approximately by tomorrow evening. The old man frowned and spoke, Old Pang, prepare the face masks and dark clothes. Old Pang's eyes beamed with happiness. Jun Wuyi was inside his small courtyard. The third master had torn a slip of paper between his hands. He chuckled and muttered, tomorrow evening. The curtains of night descended and ascended. The morning sun rose in the sky, and then set again. Soon, it was evening. The moon was already on the rise after the sun had set. Time had passed in a flash. Zhou Wuji had forgotten how many times he had raised his whip to hasten his horse. It had been 2 mornings since he had left his ship and had come ashore. And, it had been 2 full days of haste. They had hardly stopped ever since they had left the south. They had been traveling for 9 days. And, they had hastened night and day. The result was also quite obvious. They were 2 days ahead of schedule. 2 full days. It was easy to imagine the number of mishaps they had avoided because of these 2 days. This made him a little excited. Not a single unexpected incident had occurred over the last 9 days, whether it was the land route or the waterways. They had smoothly journeyed with the current. However, this was also quite hard for him to accept. Things had gone too smoothly. As a result, Zhao Wuji's heart hadn't been able to relax. On contrary, it made him even more alert. These circumstances were highly unusual. And, he was surprised by any lack of misfortune. Ever since he had received this job, the Zhao family's head, Zhao Wuji, had tried to understand what this represented and what it meant. But to his regret, it was already too late by the time he figured it out. This was because the manufacturing had already commenced by the time understood this matter. The second prince is up to something. However, what would a prince wish to manufacture with these things? And moreover, why would he wish it done in secret? Zhao Wuji had realized that he had unwittingly stepped onto the second prince's pirate ship. And, now it would be too awkward to get down. From the moment they had received this task, his family would end up getting tied closer to the second prince's war chariot with each and every kill from those crossbows. And, it would become even more difficult to get out of this situation if the blood of any other imperial prince was shed. However, he had no means to resist this. Leaving alone the fact that the manufacturing had already started, how could he have backed out even if it hadn't? His family had some influence. But, it was still nothing when compared to the second prince's strength. He feared that his family would be annihilated in half a day if he had declined that job, they would vanish from the face of the earth. Great risks represented huge profits. His business could earn 300 times the profit from this job alone. This would make his business even more profitable. So, even if he had to stake his life on the line for this job, it was worth the risk. Moreover, this entire matter was somewhat political in nature. So, if he could gain some foothold in the political structure of the country as a reward. Zhao Wuji felt that he had swallowed a housefly. But, he still had a smile of appreciation on his face. The fly tastes disgusting when it enters one's mouth. But, it's quite nutritious. After all, it contains a high amount of protein. The Shien beast tendon crossbows were manufactured very quickly. No mistakes were made while manufacturing them. The Zhao family's head, Zhao Wuji, had then relaxed a little. However, his nerves had become taut soon after since he had realized one thing clearly, the journey to deliver these crossbows to the capital was the real test. Therefore, he had chosen to halt the entirety of his family's business, and had gathered all the experts in their ranks to safely escort these crossbows to the capital city. But, he still didn't feel relieved in his heart. So, he started to look for additional manpower. He incurred a massive cost, and engaged the vice president of the Southern Trade Union to personally lead experts who were to escort the cargo, just to ensure complete safety. However, the second prince disrupted the proceedings just when the preparations had been put in place. He had sent the troops from his elite guard to escort them. This was done to ensure absolute safety. But, this matter scared Zhou Wuji. It had seemed to him that the preparations he had made were quite sufficient. In fact, he felt that they would be more than enough to deal with any eventuality. However, the second prince wasn't even remotely comforted. This was a very serious matter. So, it was quite possible that the cargo would find itself ambushed by an unusual and exceedingly strong force. The strength of the original escort convoy wouldn't be sufficient to deal with the matter if this were to happen. The true use of these crossbows had become abundantly clear at this point. His plans had failed even before their start. Each step the horse under his crotch took, was a step closer to a bloody imperial struggle. Eventually, they were close to the Tianxiang city. Elder brother, we've safely come so far. The Tianxiang city lays just 200 kilometers ahead. Even if someone wanted to intercept us, I don't think they would be able to commit such a huge crime so close to the capital. A slim man walked his horse beside Zhao Wuji. He was smiling, and looked gratified. It seems that we were worrying so much for no reason. I really didn't expect things to go so smoothly. It seems that the second master's arrangements for secrecy were genuinely outstanding. This slim man was Zhou Wuji's younger brother, Zhao Wutian. He was also one of the very few people in the Zhao family who was aware of their client's identity. I hope so. Zhao Wuji sighed as he looked at the darkening sky. He suddenly felt that the grey heavens were transforming into a giant black hole. He felt as if this black hole was sucking him and his family into it, and he didn't have the strength to resist such a thing. Only the last stretch of the road remains. Everyone is to raise their spirits, and use the entirety of their remaining energy to reach the capital as soon as possible so that we can deliver and unload the goods. Our responsibility will be over with that, and we can finally relax then, Zhao Wuji breathed out. He lowered his head as he tried his best to disperse those gloomy and chaotic thoughts. Yes. Zhao Wutian responded, and quickly slowed down his horse. He then took out a small banner from his bosom, and quickly waved it twice in the air. The whole caravan was moving quite fast anyway. But, it suddenly started to move even faster. There was a sudden sound of urgent hoofbeats. A tall and sturdy middle-aged man quickly caught up, he was atop a red horse. His windblown and travel-weary face had an impatient look on it. Zhao family's master, there's not much distance to the capital now. So, there's no need to hurry like this, right? We brothers have been scared and jittery the entire route since we've been hasted throughout. We're exhausted. The sky is also getting darker. I don't know how hard the road will be at night, things might change under the dull light of the night sky. I suggest that we find a place to set up camp for the night. Then, we can start again tomorrow. We are anyway ahead of the agreed schedule by 2 days. So there is no need to hurry since we'll have plenty of time in the morning, right? The man speaking was the South Trade Union's vice president, Mang Song. He had been restraining a belly full of anger that entire journey. The man didn't even know what he had been escorting. This entire journey had been an unusual mystery to him. On top of that, they had hastened the entire journey. As a result, he and his 20 men were nearly falling apart due to exhaustion. Moreover, nothing unusual had happened since the beginning of the journey. Isn't this just pure and unnecessary torment? The Zhao family's men seem to be very serious. It seems like their mothers have died. And then there are those other bastards. God knows where they've come from. Those guys have acted so arrogantly, as if my men are just meant for odd jobs. Would the Emperor's imperial bodyguards have acted like that with me if they were here instead of this bunch? Mang Song had been left feeling very gloomy because of all these factors. They had hurried the entire journey. Their buttocks had been segmented after riding their horses for the entire day. So, they had all sighed with relief when night fell. They had just started to think that they could finally rest, that they would look for a decent tavern and enjoy a good wine. They were in the mood to find a young woman to have a good time with. But, they had unexpectedly received a command to accelerate their pace further. This is against the will of the heavens. Isn't this completely unreasonable? Every mission I take becomes a scenic tour. So, why are you giving us such a hard time? Do you think that I would have personally come on this trip if it weren't for your promise to pay an insanely high price of 50,000 silver taels? However, I've given you the respect of a man. So, don't think that you can work me like a donkey. That is why Mang Song, the vice president of the Southern Trading Union, couldn't bear it anymore. So, he asked in a rude and loud voice. It's of great importance. We have no choice but to be vigilant. Vice President Mang is extremely magnanimous, but still I ask him to forgive us for this. Zhao Wuji forced a smile and cupped his hands. Bulsh *T. Of great importance, I must have heard this line 800 times over the course of this journey. I'm sick of the trouble you've been giving me. Zhao Wuji, I advise that you give us some respect. You're paying us a lot of money to protect your convoy on this trip. But, we are not the Zhao family's hired errand boys. You must understand this point very clearly. Don't think that we're dim-witted pigs. Mang Song was anxious. He had heard that line, great importance, so many times over the course of the journey that it had caused calluses in his ears. So, he couldn't help but explode when he heard it again. Zhou Wuji forced a smile. He was about to give an explanation because it wouldn't do to have his own side stuck in internal strife. But, 4 men suddenly arrived riding on their horses. The faces of the 4 horsemen were cold as they came over. Their eyes were open wide as they stared at Mang Song and spoke coldly, "What's going on? What are you arguing for? You brat, why are you so dissatisfied? Did your mother die or something?" The 4 horsemen were from the Divine Storm Guard. They had also made a difficult journey. So, they too harbored a lot of complaints in their hearts. However, they didn't like it when they saw Mang Song take the lead and voice his discontent. "We haven't complained one bit. So, what are you worth?" Mang Song could clearly feel an intense murderous intention emanate from those 4 horsemen. His heart suddenly flew into a rage. These handfuls of trivial gold Shien soldiers dare to threaten an Earth Shien expert like me? In fact, they're scolding me. This is against the heavens' law. How can it ever be reasonable? Why? You have something to say in this matter? Mang Song looked at them coldly, and put his hand on the hilt of his sword. However, Meng Xiaosong instantly regretted doing that because 10 other warriors suddenly crowded around him. Their swords made ringing noises as they shouted and unsheathed them, their blades glittered with a cold light. Then, those warriors suddenly charged towards them without saying another word, and slashed down mercilessly with their swords. Insane! You're insane! They were many in number, but they were only at the Gold Shien realm. So, they shouldn't have been much of a problem for someone like Meng Xiaosong who was at Earth Shien realm. However, action of the Divine Storm Guard had been completely unexpected since they were all companions for the duration of this trip. Meng Xiaosong's face had made it obvious that he wasn't exactly happy, but he hadn't done anything as of yet. But, those men had suddenly started to attack without saying anything, or giving any reasons. The other party wasn't even ready. Stop! Everyone stop! We are all on the same side. Zhao Wuji had started to sweat profusely. But, he rushed over to mediate. Slam! Slam! They had finally withstood the first round of the siege. But just then, another horseman came over with the intention to attack them. Those men weren't very strong, but their disposition when mounting an attack was that of one soldier filling the gap left by a toppled comrade. They wouldn't give up unless they had defeated the enemy. Zhao Wuji was extremely anxious. He was barely able to speak. Everyone, we're on the same side. We're all going to the capital for a major event. So, why are you attacking friendlies? After several efforts to mediate, both sides called for a halt. The second prince's imperial bodyguard was accustomed to oppressing people. So, how could they tolerate Meng Xiaosong? So what if your cultivation is at Earth Shien realm? Many Earth Shien exerts have died by our brother's hands. How could you be any different? We see that you're Earth Shien, and we are merely Gold Shiens. But, us brothers are the imperial family's sworn bodyguards. We're the government, and you're the commoner. We'd get it if you were a Sky Shien or higher. But, how can you dare to display such a temperament when you're not? We'll brand you a traitor, you idiot. The imperial bodyguards maliciously looked at Meng Xiaosong's fleshy butt. We've heard that many serious felons are into boogery. Meng Xiaosong had flared up in the beginning. But, he had calmed down after Zhao Wuji had whispered a few words into his ears. These men are from the imperial bodyguard. These softly spoken words had immediately dispelled Meng Xiaosong's anger. In fact, they had terrified him. People hadn't fought with government officials since the ancient times. This was the eternal and steadfast norm since time immemorial. An imperial bodyguard could kill a local official without any justification, and no one would say a word. So, what value did a person from the southern district hold? And, that too someone with a business house in the southern districts. No wonder Zhao Wuji was acting like an obedient grandson. This assignment is tantamount to royal service. Could we dredge up a semi-official position after this assignment is over? Meng Xiaosong started to look at those imperial bodyguards in a flattering manner as this thought crossed his mind. Then, the convoy resumed its journey. The mood had become quite harmonious because of that little tiff. There was a tall mountain up ahead. It was called the Tianxiang Iron Wall. It was like a natural rampart that protected the capital. One could vaguely see the Tianxiang city after they had climbed the top of that mountain. The mission could be considered as 99% complete after they had reached the mountain. They could finally sigh with relief. Zhao Wuji raised his palm, and ordered a short rest at the foot of the mountain. Those on foot unloaded their pots and pans, and started to prepare a meal. Everyone was to eat till they were satisfied, and then continue onwards with full speed to cover the remaining distance. The sooner they were inside the city walls, the happier they would be. Those brothers were happily laughing together. The smoke rose from the iron pots and disseminated the smell of rice. A barbecue was supported on iron frames. Its smell drifted in the air. Everyone swallowed their saliva with the greatest of greed in their eyes. Their spirits had been repressed the entire journey, and their bodies were extremely tired. It had been an unbearable trip. However, they could finally relax and gorge themselves. "Serve the meal." Zhao Wu Tian shouted happily. He picked up a large iron bowl and advanced. He, serve the meal. You think you'll get to have a meal? That you'll gorge yourselves? You devils. The time is very limited. Go to hell, and eat a meal there, a measured voice sneered. It seemed like an extremely cold wind from hell had started to whistle about. It chilled everyone to the bone. Who is it? Come out. Everyone nervously sprang up, and unsheathed their swords in unison. We're here to rob you. A loud and excited roar emanated as a blue light flashed. There was huge blast without any prior warning. The cooking pots on the ground exploded, and the cooked rice was scattered by the explosions. The iron fragments from the cooking pots flew everywhere. Then, the endless pained and miserable screams of several people were heard. The fact was that, many people had been unlucky enough to die when fragments from the iron pots hit their bodies. A Sky Shien expert, everyone exclaimed in alarm, without exception, whether it was the Earth Shien Meng Shao Song, or the previously arrogant imperial bodyguards. A figure covered in blue light rushed out like a rocket. Slam! Bang! Several warriors in were sent flying. They sailed through the air like clouds in the sky. A masked and black-clothed individual stood in the middle of the area. He extended a hand, and grabbed Zhao Wu Tian by the neck. Then, he raised Zhao Wu Tian's body off the ground. His actions looked so effortless that it felt as if someone had grabbed a chicken by its neck. Zhao Wu Tian's face turned red and purple since he was being choked, while his arms and legs struggled helplessly in the air. Tell me. Where's that batch of Shien beast crossbows kept? The blue light flickered around the masked black-clad man as he tightened his grasp. A cold tyrannical light flashed in his eyes. Kill him! A shout arose from all sides as 30 to 40 people brandished their swords and dashed towards the black-clad man without caring for Zhao Wu Tian's precarious situation. Meanwhile, Zhao Wu Ji shouted with a sense of urgency in his tone, "Careful, my younger brother." Then, another excited roar emanated from the pitch-black mountain woods. This roar literally shook the ground. A second figure, his face hidden behind a mask, and body dressed in black clothes, suddenly rushed out. He too was covered in a blue light. He wielded his sword in left hand, and warned of the impending slaughter with his right. The first black-clothed and masked man looked at Zhao Wu Tian and spoke in a cold tone. Zhao Wu Tian was struggling helplessly in his clutches. The masked individual's voice didn't have the slightest trace of emotion as he asked, "It'll be extremely bad for you if you don't speak. And, don't tell me it's inside the carriage. I won't be fooled by such a childish lie. You'll only meet one end if you dare lie to me, death." In. Zhao Wu Tian's legs flailed in disarray, and his eyes belied his fear. A yellow ray of light flashed through him at that moment. He screamed and twitched for a moment. Then, he went limp. Bastard! The black-clothed man cursed in rage and pounced. The nearly 500 men in the caravan were thrown into complete disarray. Zhao Wu Ji let out a mournful and miserable scream in the midst of all that chaos, "Little brother." He was suddenly filled with the desire to pounce at the warriors from the Imperial Guard. "You killed my younger brother." The warrior who was faced with Zhao Wu Ji's accusations, was actually the head of the Second Prince's Divine Storm Guard, Zhang Xiyuan Shao. He became even more ferocious when he saw the Zhao man becoming angry. His face became red, and he sternly shouted, "Zhao Wu Ji, you dare to go against the second master. Your younger brother craved life and feared death. He would have divulged the secret if I had taken action any later. My decision to kill him was the proper thing to do. It was a natural course of action. A catastrophe would have befallen everyone if he had been allowed to reveal the secret. And, every member of your Zhao family would have been beheaded because of it, you fool." Zhao Wu Ji trembled all over. Then, he came to complete halt. He had nowhere to vent his grief and indignation. So, he suddenly let out a violent roar. He then turned towards the first masked and black-clothed man, and dashed towards him. Someone shouted from midair, "Great Senior, we might as well kill everyone and then look for those crossbows." These people were escorting those crossbows. So, the crossbows couldn't have flown to the sky, isn't it? A figure covered in blue light shot out. The glittering blue light of his sword illuminated the surrounding radius of 3 meters. That person's appearance gave rise to wretched howls. This individual slashed at the crowd and opened a bloody path for himself at the cost of an individual who was sent spinning. He then killed his way into the middle of the battlefield. Zhang Xie Shao shouted loudly, "Everyone, encircle them. Cooperate and form an iron barrel to kill them. Resist the enemy." Everyone responded and rushed forward. The roar to kill emanated from all directions as the Imperial Guard drew close to the center. They weren't a match for these 3 Sky Shien experts, but they gradually managed to stabilize their position and disposition. A faint sigh emanated from the top of a tall tree. However, no one could be seen on it. The young Master Jun had been hiding on that tree. Jun Moxie was endlessly shaking his head as he watched at the battle. Those 3 individuals had been killing everyone without any reason. This had left him speechless. They are such unprofessional robbers. I don't know what nonsense that Great Master Lei Wu Bei has taught these guys. Jun Moxie had obviously realized that those 3 black-clad individuals were the 3 remaining disciples of Lei Wu Bei's. After all, he was all too familiar with them. These 3 have a higher chance of messing up than succeeding. What a waste, ah! A robber has to arrive in silence and attack at once. But, you guys unexpectedly found it important to say a few words before you attacked. This had left Jun Moxie speechless. This is all nonsense. There was no hope for your robbery plans, ah. But, you've disturbed this young master's perfectly crafted plan as well. So much money spent. So much physical effort expended. Luckily, Lei Jianhong didn't say, "This mountain is mine, and I have planted this tree. So, you'll have to pay a toll price if you want to cross, or something similar." Otherwise, that would have annoyed Hitman Jun beyond reasonable limits, and he would have fallen head first down the tree. Jun Moxie had started ahead of time, and had led his personal guard to that place a day before. They had dug up the pitfalls, and had concealed their presence. In fact, Jun Moxie had even distributed a pill to each one of his men. This pill would assist to suppress their aura. Over 200 men had systematically arranged themselves in hiding in the woods nearby. Naturally, they had already dug underground caverns, and were now hiding inside them. They would start like thunder the moment that caravan would enter their encirclement. They would have seized the items, and quickly fled. These 3 people attacked the caravan before it fell into my encirclement. These fuck asterisk heirs have left me speechless. Jun Moxie quickly spread the news amongst his men. He told them to be calm and motionless. They would first see the result of that battle. He analyzed the situation. Those 3 are obviously quite powerful. It won't be easy to succeed against them, ah. Moreover, this has turned into a dog-eat-dog type of battle. I'll have to come up with a new plan. Just when Jun Moxie was thinking this, Lei Jianhong rushed forward and issued a low whistle. Suddenly, the loud rumbling sound of orderly footsteps echoed. A huge group of black-clothed and masked men rushed over and joined the battle at once. The deadlock between the 2 sides was broken in an instant. The Divine Storm Guard's leader, Zhang Xie Shao, was hit on the chest by a palm. He sprouted blood from his mouth as he was thrown back. However, he extended one hand behind his back, and pulled out a fire rocket from the back of his belt. Then, he shot it skywards. Suddenly, bang sound was heard. The night sky was lit up by the firework. A vivid image of a pair of blood-red swords had taken shape above. It seems that the blood sword hall had also hidden themselves in this area. Now, let's wait and see which side is stronger, and which is weak. In any case, I'll just sit here and watch the two tigers fight. I'll let them fight till they are spent, and then I'll reap the benefits. Jun Moxie was crouched atop a tree branch like he was seated on a horse. The branch moved up and down because of the wind, and the movement's rhythm was extremely weird. If he was to show himself, and someone was to see him, they'd believe that he was doing something secret and private with the tree. The young master Jun supported his chin in his hand. He calmly waited, engrossed. This is so lively. Blood Sword Hall, Lei Wu Bei's disciples and Li Yu Rant's secret experts. It's better if they all suffer serious losses in this battle. In fact, it would be best if they all die. He wanted this to happen, but he didn't have very high hopes for the same. Anyway, I'll just observe, I won't even speak. It was such a pity that the resulting outcome had been contrary to everyone's expectations. The signal for the Blood Sword Hall had been issued a while back. But, the experts of the Blood Sword Hall hadn't come to their aid, not even a single shadow had arrived. The lonely mountain was mostly quiet, only the murderous yells could be heard. The residual light from the bonfires was lighting up the deathly pale complexion on the faces of Zhao Wuji's men. I genuinely had more support, but you were only bluffing. Lei Jianhong sneered as he taunted. This is awfully amusing. This bluff trick may work on others, but it won't work on me. You couldn't play me, but you managed to play with your own chances. It looks like you're impatient to leave this life. I shall certainly fulfill your wishes. Zhao Wuji was rolling around like a lazy donkey. He cut a sorry figure as he narrowly avoided a blade that had slashed down on him. His loud weeping voice rang out, "Commander. Our reinforcements, didn't you say that our reinforcements would be following after us? Why? Why? Why?" He had wanted to say, why hasn't there been any activity from them? However, 3 blades came whistling down to chop him while as he was speaking. That interrupted his speech 3 times. And it ended up sounding like he was stuttering. How would I now? You think I'm not worried? Zhang Xiyuan Shao cursed in rage. Worry about your little life first. The Li family's elite warriors, led by the 3 Sky Shien experts, had gained an overwhelming advantage by now. They had pressed their enemies hard, step by step. And Zhao Wuji's men had been compressed into an extremely small and circular formation. A little over 100 men had survived on Zhao Wuji's side. They were holding a defensive line with great difficulty. They were doing their utmost to resist their enemies' dangerous attacks as they crowded into that circle. Not a single man from their side was left alive outside their circle. Meng Xiao Song, Xiao Wuji and Zhang Xiyuan Xiao, the 3 of these leaders were at the center of the defensive circle. Their faces were deathly pale. The time elapsed since the signal had been dispatched, had passed the time it takes for an incense stick to burn down. Yet, there was no trace of the reinforcements from the Blood Sword Hall. Meng Xiao Song couldn't help but curse. His voice had already started to resemble weeping. What's this? How can someone attack the Imperial Guard so brazenly this close to the capital? I tell this senior. I have a family to take care of. I've followed you this time, but it hasn't been easy at all. Now, why don't you hurry up and think of a way out? You're the boss in the capital's region, so, why don't you take note and apprehend these people later? Meng Xiaosong's cultivation was quite high. He was at the middle level of the Earth Shien realm. He was the strongest expert in Zhao Wuji's party. However, he had been living like a prince for many years. He had lost the fierce determination for victory and the unshakable murderous aura he had once possessed a long time ago. He had also come to treasure his family's life more than ever before. So much so, that he would measure the safety of his life above an opportunity to make money. He couldn't help whining about it since their situation had gotten desperate. But, it was too late for regrets. I could have been drinking tea in a safe environment at home. Perhaps I would be walking a dog, or bullying the common folk, or seizing a girl. Wouldn't that have been fun? Instead, I've been cheated in the name of those 50,000 silver taels. I haven't even taken possession of the money. And yet, my life is coming to an abrupt end here. Zhang Xie Shao couldn't help but become enraged. You're shouting trivial stuff in this chaos. The hearts of my men are already in confusion. And yet, you yell your nonsense. You're making them more confused, and you're scattering our fighting spirit. I'm telling you, shut up. If you make any more noise, I promise, I'll cut you down with my own blade. Meng Xiaosong couldn't help but get angry. He used his blade to protect his body as he shouted in indignation, what nonsensical argument is that? You're a noble imperial guard who serves the emperor. You're intermediary officials. We're just common folk with little power. We were merely assisting you in delivering these things. You've put our lives in danger, and you're still giving me this much attitude. And now, we can't even utter a word. Meng Xiaosong stopped speaking. Then, he shouted, even before Zhang Xie Shao had an opportunity to reply, help. Save us. His Shien Qi cultivation was only second to the 3 Sky Shien experts in this setting. Yet, he had been retreating since the start of the battle. He hadn't received even a single injury, but his loud voice traveled in all directions and spread far. Jun Moxie nearly tumbled down the branch he was sitting on. Uncle, no matter what you say, you're still an Earth Shien expert. You can't be considered as one of the top people in this world, but you're accorded the prestige of a high-level individual. So, how can you have such greed for life? The masked and black-clothed Lei Jianhong couldn't help but stagger at this either. He then laughed and called out in a sinister manner, shout. Shout. Shout as loudly as you can. It's no use even if you damage your throat shouting. No one will come to save you. Jun Moxie trembled all over. He remained silent and inquired of the heavens. He had a strong urge to faint. Heavens, let me die. How could you allow me to hear these classic words at such a crucial moment? Meng Xiaosong had by and large shouted to save his life since he was very greedy for it. However, Lei Jianhong's words had been quite famous in his previous world. Jun Moxie was in a state of trance. He could almost visualize a sinister man with a vulgar expression, facing a young girl in an empty alley. The man appeared quite pleased with himself as he shouted, it's no use even if you damage your throat shouting. He absent-mindedly thought that the scene was contrived a bit melodramatically. But, it still couldn't compare to the scene before his eyes. Moreover, there was a man in this world who had spoken those very words. A strange sound came from Jun Moxie's throat. It was the sound of him choking on his saliva, as if he was on the verge of death. I have to vomit. This is too disgusting. The situation was still as one-sided as before. Zhao Wuji's men were mostly dead. Most of the men Meng Xiaosong had brought from the Southern Trade Union had turned to corpses. Their blood had proverbially splashed across the horizon. He had no choice but to admit that the 200 members of the Divine Storm Guard, sent by the Second Prince, were the strongest. Nearly 150 men of the Divine Storm Guard were still alive. The strength of the men from the Divine Storm Guard couldn't be considered to be very high in their own individual merit. In fact, they were probably slightly weaker than the members of the trade union and the Zhao family. However, they had a huge advantage in terms of battle experience. And, they were accustomed to fighting in formations. Therefore, their disposition was stable even though they had fallen into a disadvantageous position. Moreover, they were especially good at fighting in close encirclements. Their team strength was so powerful that they held a considerable advantage even in such a pitch-black night where these two forces were facing off. As for the Zhao men, and those from the trade union, their individual fighting strength was stronger than the men of the Divine Storm Guard. However, they were accustomed to fighting alone, and had no experience when it came to cooperating with others. So, they had relied on their own strength, and had proceeded to kill even though they were faced with such a large-scale and chaotic warfare. As a result of that, they were the first ones to die. They were stronger in comparison when it came to individualistic strength, but their team spirit was lacking in front of the experts. Lei Jianhong and his fellow disciples attacked from three sides. It was clear that they were getting impatient. After all, this location was very close to the capital. The consequences could be huge if the news of this event were to spread. Lei Jianhong's sword suddenly turned into a blue tornado in the midst of that battle's confusion. There were rapid explosions as he resolutely smashed the defensive circle that had been made by the members of the Divine Storm Guard. Loud explosions echoed as over 10 members of the Divine Storm Guard bore the brunt of the attacks. That exceptionally ferocious attack made them spit blood as they went flying upside down. Lei Jianhong didn't neglect this chance. The blue light that had covered his body wrapped around his long sword as he slashed at the men in the circle. The 7 or 8 people who were in the sword's range were cut into two. Lei Jianhong had intended to open up a gap in their defense using the entire might of his strength. However, the strength of his previous attack had crumbled, but the new attack hadn't yet replaced it yet. This was a crucial moment. And, Zhan Xiyuan Shao, along with the other members of the Divine Storm Guard, quickly rushed over to fill the gap. And then, 30 swords fell on Lei Jianhong with the intention to behead him. Lei Jianhong was able to muster his qi in the given time frame. So, he fell into a defensive position as he parried continuous blows from around a dozen swords. However, he was a Sky Shien peak expert at the end of the day. So, he was able to withstand the numerous enemies in a stable manner. He then mustered his powerful Shien qi as he defended against many sword attacks, and gave out a loud roar. His tyrannical sword power had been replenished by now, around a dozen men sustained serious injuries and fell to the ground. Lei Jianhong had gained a good foothold by breaking through that defense. However, he had exerted a lot of effort to resist those multiple counterattacks. And then, he had roused his powerful Shien qi to use that murderous maneuver. This had somewhat injured his meridians. Moreover, he had received strong attacks from over 10 enemies' swords, twice at that. His high Shien qi cultivation had made his skin as hard as iron. Therefore, he didn't receive any wounds on his body, but his clothes weren't able to escape their fate. His clothing had been slashed to strips. His clothes now looked like those of a beggar. Lei Jianhong then quickly turned around, and retreated away. Lei Jianhong merely needed a little time to recuperate. All he had to do, was to harmonize his breathing for a moment. And then, he'd be able to reinstate himself to his original state. However, the outcome of Lei Jianhong's powerful attack had been very shocking. He had thoroughly opened a gap in their defenses on his side. That was when the Li family's elite warriors shouted in unison, and rushed in like a powerful sea tide. The other two Sky Shien experts employed the same tactic in the other two directions. They made a gap, and when that gap in the Divine Storm Guard's defenses was exposed, the defending troops were thrown into disarray. Lei Jianhong and his two companions had initially conserved their strength to deal with the Blood Sword Hall's experts as and when they'd show up. However, those people didn't show up. They presumed that the enemy never had any reinforcements. Therefore, the three Sky Shien experts became relaxed, and embraced a blitzkriegish attitude. And then, they displayed their true strength. They didn't spare any expenses when it came to consumption of their Shien qi, and pounced at that flock of sheep like tigers. They then commenced the slaughter. Stop, don't kill me. I'm the Southern Trade Union's vice president. I surrender. Someone's mournful shout pierced the blue dome of the heavens. It was Meng Xiaosong. His side was being defeated. So, he couldn't repress that feeling of abject fear in his heart, nor could he repress his thirst for life. Therefore, he put forth his surrender. Zhou Jianming, Lei Wu Bei's second disciple, was facing him. He was thoughtlessly about to chop down with his sword when he unexpectedly came up against this person who wasn't really very weak in terms of strength. However, how could he bear to fight an opponent who just went down on his knees? And whose face was covered with tears and snot? Let me go. Please great hero, have pity on me. I have a 100-year-old mother back home. I have hungry and crying children. Meng Xiaosong cried as he continued to whimper, great hero, boo-hoo. I don't want to die. Zhou Jianming stopped and stared blankly. He could never have imagined that there would be someone in this world who'd be so greedy for life, and so afraid of death. This shameless person is kneeling down when the two forces are clashing. Unexpectedly, he's the Southern Trade Union's vice president. Isn't this humiliating for him? He's indeed without any sense of shame, he's extremely shameless. His shamelessness knows no limits. Bullsh *T. Come crawling to the master, you coward. Tell me where the Shien beast crossbows are kept, and I'll let you go. In fact, I'll make a way for you to escape. Zhou Jianming yelled in anger. It's those crossbows. Meng Xiaosong tried his best to become beady-eyed. Wouldn't I want to tell you if I knew? Do you think I know where they've hoarded those crossbows? Do you think I consider them to be more important than my life? I really don't know. Hurry up. Damn it. What are you turning all beady-eyed for, you coward? Do you want to die? Not if you're that unhappy with life. Zhou Jianming yelled loudly. Great hero, spare me. I'm useless. I don't know where those crossbows are kept. Meng Xiaosong was extremely scared. He suddenly kowtowed with a slam. That was actually the sound of him touching the ground. I'm going to *K your mother. Your surrender isn't worth a fart. It's no good, you don't have the tiniest bit of usefulness for me. *K you coward. Zhou Jianming cried loudly. His eyes widened in a glare. He then raised his foot and gave a tight kick, bang, to Meng Xiaosong's abdomen. His kick sent that man over 3 meters away, but he was left feeling gloomy. This coward didn't know anything, and yet he came to surrender, really? The airborne Meng Xiaosong was still shouting, spare my life. He hadn't finished his sentence when his voice suddenly stopped. A blood-red sword had metamorphosed in the sky. It had easily cut the airborne man's body into two. Then, it picked up speed instead of slowing down, and shot straight towards Zhou Jianming. Meng Xiaosong's body was cut into two, and sprayed a rain of blood everywhere. Then, a blood-red figure emerged from that rain of blood like a devil. This figure had penetrated straight through Meng Xiaosong's body. A ray of light flashed forward like lightning, and chopped the leg which Zhou Jianming had raised to kick Meng Xiaosong's body. Zhou Jianming hadn't retracted his foot in time. The light cut the flesh as easily as knife cuts butter. This attacker has grasped this moment of opportunity very accurately. Jun Moxie was still seated on top of the tree's branch. And he was all praise for the attacker after witnessing that attack. Considering that strike alone, Jun Moxie wasn't sure that he could have done it better if he had decided to do it. This stealth attack had been executed perfectly. In fact, the level of perfection had reached amazing heights. This attacker had hit himself on the sidelines. He had picked the moment when Meng Xiaosong had surrendered and Zhou Jianming had let loose a kick on the former in his act of hostility. And, at that subtle moment, Zhou Jianming, Meng Xiaosong and the attacker were positioned in a straight line from a certain altitude. Therefore, he had been concealed from Zhou Jianming's line of sight by Meng Xiaosong's body for a brief moment. It was as if a thin leaf had covered the eyes of a person, and that person had been momentarily left incapable of seeing the whole forest. This was exactly the case of the so-called leaf that had covered the eye. And, that subtle point had been extremely vital. That bloody garment assassin suddenly moved into action. He had gone along the straight line, and had penetrated Meng Xiaosong's body. He had then moved straight towards Zhou Jianming. The latter was very gloomy and indignant at that point of time. So, his vigilance had been at its lowest. The sword came off smoothly. The assassin's Shien Qi was indicative that he had reached the Sky Shien realm, but his true strength was at most at par with that of Zhou Jianming's. In fact, he could even be considered a bit weaker than Zhou Jianming. Therefore, the best result would have been a draw if the two sides had engaged in a full frontal face-off. In fact, the assassin would have at most caused insignificant and minor injuries even if he had chosen to attack stealthily. However, he had ingeniously chosen this perfect moment, and had managed to chop off Zhou Jianming's leg. Arg! Zhou Jianming screamed with extreme pain as soon as he saw his right leg being cleanly cut off. A fountain of blood gushed out. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He raised his head in pain. Though, the assassin hadn't relaxed at that moment. He had chopped off the right leg of his opponent, and had taken the advantage of the moment to completely cut off the right leg from the very center. His sword had moved like a hot knife through butter. Zhou Jianming's howl sounded very miserable. In fact, it didn't even sound like a man's scream. He anxiously tried to move backwards, but he had forgotten that he had just lost a leg. So, he fell down face up instead of leaping backwards. His assailant's elbows lit up like blue sledgehammers as they resolutely bludgeoned his chest. Moreover, there were continual, crack, sounds from the breaking of the bones. Zhou Jianming's ribcage had been broken. The screams coming out of Zhou Jianming's mouth were similar to that of an injured animal that was nearing its death. His mouth spurted blood along with the damaged internal organs tissues. The mask on his face had disappeared long ago. The expert's rough facial features had twisted like that of a young dragon's. His blue veins twisted as they butted out of his skin. A grim light flashed in the killer's eyes. He still didn't let off on his attack. His hands clutched his opponent's knees. His left leg fell as he raised his right one to kick. He used this style to hit Zhou Jianming's lower crotch in a continual manner. Meanwhile, the assailant's elbows were frantically striking Zhou Jianming's chest, while his hands dazzled with blue lights as they ferociously hit both of his opponent's temples. Bang! Zhou Jianming's 7 orifices turned into fountains. Fountains of blood. The attacker's legs incessantly moved up and down as he continued this frantic attack on his victim's body from different directions. He had carried Zhou Jianming's body several meters in a wink of an eye, and the latter had been forced to sustain those frantic and continuous strikes all the while. Zhou Jianming's tall and burly body had been transformed into a lump of soft meat by the time this onslaught came to an end. He had become a mass of pulpy flesh. His entire body had withered down. Not a single whimper could be heard from his mouth. The bones in his body had been turned into fine powder. In fact, some of the broken bones had flown out of his body under the powerful impact of this unceasing and frenetic onslaught. Second brother. Second senior. 2 grief-stricken and lung-rendering shouts echoed. Lei Jianhong and his junior sister disciple Fong Piaohong had flipped out. They abandoned their respective fights and came over. However, it was too late. Zhou Jianming's body had been turned into minced meat. Not a single breath had been left in his body. He was undoubtedly dead. Are you from the Blood Sword Hall? Who are you? Lei Jianhong's eyes reddened as he resolutely scowled at that blood-red figure. Senior Lei's eyesight is exceptional. This insignificant soldier is blessed to finally meet these 2 famed Sky Shien experts. The red-clothed man smiled as he calmly rubbed his hands to remove the bits of meat and dregs of bones from them. He then turned to them and smiled. I wanted to exchange greetings with you 3 famed personalities. But, your second brother has already transformed to dregs. But still, it's a pleasure to meet the 2 of you. I lack a bit of mannerism. So, I request the 2 senior Sky Shien experts to cut me some slack. Jun Moxie was still seated atop the tree. But, his expression had transformed into a very strange one. This guy's words are too overbearing. There was no trace of aggression in them, or in his heart. I would have probably done the same if I were in his place. In fact, His choice of words wasn't very different from mine. I've made my decision with regard to this man, I shall leave his corpse intact. I asked you, who are you? Don't you have the guts to tell me your name? Lei Jianhong trembled from head to toe as he asked in a low voice. He had paid no attention to the opposite party's insult and ridicule, neither had he glanced at the horrible corpse of his brother disciple that lay on the ground below. Third disciple Fang Piaohong looked at her senior's corpse. Her entire body shuddered, and she was unable to speak up. The intense fighting had suddenly stopped. Zhao Wuji's men had escaped from the danger. So, they were rejoicing incessantly. Their enemies had lost interest in them since that person had arrived. This person had arrived a bit later than expected, but they didn't seem to care about that at this moment. It doesn't matter whether he came late or early, it's fine as long as he has shown up. Isn't preserving one's life above everything else? Everyone had stopped. But, the prevailing atmosphere in the battlefield had become increasingly depressing. Suddenly, the red-clothed man chuckled and raised his hand. His sleeve made a snap sound. A sharp explosive sound emanated as his palm hit thin air. It was obvious that he had hit nothing but empty air. However, it seemed like he had struck at a solid object. A slight swishing sound was produced in the wind. Then, suddenly and quietly, the silhouettes of many people appeared in the surroundings. The flames reflected light off each and every newcomer's body. They were clad in red clothes. Each one of them stood calm and still. However, all of them had a cold and terrifying light flashing in their eyes. It seemed like a pack of bloodthirsty wolves were waiting for a command from their alpha. The shadows of two people floated forward in the air, and arrived besides the first red-clad assailant. Their bodies glittered with a dark blue light as they stood facing Lei Jianhong and Fang Piaohong. However, the visual impact of their arrival had sent Lei Jianhong's party into a shock. All three of these assailants were Sky Shien experts. If one would look around, they'd see that many of the newcomers were covered with a bright earthen yellow light. These people were Earth Shien experts. There were around 10 people who were at the Earth Shien realm. The rest shone with the misty color of rain, Jade Shien. There were 30 to 40 Jade Shien experts amongst them. Lei Jianhong's heart instantly became cold. As cold as piece of ice. How can we fight this battle? The enemy's strength far exceeds ours. And, our side only has third sister disciple and me. My name? Ha. Senior Lei, you're not new to this world. I'm an assassin from the Blood Sword Hall. How can I tell you my name? I may not care about you too, but how can I not care about Lei Wubei? He's the great master Lei. As for whether I have guts or not, you can ask your second brother disciple. He would know it very clearly. The man in red tilted his head and answered Lei Jianhong. Very good. Blood Sword Hall it is. I'll certainly remember you. Lei Jianhong glanced at them with grief and indignation. He then turned and spoke, Junior sister, we shall leave now. Stop, suddenly, the red-clad man shouted. Lei Jianhong halted his steps. Why? Don't tell me that you think that you can keep us from leaving. Lei Jianhong gave a plaintive laugh. Your strength is far above us and we can't match you. But, do you think that you have the strength to restrain the two of us? Lei Jianhong had spoken the truth. Both the sides were led by powerful Sky Shien experts. It wouldn't be very difficult for the Blood Sword Hall to defeat Lei Jianhong's side if they wanted to. However, it would be impossible for them to restrain Lei Jianhong and Fang Piaohong. These two could cut their bloody path of escape as long as they wanted to leave. Elder brother Lei misunderstands this younger brother's good intentions. You're the great master Lei's sole blood relative. We won't dare to commit such an offense, the red-clad man spoke unhurriedly, it's just that, your junior's corpse, don't you wish to take it with you? Are you going to leave it in this open wilderness? Lei Jianhong snorted coldly, but didn't pick up the corpse. He then rose into the air, and pulled Fang Piao home with him. He wasn't going to utter a single sentence in such a situation. The branches on the nearby trees oscillated several times as they disappeared into the night sky. Lei Jianhong was aware that carrying Zhou Jianming's body would be a very heavy burden. In fact, it would prevent them from leaving. The red-clad man had spoken those words with clear evil intentions, but it was important for him and his sister disciple to leave that place in order to avoid misfortune. A new enmity has been established, and it has left no room for any leeway. That red-clothed man and his companions will use any extreme methods to capture us if we try to retrieve the second brother's body. What difference would it make if my father is the great cold-blooded master? There would be no one left alive to bear as witness if we both die here and the Li family's warriors are caught in the same net. Then, even if my father decided to take vengeance, he wouldn't know whom to take it on. The opposite party clearly has the strength to kill us if we tarry. Therefore, he made a prompt decision and left. The opposite party didn't see any sense in stopping them, just as Lei Jianhong had determined. Therefore, no one tried to stop them. Suddenly, a milky white mist started to rise in the dim light of night. It covered the entire area, and started to get increasingly dense. It appeared as if it had formed a thin protective screen. The nights and early mornings were always misty in the wooded mountains. So, no one paid much attention to it. Moreover, a fresh burst of air had passed through the mountain trees along with that mist. This had a serene effect on everyone's heart, and they couldn't help but take deep breaths as they felt their spirits rise. However, they were unaware that Jun Moxie had climbed down the tree, and had let out a deep sigh. He secretly shouted at his misfortune. It's such a pity. Lei Jianhong and his people left a bit too early. He would have been able to see it if he had remained for a moment longer. It is such a pity that I've had to put in such efforts, and suffer untold hardships to make this ecstasy fragrance. Unfortunately, the two of them were able to escape this trap. The ecstasy fragrance was unsuitable for use in the battle at an earlier time since there had been a formidable flow of Shien qi. It was very likely that it would have been blown away without being able to achieve the desired effect. However, Jun Moxie had realized that the situation had now become stable enough for him to use his trump card. The ecstasy fragrance had been made from the Hongjun Pagoda's aura. It was formless to the point where it was invisible, it was traceless to the point of secrecy. However, there was little flavor to it. Nevertheless, it was fresh, cool and elegant. Anyone who smelled that fresh and elegant mist would lose their strength. Even a Shien qi expert would see their Shien qi decline very significantly. In effect, they'd lose considerable fighting strength if they breathed in that fragrance. This was Jun Moxie's biggest trump card for this operation. You have finally come. Zhang Xiyuan Shao had suffered many injuries to his body. He limped over with the use of a support as he welcomed the newcomers. Zhao Wuji also walked close beside him. He looked at the red-clad men with an expression of unbridled fear, but it was mixed with unlimited gratitude. Ugh, we had an unexpected accident a while back. That delayed us a little, the red-clothed man replied expressionlessly. Where are the crossbows? Zhang Xiyuan Shao looked at Zhao Wuji. He understood that gesture, and went towards the carriages with some people in tow. However, he didn't stop at the carriages. Instead, he moved forward to the horses that had been drawing the carriages. He took down their saddles. Then, he removed loops of a transparent leather belt from the lower portion of their bodies. He then removed a thin and indiscernible pelt of fur from there. And suddenly, several brightly glittering crossbows fell down with a crashing noise. That's where Zhao Wuji had tied the crossbows. This scheme was very surprising. In fact, it was exceptional. Even if a thief wanted to get his hands on those items, he would start with the carriages. And, he would run to another direction to search if the carriages didn't have them. Who would care about what looked like mere carriage horses at a glance? There are 350 crossbows in total, 20 more than expected. We've come to deliver them all. The original manufacturing blueprint has been burnt. A batch of 20 crossbows is tied to the belly of each horse. The remaining horses have batches of special arrows tied to their bellies. The arrows count to a number of 7,000. And, this is only the first batch of these arrows. The second batch is being prepared at a quick pace. Zhao Wuji bowed his head in fear and trepidation. He didn't know why he felt that the red-clad man, who was overflowing with a cold aura, seemed dissatisfied with him. Very good. You've accomplished your task properly. The red-clad man seemed gratified now. This place shall allow you to rest. And, you'll also be given a reward. Many thanks. Zhao Wuji was overjoyed. He bowed his head to pay his respect and show his thanks. However, his head fell on the ground with a thud. His face was smiling in gratitude, but it had been beheaded by the red-clad man. Fool. This was the final comment the red-clothed man had left for Zhao Wuji to hear. The reward I've given you is that you can follow your younger brother and reunite with him. You can rest in hell permanently, the red-clothed man stated in a measured manner. Senior, why? Zhang Xiyuan Xiao looked shocked as he asked. The red-clad man quickly hit Zhang Xiyuan Zhao's head, and instantly ruptured his brain. His victim was on the verge of death, yet he struggled and asked, but, why? Why? I thought that you were somewhat smart. But, you turned out to be an idiot as well. You're actually asking me the reason for this? The red-clad man wiped the blood from his hands as he smiled. Do you idiots really believe that the Blood Sword Hall would be willing to cooperate with that idiotic pig of a second prince? He also deserves this only. He then waved his hand, and sternly commanded, finish the task. The other red-clad men quickly set about their task. They had intentionally or otherwise moved closer to the lucky survivors. They were nearly stationed beside them. The survivors had previously thought that the shadow of death had been dispersed from their tail with the arrival of such help. They had felt as if a big burden had been removed from their hearts. Hence, they hadn't taken even the slightest of precautions. They were killed and routed the moment the leader of the red-clothed men commenced the rebellion. They were chopped like melons. Even the very thought of resisting didn't occur in their heads. They just cried in misery as they went down. The remaining red-clad men wordlessly chopped down with their swords, and beheaded the warriors of the Li family who hadn't escaped with Lei Jianhong. These men had been led by the two Shien sky experts to attack their enemies. They had been on the winning side. And, the situation had completely overturned the next moment when 3 Sky Shien, numerous Earth and Jade Shien experts attacked them with full strength. Each one of the Li family's warriors had felt despair when they had witnessed Lei Jianhong depart. Therefore, they didn't even have the slightest of courage to resist, and were slaughtered in the blink of an eye. There were only a little over 10 red-clad men left in the battlefield at that moment. However, their strength was truly tyrannical. They attacked to kill, not a single one of their enemies was let off injured. The white mist that shrouded the mountain had become even denser. Hurry up and inspect. Confirm which horses carry the crossbows. Quickly tidy up, and retreat, the leader of the red-clothed men commanded with a sense of urgency. It's finally my turn. This has been ing exhausting. You guys play the game very fiercely. Most of you are still alive. That makes this elder brother very unhappy. A mysterious laugh rang out from thin air. It first came from the left, then from the right, then from the front, and then from behind. This phenomenon was unfathomable. One could only hear the words, Blood Sword Hall is awesome. Your ability to select the most critical of moments, makes me admire you. But, if you're not working for the second prince, then, who are you working for? Perhaps I must ask this instead, who has the charisma to deserve the Blood Sword Hall's servitude? This elder brother is very interested in knowing, who's there? Who dresses up as God but acts as the devil? Show yourself, the leader of the red-clad men shouted while his eyes searched the surroundings. Humph. Humph, humph. I'm your father. Your daddy. The man in the shadows gave a vulgar smile. He then broke into a hearty laughter. Is the clever son not sharp enough to bow down and kowtow at his father's arrival? You court death, the red-clothed man screamed in anger. He listened attentively, and then suddenly leapt up. His sword sent out a long ray of blue-colored light. The blue light flew across, and made explosive noises as it hit several trees at their center. The ground made crackling noises as the trees came crashing down. They pounded on the ground, and caused the dust to rise up in the air. Ha! How's this possible? The red-clad man had killed a Sky Shien expert with the power of his attacks a moment ago. But, he had shouted this in a state of shock. He was shocked to discover that his Sky Shien level Shien Qi had dissipated to a great extent since the time he had sent his sword attack a moment ago. Ha ha! There's only the unexpected in this world. Nothing is impossible. What can be considered as impossible? The mysterious man hissed. He had remained hidden. He then roared, complete the task. There were explosions everywhere. The ground was suddenly overturned like waves in the sea. Silt and dust flew all over the place after the explosions. That was followed by several sturdy figures jumping out. People had suddenly started to appear from all sides. A nimble figure suddenly appeared in mid-air, and unexpectedly made his way towards those Sky Shien man. This mysterious expert flew towards them at a great speed. The leader of the red-clad men cried, "Be careful." However, he had barely finished crying out when he saw a flash in front of him. Then, a black-clothed and masked man suddenly appeared right before him. The leader of the red-clad men was that mysterious man's true target. He quickly evaded backwards and raised his sword to go on the offensive. However, his opponent followed him closely, and launched a quick attack. A cold light flashed to stab the red-clad man's throat. The cold light moved extremely quickly. In fact, it was faster than his eyesight could follow. He hadn't even seen the weapon when he heard a whooshing sound. He then felt the cold sensation of something stabbing his throat. The red-clothed man barely raised his sword as he retreated again. He then heard the whooshing noise again, and realized that his opponent was about to attack his crotch. He quickly pulled back his buttocks, and rejoiced in the fact that he had avoided that terrible attack. However, he became scared when he saw that light flash again. There was a thrust towards his eyes. But, he didn't have enough energy to tilt to the side to avoid the attack. He felt a stinging pain on his face, and realized that the dagger had pierced his skin. He then felt 2 elbows hit his chest. That was followed by a sudden pain in his lower region. Every vulnerable area of his body had been ferociously struck. The red-clad man was angry, in pain, and frightened. The other side had copied the method he had used against Zhou Jianming. However, the roles had been reversed, and he was the one getting hit by the opposite party. Moreover, his opponent's speed was greater than his own. This man was more accurate as well. Is this divine retribution? Yet, what scared him the most was that his own Shien Qi was fading away. Moreover, his Dantian was reeling in chaos, not to mention the fact that he had no time to retaliate. In fact, he couldn't have competed with his opponent on the basis of his own skills even if he had the time to retaliate. His opponent's speed was extremely fast. Moreover, the red-clad man had been thrown into disarray. Shien Qi was the only thing he could rely on. However, the only thing he could rely on had already started to disappear. He had even forgotten to defend himself, and was simply being knocked about. Bang! The red-clad man was hit on his crotch. Then, he was hit on the back of his head with a bang, before he had the time to scream. He staggered 2 steps forward, only to find his attacker already present in front of him. Then, the red-clad man was forced to suffer a gale of countless crushing attacks within a split second. His opponent's speed was like that of a ghost's. The red-clad man felt his entire body, from top to bottom, each and every part of it, getting hit. Moreover, every spot that was struck could cause the death of a person. This mysterious attacker's understanding of the human body had reached a very skilled and easy-flowing level. It seemed that he was attacking randomly in either convenience or confusion. However, each spot he attacked made his victim feel extreme pain and discomfort. All these regions of the body were considered a taboo in martial arts. The red-clothed man's consciousness was fuzzy. There was only one thought in his mind. This person is even more proficient at killing than the men from my blood sword hall. Who is this man? The other two Sky Shien experts were scared at witnessing this sudden change in the situation. They bellowed and moved forward to help their leader. They raised their Shien Qi, only to discover the lamentable reality a bit too late. They didn't realize when it happened, but their own Shien Qi had already disintegrated. In fact, more than half of it had dispersed. The two felt as if their bodies had been affected by a high-level poison from the inside. They were flustered at being unable to save their compatriot's life. The two experts tried their best to get their Shien Qi to circulate. They had hoped to force the poison out of their bodies and reinstate their fighting strength by doing this. However, the more urgently they circulated their Shien Qi, the faster its remnants dispersed. How could they not be frightened? It was a very scary scene since their men were slowly disappearing from the surroundings as more and more ghosts had started to appear on the mountain. They were like a disease which swiftly spread with thunderous speed. Each of these newcomers' bodies flickered with glittering golden light. They didn't show any trace of fear as they charged towards the Earth Shien and Jade Shien experts. In fact, they even charged towards the strong Sky Shien experts without any hesitations. The swords in their hand chopped down. It seemed like they were treating the Blood Sword Hall's assassins as a mere flock of sheep that had come for a slaughter. The strongest amongst this new batch of enemies were Gold Shien experts. Therefore, the red-clothed assassins would have considered these newcomers to be cattle waiting for slaughter if they hadn't been poisoned earlier, perhaps even inferior to that. These newcomers were like ants to them, at best. It was important to know that the weakest members of this team of red-clad men were Jade Shien experts. However, the roles had been reversed. These black-clothed men, whom they would have generally regarded as ants, had somehow started to seem like the tyrant kings of hell. The overbearing ecstasy fragrance had resulted in the crazy drop of their effective cultivation in front of their enemy. And, their effective cultivation continued to fall. This fact left the red-clothed men extremely frightened. In fact, they had already lost their will to fight back. These cold-blooded assassins' will to fight had been defeated by ecstasy fragrance. A person's mentality wouldn't even hold at par with an ordinary individual's if they suddenly lost the immense strength they had always proudly relied on for their survival. Therefore, everybody was only thinking of a means to escape. In fact, they were as chaotic as a swarm of bees. Their Gold Shien enemies were extremely imposing on the contrary. They were very ferocious, and seemed unafraid to die. This new group of men had clashed against the other with the intensity of a volcanic eruption within a span of a couple of breaths. The newcomers' facial expressions were grim and emotionless. They were confronted with a group of cold-blooded assassins. However, their own facial expressions were far more cruel and cold than a cold-blooded assassin's. Their panic-stricken enemies were attacking them in a very chaotic manner, but these newcomers made no attempts to flee. In fact, they didn't even try to dodge the incoming attacks. They merely used their shoulders and chests to confront the attacks head-on as they sent their own swords of their enemy's body. It seemed as if they were fighting for the fate of their lives. In fact, it seemed as if they could change their lives by sustaining these injuries. Their strategy was extremely cruel. If you confront a cruel enemy, then you've to be even crueler. The battle had begun quickly, but it had ended even quicker. The battle was already half finished when the two forces collided. This was because, the black-clad men had attacked in order to slash at the bodies of the other group. And, the bodies of their victims would turn black once their skin had been pierced. Then, the said individual would cease to breathe and die in a moment's time. The weapons of the newcomers had been smeared with a highly toxic poison. This bloody poison could easily take someone's life in an instant. Even the Earth Shien experts were unable to resist this poison for more than half a breath's time. Jun Moxie had stored the poison he had expelled from Jun Wuyi's body. And, that was same poison he had decided to use in this battle. The swords of these men had been dipped in that poison for an entire night's time. And, this poison was a mix of the top 10 most poisonous substances in the world. In fact, this poison could be bestowed the title of the king of all poisons. Those 200+ men were divided into different groups. Each group of 4 or 5 had been tasked with taking on one individual. One member would act as a meat shield and bear all strikes from the enemy. The remaining 3 or 4 members of the group would swarm around, and cut the enemy down into pieces. The Earth Shien experts were able to resist this onslaught for a moment with some difficulty. However, they'd die the next moment since the poison would corrode their body. The 2 Sky Shien experts were trying their best to force out the poison as they watched this scene unfold. Their eyes were calm because they possessed the strength of a Sky Shien. However, their brows couldn't help but twitch at the sight, while their bodies started to get covered with cold sweat. These people. This group of people is considering our life, and even the life of their own comrades as dispensable, isn't it? It is understandable if one fights tooth and nail in the battlefield. But, isn't their strategy too barbaric? They saw a man's shoulder getting resolutely chopped by one of their Earth Shien comrades. The blade had nearly pierced the man's shoulder down to its hilt. This was certainly a fatal blow. In fact, he would have been able to cut the man into 2 parts if he had applied a little more force. However, the victim didn't even flinch. He unexpectedly turned his shoulder. This allowed the blade cut him even deeper. Then, his muscles held the blade in place, tightly. After that, his comrades vigorously rushed over. They let out loud roars and turned that Earth Shien expert into minced meat. Another man's abdomen had been pierced by a sword. That was a certain fatal injury. However, just as before, the impaled man remained expressionless. He then put his hands to work. With one, he grabbed the edge of the blade that had pierced him in an unwavering grip. With the other, he held the red-clad Earth Shien expert's wrist. Then, he actually smiled in a sinister manner. It was then that many swords fell down from beside him, and turned his red-clad enemy into grounded meat. The same happened with another person. Then another. These people. They're more desperate than a man on a death sentence. Those who are desperate to fight, usually still feel fear and weakness when they are at death's door. However, these warriors had genuinely ignored the prospect of death. They were only concerned about the death of their opponents. 15 Earth Shien experts and 40 red-clothed Jade Shien experts were killed in the blink of an eye. What was crueler, was the fact that none of the 55 men's corpses were preserved. Their dead bodies had been transformed beyond recognition. Their corpses were a far more miserable sight than Zhou Jianming's. It went without saying that those assassins could confirm that what they had just witnessed was the best way to kill since the corpses had been completely dismembered. However, to witness so many dismembered bodies with their own eyes obviously came as a shock to them. This scene made the 2 Sky Shien experts recall their expedition into the Tian Fa forest a year back. They had gone to look for some medicines, and had unexpectedly faced a pack of wolves. However, this group of men was even more dreadful than that pack of wolves. Isn't this immense murderous intent even beyond the category of assassins? Even the most bloodthirsty and cruel Shien beasts of the Tian Fa forest won't be able to achieve such a high level. And then finally. Then, there was an extremely mournful and blood-curdling scream. It was full of indignation. Then, this sad howl came to an abrupt stop. The 2 Sky Shien experts turned around in anticipation, only to see that their leader, who had recently killed the Sky Shien Zhou Jianming, had both of his hands chopped off. He hadn't yet fallen to the ground. His mouth was opened wide, and his eyes and nose had been beaten into terrible bloody cavities. They saw their leader's body being kicked high into the sky with a bang, the moment they turned around. Then, a storm-like rain of attacks fell upon his body. Everything, from his throat, heart, crotch, skull, all the vulnerable points of his body were being struck frantically. The two could clearly see that every attack had landed at the vital points of the body. Moreover, these intensive attacks were being carried out very accurately. This fact alone was worthy enough to make them tremble. This incessant and accurate attacking method was very cruel, and cold-blooded. And, it had left them to tremble. Strikes on even half of those vital points could cause a fatality. Therefore, a storm of such strikes was obviously a shocking sight to watch. Finally, the scene became still after a tart and sour, snapping, sound was heard. What had just been an awe-inspiring Sky Shien expert, had now turned into a walking stick. That devilish black-clothed man thrust his hand through the pit of his victim's stomach. It passed through the inner cavity like a ramrod, and pierced through his back. The black-clad man's fist firmly held a piece of his victim's heart. It was hanging in midair. The hair on the two Sky Shien experts' bodies stood up. This couldn't merely be called as cruel, or cold-blooded, or anything similar. This was abnormal. Extremely abnormal. The abnormality of this scene had crossed the limits of what humanity could bear. This black-clad individual was naturally Jun Moxie. He knew that things couldn't be dragged on for much longer. So, the young Master Jun had obviously decided to attack first in order to gain the upper hand. However, he realized something after he had launched his attack. And, this realization had left him very gloomy, very, very gloomy. The hitman Jun was the king of his generation's assassins. He had always been against such tyrannical and abnormal indulgences of playing with one's target. He had always paid attention while striking the target, and had tried to kill the target as cleanly as possible. Therefore, Jun Moxie was secretly troubled since he had been forced to deal with his enemy in this manner as a last resort. The ecstasy fragrance had reduced his opponent's fighting strength to a freakishly low level. The enemy had no will left to fight. Moreover, his initial movements and speed had caught his opponent unprepared. The speed of his movements had been faster than his enemy's from the start. But, still, the strength of the Sky Shien expert's body was too high. The young Master Jun's growth had been lightning fast, and he had quickly reached the Jade Shien realm, but, the gap between the two individuals' strength was still supposed to be very great. Therefore, he had decided to use this intensive attack method. He had destroyed his enemy's bones to a point where one couldn't even find their dregs. However, his enemy had still managed to let out a few painful howls in the face of such attacks. The young Master Jun's current firepower was nothing compared to the one he possessed in his previous life. He had managed to take his opponent by surprise, and the man had fallen into a state of naked disadvantage. But, the young Master Jun still hadn't been able to break past his defenses. In fact, his overkill-style offense hadn't proved to be of much significance. In fact, this man hadn't even been able to raise and amass his Shien Qi. Therefore, the young Master Jun was at a total loss for words with regard to this matter. This was very disgraceful. Therefore, the young Master Jun didn't dare to relax one bit. His attacks were intensive, but he was very clear about one thing: he himself would suffer losses if he wasn't able to kill the man quickly. In fact, the tables might even turn against him if he gave the other man any room to respond or take advantage. After all, he was merely a Jade Shien expert when all was said and done, nothing more. And on the other hand, his opponent was at the Sky Shien realm. In fact, he was a peak Sky Shien expert. My opponent can make me suffer even if his strength has been reduced to 1/10 of its actual power. Therefore, Jun Moxie continuously attacked with bang, bang sounds. His fists, knees, elbows, the side of his heels, had been thoroughly jolted by the impacts of his own attacks. In fact, they had started to ache. But, he still wasn't prepared to relax, he couldn't dare to relax. So, it would have seemed that his attacks had gotten increasingly intense. This one-sided battle would seem different from an outsider's perspective. An outsider would reckon that Jun Moxie could have killed his opponent with one strike alone. They would think that he had intentionally used such a cruel method in order to torture his enemy, that he was reprehensible for torturing people in such a manner for his enjoyment. This level of maltreatment was the talk of legends. Moreover, Jun Moxie had displayed his Shien Qi in order to dispel the opposite side's imposing mannerism. However, he had displayed the dark blue color of a Sky Shien Peak expert. That Sky Shien Peak expert is wildly beating up the other man, that too a man who is at a grade that is lower than his own within the Sky Shien realm. Not only that, his opponent isn't even retaliating. Could it be that his barbaric attacks are an indication of his nature? He could have settled this in one strike. Ah! Tears streamed down Jun Moxie's cheeks. Even these sinister attacks aren't going very smoothly. What am I supposed to think? Is my strength that incompetent? Fortunately, this wasn't a game world where everything operates on pure data. Even the strength of a Sky Shien had its limits. Young Master Jun had continuously struck his victim over 300 times in the same place by the end of it, on the pit of his stomach. And, he had then worn out the Shien Qi that protected his opponent's body. Finally. He had finally beaten his enemy's strong-built body, a body the victim had been very proud of, to a pulp. Then, Jun Moxie had severed any scope of the other man's survival by striking his heart. However, he was unaware that his image had appeared stationary after he had thrown his last punch. This had happened because he was very tired. So, he had taken a moment's rest. But, the onlookers had interpreted this sight in an entirely different light. That image was an extreme, to their eyes, it was too cruel, and too abnormal. You've already killed him, so, why are you doing this to his dead body? He looks like salted fish, do you wish to scare the dead, boss? This has been an exceptional night. The 200 men looked Hitman Jun with extreme reverence. There was complete silence for a moment. They were too shocked. They were extremely shocked. It was a while before everyone came back to themselves. Then, the other two Sky Shien experts looked at Jun Moxie with grief and indignation. They gnashed their teeth and asked, "Who are you? Have the guts to tell us your name. You're such a noble and far-reaching person. Your distinguished self has been conferred my blood sword hall's undying gratitude. We will work from dusk to dawn to pay you back." Ha! Pay back? Shouldn't you think of running away? Jun Moxie spoke in a flabbergasted manner. There was a twinkle in his eye. He then suddenly said, "T. Isn't your imagination too enriched? When did I ever say that I'll allow you to leave? Are you sure you aren't daydreaming? Or, are you talking in your sleep? Ha ha ha. We've lost more than half of our strength after being affected by your poison, this fact is undisputed. And, we've suffered a resounding defeat today. However, do you believe that you and your accompanying group of trashy and repulsive hatchlings can capture us? Right. Your distinguished self is at the Sky Shien Peak, and your strength outstrips ours by a margin. But, even your distinguished self can stop only one amongst us if we truly intend to escape. You must the one daydreaming if you believe that you can constrain the both of us. So, the person who's daydreaming and talking in their sleep is none other than your distinguished self." The two red-clothed Sky Shien experts laughed in a shrill manner. Their cold words echoed as they spoke, "We aren't afraid to tell you this in all honesty, no matter who you are, or whether or not you have some backing, you and your backers are toast. There'll be no beautiful dream for you, only a nightmare, an unending nightmare. Capture only one of you? What shameful words are you speaking? I wouldn't have come here if planned to allow even one of you leave. And, dreaming? We'll see who is dreaming." Jun Moxie sneered and waved his hand, "Kill them." The 200 men roared loudly. Their injuries weren't light. Yet, they raised their swords, and threw themselves at the enemy like a tide in spite of their injuries. Ha ha. The two Sky Shien experts laughed heartily. Then, they suddenly leapt up and rose in the air. One of them went towards the north, and the other one moved towards the south. They moved extremely fast. Even this extremely tyrannical peak sky Shien expert in front of us will have no choice but to chase only one of us. How can he capture the both of us since we're both at the same Shien level as him? Jun Moxie snorted and laughed. He didn't move an inch. In fact, the young master Jun didn't even have the desire to move. He merely yelled in a cold voice, "Get down." The sky was resounded with his loud and snapping yell as it came down to the dark and gloomy earth. His men on the ground were in order. They were well trained. And so, they immediately scattered, they quickly ducked, and went outside the circle. The two red-clothed assassins couldn't help their bladders crack when they raised their heads to look. Dozens of nets appeared in midair, from all directions. These nets were studded with shining barbs, and they covered over 30 meters in radius. These nets were dense, and had no gaps that one could escape from. The two red-clothed men looked everywhere, only to find that there were no openings in the nets. Moreover, the nets overlapped each other as they came down, each net had another one above it. If one could cross one net with difficulty, he would then have to face a second one, and after that, even a third one. The two red-clothed men mournfully cried in despair as 40 to 50 nets opened up, loudly fell on them with a bang, and trapped them inside. The two assassins could have worn the nets out if they would have been able to circulate their Shien Qi, perhaps they could have even broken them if their Shien Qi hadn't been lost. In fact, it would have merely been a matter of seconds. However, their Shien Qi had reduced drastically. So, they wouldn't have had enough time to circulate and amass their Shien Qi even if they had strived to escape. Indeed, what they lacked the most at this juncture, was time. How could Jun Moxie have allowed them enough time to counterattack? The 200 men had dropped their swords in unison once the command was given. Then, they conveniently took out the already prepared thick wooden clubs. After that, they, without any rhyme or reason, proceeded to ruthlessly beat down upon the two poor devils who were stuck under the many nets. This was a huge opportunity for those gold Shien experts to trample upon sky Shien experts. It could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so, how could they let it pass? Moreover, they had all seen the strength and vigor with which their young master had trampled upon his enemy. And so, they weren't prepared to let their young master attain all the glory. What happened to your sky Shien strength? You still think you can trample and kill? No, that's your fate. Dark blue lights could be vaguely seen shining through that heavy layer of nets. It was evident that the two sky Shien experts were still struggling with everything they had. They were desperately trying to save themselves from this dire situation. However, the cruel fact was that, their efforts would be in vain. Wooden clubs, as thick as thighs, powerfully fell on the flesh of those two in the midst of jeers and puff sounds. Their nightmare had truly arrived. The blood-curdling screams echoed. The two sky Shien experts had refused to scream their pain in order to save face at first. Then, they had started to shout as if there was nothing more joyous than that moment in itself. Their screams had pierced the night sky, their screams had soon started to sound like the screech of numerous owls. Their sky Shien leader had died, and that was extremely sad. However, he had been killed by the high-level sky Shien expert, Jun Moxie's sneak attack. So, it could be said that he had died with honor. However, what about those two? They were being trampled by a group of ant-like gold Shien experts. How tragic had life been to them in the end? Come to speak of it, these two people had been pressing their luck for a tragedy. Every man goes to seek out his tragedies on his own. These two men weren't any different. Jun Moxie originally had many misgivings about these two red-clad men. They had been affected by the ecstasy fragrance, but they were still genuine sky Shien experts. So, even their minimal strength would be at par with the Earth Shien realm, perhaps even higher, no matter how much it had been reduced. There was no way to drastically reduce the Shien Qi level beyond that. Therefore, They would have likely caused severe casualties to Jun Moxie's men if they had been allowed to go all out and fight with their remaining might. Therefore, Jun Moxie had covered himself with the distinct dark blue color of the sky Shien peak level in order to deter those two. The two red-clad men had obviously thought that the only option left for them was to escape, and that too, separately. And, it wasn't very surprising either. After all, their strength was merely at the initial stage of the Sky Shien realm. So, they would have run away when faced a peak Sky Shien expert even if they had been in their peak condition. What could one possibly say for a situation when their strength had been reduced? However, their attempt to flee had fallen within the bounds of Jun Moxie's strategy. Jun Moxie had previously arranged for 54 of his men to hide in the trees. Each one of these men carried 2 nets with them. And, they were simply waiting for that moment. One could see only 200 people before. However, it was important to note that these men actually totaled to 254. They acted like 54 skilled fishermen when they threw those dense nets. Moreover, their 2 victims had been in a state of confusion and panic when these nets had appeared in midair from nowhere at that critical juncture. So, how could they not have fallen into that trap? The 2 red-clad men should have caused huge casualties to Jun Moxie's party by all rights. And even then, they might not have been captured. However, they were now as sullen as a fish that had been caught in a net. Moreover, they hadn't merely been reduced to the fishes in a net at this moment, they more closely resembled the meat on a chopping block, as their butcher pondered over how to chop them up. Those 200 men weren't frightened. They seemed to brandish their wooden clubs as if the autumn season had arrived. It seemed as if the season 4 crop harvest had finished, and they needed to thresh the soya beans from the harvest. They shouted with joy as they hammered their victims. Jun Moxie ordered his men to continue that beatdown, for a time period that lasted the duration it takes for half an incense stick to burn, for the fear of a playing possum trick. There was no other reason for him to do so, it was just an assassin's caution. Thereafter, when Jun Moxie went forward to look at the result, what he found could only be described as very good. The big nets had been thoroughly tattered. However, inside, what was inside, could in no way be considered as men. In fact, they couldn't even be considered as meat. What was left inside, was minced meat, 100% minced meat. Even if one slowly stews meat in a pressure cooker for a day's time, it still wouldn't become that decomposed. Jun Moxie's eyes took a quick glance around. Then, he waved his hand and commanded, quickly sweep the battlefield. If an enemy still breathes, quickly remedy it with a knife. Take care of our injured. Retrieve the crossbows carefully. Ensure you leave no traces. Start at once. Everyone responded boisterously. Jun Moxie raised his head, and looked in the wooded mountains' direction. There was an expression of profound happiness in his eyes. The battlefield was quickly tidied up clean. Jun Moxie calmly gave the order. The men screamed in unison, and turned to mount their horses. Then, the men disappeared as the sounds of rapid hoofbeats echoed. They disappeared without a single trace. All they left behind, were the pieces of scattered flesh, as evidence of this unusually bloody battle. After a long while. Blurg, blurg. Blurg, blurg, blurg. Jun Moxie turned to look in the direction of the noise. 2 individuals had damaged their lungs vomiting. In fact, it seemed that they'd even vomit out their intestines. Then, the sounds of vomiting started to rise, and soon it seemed that many people had started to vomit. Old Pang, what's to be done about this vomiting? What can be done? It's vomit, it's useless to try to solve this matter. Let's go back. Blurg. The young master's strength is extremely astonishing. But, that method of his was extremely, blurg, cruel, heavens, blurg. You, shut up. We'll talk about this later. Blurg. There was a gloomy warbling sound. Around 10 men came out from their hiding places, and showed themselves. Their faces were pale, and the corners of their mouths were dripping unceasingly. One glance at their faces was enough to determine that they had been vomiting quite heavily. It seemed that someone had taken the initiative to issue an order to these men, and they quietly departed. However, that person hadn't shown himself from the start to finish. In fact, it was almost as if that person was never present in the first place. The deep curtains of night fell down. They concealed the crimes, and dispersed the bloody events. The atmosphere had become peaceful and quiet again. The Jun family residence. It was already after midnight, yet Grandpa Jun's study room was still brightly lit. Jun Moxie was quietly returning home with his men when he saw that light, and suddenly felt a poetic feeling in his heart. So, he started to sing in his mind, "The night is calm, and the stars are glittering in the sky. The light still shines clear from grandfather's window up ahead. He's working his heart out to write the research material. His tall figure is reflected in my heart." The young Master Jun had his own way of enjoying himself. He went to his room, and went to sleep. The two teams of his men rested, reorganized, recuperated and healed. Besides the 350 crossbows and 7,000 accompanying bolts, they had also found 20 to 30,000 silver taels. Jun Moxie had generously divided them amongst his 200-plus men. Those who had sustained injuries were given an additional 50 taels. This had left everyone very happy and satisfied. His medicinal dawn were curing the wounded men's injuries at a rapid pace without any major problems. This was only natural since the young Master Jun had very high-level skills in the medicinal field. His troops had received many injuries in the battle. A few of them had received grave injuries. And, there were some injuries that were so serious that they could be considered as fatal. However, could these serious injuries prove to be a big deal with the young master's various medicines at hand? These injuries would obviously be cured within a short period of time. The emperor had lost his soldiers, his money, and his crossbows. Jun Moxie had ordered his men to use other methods for attacking or defending against the enemy. These crossbows were only to be used for self-defense. In any case, we must set off for Tianfa soon. We needn't fear about being discovered if we use these crossbows in Tianfa. Jun Moxie had just settled down. Old Pang had also quietly led his troops back to the Jun residence. Their faces were green, and their lips were white. Their footsteps were weak and unstable. Inside the study. "Lord Master, we've returned at last. Your subordinate has nearly madly vomited himself to death." Old Pang gasped for air with difficulty. What happened? Grandpa Jun was bewildered. It was the young master. That method of his is very cruel, Blurg. Old Pang continued to speak even though he felt nauseous. Cruel? What's the matter? Tell me properly. Grandpa Jun was even more bewildered now. Old Pang came from a family of warriors. He had been at his side for many decades. He had spent more time on the battlefield than Jun Wui had. In fact, it wouldn't be an overstatement to call him a veteran of 100 battles. What cruelty had he not seen already? He had killed at least 100 warriors himself. And, that too was a conservative count. So, what could have possibly left him to look like this? Blurg. Old Pang retched as he tried to speak. But, he was finally able to. My lord, I've seen men getting killed. I've killed many men myself. But, I've never seen anyone beating a live person to death like that, and then stretching one's hands, only for it to come out from behind a man's chest cavity with his heart in the hand. And, as for the other two men, their corpses can't even be called human corpses. They resembled dumplings more closely. Even the process of chopping wasn't required anymore. Do you still need me to explain in more detail? Blurg. Don't talk about it, shut up, and quickly go outside to vomit. Get lost. Blurg. He hadn't finished speaking, but Grandpa Jun could well imagine the scene. He couldn't help but burst out retching. Old Pang's evil scheme had prevailed. He chuckled in an evil manner, and went away like a wisp of smoke. It's not good to vomit alone. Everyone should get to vomit. Everyone should be treated equally. This is fair and equitable. However, Grandpa Jun was a top-notch warrior at the end of the day. He only retched for a moment. Then, he resumed his natural state. In fact, he couldn't help but smile as he muttered to himself, "This little devil is full of surprises." That stealthy poison was really. I can't tell how many more cards he has hidden in his hand. However, one expert inside the Jun family was very depressed. This expert was the same person who had recently been made the commander of the Tian Fa expedition, Jun Moa. He had personally led men to the Nichang pavilion in order to arrest and kill heir and everyone else. After all, the crossbows had arrived and their operation had already begun. Therefore, heir and the others had outlived their usefulness. This was part of Jun Moxie's plan. However, they rushed into that place, and found it empty. They inquired and found that heir had vanished on the dawn of that day along with everyone else. And, she had left no trace behind. Jun Moa was extremely disappointed. He had used a mountain to smash an egg. Even a standard stone could smash an egg, but, he had failed to do so. He was depressed, really depressed. Where was the information leaked from? This thought had greatly puzzled him. Jun Moxie stood on the edge of the convened gathering on following day's dawn. He had to depart with the army in the afternoon. So, Jun Moxie was racing against time in the true sense of the meaning. "Fatty, I'll be leaving later. Take proper care of the aristocratic hall. Bear that responsibility for me. In addition, I will supply you with some medicinal dawn. Hold an auction for them every so often. And, auction a very small amount. Ensure that you protect the secrecy of the relevant information. And, as for the money you acquire from the auction, don't hesitate to spend it to acquire rare ingredients. You needn't spend much effort to acquire the ordinary ingredients anymore. And, don't collect the medicinal herbs the way you had previously done." Jun Moxie handed Fatty Tang a bottle of the multicure Dan, a bottle of the mysterious Yang Dan, and a bottle of the missing Yin Dan in order to earn profit. He wasn't going to sell the efficacy-increasing 10 years Dan. However, these 3 dawn were enough to cause widespread sensation. "Little Yang Mo, you needn't be involved in the aristocratic hall's day-to-day transactions and workings. However, if someone from the royal family comes and proposes something, whether it is excessive or not, whether it is unreasonable or not, you will handle all of it. After all, Tang Yuan's identity is inconvenient for this. You understand, right?" But. Little Yang Mo hesitated a bit. "But nothing. It has been decided." Jun Moxie decisively cut in. Then, he stated in conclusion, "Quickly go back to your father, the prince equivalent, to ask for guidance if you're unable to handle it on your own." "Ahem. This matter has already been decided. We won't speak of it again." The decision was squeaky clean. So, Yang Mo departed with some worry on his mind. Then, Jun Moxie turned to Tang Yuan, "Give all imperial family-related business to Yang Mo. It doesn't matter if we suffer a loss. In fact, I don't care about any loss from that. Is that clear?" "It's not clear. Why are you doing this? If perchance anyone from the imperial family does come, and this little devil is unable to handle it, won't it mean that we'll be out of luck?" Tang Yuan's expression was one of protest. He didn't understand the young Master Jun's decision. "I don't require you to understand. I only need you to carry it out." Jun Moxie glared in anger. The Prince Equivalent's family hadn't attended the Golden Scholarly Feast. However, he hadn't opposed Jun Moxie's intentional or non-intentional instigation either. Everything had seemed to be still. It had to be said that the Prince Equivalent could certainly keep his composure. However, that move wouldn't work in front of Jun Moxie. So, you're keeping calm. Good. I'll just add to the fire. You think that you could just put up some money on the table, and buy a share, and then this young master will keep making money for you? How can it be that easy? What's the point of giving you so much money if I can't even tie your family to the Jun family's war chariot? This isn't exactly open-hearted. And, it can be considered very mean to exploit a child. However, I can give you a whole generation of kings if your son's performance is good. Who won't be satisfied with that? Tang Yuan still didn't understand his intention. However, he kept his mouth shut when he saw that Jun Moxie was getting angry. So, he only responded in agreement from there on. In fact, he himself hadn't thought of it, when had his childhood friend, some he used to go debauching around, become so authoritative and domineering. Song Shang, you will brew wine during this time, and provide it to our families, do you understand? You will also be responsible for the aristocratic hall's security at night. Ensure that no mishap occurs. I understand, Master. Hai Chen Feng, I want you to consolidate the underworld during the time I'm away. The amount of fighting strength you gather isn't that important to me. Rather, I would like you to gather as much intelligence as you can. Are you clear on that? For example, the beggars on the capital street, the people in restaurants, the barmen, the pimps of various brothels, the men who stand and keep watch at the doors of the influential families and so on. Utilize their hidden talents, uncover the valuable intelligence, and record it. Intelligence is the first priority here. You can look to deal with the issue of military strength once you've established a definite line of intelligence. Do you understand? A cold light flickered in Jun Moxie's eyes. He had spoken the entire set of instructions in one breath. It had embodied the most important purpose for his control over the gangs. Therefore, it was very important that Hai Chen Feng understood it properly. I understand. The young master can feel relieved. I, Hai Chen Feng, will consolidate Tianxiang City's gangs, and set up a watertight intelligence network, Hai Chen Feng solemnly replied. He had clearly understood Jun Moxie's idea. Ahem. Good. Now, we come to another matter. This matter is of the utmost importance. It is something I won't compromise on, and that is the Jun family's security. Hai Chen Feng and Song Shang, you both will be in charge of this matter. I will say this in short, I won't permit any mishaps. None whatsoever. Nothing at all. No matter the situation. Do you understand? Be at ease, young master. Anyone who wishes to mess with the Jun family will have to pass over our dead bodies. Hai Chen Feng and Song Shang replied in unison. Ahem. Then, I'm relieved, Jun Moxie nodded slightly. He then took out another porcelain bottle, there are 3 Dan pills in this, for each of you. Take them. These will serve to increase your Shien Qi cultivation by 10 years. Tang Yuan, you can take Hai Chen Feng's assistance in this matter. And another thing, this matter is a secret of top priority. None of you is to divulge anything outside. The 3 people replied in unison with fanatical looks in their eyes. To be able to increase Shien Qi cultivation by 10 years. Tang Yuan wouldn't pay attention to matters pertaining martial strength under normal circumstances. However, even he wasn't foolish enough to disregard this, and got all excited about it. Hai Chen Feng and the Song Shang were both Sky Shien experts. Their understanding of this matter was obviously more profound. You're all temporarily dismissed. Hurry up and go. I will leave for battle this afternoon. There's no need to see me off, Jun Moxie waved his hand. His eyes revealed a strange expression as he slowly continued, if everything goes smoothly on this trip, then when we return, he. He laughed in a profound manner. His eyes shone with a cold light that was akin to the one that's reflected off a sword's edge. The people who saw this couldn't help but tremble. What plan does this young master have? And, how can his expression be so scary? The sun had shifted slightly to the west. The drums for the armies assembling rumbled loudly on the massive drill ground. Their echoes shook the heavens and earth. Generals chose morning time go to battle for the most part, preferably sunrise. They'd take the rising sun to be auspicious. However, the vows before the troops were being taken at noon in this case. This was somewhat different to the usual practice. And, this wasn't a very good idea to say the least about it. How could it be good if the sun quickly set in the west? But, the emperor of the Tianxiang Empire had decided this, and no one had dared to ask the reason. The biting cold autumn wind dried up, and boiled over the ground. What regrets would a man have if he could achieve such a feat? Let this magnificent army of men and horses follow me impassioned. All without exception will go forward, disregarding life and death. Mountains of joyous shouts echoed like tsunamis. It was amongst all this cheering that Jun Moa grasped his wheelchair, and turned around to face his majesty. He cupped his fists. "Your Majesty, your humble official Jun Moa seeks to resign from his post in order to lead the army. I allow you to do so." The emperor's face had turned red as loud celebratory music started to play. "Play the music. Send off the empire's heroes into battle." Grandfather Dugu Zongheng stepped forward, and proclaimed with a loud and majestic roar. The battle drums echoed loudly like a surging tide since they were played with enthusiasm. 8 horsemen attired in neat battle clothing and shining armors carried the banner on their staffs. They led the way on their 8 horses. The biting cold autumn wind blew upon the large banner, and made it rise up. It was the color of blood, and had a single golden word on it, Jun. The eyes of some of Tianxiang's veteran soldiers had welled up with tears. The Jun family's war banner. This banner had always symbolized unparalleled victory. This flag was a banner of iron and blood. It had finally risen again after an absence of 10 years. However, it still excited everyone's souls, just as it had in the past. It still rolled up in this weather, just as it had in the past. The sound of hoofbeats was methodically emanated. The echoes rose as squadron after squadron of brightly armored cavalrymen moved out in formation, and slowly formed a vast and mighty torrent of steel as they galloped away in the wind. A blade was raised towards the blue dome of heaven. The sword was pointed towards Tianfa. The hero of 100 battles had moved out. And, the hero's blood hadn't gone cold yet. Tianfa. I'm coming. The day after the army had set off, or to be more precise, on the midnight of the day the army had set off, the real client of the Blood Sword Hall, the emperor of the Tianxiang Empire, finally received the news he had been waiting for. The Zhao family's men who had crossed into the capital's region had been wiped out along with the troops they had hired from the Southern Trade Union. The second prince's divine storm guard had suffered the same fate. The emperor didn't find this news report shocking. In fact, it was expected. Otherwise, wouldn't things have failed to live up to his arrangements? However, the news report wasn't limited to this information. This was because the annihilation hadn't been limited to the aforementioned deaths. The members of the Blood Sword Hall who had taken part in the operation had also died a violent death. The 3 Sky Shien experts, 15 Earth Shien assassins, and 40 Jade Shien assassins, all had been eliminated. This news was shocking. In fact, it was extremely shocking. One would have needed immense fighting strength in order to destroy such a force. And, this was different from an ordinary defeat, perhaps even an attack and a rout situation. Rather, it was the complete destruction of an entire military group. Not a single person had been able to escape. In addition, the main reason for these events had disappeared without a trace. That is, the meticulously manufactured ultra-killing weapons made using the Shien beast's tendons and highly tempered steel, which several powers had been vying and hoping for, had also disappeared without a trace. The emperor had ransacked his table, and his cup had fallen down. The spirit of his gloomy face didn't revive for many days to come. The crossbows and the strength of the Blood Sword Hall had held great importance for the emperor. He had never expected that his flawless arrangements would go awry instead of capturing those crossbows. In fact, he hadn't merely lost out on the crossbows. He had also lost the elite troops that constituted nearly half of the covert martial strength under his command to this unfathomable mystery. The fact that made him even angrier was that this event had left no clues behind. So, he couldn't determine who had been behind this incident. So much so, that even the tiniest clues hadn't been left behind. How wouldn't the Tianxiang Empire's emperor be gloomy? How could he not be angry? This gloom and anger resulted in a cloud of worry and a fog of misery in the imperial palace. Everyone trembled with fear and treaded with caution since no one wanted to anger the unhappy emperor. As for the effect of the news of this event on the second prince, he fainted when he heard this news. This isn't an exaggeration, he had genuinely fainted on the spot. That was understandable. After all, he had suffered the greatest damage amongst all the participants. He had expended the highest amount of resources from the start to the finish. In fact, he couldn't afford the final outcome of it. The second prince had paid for the raw materials that were required for the manufacturing. In fact, he had paid a very high price for them. Perhaps, one should say that he had paid an astronomically high price. Then, he had paid double for the manufacturing cost. The prince had also engaged a lot of manpower for the transport arrangements. And now, he had suffered a dead loss. Moreover, his divine storm guard had also been annihilated in its entirety. They were the second prince's most elite troops. One could say that he had gone bankrupt while paying for another's wedding dress. The fact that was even more exasperating was that he didn't know who that other person was. The second prince probably wouldn't have been able to figure out a way of responding to this situation if he hadn't already fainted in the first place. Another person was similarly gloomy. It was Li Yuran. The young Master Li hadn't suffered the loss of a fortune like the second prince. But, he had still paid a considerable amount. One could say that he had lost his hard-earned savings. He had sent half of the most elite of his family's secretly trained warriors for this task. And, they had been completely annihilated. Moreover, one of his senior brother disciples was killed, and turned to minced meat. However, the fact that made him even more depressed was that, he didn't know whom to retaliate against. Should I look for the blood sword hall? Should I find that assassin and take revenge? Wouldn't the great cold-blooded Master Lei Wu Bei go mad if he didn't take revenge? Moreover, his two remaining senior disciples had been so shaken that they hadn't even brought their deceased brother disciple's body back. In fact, he reckoned that his senior brother disciple and his senior sister disciple wouldn't stay with him for long either. 9 senior brother disciples and 1 senior sister disciple had come to Tianxiang City a fortnight ago in order to help him with his plans. However, 8 had already died by now. And, the remaining 2 had transformed into thoroughly frightened creatures. The Li family's young master, Li Yuran, resented this situation to no end. Something else had also added to the fire. He had sent some of his powerful seniors to formally gain control over Tianxiang City's underworld a few nights ago. However, they had unexpectedly been attacked the same night, and had been forced to retreat. And, the Jin Yang gang had engulfed the entire underworld as a result. The Jin Yang gang had already become the biggest group in Tianxiang's underworld. In fact, they didn't have any competitors. Senior brother Lei Jianhong and senior sister Fang Piaohong fought the enemies tonight. These 2 Sky Shien experts battled the counterparts. Their enemy's strength was indeed greater than my seniors, but these 2 senior disciples have failed in the true sense. They become flustered, and lost all intention to fight back. A Sky Shien expert must at least be able to maintain their composure and status. Li Yuran was especially angry at that point. And, the 2 seniors had also realized their problem. They were ashamed of letting their junior down, and asked him to let them leave. They wished to find Master Lei Wu Bei in order to discuss the countermeasures with him. Li Yuran had readily agreed. He had naturally provided them with a great amount of money for their travels. He had politely seen them off to their journey as well. However, muttered curses had arisen from the usually calm young Master Li Yuran's mouth after the 2 left. He had suddenly raised his leg, and had smashed his family's door with a kick. He had already reached Jade Shien realm. Therefore, he had become quite powerful. His ferocious kick had thoroughly destroyed the door. It was a proper and incisive kick. Jin Yen Gang. You think that I don't know that you're Jun Moxie's people? Li Yurant's fists clenched. Then, his expression had gradually calmed down, and he had slowly loosened his fists. Suddenly, a gentle smile had stretched across his face. Jun Moxie has left the capital now. Do you think that I won't be able to deal with you now? Do you think that I won't be able to handle you now? I have many ricks. It would be hard to beat you head-on, but roundabout ways can also achieve the same goal. The young Master Jun's blood had boiled during the ceremony of vows that had taken place before they had set out to war. This was the first time that he had felt like a hot-blooded heroic son of a military family. However, Jun Moxie had found himself unable to bear the military's customs after merely half a day's journey from the capital. It was too much for him to take. That's forbidden. That won't do either. Jun Moxie had later discovered walking without consent, and even laughing or speaking out of turn was improper in his third uncle's eyes. Jun Moa had stayed away from the military for more than 10 years. But, this barbaric control of the army had brought victories in the past. He seemingly watched over those who weren't pleasing to his eyes with a cold and scowling face, and acted against them with swift and decisive decisions. He would especially nitpick with the group of debauches, headed by his own nephew, even more harshly for no reason since they weren't pleasing to look at. So, if he saw one of them, he would scold that one youngster. If he saw two of them, he would scold them both. Therefore, it was fair and reasonable that Jun Moxie, Morong Qian Jun, Meng Hai Zhou, Meng Fei, Li Zhen, Li Feng, etc., these young masters of the various families were left to whine to no end. Jun Moxie knew that his uncle would need strict authority over the military to hold the battle formations. For that, his uncle needed to establish his prestige. He would need to set up the image of harsh and firm military discipline since that would ensure strict obedience when they marched into a battle. Could they possibly go to war if indiscipline was rife in the army? That would be like marching to their death. Therefore, Jun Moa needed several out-of-luck and damnable scapegoats in order to establish his prestige. It was a classic case of killing one to warn the many. He would set an example as a warning to others in order to implement military discipline. However, Jun Moxie hadn't expected that he would be the first out-of-luck scapegoat. This incident would sound rather melodramatic. Jun Moxie had been riding his horse, and had been fighting an urge to urinate for half the afternoon. He took a look around. They had left the city's walls long ago. There were woods to his left, and farms to his right. Some hamlets could be seen a little distance ahead. The troops are advancing forward without a break. So, how do I deal with this? This was an extremely difficult situation for the young Master Jun. So, he swung his leg down his horse. Then, he stealthily slipped away to some nearby trees. He untied his trousers, and let out a single stream without any restraint. There were several trees before his eyes. The magnificent army was marching forward behind him, very close behind him. In fact, they were so close to the trees that the men at the extreme opposite side of this procession of troops could stretch their hand, and fish out a bird's eggs. Therefore, the young Master Jun let out his urinary stream in a highly spirited and invigoratingly straight line. He had burst out to his heart's content. Then, he shook it quickly after he was finished. He was about to pull up his trousers. But, he suddenly realized that two hands had been placed on his shoulders. You've separated from the formation without permission. You've ignored the army's disciple, and you've disrupted the public morals by urinating in front of everyone. Young General, we request that you come with us. Two military police personnel arrived like heavenly troops, and caught Jun Moxie red-handed. What, doesn't that sound unreasonable? I obviously have my back to everyone. So, how can you say that I was urinating in front of them? Jun Moxie contended on strong grounds. However, the two impartial law officials grabbed him, and took him with them. The pitiful young Master Jun didn't even get time to pull up his trousers. His thing was somewhat discernible to prying eyes. He was seized, and brought under the graceful banner of Jun Moa. The results were good, and Jun Moa, the commander from the Jun family, put on a show in front of his headquarters. He ceremoniously punished Jun Moxie at the official gates with the serious penalty of 20 lashings with truncheons. If the punishment was too heavy for this crime, then no one called it heavy. And if it was lenient, then no one called it that either. No one asked mercy for Jun Moxie. But that was only natural. Everyone knew that Commander Jun had found an excuse to put on a display. Moreover, the young Master Jun didn't have friendly relations with anyone there. Most real men don't cry in such situations. However, Jun Moxie nearly wept. He looked up and clenched his teeth as he said, "Third uncle, you are using your authority to bring about order. It is this little nephew's bad luck that he had erred a little, but this is the first time Silence. We're general and subordinate in the army camp. I'm not your third uncle. And, you're not my nephew. Deputy General, you've spoken rudely, and you've disrupted the army's discipline. Add 10 more hits to his penalty." Third Master Jun expression was serious. Young Master Jun clearly understood that he dare not utter another word. He was sure that he would be hit many more times if he spoke up again. The truncheon crackled 30 times, and everyone kept quiet. Many debauches were present there to witness, old and young. They reveled in his misfortune, but they didn't speak a word. That itself was a desired result. However, Commander Jun was aware of his nephew's skills. It would have seemed that Jun Moxie had suffered serious injuries when one looked at his posterior turning all red and blue. However, it wasn't a big deal in reality. In fact, it wouldn't have harmed him much even if he had been struck 300 times, let alone 30 times. However, he had just caught his nephew red-handed after the military operations had already started. And so, he hit upon an idea. This kid erred. He's extremely undisciplined. This isn't a good thing. The Jun family was a family of generals at the end of the day. So, he had decided to use that opportunity to carefully temper his nephew's temperament. This would be important in laying out a foundation in case he had to lead troops into battle in the future. As a matter of fact, this idea's origin could be barely credited to Jun Moa. Grandpa Jun had exhorted him to ferociously train Jun Moxie before they had departed for war. In other words, he had been given this license by Grandpa Jun himself. So, the third Master Jun had prepared himself to ill-treat his nephew in an unrestrained manner. However, it was still a bit too much for the youngster's first act of indiscipline. Jun Moxie covered his buttocks after he had received that lashing of 30 truncheons, and walked out of the commander's tent with his teeth gnashed. Then, he started to look around for someone he didn't like. Ah! Is that the all-powerful Jun family's third young master? What's with that expression? Is this the first time the commander has educated you? He. Third young Master Jun, you look very handsome when you cover your butts with your hands. This young master really admires you. Jun Moxie had been his rival in love over Princess Ling Mang in the days gone by. So, the Morong family's young master, Morong Chien Jun, peculiarly shook his shoulders in an exaggerated manner. In fact, it seemed that he was deliberately making a crackling sound of laughter. Meng Haizhou and others were present in the vicinity as well. They roared with laughter at this. Jun Moxie didn't say a thing. He simply walked over and stationed himself in front of Morong Chien Jun. Then, he suddenly snatched a pike from a soldier who stood beside him. He then used it as a truncheon, and rained down attacks on the opposite party. He drilled in an attack with that pike truncheon at a very fast speed. This young master had found no place to vent his belly full of anger. Yet, you still dared to provoke me? Are trying to court your bad luck? This is what they call intolerable. This young Master Jun, at the very least, won't tolerate it. What else could Murong Qian Jun expect? The other party had erred, and had broken the army's discipline. And then, the former had still tried to take his case in front of their peers. However, he had been caught off guard by the young Master Jun's retaliation. He wouldn't have been able to avoid it even if he had been prepared for it. He was struck by the truncheon. His eyes instantly filled with a golden light, and stars started to glitter in front of them. The Murong family's skulls were rather perfect in their bone structure. The pike hit him dead in the center, and broke off. Murong Qian Jun's skull was perfect, but his forehead was even superior in quality. A red lump, the size of a finger, and as thick as an egg, rose up right in the center of his forehead at a visibly astonishing speed. In fact, it even made a whooshing sound. It erected straight up like a unicorn's horn. Oh! Isn't this the graceful and elegant young Master Murong? Is that a pen asterisk S on his head? Don't tell me that this is his innate talent. Is it possible that his thing isn't inside his pants, but on his forehead instead? It's a pity, such a pity that there's only one egg to it. But, it has a very graceful shape. In fact, it is unrivaled all throughout the land. It is genuinely unprecedented. I truly admire it. Jun Moxie burst out laughing as he made a gesture with his head. His gesture couldn't be considered as lame in front of that shape on Murong Qian Jun's head. Then, he threw away the now half pike, and left with long strides. He had exported his chi in this strike. So, that the pike hit Murong Qian Jun with just the precise amount of strength, and his skin didn't break. However, this caused his forehead to swell to its maximum extent, and created an amazing and astonishing effect. Everyone who heard that remark turned to look, only to find a lump on Murong Qian Jun's forehead. It was erect, and amazingly resembled a pen asterisk S. It looked like an especially rare one since it somewhat lacked in length. But, it was of perfect thickness, and had a remarkable likeness in all other respects. It had been imitated to perfection, and was very lifelike. Ha ha ha. Everyone who witnessed this funny and extremely strange scene couldn't help but laugh heartily. Murong Qian Jun had come to taunt Jun Moxie's debauchee-like behavior. But, he was smiling through his running nose and eyes as well. In fact, he held his stomach the whole time. The vicinity was brimming with great and experienced men. They had all been married, and knew what Jun Moxie's remark and gestures meant. Moreover, this kind of vulgarity had been rather common throughout their military life. However, this sudden act by Jun Moxie had unexpectedly been rather funny. Even the battlefield commanders couldn't help the corners of their mouth draw into a smile. And then, their mouths opened as they burst out into laughter. They laughed loudly at first. Then, they realized that it was improper to do so. So, they tried to restrain themselves. However, they soon realized that it was no use. So, they started to laugh in an unrestrained manner. However, Murong Qian Jun soon found himself in confusion since he was unaware of the real joke. The Murong family's laughing stock had merely felt an unbearable pain on his head, but didn't know anything about the unbridled transformation that had taken place on it. He couldn't help but get angry as he asked, "Is this that funny? He has attacked a fellow soldier inside the army camp. It could be said that he has committed a grave crime. This young master, this general demands that a report of this matter goes to the commander-in-chief so that Jun Moxie gets severe punishment." Hey! What are you laughing at? What's so funny? The lone pen asterisk S-like lump on his head had started to glitter bright red in the sunlight. In fact, it had expanded, and had gained more strength. Moreover, the blood that surged upwards through his head which made it seem even more sinister and towering as he seemingly got angrier. The lump had transformed the man's elegant face in its entirety. He spoke in a very serious tone, but the effect became increasingly comical. He had asked everyone to restrain themselves. But, they weren't able to change their outer appearance, and continued to laugh. Everyone held their bellies as they started to roll around on the ground. Ah! This is extremely funny. I will die. Kindly forgive me. Ha ha ha. Jun Moxie and the other high-ranking officers hurriedly arrived after they received the news of this event. They became extremely angry for a moment after they saw the disturbance. However, they then saw that peculiar lump on Murong Qian Jun's head, and felt like bursting out into laughter. However, they suddenly remembered that it wasn't proper to laugh in this situation. So, they quickly restrained themselves. But, they were unable to make it work, and their smiling expressions still rose to the surface. Soon, everyone started to choke in attempts to restrain themselves. Even the constantly solemn Commander Jun wasn't an exception. Jun Moxie wasn't going to have a lucky escape. He was punished again. Commander Jun was extremely angry. He nearly had the little beast imprisoned. This is too much trouble. What can we do in this matter? This is the legendary, trouble-spreading evil spirit. However, the trouble-spreading evil spirit clearly wasn't done yet. This was because the event still hadn't concluded. Two sides collided that very same evening after the encampment had been set up. The Murong family's guards were out to avenge their young master. So, they clashed with Jun Moxie's 250 men. Jun Moxie was helpless as far as this figure of merely 250 was concerned. He would have been happier if even one more man would have been able to join. However, his men had sustained severe injuries in their previous assignment. So, 4 of his men were unable to join them. However, the remaining 250 men weren't hindered by the condition of their injuries, and were fit to accompany him. Therefore, he had ordered them to enlist in the military for the glory and honor. However, Jun Moxie was depressed that they weren't able to train properly because of the army's routine. I guess I'll only have to make do with these 250. Well, it's 250 plus me. So, that makes it 251. This will drive this young master mad. We should each grab a person's leg and break it. But, that doesn't sound right. It would be pretty stupid if we break only one leg each. We should at least break 2 legs each. That's not enough either. After all, it's 251 of us. Let's beat them up properly then. The outcome of the conflict was a huge upset. It caused many people to drop their spectacles. Those mere 250 turned out to be very fierce and tough. They attacked the 500 Murong family's guards, and beat them to a complete rout. The victims were obviously left to grumble endlessly since they were unspeakably cruel. In fact, over 10 of the Murong guards had been genuinely maimed. This gave rise to a lot of anger. Numerous influential families accused Jun Moxie. And, he retaliated measure for measure. It seemed that there would be another bloody conflict soon. Jun Moxie realized that his father's expectations were utter fantasy, same as his own. Jun Moxie was a troublemaker in the army. In fact, he was like a malignant tumor. So, it would be best to remove him as fast as possible. The rotten fish would ruin the entire dish if he were to remain there for long. The afternoon has barely passed. Even a day's time isn't yet over. Evening time hasn't even set properly, and the sky still hasn't darkened. And yet, this youngster has already obtained 3 punishments. Moreover, this kid is committing all offenses that shouldn't be committed. He would have already been beheaded twice if I were to treat him according to the military's law. Therefore, after another round of beating was ordered as punishment. It was followed by a lengthy and severe reprimanding tirade. You and your 250 men will get a special assignment. Jun Moxie stated, "You brat, you will get a special assignment to redeem yourself in light of performance. The special order for Jun Moxie is that, he will clear the way for the Vanguard. He will open paths in mountains, and bridge streams. And, he will be held responsible if the army suffers any damage in this journey because of his negligence. Jun Moxie felt that he had been granted amnesty when he heard his special punishment. Jun Moxie was so delighted that he clasped his hands in the air like a common man who had achieved his life's dream. He replied in an opera-like dramatic tone. In fact, he got so dramatic that he nearly sung out his acceptance. I needed, this assignment. He then raised his hands like a goose's wings. Then, he started to circle around. He flew half a circle. Then, he took a couple of steps as if he was passing over an obstacle. Then, he quickened his pace, and flew out of the tent. The men in the tent couldn't help but stare. They couldn't help but burst out laughing. Is this the Jun family's sole member of the third generation? Is he really the descendant of a military family? Commander Jun Moxie was a loss. He had no choice but to think of the following two words, family misfortune. Jun Moxie took his third uncle's gloom into account. I've made a very shitty name for myself in the army's way of life. I've received 3 severe beating in just half a day's time. Moreover, there was no argument that I could have used in my favor to prevent these punishments. It would take about a month to reach Tianfa. Whether I had lived or died, whether I had lost face or didn't, one thing was for sure, the iron but would have reached miraculous heights. I've been given the responsibility to be a trail opener from this moment onwards. I'm not very proficient at opening roads, or bridging streams. But, any robber we encounter along the way will be dealt with effectively. Not a single shall remain. This is such a great opportunity to train my troops. Jun Moxie accepted the orders since he feared a change of command from the commander. Then, he quickly ordered his 250 men to strike camp the same evening. They then disappeared into the darkness like a sharp arrow, just as Commander Jun had ordered. The 250 plus 1 men disappeared without a trace. 2 days later, Commander Jun Moxie discovered that it was a brilliant decision to send Jun Moxie as a vanguard. In fact, it was an amazing and wise decision that could make for a great legend. The best way to employ a person's true talent is to place them in the right position. The journey became extremely smooth. The army's march had started to seem like a sightseeing tour. They followed Jun Moxie's vanguard unit. So, there was no need for them to be frightened since there was no danger up ahead. As for the officials along the way, they welcomed the army heartily in fear of the reception not being satisfactory. And, they even came forward and gave the military some supply materials. There was no case of embezzlement. Jun Moxie initiated a thorough sweep to completely wipe out the bandits. In fact, he even went 200 kilometers beyond the official route to deal with them. This vanguard unit led by Jun Moxie wiped out all the bandits throughout the journey. The entire journey was bloody, 100% bloody. The young Master Jun's Heaven Destroyer team and Spirit Devourer team had used this bloody journey to accustom themselves to purely bloody conflicts. These 250 men had been killing throughout the journey. Let alone Jun Moxie, even Jun Moxie could well imagine the scene of the murderous aura that would be cultivated by the time they'd reached Tianfa. Murderous aura and the bloody lust are destined to become a part of those 2 platoon souls. The passage through the first province was still acceptable to Jun Moxie. However, the passage through the second province was different. Jun Moxie looked at the magistrate, and it literally seemed to him as if the man was a war-weary comrade who was about to start complaining about the women in the brothels. However, the magistrate looked at Jun Moxie with a strange expression in his eyes. It seemed as if he had just gotten to see his mother after a long period of separation. No, it should be father. His face was full of tears and snot. The magistrate sounded a bit off as well. Jun Moxie's buttocks had started to ache from sitting on a saddle by the time he had reached the magistrate's province. And thus, this magistrate's parade had started. First, the young Master Jun wanted a carriage. What's more, he wanted it to be extremely luxurious. And, he wanted it completed in a day's time. Further, he wanted the work's progress reported every hour. However, the young master didn't stop here. He also displayed the amazingly erudite accounting skills that he had acquired in his previous life. He settled the entirety of the magistrate's accounts which had been compounding over the years. This full-grown man of a magistrate trembled in fear. He summoned artisans from near and far. He ordered them to build a carriage with the utmost caution and the harshest of adherence to standards. He ordered them to produce a carriage which offered the most comfortable ride and fast speeds. Thereafter, he was able to present an extremely luxurious carriage to Jun Moxie within the stipulated time. Moreover, the material required to produce this carriage had been purchased with the money this magistrate had coveted from the province's treasury over the years. In fact, the cost of production was so extravagant that the magistrate was forced to borrow money. The pitiful magistrate trembled with fear as he came to Jun Moxie's Vanguard unit to report the completion of the build. Jun Moxie was holding the accounts book at the time. In fact, he was treating it as a fan. He wished to educate that one man in all sincerity. I say Fei Zhu Chang. This person's name was Fei Zhu Chang. It meant fat pig's intestines. The young master Jun found it hard to deal with this. He couldn't help clicking his tongue. It's a big world, but there's nothing weirder than this name. This guy's parents must have been on a whole new level. Aren't you too unprofessional? The so-called Heavenly Emperor had made you a magistrate 5 years ago. And, you could only rake in less than 50,000 silver taels. This is extremely disappointing. Damn. Being corrupt will do you no good. No wonder, you're 40 years old, and still a mere trash magistrate. 5 years of your greed and corruption has stained this land. Have you gobbled up that carriage of mine as well? Is that what you're here to tell me? Jun Moxie shook his head and sighed. It was evident that misfortune and fury was about to befall the man. Yes, the general is right. This magistrate is very incompetent, the magistrate replied. He wiped the cold sweat off his face as he trembled in fear. However, he complained in his heart. My holy ancestors ah! The carriage and its wheels are made from 100-year-old red sandalwood. The interiors are inlaid with 4 types of pearls. And, I've paid for this with my own money. The red sandalwood I could purchase wasn't enough. So, you tore out my family's door and my bed's planks. What else do you want? Why do you still bring up my acts of corruption? My family has become poor and wretched, and my butt has been soaked in debt. Yet, you still won't allow me to live in peace. Alas, the Qin prefecture's governor has garnered hundreds of thousands in silver taels from the last 3 years' harvest. Unfortunately, this magistrate has only raked in 50,000 in the past 5 years. You're a good for nothing. Jun Moxie continued to sigh. You yourself said that the prefecture's governor raked in hundreds of thousands. But, I'm just a province magistrate. There are tens of thousands of province magistrates under his jurisdiction. Isn't my position very different from the prefecture governor's? Fei Zhu Chang continued to complain within his heart. However, his outer appearance was reverent and respectful as he listened to the great Vanguard Jun admonish him. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Maybe you've gained knowledge after falling into the moat. Perhaps, you'll know what to do when this young master returns. This young master is likely to return from Tianfa in 2 months. And, I fear that I won't be able to sit in this carriage then. You must pay special attention to time over these 2 months. Tax the people brutally, and embezzle as much money as quickly as you can. And, there should be a better carriage waiting when this young master returns. You must start the preparations early. You mustn't have to rush about like this. Opportunities are always set aside for those who are prepared, the young master Jun stated. Fei Zhu Chang dropped down to the ground, and banged his head against it. He started to cry, and his gurgling voice came out, Young general. This lowly magistrate won't dare. He will repent for his past mistakes, and turn a new leaf. This magistrate will mend his mistaken ways, and get back on the correct path. This prodigal son will return to the path of righteousness. I will repent and start afresh, I shall begin my life anew. I will firmly work my heart out for the benefit of the people. This lowly man will strive to do the utmost. He shall leave no stone unturned in this regard. You're very cultured. You've actually spoken so many idioms. Say more of them. Maybe I'll become compassionate and show mercy, and what not. Jun Moxie laughed and sang out those words as he looked at him in a praiseworthy manner. Fei Zhu Chang kowtowed in adulation. He had decided that he would rather die than remain unchanged. The man had decided that he would become an honest and upright magistrate, a good magistrate. I cannot remain a corrupt official anymore. I now know the sufferings of a corrupt official. I regret my past behavior. Will I have to make another chariot for this man if he returns in 2 months? I will weep rivers in my heart. I reckon I'll lose my life if I cry in his presence. I must call my subordinate officials, and I must tell them to cease their corrupt governance. I must tell them to become honest and upright, to serve the people. The young Master Jun had fiercely plundered the region for bandits again. He had previously sent out the Spirit Devourer team. They had returned carrying someone's head. The blood was dripping on the ground with a pitter-patter sound. The blood dripped all over the magistrate's official lobby. It practically terrified the pitiful Fei Zhu Chang. In fact, he nearly fainted. This is a person's head, damn me. How many of these are there in total? Jun Moxie's Vanguard unit ate their fill. They then patted their posteriors and left once they had sufficiently extorted the man. Fei Zhu Chang raised his head in hope. He hoped to see Jun Wuyi's forces soon. This was because the young Master Jun had told him, I will return and make you build another carriage if there's any problem with the army supplies. And, I will break the new carriage if it's not good enough. Also, the quality of the supplies will be decided by Commander Jun Wuyi. So, you consider all of this properly, got it? Therefore, Fei Zhu Chang's overenthusiasm made the hair on the back of Jun Wuyi's neck stand on an end. What's with this person? Meanwhile, Jun Moxie continued to lead his 250 men, Heaven Destroyer team, and Spirit Devourer team, down the road to the south in high spirits. There seemingly wasn't a need to open mountain paths or bridge streams. However, they spread a reign of terror along their route. He painstakingly tempered them throughout the journey in a bloody manner. Their strength increased by leaps and bounds, and they made extremely rapid progress. The temperament of each man was becoming increasingly murderous. Each one of them was like an evil demon that had been let loose from the very depths of hell. Their expressions were ruthless, so was their aura. And, both these traits were clearly visible on the surface. They were like a frightening team of meat grinders on the battlefield. Such a force naturally moved with lightning speed. The teams were sent out every day to deal with the bandits. They would go one team at a time as per the duty roster. However, the teams had a competition between them, to efficiently clean up the hostiles, and eliminate them swiftly with great speed. Not a single opponent was to slip through their net. The team that would lose didn't suffer a very severe punishment. In fact, the punishment that was meted out could even be called an easy one. The team that was defeated in this competition had to wash the winner's underwear from the previous day, nothing more. This competition led the men in those two teams to view the bandits as doubly effective aphrodisiac. Or, perhaps delicious and fat pigs since they charged like wolves and tigers, and would chop their prey like melons. The penalty wasn't a big deal, but their reputation was. Jun Moxie's vanguard had put a distance of 400 kilometers from the main army by the noon of the 5th day. Jun Moxie was seated leisurely inside the lead carriage, and it was being drawn by 6 horses. The carriage was quite spacious. It was 2 meters wide and 3.5 meters long. A small bed was placed inside. Yet, it still had enough space for a small wooden side table. In fact, there was enough space to prompt Jun Moxie to call in a meeting inside his carriage. However, Jun Moxie had only done so once. Moreover, He hadn't even completed half of it when he was forced to call the meeting to an end. Not because of any major problems, it was just that the men had been traversing through the mountain passes the entire day. The soldiers were attired in clothes and shoes, but the smell of their feet was extremely pungent. It was capable of making people tumble. This was especially the case in this nearly fully sealed carriage. That smell was similar to that of a salted fish which had been fried. It had taken Jun Moxie a full day to rid his carriage of that smell after the meeting had concluded prematurely. "Young master, please open, there are some people ahead. They are blocking the way." The man to speak was the head of the Spirit Devourer team, Wang Dong. These people must be extremely savage to leave a homicidal maniac like the Spirit Devourer team's chief to stammer. Blocking the way. Bulsh *T. Who in Tianxiang Empire dares to block this young master's path? Jun Moxie asked in surprise. He then first lifted the carriage's curtains, and then jumped down to see the people who had been audacious enough to do such a thing. Jun Moxie got out of the carriage to look. Then, something caught his attention. He then gasped. "My God!" No wonder Wang Dong was stuttering. Unexpectedly. The scene in front wasn't too terrifying. There were two divinely beautiful women in front, nothing more. One charming person was dressed in purple clothes. She was extremely adorable and tender in appearance. She held a snow-white leopard cub. The tiny leopard cub looked at Jun Moxie and winked. It stuck out its tongue. It badly wanted to throw itself into Jun Moxie's arms. The other woman wore a white dress. She had charming, cold and proud face. She was extremely beautiful. She had a graceful posture, and an unrivaled disposition. The two beautiful figures looked at Jun Moxie with a satisfied expression that was akin to a cat's after it had caught a mouse. Those two women were Guanqing Han and Dugu Xiaoyi. Jun Moxie groaned. He felt that he'd faint. This was too big a shock. No wonder I didn't see these two pester me for the 2 days before we left for the battle. I was mistaken to think that I had convinced them, but they had left home early in reality. And now, they're waiting for me here. What do I do? Young Master Jun felt regret at holding the position of the Vanguard for the first time. In fact, he had many regrets. How come these two scalding hot potatoes fell into my hands? My life is a disaster. Why did I have to opt for this Vanguard unit? Why could I have just followed the main army like a good boy? What troubles could have my third uncle's command have possibly posed? But, now. I can shout for days and no one will come to my aid. I could shout my lungs out and it would still be in vain. This is the route to Tianfa. This isn't a road for some vacation destination. Jun Moxie didn't know what he should say. What could he possibly say in such a pinch of a situation? The young Master Jun restlessly turned his head back. He hoped that Jun Wuyi would arrive from behind the smoke, that his uncle would lead their army of 20,000 and drop from the sky to save him from that fiery cauldron. That's too extravagant a hope. The distance between our two sides is over 400 kilometers at the least, there isn't enough time. Don't look like that. It's useless to look like that. We had made proper inquiries, and we've come here to wait for you, Guanqing Han spoke indifferently as she looked at him. You can come out of the carriage. Xiao Yi and I will travel in it. You can ride on the horse. You don't object to it, right? Jun Moxie became speechless for a while. Does this seem like an amiable discussion? Would I have an objection? Would I dare to have any objection? Isn't this what you call tyrannical behavior? As a matter of fact, this is exactly what it is. My behavior with that Fei Zhu Chang was far more straightforward than the conduct of this magnate of a woman. She's overtaking my carriage. This is exactly like the legendary turtledove taking over the magpie's nest scenario. The members of the Spirit Devourer team were secretly sniggering. Jun Moxie glanced at them in rage. That made the sniggering stop in an instant, and they started to gaze straight ahead with a solemn look on their faces. Cuckoo. Jun Moxie cleared his throat, and prepared to use his honeyed tongue. He aimed to convince the seemingly beautiful women to return to the right path. Listen to me, elder sister-in-law, and furthermore. Young lady Dugu. Elder brother Moxie, aren't you pleasantly surprised to see me? Isn't this quite unexpected? Don't you wish to hug me? I know. I clearly understand that this is what it is about. Dugu Xiaoyi was all smiles. She suddenly jumped in front of Jun Moxie, tilted her head and smiled. Little White still felt like throwing himself in Jun Moxie's arms. However, the eldest daughter of the Dugu family restrained herself for the sake of her modesty. Little White was already jumping about, but Dugu Xiaoyi wanted to wait for Jun Moxie to take the initiative before she threw herself at him. Pleasantly surprised. I feel frightened. And, yes, this incident is very unexpected. And hug you? I feel like spanking your small butt. Then, Jun Moxie glanced at her butt, and reckoned that it couldn't be considered very small. He wondered how it would feel if he were to spank it a couple of times. Jun Moxie subtly indulged in flights of fancies for a while. Then, he came back to himself, and resolutely tried to make those two women go back. His complexion sank as he became very dignified. Elder sister-in-law, young lady Dugu, you're worried about us. And I, as a representative of all the personnel of the Tian Fa Expedition's army, am very grateful. However, the road to Tian Fa passes through long and dangerous mountains. There are many bandits about. And, this road is also rampaging with man-eating beasts. Further, you two are single ladies. So, it will be very inappropriate to travel that far with you. Therefore, this man humbly requests you to return to the Tianxiang city. Speaking of single, these two have come without any handmaids. They think that this is a stroll in the park with beverages that are paid with public expenses. We're genuinely going to a war here. You give it a try, and I'll see who dares to send us back, Guanqing Han stated uncaringly as she looked at him coldly. Brother Moxie, do you really have the heart to send us back after we've made our way till here? Dugu Xiaoyi wasn't as confident as Guanqing Han. So, she looked at him pitifully. The rims of her eyes had become red. It seemed that she would start to weep any time. Besides, the distance from here to the capital is more than 500 kilometers. It's such a long way back. What would you do if something happened to elder sister and me? The road is dangerous, and who can fathom a man's mind? Don't follow me. Crying in front of me is useless. Jun Moxie stated in an aloof manner. I know the path is dangerous. Can't fathom a man's mind. You didn't take that into account when you set out. You think such a lie will work with this young master? How stupid do you think I am? This little girl's acting is excellent. But, how can this young master be convinced by it? She'll undergo a complete transformation the very next moment, and then she'll become extremely bossy and domineering. How could someone see a demon and still not fear of anything sinister? Jun Moxie was obliged to ask this of himself since he had experienced her transformations before. It would be very unreasonable if I were to get fooled again. Tell me, do you still wish to send elder sister and me back to the capital? Dugu Xiaoyi opened her round eyes wide. They were pretty and big. Those round eyes were quite moving as well. However, they had begun to threaten, and their speed of change towards hostility had started to increase. My two sisters, your presence will only cause more problems. Tell me, what can you do here? What are you capable of doing here? Would the two of you dare if it's required that you kill someone? Then, Jun Moxie sneered in disdain, I'm telling you, obediently return. We're done with this topic. Otherwise, don't blame me if I pack you up like rice balls and send you back. And, don't ever think that I can't do it. However, you two will lose face if that were to happen. How dare you? The little girl rebuked and bared her white teeth. They were very prominent. Let it be Xiao Yi, there's no need to request him. This man doesn't have any sympathy in his heart. Guanqing Han spoke unenthusiastically as she remained standing on her spot. She expressionlessly looked at Jun Moxie even though she was addressing Dugu. Xiao Yi, we'll go without him. Haven't we already traveled hundreds of kilometers till here by ourselves? Do we not have legs of our own? Can't we make it to Tianfa forest on our own? Exactly. What are you acting so pretentious for? We'll go on our own. Dugu. Xiao Yi raised her small chin, aren't you just a deputy general? My family has better. Humph. I've come across many great generals. But, even they aren't as arrogant as you. The two women turned and started to leave after they had ridiculed him. Jun Moxie was genuinely a bit anxious to see this happen. I won't be able to avoid the tongue lashing if I let these two go to Tianfa alone, even if they reach there safely. My grandpa, third uncle, Grandpa Dugu and Dugu Wu Di, it's unlikely that any one of them will let me off. Jun Moxie could even guess their words, you let these delicate women leave? You were at ease with the thought of these delicate girls traveling to the remote Tianfa alone. What would you have done if something bad had happened? Nothing happened, but that isn't the point. Stop. Get them for me. Jun Moxie gnashed his teeth and gave the command. 7 to 8 Spirit Devourer team's members quickly set into action. They ruthlessly rushed forward, and blocked the two women's path like iron towers. Then, Jun Moxie groaned and spoke, you two better be obedient towards my commands. Things will go good for you only as long as you're obedient. Humph. Otherwise. Jun Moxie stopped after he had spoken that. Isn't this akin to a strong and evil robber threatening a common woman? Jun Moxie, I insist on going to Tianfa. But, if you use force to compel me to stay behind, I promise that I will kill myself right here. I, Guanqing Han, will kill myself in front of you. Do you think that I won't dare to do it? Guanqing Han's expression was complex. But, she quickly drew a glittering dagger, and brought it to her throat. Jun Moxie, the only reason I insist on going to Tianfa, is for yours and third uncle's sake. I don't worry about you two that much. But, I worry that the Shui Han manor will make things difficult for you because of me. Why else would I travel so far to that remote Tianfa forest with you? Do you think that I'm the type of girl who doesn't understand the severity of this matter? You will disregard life and death for my sake. And, you wish to protect my innocence in spite of everything. Do you believe that I, Guanqing Han, am a woman who forgets favors and does nothing while she sees you walk into the tiger's den? Do you think that only men can commit suicide in righteousness and we women can only drift along and live without purpose? It's alright if things go smoothly in Tianfa. But, then what will this Guanqing Han do with her miserly life? Dugu. Xiao Yi hadn't turned to take a look at her companion. However, she figured that Guanqing Han's maneuver was seemingly useful. So, she became arrogant, and spoke with an air of complacency, right. We'll commit suicide if you don't let us go to Tianfa. Do you think that we don't do it? Humph, he. She had never seen anyone who was about to kill themselves behave with such pride. Guanqing Han's words were very impassioned. However, the little girl had only laughed out since she hadn't understood this at first. She then turned around to look at her companion, and was left speechless upon realizing her resolve. Jun Moxie felt a severe headache. It seemed as if there was a conflict inside his head. Perhaps Dugu. Xiao Yi wished to watch the world burn in chaos. However, Guanqing Han's expression was very tranquil and calm. He could tell that she would actually proceed with her threat. He realized that he'd have to deal with her corpse if he didn't allow her to leave for Tianfa. I can't gamble on this. I can't even dare to gamble on this. You win. Jun Moxie fixed an unwavering gaze at young Lady Guan. Then, he sighed with regret. The young Master Jun was confident that he could have done something to salvage that situation if it were only the little girl. However, my elder sister-in-law has too much of an individuality. I can't afford to provoke her. Young Master Jun felt sullen in his heart. He had seemingly never felt this sullen in either of his lives. He then spoke with regret and hate, give them 2 horses. They will travel on horses. That's all the same to me. Guanqing Han narrowed her wonderful eyes and looked down. Then, she finally smiled. She had only asked to travel to Tianfa. She was indifferent to the treatment she'd receive. Moreover, it was quite clear that Jun Moxie had taken a great risk by allowing them to accompany him. The military doctrines forbid the soldiers to travel along with a female to battle. It was a taboo in the military since there would be threats to their life at every turn. We must travel by carriage. The little girl was young and inexperienced. So, she didn't realize any of this. She was happy to hear that the young Master Jun had finally relented, and had allowed them to travel with him. However, she looked at him pouting and panting with rage when she heard the young master hadn't invited them to get inside his carriage, and had instead proposed to arrange 2 horses for them. Then, she looked at his beautiful carriage again, and started to feel tired. Her spine, her hip, there wasn't a single part of her body which didn't ache at the sight of the luxurious carriage. Impossible. I'm allowing you to come with us, and that should be good enough for the 2 of you. Yet, you unexpectedly wish to travel inside the carriage. Jun Moxie snorted disdainfully. I would love it if you don't like to travel like this. I can arrange for my men to drop you back if you don't wish to travel like this. Come on, men. Get the horses. You, all right. Dugu Xiaoyi was flustered as she pointed at him. Her eyes turned, and she quickly took out her dagger. She placed it across her neck. You. I will kill myself in front of you if you don't let me travel inside the carriage. Do you think that I won't dare to? The little girl had seen Guanqing Han extort the other party with a death threat. So, she had acted decisively and imitated the same. And, the little girl had added to the momentum of that act in order to make the result more effective. This was an extremely effective trick. So, how could she not use it? I won't fear using a good and useful trick again. It's very useful. Who would have thought that this little girl would say, do you think that I won't dare? So, there was a burst of chuckles as soon as those words left her mouth since the surrounding soldiers were trying hard to restrain their urge to laugh. The shoulders of those grim and unfeeling warriors shook vigorously. It was clear indication that they were genuinely having a tough time in restraining their laughter. One really could not blame them. That little girl's qualities were too lacking for something like this. In fact, even an individual playing clown wasn't as amusing. Guanqing Han had also threatened to kill herself. But, her threat was very believable. Then, Dugu Xiaoyi had imitated her. Moreover, she had done so right after. But, it was nothing like what the former had spoken. Moreover, her excuse to commit suicide was a bit too excessive. She would kill herself if she wasn't allowed to ride in the carriage. Jun Moxie rolled his eyes, do as you please. But, I sincerely request you to go a bit far and die. Kindly don't disturb our eyes and hearts. I genuinely request you. This request isn't excessive, right? Sister, if you feel like threatening people with killing yourself, at least pick a proper reason to die for. Otherwise, won't it become too unfavorable if we all started to threaten each other for useless reasons? I'll die if you don't let me in. I'll die if you don't let me eat. I'll die if you don't let me hit you. What is all this? You're just too hateful. Dugu Xiaoyi stamped her feet. Then, she steamed towards the carriage without saying a word, lifted the curtains, and entered it. And, she didn't come out. Then, she shouted from inside the carriage, elder sister Qing Han, hurry up and come here. It's quite spacious inside. And, there's a comfortable bed too, hee hee. This move had been the most practical one. The young master Jun became furious. This is intolerable. Where will I go if you're in there? This young master had captured that corrupt official with such difficulty, only then was I able to extort a carriage from him. So much of thought had gone into it. Does it look that easy to you? Are you genuinely going to plunder the results of my efforts? Humph. Jun Moxie took a huge step forward and grabbed Dugu Xiaoyi's arm. You, come down. Won't get down. I won't get down. I will travel in this carriage. Dugu Xiaoyi used her other hand to get a hold on the inner walls of the carriage. She had decided to struggle furiously. Her face had become red. However, she had decided that she wouldn't let go for the life of her. A white shadow flashed. Then, an elegant fragrance floated past. Guanqing hand had also managed to get inside the carriage. She then swatted at Jun Moxie's hand and retorted, fighting with a woman over a carriage. Is this what a young master from a good family does? Jun Moxie angrily said, What? I'm fighting over a carriage? What are you saying? It's evident that you women are fighting over my carriage. Do you think that this young master will suffer in silence? You both are merely twisting words to force logic. Isn't this extremely unreasonable? Guanqing Han no longer humored Jun Moxie. She reached for the carriage's curtains, and pulled them down. Then, there was a rustling sound. It seemed that the two women had lain down on the bed. It seemed that they had even changed their clothes, and were about to go off to sleep. One could even hear Dugu Xiaoyi's satisfied voice, This is very comfortable. We can finally go to bed in comfort. Jun Moxie puffed his chest, and bawled at himself for his stupidity. I was trying to put facts in front of women. I was trying to preach logic to women, wasn't that utterly idiotic? But, I can't get them out since my sister-in-law had also stepped into the carriage, no matter how unruly I get. I'll have to stay out here no matter how reluctant I am to this idea. The troops continued to move forward. They had been moving for half a day when Jun Moxie suddenly started to tremble. His horse was extremely big and powerful, but it wasn't as comfortable as the carriage. He then hatefully turned his head to look at it. Then, he frowned and started to plan something mischievous. Jun Moxie let out a blood-curdling screech the next moment. He tilted on his horse, and went down. He fell onto the ground with a squishy sound. His eyes were closed, and he had seemingly become unconscious. The soldiers were alarmed at first. However, they were no fools, they clearly understood what was happening. So, they played along, not good. The young master has fainted. His injury isn't in a good condition, that sounds, they called out in a tragic voice. The injury isn't in good condition. The fainted Jun Moxie was astonished. When did I get injured? Ahem, but this is reasonable. I must praise and reward these guys the first opportunity one get, then, he winked at them. What's the matter? Dugu Xiaoyi lifted the carriage's curtains and asked. She seemed deeply concerned, while Guanqing Han only looked at the fainted Jun Moxie in a pensive manner. Young master. Young master had received an injury, he can't ride a horse now, that's why he got this carriage. The leader of the Spirit Devourer team, Wang Dong's forehead was beading with sweat. It wasn't that he was scared. He was merely choking himself to bring out this effect. This guy had come up with a lie. But, wasn't it a reasonable one? He was a quick-witted man. He was aware that the young master's buttocks had been punished when he had broken the military's laws. So, he quickly used that fact to conjure a justifiable lie. Hurry and pick up the young master. Quickly take him to the carriage and examine him. Several members of the Spirit Devourer team suggested anxiously. They appeared like a group of killers, but their acting skills were quite good too. Dugu Xiaoyi hastily got down, let me see. Quickly, let me see. Ah. Hurry up and take him to the carriage. This man is genuinely injured, why didn't he say anything about it? Everyone was perspiring profusely. 7 pairs of hands picked up the unconscious Jun Moxie's body, and carried it to the carriage. Guanqing was still in the carriage. She wanted to say something, but eventually decided to remain silent. She couldn't help but smile bitterly as she looked at the unconscious Jun Moxie. I clearly understand my little brother-in-law's behavior. Dugu Xiaoyi stretched her neck and asked with urgency, how did he receive that injury? When did he get hurt? What kind of injury is it? Is it serious or not? Do you have any medicines? What medicines should be used? Who injured him? This rapid series of questions stupefied the cold-blooded warriors. They had come up with this tactful lie with much difficulty. However, they had no proper answer to those invasive questions. The fact that the young master had violated the military discipline and was punished by lashings from a cudgel, isn't a glorious matter. Moreover, the injuries the young master had received from the cudgel have already been healed. He had healed a long time ago. Xiao-yi. First come in. Don't interrogate them. Guanqing's voice resounded from inside. Dugu Xiao-yi withdrew on hearing that, and went inside. She was worried, and her voice could be heard asking, Elder Sister Qing Han, what's to be done? What should we do? Ah! How did he get injured? I'm very worried. The members of the Spirit Devourer team wiped their cold sweat. He. Guanqing couldn't help but laugh. Jun Moxie slowly woke up at that moment. He looked in poor health as he asked, where am I? Guanqing hadn't yet spoken when Dugu Xiaoyi interrupted in excitement, in the carriage. You're in the carriage. You've woken up. Ah. What injury did you get? Hurry up and tell me how to deal with it. I'll help you deal with it. The young lady Guan rolled her eyes, this little girl is too innocent. Me, injured? I had been injured, but that's healed. I'm in such poor condition because I've been poisoned, Jun Moxie mumbled. The slyly shrugged his nose, and inhaled a couple of breaths. Men and women are very different. I was in this carriage for several days, but it still hadn't come to smell like this. However, these 2 travel-weary beauties have barely been in the carriage, and it has already started to smell so amazing. Ah! So it was poison. Dugu Xiaoyi was terrified. She opened her round eyes wide, what poison is it? Is it very dangerous? Do you know what poison it is? Is it difficult to cure? Oh. I was careless a while back. So I got poisoned, Jun Moxie felt unbounded regret. To tell, it's difficult to explain. I will be fine after I rest for 2 days. It will be embarrassing to tell you too. You won't wish to deal with my poison. Who said that? Why won't we be willing to? Tell us quickly. How can we help you? Dugu Xiaoyi inquired urgently. Why is this guy so upset? He has poison within him, and he still continues to dilly-dally. Don't you know that others are concerned about you? The poison that's affecting me, is called the yin-yang harmony drug. Jun Moxie slyly raised his head. He wanted to weigh his words carefully. So, he looked straight at Guanqing's expression. He couldn't help but trembled inside after he had glanced at her ice-cold expression. Therefore, he didn't continue. The yin-yang harmony drug? That name is so scary. But, you said that you had a cure for it, right? Dugu Xiaoyi anxiously asked. She was like a cat on a hot tin roof. Her small and delicate nose was sweating profusely. This yin-yang harmony drug, it is true to say that it's difficult to cure this poison. But, it has a good cure. Cough. Jun Moxie nearly flashed a sinister smile. So, he hastily coughed to cover it up, no medicine can cure this poison, but its cure is quite simple. But, It's quite embarrassing to speak of its cure. Moreover, you would have to make a great sacrifice if you wish to cure this poison. That doesn't matter. I'm willing to make any kind of a sacrifice for you, the little girl vouched. Guanqing was sighting besides them. The more she heard of this, the more she felt that something was fishy. This little brat's fainting was an act. Xiao Yi is foolishly for being concerned for him. She doesn't see the truth in this confusion. But, what evil scheme is he planning? Actually, it requires, SE*UAL intercourse between a man and a woman. Then, the poison will instantly be removed. Jun Moxie seemed embarrassed. He even covered his mouth to cough, otherwise, I will die burning with passion after 3 days. I understand that you must be very embarrassed by this as well. Therefore, forget about it, such is my fate. The young Master Jun spoke this last part in a droopy voice. Huh? What? To detoxify you. I must, with you. Dugu Xiao suddenly opened her eyes wide. Her face turned red as she started to blush. She was young and innocent. But, she knew what SE*UAL intercourse meant. Guanqing had expected her younger brother-in-law to do something tricky. However, she had never expected that mischievous guy to pull something this shameless. She obviously hadn't expected him to mess with them to that extent. She had thought that something was odd when she had heard him mention the yin-yang harmony drug. She felt that something was fishy. However, Guanqing was still inexperienced. So, she still didn't know of the relationship between men and women properly. Moreover, she had underestimated Jun Moxie's shamelessness. The young lady had never expected him to pull off something like that. I was very tolerant in allowing him inside the carriage. But, now he wants. Jun Moxie. Guanqing's shapely eyebrows shot up and her eyes filled with fire. Haven't you joked enough? Do you want me to kick you out again? You should be happy that I've let you inside the carriage. Don't be discontent with what you have now. Elder sister Qing, please don't get angry. He's poisoned. That's quite a frightening thing. Dugu Xiao anxiously looked at Guanqing as she tried to mediate. He isn't injured, nor is he poisoned. There's no such thing as a yin-yang harmony drug. Guanqing spoke coldly. He was fine when he was inside the carriage. But, he fainted when we sent him outside to ride on a horse. His men outside said that he has been injured. However, he says that he's been poisoned. Little sister Xiao, how long do you plan to continue being deceived by him? Can't you think clearly? Can't you use your little head? Huh? Elder sister Qing, don't get mad. You're saying that he's acting and hasn't been poisoned? Dugu Xiaoyi's face became red. She then made threatening gestures since she was extremely mad. To think that I was genuinely convinced by him. I would have even tried to cure him if he had managed to deceive elder sister Qing as well. Dugu Xiaoyi couldn't help but feel ashamed. Even her neck had reddened in a split second. She then looked at Guanqing in an embarrassed manner, and nestled her head in her bosom. She had been hoodwinked and had lost face. She then said, "Elder sister. I can't live anymore." She repeatedly stamped her foot as she spoke this. "Ah, you weren't actually thinking of detoxifying him, were you?" Guanqing asked coldly. "This little girl is too foolish." "Ah, it seems that I have remembered wrongly. I haven't been poisoned." Jun Moxie coughed awkwardly and softly. The two women rolled their eyes. "You managed to remember this wrongly?" Jun Moxie then sat up. He was all smiles as he spoke. "This road is long and endless. It will take a lot of time to reach our destination. It'll be very boring like this. So, how did you like the story I just told?" The two women were astonished. Their eyes were wide open as they glared at the young Master Jun. It is difficult to believe that there's someone in this world whose skin is so thick. His lie has been caught. his evil scheme has been exposed and his filthy intentions have been laid bare. Yet, he does not blush. In fact, he doesn't even feel any shame. And then, he shamelessly states that he has told a story so he can ease the awkward environment. Isn't this man over the top? Isn't his skin just too thick? The lovable Dugu Xiao cursed as her clothes flung around, "I let you deceive me, you bastard, bastard." The young Master Jun's vanguard became increasingly comfortable as the days progressed. Moreover, they raked in huge amounts of money by extorting corrupt officials along the journey. And, the two beautiful women accompanied him the entire time. Their strong and warm fragrance allowed Jun Moxie to indulge in pleasure, and he forgot about his worries. In fact, even the thought of his own practice would have abandoned his mind if the art of unlocking the heavens' fortune hadn't been continuously running inside him on its own. The young Master Jun had been very happy throughout that journey. The bottleneck of his art of unlocking the heavens' fortune had also cleared somewhat. This meant that he would break through from the Jade Shien middle level to the Jade Shien peak level in terms of Shien Qi cultivation. Every day had been very bloody for the Heaven Destroyer team and Spirit Devourer team. They had fought vigorously every day, and were becoming increasingly tempered every day. Around 200 men had already started to show faint signs of a breakthrough. The cruel and sharp aura of these two teams was enough to shock anyone. The young Master Jun had wished for this beautiful journey to continue for several more days. However, Heaven Destroyer team and Spirit Devourer team were being dispatched fewer number of times with every passing day. So, the young master determined that the topography of this mountainous region is becoming increasingly steeper. The road is also becoming tougher, while the forests have become denser. More bandits and robbers should have descended from heaven under these circumstances. However, they've become fewer in number as the journey has progressed. This is probably because we are getting closer to the Shui Han manor. Therefore, these little thieving elements have started to reduce. Young master, we are about 300 kilometers from our destination, the Tian Fa forest. The Shui Han manor is a little to the left, at the edge of Tian Fa. We are now in front of the two base mountains of the forest. The captain of the Spirit Devourer team, Wang Dong, pointed as he reported to Jun Moxie. "Why are we going so slow? We've been journeying for so many days." Jun Moxie asked. He felt annoyed. "We've traveled for a month now. Were you not faster the last time?" "Young master, we can travel fast since we don't have much weight on us. But, there are many other issues. We shouldn't make speed the most important factor here. We certainly traveled much faster the last time we were here. In fact, we were probably going at 650 kilometers a day, probably even faster than that. However, we had taken a different route to Tian Fa. There's much less high-level Shien beasts on that route. So, we mainly had to deal with low-level Shien beasts. I'm afraid that none of us would have made it through if had picked this route. However, we have a large army behind us now. We are the Vanguard unit, but we mustn't leave the main army far behind, and we'll have to send out our teams more often from now on since there will be many dangers. Therefore, this speed can be considered a very fast one," Wang Dong explained. Oh. Jun Moxie stepped down from the carriage. He could sense that there were many Shien beasts in these mountainous forests. Moreover, most of those beasts were very fast. In fact, they were unusually fast. They were much faster than ordinary beasts. It seems that a lot of Shien beasts roam about this area. This Tian Fa is a very nice place. First, we must find an area between the mountains and a stream. We'll set up camp there. We will wait for the main forces to arrive. Then, we will journey onwards with them. Jun Moxie gave the order unenthusiastically. They were about to go to the Shui Han manor. And, Jun Moxie wasn't going to act a fool and look for the tyrannical enemy on his own. We may still face bad luck. But, at least all the influential families will face it together in that case. The young Master Jun would try to get some small advantages in secret if the conditions were to permit. After all, he didn't harbor a favorable impression of the Shui Han Manor due to the past events. He wouldn't even grieve if every member of the Shui Han Manor were to die. Moreover, the Shien Beast Uprising had gone out of control by this time. However, it had still been instigated by the young Master Jun. Therefore, Tian Fa's Shien Beasts were fighting for Jun Moxie by any interpretation. If not, they were at least his allies. Wang Dong sent 8 people in 8 different directions to look for a suitable place to set up camp, and the men eventually found such a place. Jun Moxie, Guanqing Han and Dugu Xiaoyi immediately picked their spots. The place was a small hillside. There was open land in front of the hillside. It was surrounded by dense woods. There was a turning corner nearby. There was single official road at this bend. They would be able to keep an eye on all developments in the vicinity if they were to place scouts at that spot. A gurgling sound could be heard from behind the hill. It was similar to the sound that was made when one made dumplings. One would see a medium-sized stream on taking a detour. It meandered as it came down. The stream was clear, and its bottom could also be seen. And unexpectedly, there was a clear pool downstream. It wasn't too far away, it was just after a bend downstream. Dugu Xiaoyi and Guanqing Han became somewhat excited when they saw this. Women love cleanliness. These two had been traveling this route for such a long time. So, they were very exhausted. How could they ever have an appropriate opportunity to clean themselves? They could only wash themselves if they managed to stumble across a wild mountain stream at night. But, that was nothing like their family home's large baths. However, they had finally seen a very satisfactory sight in the form of that clear pool. Dugu Xiaoyi's body started to itch at the sight of the pool. Guanqing Han also found the pool very promising. However, she controlled her itch for a thought. She understood her younger brother-in-law's character very clearly. Won't he try to peek if I went into the pool with Xiaoyi? I need to think of a method which would ensure that he won't be able to. Wouldn't I die of shame otherwise? Jun Moxie coughed in a dignified manner after he looked at the pool. He then turned his head to look somewhere else and pretended that he hadn't noticed it. Jun Moxie had seen many teams of Shien experts whistle past him over the course of this journey. These people were rushing towards Tian Fa. However, he had noticed that these people were identical in terms of their attitude towards him. They would either look towards Jun Moxie's team in disdain, or would just pass by after glancing at them. It was clear that the army didn't have any importance in the minds of these Shien experts. So, they obviously cared even lesser for Jun Moxie. However, they had witnessed a decreasing number of coincidental encounters with those Shien experts in the past few days. The road had become increasingly deserted. 3 roads forked out at a junction outside the sparse woods. These roads seemed very long. Each road looked empty and deserted. The sky above this territory was far bluer than the one in the cities. The 200+ guards began setting up camp. Jun Moxie along with Guanqing Han and some others proceeded to the mouth of the valley in order to avoid the fiery construction scene. They had gone out to breathe in the fresh air. Jun Moxie and the 2 extremely beautiful women were closely followed by 4 others. They were the Heaven Destroyer team and the Spirit Devourer team's deputy leaders. Jun Moxie let out a long sigh. He felt a spacious and empty void around him. The sky had also become increasingly silent. The insects and cicadas were chirping around the woods. Jun Moxie seemed to be in a pensive state of mind. His mind seemed to be in chaos, yet seemingly in a tranquil state. His thoughts were complex yet simple. He eventually couldn't help but raise a perplexing thought. Even a moment's perplex can be sufficient to become a fatal mistake for an assassin. Even a top-notch assassin like Jun Moxie isn't an exception to this fact. However, Jun Moxie was a complete loss at this time. Moreover, this state of mind had lasted a decent length of time. Nature makes man. My spirit and soul don't belong to the world they have been brought to. It has been nearly half a year since my spirit has come here. Each day has been a struggle, just the way it used to be in my previous life. I've been using my mind a lot more. But, my limbs haven't been exercised that much. I've played the fool a lot, but I haven't used my iron-blooded methods much. Half a year's time has passed by so quickly. I've been immersed in these boring matters. But, for what reason have I come to this world? Is it to conquer this world? Is it to remain a nobleman throughout the ages? Or perhaps it's for living free and unfettered. For what purpose have I been sent here? Jun Moxie put his hands behind his back, and started to walk forward, neither too fast, nor too slow. However, it was an astonishing sight in the eyes of the 6 people. Jun Moxie's previous licentious and greasy debauchee-like appearance had been swept aside. The individual's temperament and innate character had been transformed. He seemed like a hermit who had transcended the earthly characteristics. It was obvious that he was walking on firm and solid land. But, those who watched him felt as if he was walking to another time and space with each of his steps. That other time, and that other space, was a profound mystery to those people. The others felt a very unfathomable feeling at that time: this person can't be considered of this world. In fact, he never ought to be of this world. This particular feeling was obviously very absurd to their perceptions. However, it still existed. He walked forward step by step. However, it seemed that everything in that world, the people besides him, the ground beneath his feet, the trees on his sides, and the dust in the air, weren't meant for him. It was evident that nothing in that world had anything to do with him. Everything still existed in harmony. However, one thing seemed in discord with the world. And it was that one living individual in front of their eyes. He seemed like the only independent existence between the heaven and earth. He didn't intermingle with the living things, nor could he ever blend in. It seemed that this one individual, Jun Moxie, was all alone in his own little world. This wasn't a feeling of loneliness that's felt by those at the top. Rather, it was one of detachment. Moreover, there was an extremely desolate air to it. He had transcended beyond everything. He was independent from the living world. However, he could still intervene in it. I'm not of this world, but I exist in this world. This world is not mine, but I will die in this world. Guanqing Han and Dugu Xiaoyi had forgotten about walking. They just foolishly stared at the image of that person in front of them. The both of them had the same thought: are these his true colors? Dugu Xiaoyi couldn't help an urge of walking to Jun Moxie, and talking to him. However, she got scared away by that strange feeling that came from him. Guanqing Han had also pulled her back, and had stopped her from opening her mouth. Guanqing Han didn't know what was happening with Jun Moxie. She didn't know why things had suddenly become such. However, she had a keenly sensed that Jun Moxie shouldn't be disturbed at that moment. She was aware that even a little sound could interrupt his unusual stupor. Then, there was a shout. Jun Moxie let out a very long breath as he stopped in his footsteps. He then put his hands behind his back, and looked up at the heavens. He stared at a white cloud for a long time. Then, the young master smiled bitterly, and shook his head. And then, he remained standing in a calm and quiet manner, only to find that the thoughts in his mind had become ordered, clear and bright. There will be no desires if there's no thought. Nothing is permanent in this world. It seemed like an individual had awoken from a dream, and was back to reality now. Jun Moxie distinctly felt his spiritual strength increase by a huge margin. However, he still wasn't able to break through his bottleneck. It seemed that there was a faint and thin layer of mist in front of his eyes. This layer of mist separated him from the next level. It was unclear and hazy. However, his spiritual abilities would enhance by leaps and bounds if he were able to break through that. And Jun Moxie could vaguely feel the source of that obstruction. It came from his heart. Moxie, what were you thinking just a moment ago? Guanqing Han's voice seemed cold and clear, just as before. However, Jun Moxie could make out that her voice was filled with a lot of concern and care. Guanqing Han was very intelligent. She could sense that Jun Moxie had suddenly sunk into a spiritual realm. And, she had also felt that he was at a very important juncture of an unexpected breakthrough. So, she watched as he seemingly remained immersed in that spiritual realm. She watched him for some time. However, she felt that he suddenly started to seem like someone who had been on the verge of gaining immortality, but had been struck down to the mundane world of mortals. She could distinctly feel the difference in him. So, she couldn't help herself, and asked. Just a moment ago. I was thinking. Jun Moxie still seemed absent-minded. It seemed like one of his feet had remained stuck in the fantastical spiritual realm. He said, "What am I to do in this life? Or perhaps, why did I get this life? What is my goal? What can I do? What am I to achieve?" Goal? Guanqing Han asked hesitantly before she continued, "It isn't necessary for every living person to have a goal, is it?" However, she asked herself in her thoughts, "What about me? Why am I alive? What's my goal here?" Guanqing Han suddenly felt overwhelmingly listless. My younger brother-in-law must have a goal. However, do I have the qualification to pursue my goals? Do I have this qualification? Yes. Everyone should have goals. Everyone should have them. I used to have a notion. I wanted to use my strength to make the world a brighter place. I wanted to kill and slaughter to rectify the world's filth. I hoped that it would bring the world to the peace and prosperity I desired for it. I didn't wish to see things that seemed unjust to my eyes. Jun Moxie smiled bitterly as he spoke. I've never paid attention to other people. I've only followed my own methods, and I've done what I feel like doing in any given circumstance. I've always gone my own way. I didn't change even when I knew that it's inadequate and I'm striving fruitlessly. However, I'm at a loss after I've come here. I'm at a complete loss." Guanqing Han naturally didn't know what Jun Moxie meant by striving fruitlessly. And, she understood what he meant by coming here even less. However, she listened to Jun Moxie speak, and came to the conclusion that he felt extremely lonely. This made her as calm as still water. However, she felt a dull ache in the innermost part of her heart. It was like watching warrior with a never say die attitude in a state where he had expended the entirety of his energy and skill, only to face that harsh truth that his enemy was spread across the entire world, and that it would be eternally beyond his ability to defeat and destroy his enemy. He had persevered with his conduct throughout his life. But, he had merely overrated himself and had attempted to do something impossible in reality. It was a sort of desolation, helplessness, unreconciliation and frustration that couldn't be described in words. Guanqing Han thought for a while. She then said in soft and comforting tone, "Man has but one life, grass has but one spring. Who can say what the purpose of one's life is? It's very difficult to say. Now that we are talking about it, we women are only to assist our husbands and take care of his children, day after day, years after years, no matter how we age. However, we don't feel any disappointment. I'm certain that most women in this world are like this. And, this kind of dull and rigid lifestyle makes countless women happy and satisfied. As for men, especially those who have power, strength and ability, they strive for their honor, fame and success. Each one of them strives to be brave and fierce. Even mediocre and ordinary people try very hard for their food and clothing. It's what they call man eats man. She didn't realize that Jun Moxie had turned around and approached closer as she was speaking this. His eyes shone like the full moon as he looked at her. However, those eyes didn't have a frivolous or a stunned look in them. They seemed deep, tranquil and thoughtful. His expression was profoundly pensive. Not many women in such a feudal society could see things as clearly as Guanqing Han could. This had left him very astonished. Most men in this world work too hard. And, it's genuinely not worth it. Guanqing Han had a perplexed look in her eyes. But, her eyes also seemed to be full of tough resolve, and a bit of contempt. It seemed that the question that, what men are supposed to do, was even something that she considered worth mentioning. So, what do you think everything on this earth is for? Perhaps, you can tell me what are we supposed to do in this world? Jun Moxie asked as he continued to ponder. I don't know the purpose of others. Nor am I qualified enough to represent them. But, I do know myself, Guanqing Han slowly spoke. Her eyes shone brilliantly. I, Guanqing Han, am just a feeble woman. As for this man's world, I'm not even qualified to be a good wife. So, what I'm looking for in this moment, is just peace of mind, and that will be sufficient for me. Yes. I Guanqing Han only seek true peace of mind. I had been engaged to Jun Moa for my family's sake. I had never met him before. But, I did it for the sake of my family, for the sake of my parents. I had no other choice. And, I was willing to pay this price for my parents and family. Therefore, my heart was at peace. I had met Jun Moa only twice in all that time. My emotions were never worthy of a mention in this regard. But, I had known that he was a great man, and that he would be a great husband. Moreover, I had already been betrothed to him. So, I had to accept my fate. And then, when Moa died in battle, I thought that such a good man was worth grieving for. Therefore, I was willing to grieve for Jun Moa, the Empire's hero. I decided to live with the Jun family as a widow, and left my family disheartened. However, Jun Moa's heroic spirit was far more important to me. I would feel unworthy in my conscience if I were to revoke my vows to him. And the fact is, my choice was right. I was lonely at the time, very lonely. But, my heart was at peace. And now, I haven't hesitated to go to Tian Fa with this weak body to ensure that Jun Moxie and third uncle return home safely. I'm acutely prepared for all difficulties. I won't hesitate or spare any effort to ensure that this uncle-nephew duo safely return home to the north. I'm prepared to sacrifice my life for the sake of these two people. And, my heart is at peace with this as well. I have no other demands. That's all. The Jun family has treated me justly, like I were their own flesh and blood. So, wouldn't I be worse than a beast if I were to helplessly watch as Jun Moxie and Uncle Jun Wui died because of me? There was also an additional secret reason. Jun Moxie seemed to have a lot of affection for her. She used to be cold towards him in the past, and hadn't cared about his feelings. However, she had recently been letting her guard down, and had been ignoring the warning signs. This was especially true since the time when Jun Moxie had helped her improve her Shien Qi cultivation. There had been an indistinct skin contact between them at that time. That feeling had been returning to Guanqing Han every night. It had gotten even worse recently. And, this had left her in panic. Therefore, it's better to go to Tian Fa. My death will solve all problems. It will solve my quarrels with this mortal life. I can repay the Jun family's great kindness with my life. It will also rid my younger brother-in-law of his infatuation with me. This will solve everything, and my heart will remain at peace. The Jun family's honor will remain intact, and the Guan family's honor won't be tainted. The two families' reputation won't be affected. As for me, I needn't think about it. Good. You spoke well. You spoke very well. Ha ha ha. Jun Moxie suddenly started to laugh. Only seek for the heart to be at peace. Only seek to have no quarrels in one's conscience. People often say that a peaceful heart can find justice in this world. But, who could have imagined that a peaceful heart is the justice of this world? Killing a person is okay. Saving a person is okay. One shall not have to carry a heavy burden in this mortal life as long as one's heart is at peace. I, Jun Moxie, won't work for my country or its people. I will work for my heart. I will only work for my heart to be at peace. Everything has to do with one's heart. What's the need to think too much over it? What of the country's prosperity? What of worldly affairs? That is nonsense, nothing else. Therefore, I will live my life my way. I will be unrestrained, I will be unfettered. No one can influence my thoughts. No one can control my actions. The world may slander me or praises me, it may even be indifferent to me, how would that make any difference to me? My heart will be at peace as long as I walk this world by following my path. I only seek to have a peaceful heart and an indomitable spirit. And, that will be sufficient for this life. Jun Moxie burst into laughter. Guanqing Han had unintentionally untangled his conundrum. The young master Jun was very happy. However, Dugu Xiaoyi and Guanqing Han were shocked. And, the deputy leaders of the Heaven Destroyer team and the Spirit Devourer team, those 4 men who still stood behind the 2 ladies, could clearly see the change in Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie had undergone an astonishing transformation in front of their eyes. He had gone from being a showy licentious and debauchee of a young master, to a very able hermit. This change was no doubt exceptional and lofty. However, another exceptional and lofty transformation had taken place with him. And, this transformation too had made him transcend ordinary men. In fact, it had transformed him into an extremely cold force. He resembled a sword that had been unsheathed from its scabbard. This sharp sword stood proud between the heaven and earth. It seemed that he could reflect a great amount of radiance. The heaven and earth were vast. However, it seemed that they could never restrain him. That indescribable sense of confusion had been swept away from his mind. He could distinctly feel the formless spiritual energy of his mind rise by leaps and bounds. He was completely integrated with the world, but he wasn't confined to anything. How can I be happy with the status quo in this life? How can I sleep stranded under this heaven? I will pass unhindered through the world. I will hold a great sword, and the world will ask, who is that hero who scales to such heights? I don't wish to conquer the world. But, no one in this world will ever think of telling me what to do. They won't even dream of messing with me, or my family. My goal is finally clear to me. I want my Jun family to become an existence that far surpasses the Silver Blizzard City and the Shuehan Manor. I want it to become a family which sits at the highest levels in this world. Even the emperor or the great masters wouldn't be able to look at its members. And, this is bound to require a flood of blood. However, my heart is at peace. This will be the direction of my life's efforts. I will have no regrets. The corners of Jun Moxie's mouth became crooked as he smiled in a cold manner. Then, he softly said, then, my journey of slaughter begins with Tian Fa. A cold and extremely powerful murderous aura suddenly burst out from his body, and spiraled towards the heavens. That unparalleled murderous aura raged about, and made the sleeves of his 6 companions flutter. It was late autumn, and the withering leaves were already at death's door. They started to flutter about due to his sky-high murderous aura. Then, they left their branches and circled down in the wind as they dropped. The scene resembled an all-encompassing yellow rain. A number of small birds left the trees. Their wings flapped a couple times before they suddenly came across that dense murderous aura. They then tweeted mournfully for a while as they dropped to the ground. The shadows of 3 individuals were quickly flitting through the wooded mountains in the distance. However, they immediately stopped after they had looked at this scene. One of them spoke in a serious tone, "This is a very frightening murderous aura. Who's behind this?" The 2 men besides him wore a cautious expression as they looked into the distance. Then, one of them contemplated out loud, could it be that Chu Chi-hun has finally arrived? It's not necessarily true. It's true that Chu Chi-hun's murderous aura is very powerful. However, it is sharp, acute and concentrated. So, it advances in front of his body, in the same direction as him. However, this person's aura is extremely overwhelming. It even blots out the heavens. These two auras are completely different. So, I can tell that this individual isn't Chu Chi Hun. However, this person's murderous aura is no less than the great assassin Chu Chi Hun's. In fact, it may even surpass his. No matter who it is, let's take a look. The other person suggested, we three possess great powers. We shouldn't necessarily be scared of this guy, even if it is the great assassin Chu Chi Hun. Good. The black-bearded middle-aged man contemplated and replied in a heroic and resolute manner, good. We are the three swords of Dong Fang. So, why should we be afraid? Even if it's Chu Chi Hun, what reason do we have to fear? That's right, elder brother. I heard that the Jun family's third commander will be arriving here. Shouldn't we? A short but stout person muttered. No. That matter still gnaws at Mother's mind. Moreover, he had gotten injured, and his meridians were also destroyed. So, why should we mess with the Jun family? The little sister has also been in a coma for the last 10 years. So, why should we bother? Is it any of our business if Jun Wu-yi has the skill to return alive, or dies trying here? The black-bearded middle-aged man's eyebrows shot up as he spoke angrily. However, even so, Jun Moxie is our nephew. He is related to us by blood. Mother had said those words to you, but, aren't you concerned with his fate? The short and stout middle-aged man asked in defiance. That's a sin. The black-bearded middle-aged man sighed deeply. He then spoke resolutely, I won't allow anyone to harm Jun Moxie. And, I'm aware that Jun Wu-yi is a good man. He has courage and moral integrity. But, our younger sister, brother-in-law, and our two nephews wouldn't have died if it weren't for him. So, we won't discuss this again. The man sighed as he spoke. Then, the three men changed directions, and shot forwards like meteors. They advanced towards the direction of that murderous aura source. Eldest brother, how about we go to Tianxiang after this matter with Tianfa is over? The short and stout man cautiously and solemnly asked the man he was speeding besides. What would we do there? Wouldn't we just look for trouble, and kill people? Won't it be an arduous and thankless job? Don't you remember the lessons from last time? The black-bearded middle-aged man rolled his eyes and lashed out. No. How could I ever forget what happened all those years ago? I was just wondering if I could take Jun Moxie and bring him to stay with our sister for a couple of days. I hear that that child is different from before. People say that he's acting tyrannically these days, he's oppressing people all the time. He has made a lot of progress as well. Little sister, she has been unconscious for 10 years now, the short and stout man spoke with a trace of regret on his face. This matter needs time to be considered. Don't I love my sister too? But, that brat's conduct is very shameful. He had started to behave badly from the start. Besides, Mother was waiting for some good news in high hopes the last time I had gone home to report of our nephew's conduct. She was very expectant of him. But, she got so angry after she heard about his behavior that she almost shut herself in, or have you forgotten about that? I would have abandoned him if he weren't my nephew. Rumor has it that, he has improved. But, that is just a rumor. What if the rumor turns out to be false and the brat's conduct turns out to be nastier than the rumors put it? Wouldn't Mother feel infuriated? So, let's check it out in secret first. The black-bearded man sighed as a sad look covered his eyes. You're right. That little brat has been extremely disappointing. Little sister's innate talent was outstanding, and younger brother-in-law Wu Hui was a dragon in human form. How could someone derived from them be so unbearable? We'll need to take a proper look for further consideration. But, what if the prodigal son has made his return? Wouldn't it be a very happy event? However, it will be very difficult for us to come out this time. There's a chance that something may happen if we go back. Eldest brother, the Silver Blizzard City will most likely send people to Tian Fa. Shouldn't we trifle with their people a bit? And speaking of anger, that little brat from the Silver City is basically a torrent of flames. The short stout man bared his teeth. There was a hint of a secretive yet fierce smile on his face. Very well, there's no harm in killing or playing with a few of them. However, the black-bearded middle-aged man warned, but, no one is to know that we were involved. Of course. The Silver Blizzard City's younger generation will die without knowing the immensity of the issue. This will be heartwarming. We can consider this as revenge for younger brother-in-law, and a case of venting our anger for our sister's condition. The other two men smiled in an evil manner as they prepared themselves for a fight. Outside the jungle. At the fork of the three roads. Jun Moxie was standing with his hands behind his back. Suddenly, he started to look a bit startled. His expression changed a bit, but it soon became normal again. The young Master Jun was focused on a particular direction. This was because he had sensed three very powerful and imposing figures, and these figures were moving quite fast. Their direction was unchanging, and he judged that his current location was their intended destination. Jun Moxie narrowed his eyes and focused. He thought that. I never knew that the world outside Tianxiang City is so huge. These rivers and mountains are so picturesque. He was right to say this. It seemed from their aura that all three of them had spirit Shien cultivation. In fact, their cultivation was more or less the same as that of the Silver Blizzard City's elders. However, the hitman Jun didn't lose his color because of this. Mainly because the three men's murderous aura was quite faint at this moment. And Jun Moxie couldn't be mistaken in this regard since he was a top-notch assassin. In fact, he had also determined that the third, sixth and ninth elders of the Silver Blizzard City would die an ugly death if they were to face off against these three. It was near impossible to find even one such expert in the capital's region. However, he had found three of them out here. How could I have known about the existence of so many outstanding characters if I had remained in my nest in the Tianxiang City? I've barely come out, and so many exceptional fellows have appeared. It seems that I should come out more often. Jun Moxie's train of thought was in motion when the shadows of the three men flashed and arrived in front of him. They were led by a black-bearded and black-robed man. He had a mild expression on his face. One of the other two had a moderate stature. He was quite slim. The third one was very short. He had a big head and small eyes. He looked like the spitting image of a monkey. It was very funny. The three descended to the ground in a flash. And then, they stared blankly. They had sensed that overbearing murderous aura in the sky a short while ago. They had thought that it belonged to some extraordinary person. Therefore, they had rushed over to increase their knowledge, and, maybe even make friends with this personality. They didn't have anything particular in their mind. However, someone with such a frightening murderous aura was surely worth associating with. However, they realized that things were entirely different from their expectation once they had arrived there. They saw three youths, one young man, and two young girls. There were four other individuals besides them. The cultivation of these 7 people was quite clear to the newcomer's eyes. The two beautiful young ladies were at the middle level of the Gold Shien realm. However, these two girls could be considered as talented since they had achieved this feat at such a young age. As for the young man, he had reached the Jade Shien realm at such a young age. He would surely surpass their generation in no time. Such cultivation was somewhat rare for such young individuals. And, they had never anticipated that they would come across 3 such youths. They were quite astonished to say the least. What kind of a force is capable of cultivating these 3 youngsters to this level? Though, they didn't feel threatened at all. The 4 men who stood behind them had an extremely baleful look on their faces. However, their cultivation could at best be considered average. The one with the highest cultivation amongst them was at the Jade Shien realm. The other 3 were at the Gold Shien realm. They couldn't exactly be considered as weak if one were to take their age into account. However, they weren't worth mentioning. Moreover, hundreds of people were at work in the nearby forest. They all seemed to be in Gold Shien realm. It was quite a difficult and valuable thing for such a small force. However, they weren't that great in the eyes of the three newcomers. In fact, to accomplish training this small force of over 200 men to Gold Shien realm was very rare, especially when one considers the age of those soldiers. It was a luxury even several empires in this world couldn't afford. This extraordinary feat was extremely shocking. So much so, that it wouldn't necessarily be easy for a major empire to organize a small team of Gold Shien experts even if the said empire was to put in the entirety of its efforts. Therefore, it could be said that Jun Moxie's troops could change the direction of any worldly war. However, the strength of these troops weren't of much importance to those three experts. These soldiers weren't very different from ordinary ones in their eyes. They were at best a little stronger than ants in their eyes. Every individual holds different levels of importance towards different people. This small army could make any emperor emotionally charged, but it wouldn't have the same effect on these three individuals. How could these troops' strength baffle these three experts like that mysterious murderous aura had? Young man, this old man has something to ask you. Who was the person that stopped here for a moment, and then disappeared in a wink of an eye? I ask that you to answer truthfully, it will be to your benefit. So, do you know? The short and stout person asked. His name was Dongfang Wendao. He was third in order of age amongst the three experts. The middle-aged black-bearded man was Dongfang Wenqing, and the slim man was Dongfang Wenjian. The three of them were real brothers. Dongfang Wendao had realized that his elder brothers weren't willing to open their mouths. So, he decided to ask since his status was the lowest amongst the three. There was nothing wrong with his question. However, the same couldn't be said for the manner in which he asked it. He hadn't looked at them when he asked the question. Moreover, he had also spoken in a very arrogant manner. It seemed as if this had turned into an interrogation. It wasn't surprising that Dongfang Wendao had spoken like that. His strength may have been the least amongst the three brothers, but he was still a spirit Shien expert. His ego awakened since he was faced with so many jade and gold Shien experts. So, he spoke for the face of his reputation. Moreover, it sounded as if his words had come as a great benefit for their sake. It is considered a great favor to receive instructions from a spirit Shien expert. One would reap the benefits of such an advice for the entirety of their lives, even if it was only half a sentence, or even a single word. Even the eldest and the second Dongfang brothers thought that this was only a natural course of action. They didn't think that there was anything wrong with their younger brother's method of questioning. He asked the question, and expected that the opposite party would instantly recognize their strength. He expected that the other party would be delighted, and might even try their best to fawn over them in order to curry favor with them. However, it was a pity that he had met Jun Moxie. This person couldn't be moved by force, persuasion or material benefits. Moreover, he would never bow down to any threat. Even if that threat came from three spirit Shien experts. The original Jun Moxie had met his three uncles very briefly. But, this had happened over 10 years ago. He was no more than 6 or 7 years of age at the time. And, he had forgotten about them owing to his careless nature. The current Jun Moxie didn't even have the slightest idea of their identity as a result. He would have been able to recall them if the previous occupant of his body hadn't possessed such a useless memory. As for those three grown-ups, his uncles, how would they know? They had last seen Jun Moxie over 10 years ago. He used to be a snot-nosed stubborn brat back then. However, they were facing a youngster with a promising face and outstanding bearing at the moment. Where have we seen this extraordinarily talented and handsome youngster? I just can't recall. This young man is very handsome. And, there's some vague familiarity about him. However, it didn't occur to them who it was. Their minds had been tuned by the rumors. So, their nephew was supposed to be a thorough debauchee and a wastrel. How could he resemble this handsome and proud youngster? Moreover, this young man was at the middle level of the Jade Shien realm, maybe even a bit higher. However, the rumors stated that their nephew had wasted his meridians in his debaucheries. Therefore, it was very hard to make that connection. Ha ha. Sister Xiao Yi, do you finally see? That tree doesn't seem like one in late autumn. Its leaves have turned silver, but they haven't fallen down. They will turn green once again when the spring returns. Isn't it wonderful? Shouldn't we take a few specimens back with us when we return home? Jun Moxie seemingly hadn't heard the question that Dongfang Wendao had asked. He smiled unenthusiastically as he pointed towards a tree and showed it to Dugu Xiaoyi. Dongfang Wendao immediately got angry. Aren't we even worthy of acknowledgement in his eyes? That was huge blow to the third Dongfang brother's pride. He asked fiercely, "Oi, brat. I asked you something, are you deaf? Didn't you hear this old man's question? Do you need a spanking?" Dongfang Wenqing stood beside him. He frowned and spoke, "Don't be frightened by the third's question, child." However, he felt uneasy inside. This brat would have easily sensed our imposing cultivation. Yet, not only is he not astonished, he's calm, and he's not paying any heed to our presence. Does he have some powerful backing? Or maybe he's from a renowned family. However, shouldn't he be refraining from acting this arrogant in the face of three spirit Shien experts even if he has a strong backing? I can't sense anything astonishing here, but, can that person with the overwhelmingly astonishing murderous aura be somehow related to this brat? Or, is that person hiding somewhere nearby? Then, Dongfang Wendao turned his head and grinned. He then laughed, "Elder brother, I always knew that it's important to discipline a child every now and then." Jun Moxie snorted and narrowed his eyes as he looked at him and asked, "Are you asking me? Did you ignore the person who asked you a question? What have the elders of your family taught you? Where's the person who came here a moment ago? Tell me quickly." Dongfang Wendao tried to restrain his anger. The opposite party was a kid regardless of anything else. How could a great spirit Shien expert fly into rage over this matter and start with his rebukes? That would be a huge loss of face. My family has taught me quite well. The senior needn't get involved. Should asking a person for direction, or perhaps about another individual sound so interrogative? Jun Moxie then smiled in a warm and cultured manner. He was smiling brightly in an elegant and refined manner, much like Liu Ran. Now, if the seniors were to ask me for directions, they should have done it like this. "If I may ask the senior, could you tell me where the person who was previously here gone to? I'll be grateful for the information." Jun Moxie chided them in a satisfied manner after he finished, and, that is called courtesy. "Oh yes. That's what my family's elders have taught me." "Humph. Spirit Shien. So what? Just because you're a spirit Shien doesn't mean that you can ride on my neck and take a sh*t. I can't beat you, but that doesn't mean that I'll give in to you. I can't kill you, but I can still embarrass you." Anyway, these three people appear quite cautious. It's like they are scared of something. It was then that Jun Moxie's mind set to work, and he recalled his murderous aura from a moment ago. So, how could Jun Moxie not wave his banners? "Little bastard. Do you wish to die?" Dongfang Wendao asked angrily. He may have been rude, but he was no fool. How could he not understand the young master's Jun irony-clad ridicule? Especially that, "my family's elders" part. Wishing to die. I'm too young for that. Even the king of hell may not be willing to receive me. Jun Moxie looked at him in a cold and indifferent manner. These two were unaware that they were uncle and nephew. So, they continued to glare at each other. Dongfang Wendao was extremely angry. He stretched his hand to grab. The man anticipated that he'd catch and strike that little brat to vent his anger. He wanted to teach the little brat a lesson even though it was inappropriate for him to punish someone so young. Who would have known that his hands would grasp empty air? Jun Moxie had changed positions, and had appeared behind him in a flash. The third Dongfang brother suddenly heard a sound behind his body. It was the sound a blade's edge makes as it pierces the air. He couldn't help but feel his blood run cold. The two men had just moved into action. However, the spirit Shien Dongfang expert had unexpectedly been pushed to a disadvantageous position. He had admittedly committed the fault of underestimating his opponent. However, the young master Jun's movements had been lightning fast, and were worthy of being considered as extraordinary. Damn it! Dongfang Wendao cried out in alarm. He was a top-class assassin, and could adjust to any contingency. He had been startled by this, but he hadn't panicked. He conveniently leapt forward. The spirit Shien's speed was quite fast. His powerful leaps could cover over 20 meters of space. He anticipated that he'd be certain to avoid that brat's pursuit and attacks. However, he unexpectedly felt the eerie cold wind behind him again. In fact, it had surpassed its previous level. This is seriously unexpected. The third Dongfang brother's movements were also quite exceptional. Yet, he was still forced to hasten in order to avoid his opponent. Nevertheless, he dodged to the right. However, the cold air followed him like a shadow. Then, he went left, but the cold air was still there, same as before. Dongfang Wendao had changed his body's posture 7 times in a split second. He had also increased his power by 10 times. Yet, the cold air never left his back. It stuck to him like a disease, and continued to get worse. And shockingly, he didn't even get enough time to make a turn. Finally, his waist trembled. A cold knife had penetrated the third Dongfang brother's lower back. However, Dongfang Wendao was still a spirit Shien expert. He hadn't expected such a sharp counterattack from Jun Moxie, but that didn't affect his ability to transfer Shien Qi to protect himself. The blade was being held by a mere jade Shien expert. It couldn't have caused any damage to him even if it had been a divine weapon. However, the outcome of this fight had technically been his defeat, a resounding defeat. Dongfang Wendao suddenly stopped, and stood dumbstruck. No cold or heat had ever invaded the borders of his body since his cultivation had reached the spirit Shien realm. However, he was sweating profusely at this moment. In fact, the sweat had soaked his clothes. The 8 spectators were also covered in cold sweat, especially the black-bearded middle-aged man, and the slim man. Their stares were so wide that it seemed as if their eyes would pop out. The third brother had appeared like an indistinct demon to the eyes of Dugu Xiaoyi, Guanqing Han and the others who accompanied them. He was like shadow who had suddenly rushed ahead, then back, then to the left, and then right. It appeared that tens of hundreds of small shadows had started to flit about in the sky. They had been dazzled to look at the man's skills. And then, they saw him come to an abrupt stop. He stood still thereafter. As far as they were concerned, Jun Moxie hadn't even moved from his place. It seemed that the short and stout man had been showing off his unique abilities. However, what about Dongfang Wenqing and Dongfang Wenjian's eyesight? How could their faces not turn pale with fear after they had witnessed the events unfold? This sight had been sufficient to corroborate the spirit Shien experts' fate in this battle. They had seen their younger brother launch ahead, and then use his extraordinary skill to evade that brat's extremely quick blade. However, they saw that white-clothed brat disappear the next moment. And then, he appeared at their brother's back like a ghost. Moreover, he held the knife in a resolved manner. Then, their third brother had evaded left, then right, then ahead, and then back in circles. He had assumed 7 stances in a split second. The man had moved in nearly 40 directions in an instant. Yet, that brat's flit figure managed to appear behind their brother's back every single time, like a disease. Their third brother had executed his exceptional moves to perfection, but he was still stabbed in his lower waist. The fact was that the brat could have easily cut the neck instead of his waist. The spirit Shien's Shien Qi would have obviously protected the body, and would have prevented him from getting hurt. However, the fact that the youngster had stabbed the waist instead of the neck, was indicative of his mercy. The third brother's agility was much superior to their own. Their family had always recognized him for his agility. In fact, he was world-renowned for it. No one in the present era could compete with him. The solitary falcon was known for his speed, but even the great master would retreat when faced their third brother's agility. The solitary falcon excelled at speed. But, his agility was somewhat lacking in front of the secret skills that had been passed down in the Dongfang family. But, this brat, is just at the Jade Shien realm. This is scary. What's the meaning of this? Isn't this too terrifying? The strengths of the two men differed by nearly 20 levels. Good heavens me. This world has gone crazy. It's like humanity is trying to consume the sun. The rat is trying to become the cat's bride, like an ant is violating a king Shien beast. What kind of martial arts is this? Even the Lord of Tian Fa might not be able to achieve such a speed. How did this youngster achieve this? Who is he? He's young by the looks of it. The brat appears to be 16 or 17 years old. Yet, he already has Jade Shien cultivation. So, won't his master be even more difficult to deal with? We are fortunate that his cultivation isn't very high, he still can't defeat a spirit Shien defense. But, wouldn't he have been able to kill the three of us with ease if he were as strong as us? In fact, he wouldn't even need to be a spirit Shien expert. He would be able to injure a spirit Shien's vital points as long as he reaches the Sky Shien peak. Isn't this inference extremely scary in itself? There was pin-drop silence in the area. The three Dongfang brothers. Young Master Jun's company, all of them remained silent. Dugu Xiaoyi looked amazed for a long time. She stared at the foolishly standing Dongfang Wendao with a sense of adoration on her face. Then, she clapped her hands in acclamation, excellent agility move. It was very intricate. It was extremely wonderful, it was unrivaled in this age. Heavens must have pity. Dugu Xiaoyi had truly meant those words by heart. One could say that they were akin to words spoken in worship or adoration. That short and stout man wasn't very handsome, but his agility skills were a beauty. It had transformed his image in that little girl's mind. And, this virtual image had dazzled the little girl. In fact, it had almost made her swoon. So much so, that the little girl would have taken him as her master if he was a younger man. This is beyond the regular level of Shien Qi display. This is extremely outstanding. Guanqing Han was similarly shocked. However, she could vaguely sense that the atmosphere was fishy. So, she pulled Dugu Xiaoyi's arm and softly whispered to her, "Sister Xiaoyi, don't speak much." However, was Dugu Xiaoyi's acclamation genuinely that sweet? It was similar to that cackling sound under the pear tree. It was horrifying for the people who are nearby, but melodious to the ones who are at a distance. Dongfang Wendao stood with a stupefied expression on his face. His complexion had become deathly pale. This incident had hit his self-confidence hard. Its effect was incomparable. He had always been extremely proud of his exceptional agility. However, it had turned out to be completely worthless in front of this youngster. A youngster of mere Jade Shien cultivation had surpassed the speed he had always been immensely proud of. In fact, this boy hadn't even given him the time to change directions properly. My life's hard work has lost its meaning. It was like a huge sailboat had flipped over a small ditch. He had failed miserably at a very easy task. Then, that sound of acclaim came through to his ears, excellent agility move. It was very intricate. It was extremely wonderful, it was unrivaled in this age. That voice was very loud and genuinely heartfelt, but he was a spirit Shien expert. How could he endure this? It was possible that even 10,000 talented writers and their flowery pens couldn't properly explain the third Dongfang brother's frame of mind. His deathly pale face turned red in an instant. The naked eye could see that redness travel to his neck, and then to his chest. One would have been able to see his reddened toes if he had taken out his shoes. Blurg. Dongfang Wendao's vision became blurry. He felt so ashamed that he vomited blood, and tottered on the verge of collapse. He had become so angry that he had vomited blood. That innocent and heartfelt acclamation had made this spirit Shien expert belch blood. Dongfang Wenqing and Dongfang Wenjian quickly leapt forward to provide firm support to him. However, Dongfang Wendao stubbornly pushed them aside. Then, the third brother took a deep breath, and slowly turned to look at Jun Moxie's eyes. His expression was extremely complex as he hesitantly spoke, "You have guts." "I admit defeat. I admit defeat." Those 3 words had somehow emerged from his mouth. Each and every one of them had been extremely difficult to speak. Each and every one of them was like a heavy mountain to him. However, he had still spoken them. Jun Moxie's eyes couldn't help but reveal heartfelt appreciation. A spirit Shien expert had been defeated by a young jade Shien expert in front of everyone. And yet, he was willing to admit it publicly. What kind of bearing is this? One's reputation was as important as one's life in this world. There weren't many people who could accept their defeat in such a magnanimous manner. His attitude was, "It's only a loss, and it's okay." This point made a good impression on Jun Moxie. Therefore, he smiled despite himself. What competition were the senior and I having? Where has the matter of victory and defeat come from? After all, the cause for all of this was this junior's extreme arrogance. I hadn't answered the senior's question. I had even spoken rudely. This junior shouldn't have spoken that way. Humph. You won, brat. There's no need to go out of your way to protect my pride. A win is a win, and a loss is a loss. What good will attempting to cover it up do? Dongfang Wendao spoke angrily, "You were qualified to speak to me like that since you could beat me. I had been too carefree while questioning you. It was indeed this old man's fault. Therefore, I apologize." He then snorted and said, "However, this old man will come and find you in the future. And, our skills will be better matched when that time comes. Haha, this junior will always be looking forward to it. However, the difference in the seniors and my strength is more than 20 or 30 times. I'm afraid that the senior would have blown me into bits if we were to face off using our true strengths." Jun Moxie wished to make friends with them. So, he spoke modestly. "Your words are true." Dongfang Wendao snorted and spoke in an arrogant manner, "Brat, you are tactful. If I were to seriously fight you in a battle of life or death, the consequences. Ah. I can't say for sure what they'd be. Your movements are very agile. They're even faster than mine. In fact, you can't even compare them. Damn it." Dongfang Wendao couldn't help but feel dismayed as he finished his sentence. He had analyzed the other party's speed. He knew that he could only kill that Jade Shien brat if he were to shamelessly mount a sneak attack using his spirit Shien cultivation. He was a top-notch assassin. Therefore, he was good at mounting sneak attacks. However, it didn't sound right to use his spirit Shien strength to deal with a Jade Shien youngster. He would only take this step if he didn't have any other choice. But, he was aware that he may still fail in killing his boy if the boy got a chance to prepare himself against the sneak attack. I may not be able to kill this brat even if I give it everything I've got. The loophole would always exist no matter how much efforts he put into covering up the massive disparity in their skill sets. Dongfang Wendao had previously believed that no man could avoid his attacks. However, he didn't have any self-confidence left after he had seen that brat's frightening speed. Well, he at least didn't have much of it left. Others can't avoid my attacks, but this brat, it's difficult to say. Jun Moxie smiled mischievously. This unfathomable man had an honest, straightforward and admirable temperament. He hadn't expected this. Dongfang Wenqing stepped forward. He cupped his hands and spoke in a very amiable manner. "What's your name, young brother? Who is your master?" That martial art was exquisite. It was absolutely astonishing. Dongfang Wenjian and Dongfang Wendao looked at him as he asked this question. It was very clear that they were also quite interested to know. The two men figured that their suspicions and doubts would be cleared once they got to know that youngster's name and background. The three men had been disconnected from the general society for a while, but they still knew many of the world's secret powers. It couldn't be said that they were familiar with these powerhouses, but they knew enough. The three men had rummaged through their memories and were about to have a headache. However, they still weren't able to figure out an entity that could train such a devilish disciple. How can an ordinary person cultivate such strength at such a young age? The three men's faces were full of expectation. They prepared themselves for the possibility that the youngster wouldn't answer. However, the answer, if they got one, would point to an earth-shaking man with world-threatening power. That individual simply couldn't be ordinary by any measure. The seniors flatter me. The seniors are very open-minded. Your Shien cultivation is also excellent. This little one truly admires the seniors. Moreover, the seniors have a noble character, and unquestionable integrity. I genuinely respect you. Jun Moxie spoke these polite words and thought. Then, he decided that there was no need to keep such secrets on that path and spoke, "I'm from the Jun family, I'm Jun Moxie." Ha! Hick. I'm Jun Moxie. These four words had a very unusual effect. Dongfang Wenqing and Dongfang Wenjian cried in surprise. They even staggered 2 large steps back. Their eyes had a look of utter amazement in them. They were so shocked that it seemed as if they had seen a ghost in the bright sunlight. As for the third brother Dongfang Wendao, his eyes were opened even wider. His entire body had turned red. In fact, his body had started to sway as if he was drunk on some ale. A continual, sound escaped from his mouth as he hiccuped. It seemed that his saliva had gotten stuck in his throat, and that he would choke on it at any moment. Jun Moxie couldn't help but feel proud after he looked at this scene. This young master has become quite famous. My reputation has spread far and wide to this extent. Even 3 spirit Shien experts are so shocked to hear my name. This is what they call a well-known reputation. It seems that my reputation has reached the bright and shining moon. This genuinely feels like an accomplishment. Jun Moxie couldn't help but feel a bit giddy. You, who did you say you are? Jun Moxie. Tian Xiang's Jun family's Moxie. Jun family's third young master. Dongfang Wenjian's mouth was crooked and eyes were narrow as he asked this question. His tone was that of disbelief. The powerful spirit Shien expert had been reduced to stutters. It was evident that this name had thoroughly shaken him. Yes. I am the Jun family's third young master. What happened? Jun Moxie felt even more proud now. He assumed that those men must be kicking themselves. So, he assumed a very confident posture. Are you really a third-generation member of the Jun family? And, that Jun Tian, is your grandfather, and Jun Wuyi is your uncle, right? Dongfang Wendao asked as his mouth gasped for air, his breath wheezed, and his eyes rolled in confusion. It looked like he would faint. Jun Moxie felt even prouder. He held his head high, and replied in a modest manner, precisely. It seems that our Jun family's name has spread far and wide. Even these spirit Shien experts are shocked by it. This feels like a great achievement. Act subdued, reserved and modest, don't act flamboyantly. Jun Moxie reminded himself unceasingly. Ha! The The three spirit Shien experts panted and opened their eyes wide. Their bodies trembled somewhat. They shot Jun Moxie a meaningful glance. It seemed as if they were cherishing the tripe their mouths had swallowed. They felt like embracing Jun Moxie to show him their affection. What do you want? Jun Moxie finally realized that something was off. Do these three have an unusual hobby or something? How can I not be terrified after looking at this? The more he thought about it, the more his blood ran cold. The hair all over his body had risen, and his shoulders had started to tremble. So, he forced himself to ask that question, as calmly as he could. What do we want? Dongfang Wendao's cheeks swelled. His eyes bulged like a goldfish's. And then, he laid it all out as he gnashed his teeth and said, "You asked us what we want. I want to kick the ass of that crippled uncle of yours, 3,600 times at that. I'm your third maternal uncle. You little brat, you actually had the impertinence to stab your third maternal uncle. Bullsh *T. I am your progenitor. What is this? You dare to take advantage of me. And, you want to beat up my third uncle? Believe it or not, I'm going to do the same to you." Jun Moxie suddenly replied in a fiery manner. He swore and cursed. "You guys are brazenly trying to take advantage of me. Do you three spirit Shien experts really believe that you're that extraordinary? I did your mother's mother, you little brat. How dare you abuse me?" Dongfang Wendao shouted angrily. However, he hadn't even finished talking, when two palms suddenly hit him on the sides of his head with a loud smack. He then fell flat onto the ground. Both the sides of his head hurt badly. It seemed that his ears had been hit by thunderclaps. Then, someone roared, "What crap did you just speak, you shameless thing?" Dongfang Wendao suddenly recalled the words he had just spoken, and realized that he shouldn't have said those filthy words. Jun Moxie's mother's mother was his own mother. He bitterly covered his head with his hands. He didn't dare to make another sound. Dongfang Wenqing then emotionally turned to Jun Moxie, and spoke, "Moxie, the thing is, actually, I'm your eldest maternal uncle." Jun Moxie felt very gloomy. "First, your younger brother said that he's my third maternal uncle. And, now you're telling me that you're my eldest maternal uncle. You guys are taking turns to dupe me. Are these three spirit Shien experts frauds? You may have 1,000 doubts, and that's alright. But, you would always know your mother's family name, right?" Dongfang Wenqing trembled a bit. His eyes welled up, and he spoke in an emotional tone, "Your mother was named Dongfang Wenxian. She's our little sister. I'm your mother's eldest brother, Dongfang Wenqing. These two are your other maternal uncles. This is Dongfang Wenjian. And, the one you had just competed with is your third maternal uncle, Dongfang Wendao." Jun Moxie suddenly felt dizzy. What the hell? Isn't this too big a coincidence? These three spirit Shien experts are my blood-related maternal uncles. I have 3 spirit Shien uncles. Jun Moxie had known all the relations which the earlier Jun Moxie had ever since he had received that body. He had understood them in an incisive manner. The fact that his Jun family had no contact with other related families was quite puzzling to him. Yet, he vaguely knew that it was due to that matter in the past. His father and second uncle had been killed in battle. His mother had fallen gravely ill due to it. In fact, she was never to recover from her condition. She had been taken back by her parents. The Jun family had soon received the news of her death. Jun Moxie had thoroughly investigated that matter in the past. But, he still hadn't come to know much. However, he still hadn't given up. He had continued to search for details in secret. He had inherited that body and adopted that family wholeheartedly. Therefore, he had always felt that it was his duty towards this family to apply the entirety of his efforts. However, this matter of the past was like a dense fog. One could faintly discern what was there on the other side. But, no one had clearly seen the other side. What horrible schemes were hidden? But, if there was a murderer behind the scenes, was it only the Silver Blizzard City? Jun Moxie wasn't so sure about it. Therefore, he had been collecting information in secret, one little clue at a time. He would even go to the Silver Blizzard City if he had to. And, maybe even the Shenxi Empire and the Yutang Empire if need be. However, Jun Moxie doubted the Tianxiang Empire more than anyone else. This was one of the many reasons why Jun Moxie had decided to help little Yang Mo. This was the reason why he hadn't hesitated in getting involved in the imperial family's internal struggle for power. The emperor's sons may be striving hard. But, how's it any of my business whether they fail their family or not? I am Jun Moxie. So, how can I allow you to my Jun family? Humph. You won't even begin to set about the task, and I will cut your head in the middle of the night. My strength may temporarily not be as strong as a spirit Shien experts, but you are only an emperor. Perhaps you have spirit Shien experts to protect you. But, I can kill you as long as you're not a spirit Shien expert yourself. How wouldn't Jun Moxie know his mother's name and family name after he had gathered so much information? Moreover, those three men seemed emotionally moved. Their expressions were amiable, as if they were trying to express their feeling upon meeting their next of kin. How could Jun Moxie not see that? However, Jun Moxie thought, isn't this too much of a coincidence? I had just spoken my name, and then I got three uncles at once. Jun Moxie forced a smile. He felt at a loss for the first time in his life. He gave a hollow laugh and spoke, he, my third uncle is behind us. Ahem, he will be catching up soon, therefore, this, also, are you awaiting his arrival? Why is he behind you? Dongfang Wenjian raised his eyebrows and asked resentfully, why isn't he in front? Third uncle is the commander of the main force. So, he'll naturally be moving with them. I'm the leader of the Vanguard. The Vanguard leader, Jun continued, I'm to move ahead to clear mountain roads and bridge streams for the main forces. Jun Moxie burst into sweat the moment he stopped speaking. Even Dugu Xiaoyi and Guanqing Han couldn't help but burst into giggles. When has this brat adhered to his duty as a Vanguard leader? When exactly has he cleared mountain paths and bridged streams? He has opened mountain passes, but only wide enough for his carriage to pass through. As for bridging streams, what nonsense are you talking about? What? Jun Wu, that bastard. He sent my sister's son to lead the Vanguard. What would he do if something happened to you? Has he no memory at all? Or has he forgotten what happened in the past? Dongfang Wenqing spoke angrily, my sister has such a great son. Doesn't he have the skills to be made a general? This is absolutely shameful. This is extremely reckless. Dongfang Wenjian and Dongfang Wendao also looked very enraged. They seemed to be gearing up to humiliate Jun Wu. Everyone was stupefied. Where was this even coming from? These three haven't even been confirmed to be his maternal uncles, but they have already started to shield him. Moxie, there are rumors that the Jun Family's third master has become a debauchee, that he acts tyrannically, and bullies people. They say he acts immorally and is a hoodlum, that man, it isn't you, right? Is there someone in your relation with the same name as yours? Dongfang Wenqing asked with difficulty. It was evident that he was having a hard time in forming the appropriate questions. Moreover, he was finding it hard to believe them even if they were conjectures. Jun Moxie, Guanqing Han and Dugu Xiaoyi, and even the four men guarding them, were dumbstruck. A dark line appeared on their foreheads. Ah, eldest brother, what are you saying? These questions are of no concern. Dongfang Wenjian addressed his elder brother in a dissatisfied manner, take a look at our nephew. He is elegant, lofty, and noble. He has become so capable at such a young age that his skills can shock the entire world. In fact, he even routed our third brother in close combat. Does he look like a lowlife debauchee to you? Who was routed by him? Dongfang Wendao spoke in resentment as he refuted him. I saw that he was young. Moreover, he's our nephew. I was only trifling with him. Do you think that I would ever lose to him with the skills I possess? Do you believe that I would lose to an infant? Bah! Say that without blushing. Were you aware that he was our nephew at that time? You're just trying to boast in this chaotic atmosphere. Dongfang Wenjian snorted with disdain and said, your skills aren't perfect. And, you're only looking to justify yourself. Anyway, you only lost to our nephew, there's no shame in it. So, what are you chirping about? Honestly, you don't have the demeanor of an elder. Then, he paused for a moment, and said, the same goes for eldest brother. He's such a great youngster to have as a nephew. What kind of uncles are you to talk such nonsense about your own nephew? I'm only asking. Dongfang Wenqing spoke in a dignified manner, you two need to shut up. Jun Moxie's expression became one of embarrassment. He had rarely ever felt so embarrassed in either of his lives. First he had made a mistake in realizing his relation with his uncles. Then, he had stabbed his own maternal uncle. After that, he had also flaunted his family name. He had thought that his name had gathered a world-shaking reputation in a positive sense, but had then come to realize that it was the exact opposite. He had realized that his name hadn't come to shine like the moon, and had instead become known for its infamy. A "ft" escaped Dugu Xiaoyi's mouth. Then, she burst into laughter. She held her stomach as she started to tremble. She would give Jun Moxie a mischievous look from time to time. She would then wink at him, and would start to laugh even harder. The four guards turned away. They didn't wish for Jun Moxie to see their faces contort as they tried to stifle their laughter. Chalked sounds of sniggering continued to escape from their suppressed throats. Guanqing Han was able to suppress her smile the most successfully. Though, there were some signs of thawing on her cold face. She was somewhat aware of her mother-in-law's maiden family since she was the Jun family's daughter-in-law. Guanqing Han knew that her mother-in-law's family didn't have a widespread reputation. But, she vaguely knew that they possessed great power. However, she was still astonished since the three men who were calling themselves her uncles were all spirit Shien experts. Guanqing Han exclaimed. The concerns hidden deep in her heart had been laid to rest. They would surely have to face the Shui Hun manor in this expedition to Tianfa. And, she was certain that they would have some conflicts with them since Jun Wui and Jun Moxie were present here. However, she felt at ease since such strong Shien experts were now on their side. Jun Moxie glared, and then scratched his head. He then brought his hands down, and spread them. Then, he shrugged his shoulders and spoke with an innocent look on his face, Tianxiang City doesn't have any other Jun Moxie, and there isn't any other male in the Jun family's third generation. But, are you sure that these rumors are about me? Could that person really be you? Dongfang Wenqing asked. The three men stared in astonishment. Are you really what the rumors claim to be, a heinous and heartless debauchee? Bullsh *T. Jun Moxie's face became dark with anger. Who has ruined this elder brother's reputation? Am I that kind of a person? This is a cunning ruse. This is extremely absurd. This elder brother is young and promising, kind and charitable, handsome and confident, and epitomes an immortal's bearing. He is known as a person of virtue in Tianxiang City. A heroic, yet understanding person. He has the bearing of a warrior, and the heart of an artist. It could be said that I'm a well-known name, and everyone praises me. The people who don't know this, don't know. Dugu Xiaoyi uttered another ft sound, and held her stomach. The faces of Dongfang Wenqing and the other two were full of shock. They started to twitch. Dongfang Wenjian glared, you brat. Who is the elder brother? We are your uncles. Don't you have any sense of respect? Jun Moxie clutched his hair. He was extremely depressed. Your identity hasn't been confirmed yet. We will have to wait till third uncle arrives and confirms it. The three spirit Shien experts became furious at first, then gloomy. What is he saying? Will our status as his maternal uncles become invalid if his third uncle refuses to recognize us? The tents had been raised by nightfall. And, the three Dongfang brothers occupied, one each, in an entitled manner. Guanqing Han and Dugu Xiaoyi snuck out to take a bath at night. The young Master Jun couldn't help but sigh on missing out on the opportunity to take a look because of this sudden development. Moreover, he couldn't help but feel depressed since his three uncles had caused him a lot of embarrassment. In fact, he was hoping their identities would remain unconfirmed, so that he could throw them out of his camp. Jun Moxie had become very fiery in the secrecy of his heart. I don't see you as my maternal uncles. Why should I? Humph. I would toss you out in the morning if could beat you. My plan can't keep up with these changes. I can't fail to put my plan into action. My plan will be nothing more than a pretty image if I can't put it into play. Moreover, I now have to waste my energy by talking to these guys instead of putting my plan into action. Even talking to these guys is physically taxing. So, you're saying that this expedition to Tianfa is a trap? And, many people will die an untimely death by falling into this trap. Dongfang Wenqing's expression was dignified. It doesn't matter if it's a trap or not. Tianfa is where all my enemies are gathering. Jun Moxie smiled. Moreover, some of my enemies can't be considered as ordinary. The Silver Blizzard City is one for example, and the Shui Hun Manor is another. As for the others, humph. There are kids in the camp who will try to stir trouble for me, but they aren't worth mentioning. The three men drew long breaths. We understand about the Silver Blizzard City. But, what's the problem with Shui Hun Manor? Jun Moxie smiled bitterly. He then narrated the entire background story to them, and said in a helpless manner, elder sister-in-law only insisted on coming along because she's worried about third uncle and me. How could I not know her true motive? She has always remained aloof from the affairs of the world. So, how could someone so aloof and peaceful suddenly quarrel like this and threaten their death just to go to Tianfa? I've known this for a long time, but I'm trying to think of a solution. Li Ju Tian's filthy son wants to snatch away our nephew's wife. Bah! He has some balls. And, some beastly guts. Jun Moxie had barely finished speaking when Dongfang Wenqing and the other two jumped up. Their faces were filled with righteous hatred, and they seemed unable to restrain their anger. This old man will go to the Shui Hun Manor and castrate that brat. He's *King delusional. That toad wants to eat the swan's meat. Damn it. I won't even leave him capable of taking a piss. Dongfang Wendao angrily waved his hand. Jun Moxie hiccuped. He hadn't expected such a huge reaction from these three men. Moxie, you said that your sister-in-law, isn't that cold towards you anymore? Dongfang Wenqing asked cautiously in contrast. Yes, Jun Moxie replied without thinking. He felt that the three men were asking boring things. He had also started to feel drowsy by that time. Oh, what an unfortunate child. The husband she had seen only a few times has died. She then chose to stay as a widow with your Jun family, and now this. She's like that tragic princess from the legends. Her youth has frittered away, and now she can only keep watch on her empty chambers. What kind of suffering is this? Dongfang Wenjian's thin and grim face was plastered with a smile. Moxie, this little girl is quite pretty. She has an elegant figure. She'd make good for any man. Moreover, she's fresh and full of life, isn't it? Jun Moxie supported his cheeks on his hand and said, that's exactly it, she is full of life and slip. He then swallowed his saliva. Yes, ah. What can I say in that case? Dongfang Wendao clapped his hands. He then spoke merrily, the family name will still remain Jun. In any case, would you run away from this? The young brother will have to step up since the elder one is dead. As that proverb says, don't let your fertile water onto others' farms. Shut up third. And, don't talk rubbish. Dongfang Wenqing's face was stern as he scolded. What, don't let your fertile water onto others' farms? Are these the things an uncle should say to his nephew? It's very impudent of you to speak such things so casually. This is a very shameful way of thinking. Dongfang Wendao was quite afraid of his eldest brother. He immediately shrunk on seeing him getting mad. He lowered his head, and didn't dare utter another word. Jun Moxie was suddenly woken from his daze by that scary shout. He sobered up and asked in a dazed manner, who, what? Don't let your fertile water onto others' farms. I thought that you were a young brat when I saw you in the daytime. But, you said that I've wrongly accused you when I called you a debauchee. You are indeed hopeless. You were quite drowsy a moment ago, but you woke up quite quickly the moment I mentioned this matter. Dongfang Wenqing snorted and stroked his beard. He then spoke in a contemplating manner, this is a headache, but it's such a pity, but, if this brat, this problem, is just not. Dongfang Wendao and Dongfang Wenjian scoffed as well. They even rolled their eyes. It seemed that the two old men were playing the same game. The two men had started to play dumb, and were acting all noble and virtuous. They were slyly concealing their intentions in the shade of ethics. Their mouths spoke the words of the world's ways, but not their personal thoughts. This matter, we will discuss at length, Dongfang Wenqing concluded and sighed. Then, he spoke again after a prolonged silence, Moxie, your uncle scolded you because the rumors had misled him to believe that you were unbearable. However, I finally see that you are an elegant and heroic person, a promising youngster, and the foremost in your generation. Your grandmother would be so gratified if she could see this. And, your mother would be so happy, if only she could open her eyes and see. The three brothers then lowered their heads as he finished speaking. They felt depressed as they remembered that their younger sister had been unconscious for 10 years. Tell me my mother's story. Jun Moxie felt a little sad. He realized that his heart felt a bit pained as he said that one word, mother. He trembled a little. Moreover, he found that saying, mother, wasn't difficult for him. In fact, it felt right. It seemed to be in his blood, and in his soul. He seemed to have accepted it, just like he had embraced his grandfather and his third uncle. Dongfang Wenqing let out a long sigh. He had started to shudder a bit. His jaw and beard were also trembling. One could see that he felt very sad. The three brothers looked at each other. They saw each other's eyes, and realized that they all felt the same sadness in their hearts. Your mother was named Dongfang Wenxian. We loved our little sister very dearly. She was gentle, beautiful and lovely. Dongfang Wenqing's voice shuddered with emotion. He seemed gloomy. And, his eyes had become misty, they appeared to be pulsating in the candlelight. It seemed from his voice that he was on a delirious rave. He continued to recount the story, and it appeared that his state of mind had gotten engrossed in the events of the past. Everyone loved my lovely little sister in those days. Now, unexpectedly. I still remember to this day, the entire family had opposed the idea of my little sister's wedding with Jun Wuhui. But, she was determined. She wouldn't be fazed, and continued to insist on it. So, the family had no choice but to agree to their marriage. But, mother had told her, come back if you don't like it there. This family would always be your home. Little sister had laughed happily and said, when Xian asks her heart, and Wu Hui has no regrets. I have asked my heart, and it shall have no regrets till the end, she had excitedly said. But, from then on. I remember that happy smile to this day. It was like a splendid and joyful flower. It warmed the heart of everyone in the family. Then, I remember the day she had come back. She had returned home haggard. It seemed that her heart had died from the depression. She's been sleeping for 10 years since, never to be when Xin again. I still remember that she was wide awake when she had returned home. But, her eyes were empty, and she didn't speak. Mother and everyone else were at her side 3 days later. That's when she mustered the last of her strength and muttered a line. I have no regrets in this life. I have no regrets on being born. My Jun has no regrets, so, I have no regrets. I asked my heart what it wants, to be with Wu Hui, a world with Wu Hui, life and death with Wu Hui. A tear had dropped on the pillow from her nearly dry eyes after she stopped speaking. She then slowly closed them, never to open them again. Little sister didn't have any regrets or deep-rooted hatred up till the very moment she lost consciousness. I will follow him in life, and I will follow him in death. I have no regrets in either life or death. Our family has tried every method to keep her alive for the past 10 years. And, we've endlessly tried to revive her. But, we weren't able to make her open her eyes. She had, Wu Hui, no regrets in her heart. And so, she had gone away. Mother became uncontrollably enraged. She had trained many fighters for the clan over the years. She sent out all of them out. 196 Earth Shien and stronger experts unleashed indiscriminate slaughter upon the world. The Dongfang family's name shook the entire world for few years. And, the Silver Blizzard City was given special attention. The entire world felt endangered for a while. Everyone was terrified. However, our Dongfang family's power was still insignificant. So, it was difficult to make the whole world tremble. Eventually, 3 great masters arrived to put a stop to it. Li Ju Tian and Han Feng Shui came out, and intercepted the many Dongfang warriors at the Broken Dragon Valley. Even the greatest great master, Yun Bichen, also made an appearance. It was mutually agreed to restrict the outcome of the war to the result of one battle. Mother was our strongest fighter. She was to fight Silver Blizzard City's Xiao Xingyun and Xiao Buyu on her own. They had then agreed that the fate of the lives of Xiao Xingyun and Xiao Buyu would be left in our hands if the Xiao family suffered defeat, but all the hate and enmity will be written off. However, if Mother was to lose this battle, the Dongfang family would have to retreat from the society at large and go into hiding. That terrifying battle could only be called world-shaking. Mother eventually became weary, and lost her strength while fighting the 2 level 4 spirit Shien experts. She lost the battle, and was compelled to honor the condition. The Dongfang family vowed that we'd only return to the society if the snow-capped peaks were to collapse, and the Shien beasts were to come out of Tianfa. Else, the 8 great masters would severely punish our family. The great 8 masters weren't the same at that time as they are today. The Supreme Blue Master Meng Hongchen and the Solitary Falcon weren't ranked in the Great 8 Master at that time. They ascended to their ranks after 2 of the Great Masters disappeared. Mother had begrudgingly lost that battle, but she left her mark behind. Xiao Xingyun and Xiao Buyu would never cross the Spirit Shien 4th level, their cultivation halted at their then current levels. Consequently, they'd never be able to reach the level of a Great Master. However, the Dongfang family's strength was seriously weakened as a result of the battle. The Dongfang family hasn't come out of its hiding in 10 years, except to avenge Mo Yu and Mo Chao's deaths. Dongfang Wenqing finished speaking about the past. Jun Moxie felt a heavy mountain-like burden pressed down upon him after he heard of it. The other 3 felt the same. The young master Jun stared at the flickering candlelight. His face was expressionless, but he was enraged inside. His parents' unchanging love for each other flashed in his mind, and his stomach turned to knots. His soul was transported to the battles of the past for a moment. He could almost see the warriors of the Dongfang family spread far and wide. They spilled blood as they continued to take people's lives. Their strikes would never return empty. Thus, their prestige rose within the society. His mind then rushed towards the Broken Dragon Valley to witness the Dongfang family's fight of desperation, a fight which the lady of the Dongfang family could have won, but didn't. She couldn't be defeated, but lost. A fight she couldn't win even though she was certain to. Sometimes a victory can bring more hardship than a defeat. Yunbi Chen, Li Ju Tian and Han Feng Shui, three of the strongest great masters were present there to keep watch. How could this bloody enmity be written off if the Dongfang family was victorious? Write off the enmity. It was very pleasant to hear about this notion. However, the Shao family would have never agreed to resolve this enmity even if the Dongfang family were to uphold their word. How could they not avenge the deaths of the two elders who die fighting in this battle? Moreover, how could the three greatest masters allow another one of such disputes to arise? Therefore, this matter had to end with tragedy for the Dongfang family. They had been doomed the moment they had been intercepted. The lady of the Dongfang family had no choice but to accept her defeat in order to protect her family. She could have won, but she was forced to lose. It was a tragic and moving sight. Jun Moxie was convinced that the people present at that scene were well aware that Lady Dongfang couldn't have lost the battle. How could it be that she lost the battle, but secretly forced Xiao Xingyun and Xiao Buyu's cultivation to halt at level 4 of the spirit Shien realm? This outcome had taken shape under the pressure of the three great masters. And, the Dongfang family had no choice but to surrender. Jun Moxie suddenly felt disgust arise from the bottom of his heart. This dislike was directed at those three great masters. The snow-capped peaks were to collapse, and the Shien beasts were to come out of Tianfa. What kind of harsh conditions are these? These are the most ****up conditions. Damn it. Why didn't they just say that it's better to have the heavens fall and the earth rend than allow the Dongfang family to return? If I were to set up a condition, I'd say, only when the eagles scurry underwater at the sight of rats soaring in the sky. Or perhaps, only when the fishes start to race on land. Damn it. And then, mother, that is, your grandmother, broke all ties with your Jun family because of this matter 10 years ago. She was very dissatisfied. In fact, she was extremely disgusted with the way your grandfather handled things then. Dongfang Wenqing let out a long sigh. His eyes were filled with an indescribable emotion. Jun Moxie remained silent. He found it inconvenient to speak. He had always known his grandfather's temperament. The royal family must have gotten involved, and grandmother must have wanted to eliminate them. However, grandpa must have resolutely refused that idea. This disagreement would have brought the two families to break off all ties. This is possible owing to grandpa's foolishly loyal attitude at the time. But, it may not stand the same after such a long time and after so many events. Jun Zhantian was his generation's hero. He is upright, honest and incomparably loyal. However, this is his biggest weakness as well as his greatest merit. Dongfang Wenqing sighed, the bird has fallen to the bough, and the rabbit has fallen to the hunting dog since ancient times. He is extremely loyal, and his services have been highly appreciated by the entire country. However, a highly admirable war general's fate is very tragic. He doesn't die on the battlefield. He is beheaded and his property is confiscated. One can shake the gods if they fly too high. Dongfang Wenqing looked at Jun Moxie in a profound and meaningful manner. He then chanted in a loud voice, high position, huge wealth and endless glory, are fleeting like the mist. What can these aspects be compared to the prospect of roaming free and unfettered in this world? You do not have to worry about me on that count. Do I look like the foolishly loyal type? Jun Moxie laughed. He intentionally laughed in order to lighten the mood since the heavy atmosphere had become extremely oppressive and stifling for the four men. You really don't look like one, brat. You're a little crafty one on the contrary. One shouldn't be that crafty. Dongfang Wenqing laughed. However, the Dongfang family can't show themselves, so, how come you have come out? Jun Moxie asked curiously. Dongfang family can't be that upright. However, can't we come out if we don't use the Dongfang family's name, and operate in secrecy? Anyway, won't we all starve if everyone from the family withdraws from the world? Dongfang Wendao gave a, "Are you stupid?" look to Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie was stunned. Besides, this Shien beast uprising is unprecedented. It has resulted in the formation of strong alliances. Powerful forces are being gathered, and we three have come here since we've been hired by the Shui Han Manor. Dongfang Wenqing laughed in order to alleviate Jun Moxie's embarrassment. You were hired? Jun Moxie opened his eyes wide in shock. Of course we were hired. When has the Dongfang family done anything without a payment? Dongfang Wenqing asked as he stared and chided, this is our family's fundamental principle. Oh, ha, ha. Jun Moxie was dumbstruck for a while, but then he suddenly broke into laughter. This was a genuine case of having many common traits. I follow the same principle. What are you smiling at? The three men stared at Jun Moxie. Your grandfather used to call us profiteers in those days. Don't tell me, you also, humph. I'm not smiling at anything. This is exactly how things should be done. One should earn money and avoid calamities. It is natural that you should receive remuneration if you're going to do something. How is this profiteering? Do I have to do everything free of charge so I can seem honorable? That's just too. Jun Moxie laughed happily. What's the quotation for this mission? 100,000 silver taels. Actually, it's 100,000 per person. Therefore, we're earning a total of 300,000 in silver taels. Dongfang Wendao spoke with some arrogance. He stretched his fingers to demonstrate the value. Pretty good a sum, right? Jun Moxie was stunned speechless. We will take this 300,000 back to the family, and it will be able to procure provisions for our family for a long time. Dongfang Wenqing sounded content. He stroked his beard, and narrowed his eyes. It seemed that he had accomplished something great. Bang! Jun Moxie suddenly fell down. His head hit the table the candle was set on. The candle got extinguished as a result. The small lamp jar also tumbled, and his face was splashed with the oil. What on earth is this? The three Dongfang men cried in shock, and hurried to support the young master Jun. Has hearing of such a high price for our mission shocked him that much? Hitman Jun was admittedly very shocked. However, the reasons behind that shock. 100,000 for one person, and 300,000 for the three of you. That's extremely cheap. I drink flagons of wine that are worth more than that. Since when did the price of spirit Shien expert service become reduced to that of a daily wage worker? Jun Moxie's shocking words made his three spirit Shien uncles feel somewhat ashamed. The young master Jun hadn't spoken lies either. He had auctioned his exquisite wine at the aristocratic hall at very high prices. However, that wine was truly worthy of being called the heavenly grade wine. Everyone who had lived to taste it had gone crazy over it. On top of that, its price had skyrocketed even further because its supply was limited, and only the people from the highest echelons of the Tianxiang Empire, true aristocrats, could enjoy it. So, its value had obviously increased because of its rarity. Many besides those within the boundaries of Tianxiang Empire had the good fortune to taste the wine. And, they too ended up admiring it greatly. The highly expensive price of this wine didn't drop at all. The noise about this, 1 in a million wine, didn't fade after the aristocratic hall announced that it wouldn't sell any more of it. So, some of it appeared on the black market soon after. Some magnate fortunate enough to have purchased it at the auction had put it on the black market. And Jun Moxie had found out through Fatty Tang, Hai Chen Feng and other people that the price of that wine had shot up even higher. The price of a single jar had reached over 300,000 in silver. Bulsh *T. Is the wine you drink fermented with gold and jade? Does your wine cost more than 100,000 in silver? Does your family pay 100,000 to a daily wage worker? Dongfang Wendao retorted gloomily. However, he was aware that the lifestyle at the upper echelons households in Tianxiang City was extremely extravagant. The riches and opulence in that city was far higher than any other place on the continent. Moreover, he was aware that these words had come from the mouth of the infamous Jun family's debauchee of a young master. Therefore, he feared that the statement wasn't actually fake or exaggerated. Speaking of the Dongfang family, it was once considered one of the great aristocratic families. And it was quite powerful even if it wasn't as strong as the Silver Blizzard City or the Shuehan Manor. It merely conducted itself in a quiet and discreet manner in order to attract less attention. But, they had still possessed commendable resources at their disposal. However, the family has been cut off from the world for 10 years because of that damned pledge. It had seemed like the entire Dangfang family had disappeared. Everyone from this family had withdrawn from society to live in their secret holdings, and they had fully disengaged from any interaction with the outside world as well. The many great masters had kept a close watch for the first few years since they had feared that the Dongfang family wouldn't adhere to the condition. The Dongfang family had no choice but to give in under such strong pressure. Therefore, they became completely isolated from the world. However, the family had several people, and a lot of clothing and food was required for them. They had a profound background, but they were slowly unable to make their ends meet. Many years passed, and it had started to seem that they were feeding on empty air. Soon, several major forces started to contact the Dongfang family, and expressed their desires to resume business with them. After all, the outside world needed to maintain its livelihood even if the Dongfang family had been banished. But, the circumstances of the three great masters who had witnessed their exile changed with time. Yunbichen got spirited away and disappeared. Li Ju Tian began to wander the world for years on end, and became hard to find. Soon, Han Feng Shui was the only one who remained accessible. However, he went to the Silver Blizzard City soon after. Thus, all three of the greatest masters had become secluded from the rest of the world. The Dongfang family had been rendered helpless. So, they had no choice but to send small teams to maintain its business. However, their old businesses declined after some time, and the new business required a lot of manpower and resources. This obviously wasn't easy to establish. However, Li Ju Tian had personally approached the Dongfang family with a plea for help this time. He then offered a generous 100,000 in silver for each person. This gesture had clearly demonstrated his approach: I know you come out in secret, but I won't interfere with it. It could be said that this transaction was of great importance to the Dongfang family. So, they decided to give special attention to this job. In fact, they were now indebted to the Shuehan Manor. Therefore, they dispatched their 3 strongest warriors for this task. In other words, this matter wasn't about their greed for the 300,000 silver taels alone. Your grandfather sends his troops to the Dongfang family every year and every season. They deliver us with supplies in secrecy even though he shuns in front of the world. However, your grandmother still hasn't forgotten about the past. Dongfang Wenqing smiled bitterly and sighed. Who would have thought that the once great Dongfang family would have been forced into such a miserable state? Jun Moxie remained speechless. It's quite difficult to state who was wrong or who was right in that matter. How could grandfather not understand the manner in which people's minds work? He had probably evaluated the situation a long time ago. The Dongfang family was very powerful back then, and they even had justice in their support. But, it was bound to result in widespread outrage throughout the continent if they had rashly eliminated the Tianxiang Empire's royal family. Moreover, the great masters would be compelled to intervene due to their contract of alliance. In fact, even the present 8 great masters would rise up in revolt if the situation turned. Moreover, their enemy was the Silver Blizzard City's Shao family. Therefore, this matter would have only concluded with the destruction of the Dongfang family and the Jun family. This would have been the only conclusion to this matter. He was convinced that any man would think the same way. My grandfather spent his entire life at the battlefield. His entire would be a waste if he couldn't foresee this. The weight of making a preferable decision would have taken precedence in the presence of such pressure from all sides. And, the most important aspect is obviously to preserve the existence of the Dongfang and the Jun family. This kind of a result was temporarily painful for everyone to bear, but it had ensured the safety of lives of people from both the families. Moreover, it ensured that the Dongfang family survived a thorough extinction. Otherwise, how could someone with Jun Zhantian's temper just submit without making any attempts to take revenge? Jun Moxie had always thought that it was strange that his grandfather and third uncle, two genuinely iron-blooded men, had never tried to take revenge in all this time. But, his maternal uncle's words had cleared everything, and had pointed to the real reason for behind their inaction. Jun Zhantian wouldn't worry too much about his own family getting wiped out while taking revenge. But, he wouldn't stand getting the Dongfang family involved in it, and being wiped out as well. He was a man who wouldn't flinch at the prospect of his own family's blood being spilled. But, he wouldn't allow it happen to someone else's family. Jun Moxie thought that his speculation may not have been factually correct to the point. But, it was by and large correct. In fact, I think that living in seclusion for these 10 years hasn't necessarily been a bad thing for the Dongfang family. Dongfang Wenqing saw that Jun Moxie looked sad after he had heard everything. So, he smiled to console him. My Dongfang family's assassination technique is famous throughout the world. However, the secret technique is also my family's biggest concern and flaw. Why is that? Jun Moxie was somewhat puzzled. My Dongfang family has existed for 300 years. And, it has produced a number of successive experts. But, it has never had a spirit Shien master in its ranks. Dongfang Wenqing spoke bitterly. Oh. What kind of an answer is that? The old lady of the family fought 2 spirit Shien experts from the Shao family on her own. Though, she didn't win, but she could have. Such strength is nothing short of astonishing. Has she still not reached the strength of the great masters? The young master Jun was quite puzzled. Mother was admittedly strong enough to single-handedly overcome 2 spirit Shien experts. And, her strength was truly at par with the great masters. However, she hadn't reached the true realm of the great masters. The Dongfang family trains in assassination missions. We pay careful attention to the target, we strike it, and then we escape. However, an assassin is in no way a warrior. Dongfang Wenqing continued in a serious tone, we have been trying to perfect the assassinating technique since times immemorial in attempts to make it perfect. The Dongfang family's generations have focused their attention on studying agility martial arts techniques, and we've been making it increasingly exquisite. Therefore, our skills have become nearly perfect as a result. However, the consequence of this is that, one enters an incorporeal form, and lands up on a devious road. And it's very difficult to turn back from that devious road. A devious road? Jun Moxie looked thoughtful. His expression had gradually become pensive. Can you make a guess? You are extremely proficient in such martial arts. So, I presume that you'll figure this point out very quickly, Dongfang Wenqing asked. Then, he looked at Jun Moxie's expression and sighed. A spirit Shien expert who wishes to ascend to the level of a great master doesn't seek for the conditions to be appropriate. Such an expert forms their own system. They incorporate their Shien Qi into it, and develop a unique understanding. And, thus takes place the formation of a new field, a field which they develop in their own sphere. It can even be said that each great master is like the creator of a particular sect. And, one needs to explore themselves in order to reach this stage. They need to explore their skills in order to sharpen them. And, where does this exploration process take place? It takes place in real-life battles. It comes from killing. One would discover their weaknesses during combat. And then, they would put their efforts into making an improvement. After that, they would again return to combat, and then become even better. They would eventually be able to attain spiritual comprehension after hundreds and thousands of attempts. This is the initial obsession of every great master. How would they ever be great masters if they weren't obsessed with improving their Shien efficacy? How could they ever become a great master if they senselessly continued to cultivate their bodies? The young master Jun nodded in silence. He recalled that the solitary falcon didn't hesitate to risk a gruesome death when he scaled the perilous snowy mountain to fight with the Shien falcons and eagles. The man also didn't hesitate to reduce his identity when he came out to look for a fight. He did it all for this reason. We assassins get to kill enough number of people. But, we don't have enough direct combat experience by virtue of being assassins. After all, how can we be considered assassins, if we start getting involved in direct combat? It's true that we assassins get to kill many people. But, we can only use this experience to perfect and enhance our skills. And, this renders us with the inherent inability to absorb combat experience while fighting someone, since an assassin must necessarily kill with one strike when he takes on a mission. So, this one strike must be very sharp and incisive. But, an assassin's weakness will only get exposed when he fails to kill his target in one strike. However, an assassin exposing his weakness in front of his opponent is like him signing his own death warrant. This has been the greatest flaw of our Dongfang family. This was the reason why we couldn't do anything when faced with the three great masters, even though our power reached the clouds and we had numerous assassins. Therefore, Mother had no choice but to accept this extremely unfair condition. Dongfang Wenqing's eyes shone as he looked at Jun Moxie. You must have understood the reason I'm telling you all this. Your move is even stranger than ours. It's more agile. No one who can kill you when you employ your skills. However, this is also the greatest barrier to your martial advancement. You won't need to worry about your life once you can disregard any expert strength and defense. You would then move throughout the world unfettered, since you'd find security in this knowledge. But, you have these skills to rely on. So, you won't be worrying about your life. Why would you, right? However, even if you don't wish to admit it, and even if you think you won't be negligent, but, the fact is that having such skill and mindset is what makes you different from the ones who aspire to become a great master. You are already different from them because you won't tremble in fear like they do. But, one can only have a tremendous breakthrough under the pressure of death. Otherwise, you will only make a breakthrough when the conditions are right. However, you won't reap the unexpected rewards that come with the unexpected breakthroughs that one can attain under pressure. Hence, your chance of attaining the level of the great masters will eventually turn into a hopeless endeavor. Jun Moxie was both frightened and emotionally moved. The immense capabilities of the Hongjun Pagoda had already guaranteed that he wouldn't die, even if the 8 great masters tried to kill him together. I was always secure in this knowledge. And, that's why I was so daring. I hadn't even reached the Silver Shien cultivation, but I had already gathered the courage to confront Sky Shien and Spirit Shien experts. And, there was no pressure or fear of death in my heart at that time either. But, if I ask myself, what if I didn't have the Hongjun Pagoda with me? How many times should I have died because of my actions? I was immeasurably self-satisfied. I had thought that I had no need to have any misgivings because I possess remarkable abilities. But, will I be able to make progress to that level in the future if I continue to have such an attitude? A drop of cold sweat slowly trickled down as Jun Moxie thought about this. That sweat drop made a crystal clear, plop, sound as it hit the table. Dongfang Wenqing was aware that he had given his nephew something to think about. He could see that the young man was strenuously pondering over it, and shouldn't be disturbed at any cost. Therefore, he stealthily waved to his 2 brothers, and the 3 of them quietly withdrew from the tent. Jun Moxie sat motionless inside the tent, alone. His brows frowned in contemplation as the lights flickered. Perhaps I should change. The Hongjun Pagoda is a treasure that goes against the heaven's will. And its functionality is extremely formidable because of this reason. But, it won't help me much with my progress. Jun Moxie continued to ponder over this issue throughout the night, and up to the next morning. But, he hadn't figured out a solution yet. The young Master Jun had dark circles around his eyes as he walked out of his tent the next morning and stretched his body. Dongfang Wenqing had been waiting for a long time. He was calmly standing under a tree in front of the tent's entrance. The spirit Shien expert looked at Jun Moxie and asked, "What? You still haven't figured it out?" Jun Moxie forced a smile, and looked up to the sky, "But you gave me such a difficult problem. I have such a wonderful skill, and yet I shouldn't use it. I should suffer even if I encounter an enemy who I know is stronger than me, but I shouldn't use my skills. Even as a Jade Shien expert against a great master. Wouldn't it be akin to courting death? You were awake the whole night and this is what you've been able to come up with?" Dongfang Wenqin asked somewhat rudely. He stared at his nephew for a while. Then, he started to abuse him. "Fool. Idiot. You're absolutely disgraceful. You're an idiot. A fool. How has my smart sister given birth to such an idiotic son like you? You have really rendered this old man speechless. Do you have fodder inside your head? Or did a donkey kick your head when you were a kid?" "Huh?" Jun Moxie was confused. "There isn't a single man who hasn't praised my intelligence, whether it was in my previous life, or this one. But, he's calling me stupid?" He felt like retorting. But, he couldn't find the words, and continued to stare blankly. "What I earlier said was that you should try as hard as possible to abstain from using your special skills to attain victory over someone at the same level as you. The harder it is to win, the better it is for your growth. You could even skip a few levels, and challenges the experts who are stronger than you. But, don't ever try to handle things that are too much for your Shien capabilities. But, you are an idiot. When did I ever tell you to go and challenge a Sky Shien expert with your bare strength? Or worse, a spirit Shien or a great master? Isn't that akin to hating your life?" Jun Moxie didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You didn't state that very clearly. This also needs to be stated clearly. Don't you understand the difference between hard to beat and impossible to beat? You have a wonderful skill, and your agility will naturally allow you to flee to safety. But, are you really that stupid?" Dongfang Wenqin frowned in anger. How could my nephew be so stupid? What he didn't understand was, that the cleverer the person, the more difficult it was for them to come out of a single point once they were engrossed in it. "You're a Jade Shien expert. So, wouldn't you die the moment a great master touched you? How would you surpass your skills in such a case? Idiotic boy." Uncle Dongfang was at a loss for words. "I had told you to use your natural surroundings to fight and absorb as much experience as you could. I had never told you to throw away your life. I understand it now, it's so obvious." Jun Moxie suddenly started to laugh. He then rose to the sky, and somersaulted several times as he went into the distance. He descended to the ground once he had covered a considerable distance. God knows what else my uncle would have called me if I had stayed there. He seemed so refined, elegant and graceful when I saw him yesterday. But, it seems like a huge misconception now. He was unexpectedly so fiery when he scolded me just now. Jun Moxie hadn't noted this change in his behavior. He had intentionally or otherwise started to consider those three men as his uncles. In fact, he had actually started to equate them to his third uncle, Jun Moa, in stature. Because those three men had shown genuine care and concern for his well-being. "You stupid brat." Dongfang Wenqin was still mad at him for failing to meet his expectations. So, he wanted to scold him some more. However, he couldn't even see his nephew's shadow anymore. 3 days later. Dust rose over the great road in the distance. The mountains started to shake. Tremendous and majestic sounds heralded the arrival of Commander Jun Wuyi's main forces. The sound of orderly marching resounded. The echoes of their vigorous rhythm shook the earth. The clouds of dust soared into the sky. These factors could only signify the arrival of elite troops. A mushroom-like cloud of dust would have arisen due to all the confusion if it were an ordinary force. It was only because of the orderly march of properly organized troops that there was no confusion and the dust rose in the air the way it did. That majestic sound of the army's march gave rise to a subtle yet earth-shattering feeling. The sound of this army's march was so formidable that it seemed as if no force in the world could stop it from advancing forward. Jun Moxie is genuinely worthy of the Jun family's name. He's running a very tight force. One has no choice but to admire his work after looking at it. Dongfang Wenqing was standing on top of a tree. He looked far into the distance and sighed. That youngster is quite remarkable. Dongfang Wenjian and Dongfang Wendao stood beside him. They couldn't restrain their sighs either. One could see several cavalry units ahead of Jun Moxie if they'd look into the distance. These units surged ahead like a powerful current. Even the horses seemed to raise and set their hooves in unison. No matter what side one would look at this formation from, whether it was at the front, or the back or the sides, everything progressed in a straight and uniform line. Their adjustment to uniformity looked similar to a knife's cut. However, this was just a product of firm discipline, nothing more. However, the face of each soldier in that army was filled with pride. This is what an army is characterized by. An army unit that lacked a spirit of internal cooperation would never have faces as proud as the ones in this. Even the young Master Jun jumped at the sight of such a grand and organized army. One must know that only the troops under Jun Moxie's direct control had been properly disciplined at the time of Jun Moxie's departure from the main force. However, private troops from various families had also joined the ranks of this army. These private troops had been assigned as guards for the many young masters who had enlisted in the army. However, these private troops weren't disciplined like the rest of the soldiers. In fact, they were like untamed horses. So, it was a wonder that they had been disciplined and brought in line within a month's time. It seems that third uncle has great skills in supervising troops. The young Master Jun wasn't familiar with the military affairs in the least. But, he knew that this wasn't very simple. So, the young Master Jun was aware that he would have had a lot of trouble on his hands if his place had been exchanged with his uncle's. Jun Moxie led the 250 of his men to make a welcome party. However, he was greeted by a cold face. Jun Moxie was a wild and untamable beast. But, he smiled at this cold face because it belonged to his third uncle, Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie looked at his nephew with a solemn expression on the surface. However, his heart didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. Has any Vanguard unit ever acted in this manner? Letting out your men wasn't very different from letting out sheep in the forest. They basically disappeared without a trace. And, no news of your advancements was relayed to us at the back. I've never heard of a Vanguard unit to operate in this manner before. In fact, this is unprecedented. The young Master Jun had actually done a good job in clearing the path ahead. The army hadn't faced any inconvenience or latent problems. The young Master Jun's approach may have been improper and insensible, but he had completed his task nonetheless. Therefore, the army hadn't faced even the slightest of problems. Jun Moxie was extremely satisfied with this point. Even the upper echelons of the command were quite satisfied with this since they were informed of his efforts. Well, at least no one tried to nitpick the problems. The only problem was that he hadn't stayed in contact with the main army. However, what about those who didn't know of his efforts? They had readily believed that the Jun family's brat had no sense of responsibility. And, they had credited Commander Jun for the fact that they hadn't encountered any trouble throughout their journey. Even the old Master Jun, who had stayed back in the Tianxiang city, had somehow come to receive some of this credit. However, the problem that seemed more serious was the fact that the count of people who were unaware of the young Master Jun's efforts was massive in number. To quote an example, if the army had only 100 men, 99 of them would say that it was the third Master Jun's or the old Master Jun's handiwork. Therefore, this naturally gave rise to the issue of convincing the majority of the population. The young Master Jun's actions had seemed undisciplined on the face of it. So, how could the military's order be maintained unless some punishment was meted out to him? Therefore, Commander Jun was left with no choice but to rain down a tongue lashing on Jun Moxie. The young master played his part well. he raised his eyebrows in shame, and looked down. He acted like a yes man, in a bewildered manner. The young master pretended that his third uncle was praising his efforts. In any case, Jun Moxie didn't listen to his uncle lecture properly, and had nearly fallen asleep by the time it ended. The third master Jun was busy venting his anger on his nephew when he sensed the hint the latter's droopy eyes were giving off. So, Commander Jun had no choice but to hastily explain the camp's arrangements to the troops in a brief sentence. He then quickly ordered the troops to retire. Humph. Commander Jun has great authority and murderous aura. Your authority has increased many fold since I saw you 10 years ago. You sent your nephew to lead the Vanguard, and then, you actually gave him a tongue lashing even though he completed the task very satisfactorily. But, I didn't hear a single word of encouragement from your mouth. That's truly a ruthless method of self-discipline. You're genuinely an iron-blooded man, a mockery-riddled eccentric voice echoed from somewhere. A cold light flashed in Jun Wuyi's eyes as his sword-like eyebrows shot up. Who is it? Come out. We're coming out, don't tell me that the commander is afraid. There was a brushing sound as three people came out of their tents. Elder brother Dongfang. Jun Wuyi exclaimed in pleasant surprise before he looked further, second brother Dongfang, and third brother. It's really you. Jun Wuyi's eyes filled with an immensely guilty look immediately after that pleasant surprise. His countenance also became extremely dispirited. Humph. Of course it's us. You're rushing towards Tian Fa so quickly, Jun Wuyi. Do you wish to die? Are you tired of your life? The words that came out of Dongfang Wenqing's mouth sounded harsh and taunting, but his expression wasn't very grave. A person would have no problems in discerning a sliver of care in that speech if they used their perception ability. The three brothers' resentment towards the Jun family didn't run that deep. They had only vented their anger, nothing more. Moreover, their hearts were at ease since they had seen that the rumored debauchee nephew of theirs was actually a promising young man. So, they felt even less resentment towards the Juns. 10 years had passed since that tragedy. And Jun Wuyi was surely the source of it all, but wasn't he its victim as well? In fact, he was the biggest victim. He had lived the life of a cripple for 10 years. And, he had lived a life of remorse for 10 years. That one man was forced to bear the blame of the misery of multitudes. Worse of all, Jun Wuyi wasn't even aware of the situation in the beginning. And, things had already gotten out of hand by the time Jun Wuyi came to know of Han Yanyao's identity. They looked at Jun Wuyi, and realized that these guilt-ridden 10 years had exhausted him completely. They were suddenly overcome with guilt and shame since they realized that Jun Wuyi had led the saddest and most difficult life over the last 10 years. They felt deeply for their sister. But, they had already given vent to their rage 10 years ago by bringing about widespread slaughter. A long time had passed since then, and this time had long since worn away their anger. It wasn't engraved in their hearts in the same manner that it once used to be. However, Jun Wuyi was different. That entire affair had happened because of him. And, that fact would always remain even if hadn't intended for it to happen. Jun Wuyi hadn't intended it, but he was still guilty of it. He may not have intended for it to happen, but it had become the heaviest burden of his life. Commander Jun had felt like his heart was being devoured by small ants every night, such had been his suffering for the past 10 years. We can still get drunk and use our bodies to get into crazy fights to drive away the pain in our hearts when it gets unbearable. But, Jun Wuyi's legs had remained disabled for so many years. So, he had no choice but to endure the pain in silence. The four men looked at each other, and felt a very strange feeling. It seemed as if they had been transported 10 years into the past. However, they found it difficult to breathe since those memories had started to play on their minds. The rim of Jun Wuyi's eyes slowly turned red and moist. He then opened his arms and smiled. I have missed you over these years, elder brother Dongfang. We haven't met for the past 10 years, 2 months and 7 days. He then looked at the color sky to figure out the time, and then spoke gloomily, and 2 hours. I gave you the news of the elder brother's death on that day about 2 hours ago from now. Jun Wuyi's eyes suddenly became blood red. The 4 men at his side were heavily shaken. He had been accurate to the very day and hour. 10 years, 2 months, 7 days and 2 hours. Jun Wuyi has actually recorded the time in such an accurate manner. What is the meaning of this? This showed that Jun Wuyi hadn't forgotten that deep-running blood feud, not even for a single day. But, he could only endure. He clearly knew who the enemy was. However, he had no choice but to endure. Moreover, he had been crippled, and had to suffer the pain of being separated from his love. Dongfang Wenqing and the other 2 realized the plight of the life Jun Wuyi had been leading for those 10 years. This short sentence was enough to determine all this. You've suffered too much, third younger brother. Dongfang Wenqing took a step forward, and tightly embraced Jun Wuyi. The 2 men embraced in silence. Jun Wuyi closed his eyes since he was on the verge of welling up. However, he was already crying ardent tears in his heart. His facial muscles twitched and his jaw was clenched, but, he didn't make any sound. These words which I had longed for, words of understanding and care from the Dongfang family, have come after 10 years. 10 long years. Even if it's a little late, they've finally come. Heavens know how many times I have fallen apart in all these years. How many times? Jun Wuyi's face was expressionless, but a bitter pain battered his heart like a flooding river. Dongfang Wenxian and Wendao thought about Jun Wuyi's 10 years' worth of suffering. They then saw this emotional scene. They were unable to stop their eyes from becoming red at this sight, the tip of their noses became sour, and they arrived on the verge of shedding tears. However, the only thing they could do was to exert the entirety of their strength to cough a little since they were afraid that they would gush fountains and cry themselves hoarse if they didn't restrain themselves. They had managed those coughs with extreme difficulty in order to cover up. However, even these coughs had a tenor tremble to them. I don't know how Jun Wuyi managed for 10 years. I would have already committed suicide in order to apologize for my mistakes if I were in his place. Yet, he continued to persist through all the torment for 10 years. Everyone's mood returned to normal after a good while. Do I not know that going to Tianfa is perilous? Moreover, many other bitter enemies of our family have gathered there besides the terrible Shien beasts. I request that you 3 elders ensure that Moxie returns safely to Tianxiang City if I'm unable to escape with my life. I sincerely request you. Jun Wuyi changed the subject after he returned to normal, and put forth this urgent request. What is this nonsense? Moxie is our nephew. We obviously won't let him get hurt. And, you're also our younger brother. So, you can't get hurt either. Dongfang Wenxian opened his eyes wide and replied. It's not that I want this. However, I had received intelligence while I was on the road. We don't know the reason for the Shien beasts' uprising yet. But, we know that the scale of their uprising is extremely huge. In fact, it has the potential to cause unimaginable damage. It is reported that Tianfa's kings are extremely enraged, and have ordered all the level 4+ Shien beasts to participate in this war. Jun Wuyi smiled and looked up at Dongfang Wenqing. Your Dongfang family had made a baffling vow. It seems that half of that oath has already been fulfilled. The Tianfa beasts have come out. But, couldn't people interpret our oath in a different manner, and say that it would only be fulfilled when the Tianfa beasts are dead? So, why would you say that half of our oath is already fulfilled? Dongfang Wenqing was quite happy a moment ago, but he suddenly asked in a doubtful manner. That's because it has been confirmed that this uprising has been instigated by the 3rd and the 4th Shien Beast Kings. The mysterious and strongest Shien Beast King has yet to participate. Jun Wuyi took a deep breath before he continued, this is the latest information I've received. However, I believe that many strong Shien experts will arrive at Tianfa because of the war. And then, the strongest Shien beast king would have to arrive in order to support the other Shien beast kings. I'm convinced of this. Therefore, there's only one thing remaining as far as the Dongfang family's oath is concerned. And, that is, the collapse of that snow-covered peak. So, that's how it is. Jun Moxie's mind was set into motion. I don't know how that mountain peak looks. But, I will go and have a look when I have free time. Moreover, the Jun Xie Empire and the Yutang Empire have also sent armies to assist after they looked at the increase in the scale of the conflict. In fact, even the King of the Prairie has sent 10,000 elite cavalry from his side. This is the reliable intelligence that I've gathered so far. I also infer that the three empires will be a hindrance to each other during the course of this war since they harbor mutual sentiments of deep-seated hatred. I've also come to know that the Shao family's second elder, Shao Buyu, will be leading the Silver Blizzard City's troops. Moreover, these troops will mostly consist of Shao family's members. Our Jun family has a deep and long-standing feud with the Shao family. Also, Shao Han is my archenemy, and we have irreconcilable hatred between us. Hence, I'm sure that something or the other will happen. In addition, our Jun family and the Shui Han manor also have ill feelings towards each other. So, we must guard against that as well. Jun Wu-yi spoke everything in one breath. Then, he spat and spoke, the situation is grim. It's very grim. It's bad enough to make me dispirited. And then there's the 8 great masters, the greatest master Yun Bichen hasn't arrived. However, the third great master, Han Feng Shui, the heavenly great master Mo Wen Tian. The great blue master, Meng Hongchen have already arrived, Jun Wu-yi spoke in a heavy tone. But, his eyes were burning with an incomparably intense flame. Jun Wu-yi was looking forward to witnessing the elegant bearings of those great masters from a close range. Perhaps there's one person you may not be aware of. Dongfang Wenqing spoke up, the one who was robbed of his place by the 8th great master solitary falcon, Feng Wanyun. He's also on the road. And, perhaps, may have already arrived there. Feng Wanyun. Jun Moxie was silently sighting on the side and slightly raised his eyebrows at that name. This shouldn't have made a breakthrough and become powerful enough to defeat the solitary falcon, right? Many other powerful families, aside from the Silver Blizzard City and the Shui Han Manor, have also sent their people. The most famous amongst them are, the Bailey family, Duanmu family, Beigong family, the Wenren family, Sikong family, and Zhuqiu family, the Diwu family, the Ouyang family and also, the Dongfang family. Basically, the 9 great families are getting together at Tianfa. These families haven't sent out many people, but the men they have sent are powerful. Especially the Duanmu family, even their chief, Duanmu Chao Fan, will participate in this war. Duanmu Chao Fan. Like. Chao Fan, for fried rice. Jun Moxie suddenly spoke up, this name is quite memorable and profound. Dongfang Wenqing laughed and explained, the Duanmu family's head is named Duanmu Chao Fan for extraordinary. However, he stutters a bit. So, whenever he pronounces his name, he elongates it since he thinks very greatly of himself. However, the more he elongated the name, the more others hear it resemble Chao Fan, words, fried rice variant. Therefore, people have been calling him Chao Fan words fried rice version since the first meeting of the 9 great families. In fact, his true name has almost been forgotten. Oh okay. Jun Moxie said solemnly, so, this guy is basically slow-witted. He should be called, slow-witted Chao Fan. It would sound far more appropriate. Ha ha. Everyone burst out laughing. Then, Dongfang Wenqing continued to speak. In addition, the Golden Flood Castle, the 7 Dragons Mountain, the Soul-Severing Palace and Clear Sky City have also sent a few of their people. Moreover, there are countless powerful nomadic experts who will add to the numbers. Dongfang Wenqing gave strenuous smile and continued, this secret information was divulged to us by Li Ju Tian before we left. However, I don't know of any newer events that may have occurred since then. Jun Wuyi's frown became increasingly deeper as he heard those illustrious names. The presence of such strong reinforcements only meant that the Shien beast's uprising was becoming more and more intense. Damn! There are so many. Jun Moxie couldn't help but whistle. Then, he continued to speak, they can easily trample all over Tian Fa if such strength is being assembled. Then, each person can grab a Shien beast, and take it home as a pet. What's the point of going to such a war? These people will just have their fill and stay idle. Do you even know what you're saying? From mouths roared these words in unison as the 8 eyeballs glared at that rude brat. You brat! Your experience is too shallow to know of the dangers. The Tian Fa forest spreads over tens of thousands of kilometers. And, there are multitudes of Shien beasts living in it. There are at least 10 million of them living there, by a conservative count. And that too, these are only the level 4 or higher Shien beasts we're talking about. The gathered experts won't be able to compete with the full strength of Tian Fa's beasts. This truth isn't pleasant to hear, but the mere saliva of all those Shien beasts is enough to drown these so-called experts. Dongfang Wenqing was very angry at his nephew's ignorance. So, he went ahead and dealt with that illiterate. You must also realize that you would require an extremely huge space to encounter all of them at once. 10 million Shien beasts, wouldn't they be squeezed to death even in the prairie? Let alone inside these mountains. The young Master Jun gave a disdainful look and shook his head. There are many strong people here and there are many strong people there. A small battle starts when these people start to fight. A military campaign is constituted of several such battles. And, many campaigns constitute what we call a war. And after many wars, eventually comes, peace. Wow! Dongfang Wenqing became enraged after he heard this. So, Jun Wuyi had no choice but to hurry up and assuage the situation. However, he had deep creases on his forehead. There's so much trouble because there are so many people. It wouldn't have been very difficult if it were only the 3 great empires, the Shui Hun Manor, the Silver Blizzard City and the troops from the Prairie's King. After all, these entities are aware of the general situation. They understand the military restrictions. So, there will be space for mediation if conflict arises. But, so many other forces are also coming together. So, there's bound to be deep-rooted enmities and long-standing gratitude and grudges in all this entanglement. And, it would be hard to say how many people would be there, and how many of them are wise. Who can say that a few recklessly spoken words won't give rise to a large-scale conflict between 2 families? And, who doesn't have 3 or 6 friends behind them? Moreover, the Shien experts who hail from the general society don't maintain order like a disciplined army. This problem is a genuine headache. Dongfang Wenqing and the other 2 nodded in unison. We must have a unified command since so many people are participating. There must be a single commander-in-chief in such a situation. Otherwise, won't we just be providing rations to the Shien beasts if everyone decides to fight as they please and charge like a swarm of bees? Jun Moxie added. The 4 elders were quite appreciative of the first part of Jun Moxie's words. However, they rolled their eyes when the second part about providing rations to Shien beasts was spoken. This is an evident admission. However, the commander-in-chief must be one who isn't occupying that post in name alone. Moreover, he will have to do a very thankless job. Some conflicts may even get triggered between officers who occupy insignificant posts. After all, there are forces from 3 empires, and there will be generals from the prairie as well. Several of them won't bow down because they will be there representing their respective countries. However, this problem is a comparatively easier to resolve. The soldiers will obey the commander-in-chief because they are accustomed and in understanding of military duties. That isn't a big problem. The real problem is the huge number of powerful experts from around the world. They're all undisciplined. Moreover, they aren't accustomed to military restrictions. Not only will they not accept each other, but also any large-scale military command. Each powerful expert will have their own prestige. So, they won't bow down to an ordinary general. This is the Allied forces' greatest problem. Jun Moa frowned deeply. I've commanded battles for half of my life. And, I've never seen such an amazing assembly of warriors in the past. In fact, even the combined strength of my previous commands wouldn't come close to this. Yet, I've never seen so less hope of victory in the past. In fact, this is the first time that I don't even see an opportunity for victory. And, our opponents are the Shien beasts. They have an unimaginably strict hierarchy of ranks. Moreover, the Shien beast kings are personally controlling them in this war. So, the Shien beasts would do exactly as they bid. They will attack at one whistle, and retreat at the next. Everything points to disaster. Jun Moa and Dongfang Wenqing looked at each other's expressions. They looked at each other's eyes, and read these words there as well. We've come this far. Don't tell me that you wish to back away now. We'll see how things progress at every step. It's good to save people. But, what's the point of saving someone if you end up taking their place? I'm fine because I believe that we have enough people to safeguard our own security. As for the fate of others, are we going to get any money out of saving them? Jun Moxie smiled heartlessly. Jun Moxie was the most confident amongst everyone when it came to this Shien beast uprising expedition. Jun Moxie could easily ensure that his army wouldn't suffer any harm if the armies were divided into different groups. Moreover, he could ensure the defeats of the others. This really won't do. Let's just go and pretend that this matter is already over. Why are these guys making such miserable faces? You little brat. Stop talking such nonsense. How can we selfishly look out for ourselves under such circumstances? At least 10 million Shien beasts will spill out to the inlands if we fail in this war. How many civilians do you think will suffer? At least tens of millions of innocent lives will be lost, by a conservative count. This can turn into a huge calamity. Jun Moa sternly chimed in, we need to put our personal grudges and gratitude behind us at this moment. And, we need to work together for our common good. Only then will we have any chance of hope. Wu Yi is absolutely correct. This battle between man and Shien beast will decide the fate of our continent for the next 100 years. A man of Li Ju Tian's arrogance wouldn't have made the supreme summons after letting go of his pride if the situation was a minor one. He must have been constrained by the severity of the situation to forego his ego and make the supreme summons. In fact, he would have been condemned by history if he hadn't done that. Dongfang Wenqing smiled bitterly. Several independent experts will be fighting for profits, and they will surely have a high morale at first. But, I guarantee that 1/3 of their numbers would sneak off after the first defeat. After all, one has to conserve their strength for gaining superiority in society. However, we're done for if all of us hold the idea of profit in the supreme position in such chaotic times. The human nature is very evil. They want to fight with the wind, and attack the dogs that have fallen into the ditch. However, a majority of the people won't refrain from backing away when the winds become rough, and that dog in the ditch transforms into a tiger. Most people would wait for the others to fight and die, they would then try to take advantage of the situation. Thereafter, they will slip away when no one is looking. These people would rather lose their face than their lives. They would say that, the tide's higher than I can take. I'm not the only one to lose face in this situation, so, what difference does it make? Jun Moxie shook his head as he spoke these words in a very cynical tone. He found it a joy to speak in such a manner. However, he then saw the expressions of the other 4 men, and realized that they were turning increasingly darker. So, he gave a hollow laugh and spoke, damn. I have to take a piss. I've been holding it in with such difficulty since early morning. But, you people speak so slowly, he said this, turned away, and escaped. The 4 men looked at each other in dismay. This mischievous brat doesn't have any shame. This matter isn't looking good. We will go and meet Li Ju Tian once we reach Tian Fa. Then, we'll come to your forces and protect you. Mo Xie's ideology is indeed dependable. We will get an opportunity to survive if we stick together. As Mo Xie said, saving others is a good deed, but putting ourselves in danger for them is meaningless. We have to be pragmatic. Jun Wui nodded. Then, he looked up into the sky and sighed, I don't know the cause of this calamity, or where it came from, or what instigated such a huge disaster. But, it can be assumed that the Shien beasts wouldn't leave Tian Fa without any rhyme or reason. So, who instigated them? I would flay the man alive if I knew his identity. This person has taken the entire world for a joke. The other three men agreed. The young Master Jun had returned after he had initially slipped away. He was presently hiding in the corner of the tent, and was overhearing the conversation. He broke into a cold sweat after he heard their words. His heart was shouting his innocence. My original intention was to teach the Shui Han manor a lesson. How did they dare to lay their eyes on the Jun family's daughter-in-law? But, I never knew that it would turn into such a big issue. I didn't deliberately bring this matter to such a state, so, you can't blame me. The next day, Jun Wui got to know that Guanqing Han and Dugu Xiao Yi had also been traveling with his nephew in secret. Commander Jun almost went mad with anger when he saw the guilty expressions on the faces of those two women. He nearly scolded Jun Moxie to death. However, he didn't stop at just the tongue lashing like the previous time. In fact, he brandished a rod to beat up Jun Moxie. This is such a dangerous place. How can these two come along? This resulted in a game of hide and seek between Jun Moxie and Jun Wui. The young Master Jun would move far away from whichever place it was probable for his uncle to arrive at. He'd naturally do this in order to evade his uncle's rod. He would escape like a quick hare, so as to never come face to face with his uncle. The army meandered forwards, and eventually reached the southern heaven city on the third day since the link-up. It had now been 33 days since they had left the Tianxiang city. The army had been traveling at approximately 180 km/day the entire journey. This meant that they had covered over 5,000 kilometers after crossing many mountains and wading through many streams. Everyone breathed in the cold air after they reached the southern heaven city. The area outside the southern heaven city was barren for almost 500 kilometers. The Tian Fa forest was still fine, but the human habitations were all in ruins. Jun Moxie looked in the direction of the southern heaven city, and laughed at his foe's misfortune so wildly, that he pulled a muscle in his stomach. The Shui Han Manor's site had turned into a base camp for the Shien beasts' operations. They had found large groups of Shien beasts on the road to the southern heaven city. These groups would swarm over to attack any experts they'd find in the vicinity. But, the Shien beasts' discipline was incredible. They hadn't found any trace of a Shien beast in the 150 kilometers before they reached the southern heaven city. Therefore, one could tell that the Shien beast's temporary target was the population of the southern heaven city. Or perhaps, the people the Shien beasts harbored hatred towards. Like, the Shui Han Manor's Li Ju Tian, or his son. The scale of the southern heaven city was in no way lesser than the Tianxiang city. It was the first southern city in the continent. However, the Shien beasts had already occupied the surrounding mountains, and had created a somewhat iron bucket-like encirclement. Jun Wuyi's forces finally took security in their numbers, and advanced towards the southern heaven city. The experience was daunting even though they didn't run into any mishaps. But, they managed to enter the city. And, the very moment they entered the city. Roar, a loud howl resounded from the northern end of southern heaven city. It split the air as it echoed into the distance. It seemed like it was conveying a message. The roar sound resonated from the north to the south, and the west to the east. It echoed in all directions, and spread its message. It transmitted throughout the city as it traveled south. Roar, a sharp howl resounded from the southern end of the city in answer, and the message again resounded back and forth. It seemed like two people were exchanging information. One of them had seemingly said, "Here we go again. 10,000 troops have arrived, this time from Tianxiang." And, the other one replied, "I know. This interpretation may not be exact, but these howls must have meant more or less the same things. Wow, these Shien beasts are truly disciplined. They're even better than the army's troops. This is simply amazing, I love this," Jun Moxie praised in a heartfelt manner. He then shook his head before he continued, "The Shien beasts aren't that dreadful. I believe they are somewhat civilized." The sounds of two lovely laughs resounded from his side. Jun Moxie had dressed Guanqing Han and Dugu Xiaoyi as two petite soldiers before they had entered the city. In fact, no one could tell that these two slim soldiers were women at one glance. This decision had obviously been met with strong and dissatisfactory appeals from the two beautiful women. However, Jun Moxie had insisted on it nevertheless, and had embodied his iron-blooded stance to make them comply. Dongfang Wenqing helplessly looked at his incomparably useless nephew. "This is astounding. This brat has decided to joke at such a juncture. He is genuinely stupid if he isn't afraid of them." Then, he sighed and spoke up, "The transmitting of these messages was done by peak 8 level lion beasts. The Tian Fa's lord uses such high-level Shien beasts for the transmission of messages. This matter isn't a joke. Damn. Wow. This is so awesome." Jun Moxie smacked his lips and continued, "Why didn't we see any of the flying beasts on the road? I wish we could catch them and saddle them like horses. They'd be so useful for picking up girls. Any young woman would fall for me after they took one look at them." Dongfang Wenqing stared at him wide-eyed, and started gasping in anger. This brat had become so unbearable that he would soon have brain hemorrhage due to excessive anger. Uncle Dongfang finally realized that his nephew's continent-shaking reputation as a debauchee wasn't without any reason. He also realized that no normal person was capable of having any kind of a regular exchange with this degenerate and perverted youngster. It would end up sounding like a chicken talking to a duck. The language itself would seem foreign. The Southern Heaven City's troops showed no resentment towards the assistance force that had just arrived from Tianxiang. The several high-ranking officers stationed inside the wall respectfully welcomed Jun Wuyi's army into the city. Jun Wuyi had been a bit doubtful on this aspect. The Southern Heaven City was as famous as the Tianxiang City, and occupied an extremely wide area. However, many people resided in this city. Moreover, many reinforcements from different empires, organizations, and other places from around the world had arrived there by now. Therefore, Jun Wuyi had anticipated that the city would be overcrowded, and wouldn't have any space left to accommodate the arrival of his troops. But, it would be too risky to station a majority of my troops outside the city walls. He had been very worried about this point. However, his 20,000 troops entered the city with ease. In fact, the troops that were already stationed inside the city remained silent, and even seemed a bit embarrassed. This is very a puzzling marvel. But, his doubts were resolved by the time the entire army got stationed in the city. Experts came and went on both sides of the city's road. Some of them were bandaged, this was indicative of the injuries they had sustained. Some had a white cloth around their injured heads. There was a lot of clamor around the city, but it didn't feel that chaotic. However, they realized that the city was missing something as they traveled down the road. The young Master Jun thought for a while, and realized what was wrong. How come there aren't any local people in this city? These words called everyone else into attention, and woke them from their reveries. However, it wasn't that there were no people there. It was just that, there were only a very small number of them. And surprisingly, the ones present, were at the prime of their lives. No one could spot any old and infirm men, or women and young children inside the city. The highest-ranking officer in the city's garrison was a general named Wan Wuyen. He smiled bitterly and said, "The Shien beast's uprising is extremely huge. So, we couldn't dare to ignore it. We've migrated the women, children, old and infirm men about 150 kilometers away. We did this a fortnight ago in order to save them from this calamity. We've only retained men who are at the prime of their lives, and a few necessary stores. This general will personally go and recall all of them if we are able to defeat this Shien beast uprising. We may not be able to live happily and work in peace. But, we can at least defend our families and homes. Jun Wui felt a sense of great veneration for the man. General Wan, this Jun admires your feelings for your people in times like these. Wan Wuyen looked pained. He then smiled bitterly, this uprising is surely unprecedented. Powerful Shien beasts have infiltrated the city at least a dozen times in order to look for trouble. And, they've caused more casualties than I can count. So, why trouble the people? I've guarded this desolate post of the southern heaven city for the past 12 years. The people of this place aren't exactly the most civilized, but they're still like my parents, relatives, friends and younger siblings. So, I wouldn't leave this place even if had the chance to. The southern heaven city was his homeland, he had grown up here. So, he looked at it with extreme warmth and yearning. The atmosphere had suddenly become heavy and stifling. To move so many people must have required a lot of effort. Jun Moxie changed the subject. The southern heaven isn't like the interiors of the continent. So, the population here isn't that large even if the city is big. We've moved around 1,543,900 or so people out of the city and its surrounding areas, Wan Wuyen said in a somewhat gratified and proud manner. He then chuckled, the effort it took if of no concern. This was a matter of over 1,500,000 lives. The hard work was worth it. Amazing. Jun Wui looked at the ancient southern heaven city and said, General Wan, your painstaking work won't be in vain. This Jun promises that General Wan's tremendous efforts won't be wasted. I hope so. I just request Third Master Jun. General Wan stayed quiet for a while, and then stuttered those words. They reorganized the army and made arrangements for the camp. Afterwards, they went with General Wan Wuyen to the city lord's official hall to discuss the pressing matters. Jun Wui suddenly jumped scared after they turned the bend. This is the official hall. My God! This discussion is at the public square. The city lord's hall had been torn down along with the other unnecessary constructions. All that was left was a large drill ground which could accommodate around 10,000 soldiers. The city lord's original stage platform was still present. It was around 3 meters in height, and was adorned with thick green cloth. Jun Moxie glanced at it, and felt that it looked like a stage from a drama play. Several luxurious tents had been set up on either side of stage. And, the grand banners fluttered in the fierce autumn wind in front of each of these luxurious tents. Around 100 imposing banners fluttered together. They also had writings on them, Shuihun Manor, Silver Blizzard City, Ouyang, Duanmu, Bailey, Beigong, Wenren, Suiqiu, Shenxi, Yutang, Soul Severing Palace, and so on. Jun Moxie became exhilarated. His eyebrows shot up, and his eyes shone with happiness as he laughed and said, this is unexpected. I didn't know that this would become such a huge convention of all the great martial artists. This is *ing exciting. There are basically no ordinary tramps around here. However, the third master Jun Wui didn't take this so lightly. He puckered his eyebrows. It was very important to have a unified command if they were to have any chance of winning this war. Those independent tyrannical experts could perhaps lead a scuffle or a gang fight with 10, or maybe a few more people. However, Jun Wui knew that none of them were capable of leading a large and unified force of hundreds of thousands to war. However, it was evident that the armies and troops of the big empires and the people from the noble martial arts families were on equal footing in the present circumstances. In fact, it could even be said that the army's status had been raised to the top. Regular troops would never be held to any importance by powerful Shien experts during regular times. But, Were these regular times? Wouldn't it be the biggest joke in the world if these people looked through a slit in the door, and thought that they could do as they please, and fight as they liked against the terrible Shien beast kings who had a unified command over the entire Shien beasts uprising? Commander Jun, we have set up the tent for the Tianxiang army's command over there. General Wan Wuyen smiled and pointed with his finger. He had pointed to a huge tent. It was pitched in the middle of a huge space, and was covered in green cloth. 2 huge and sturdy poles had been dug into the ground on either side of it. They'd roll up the entrance screen, and would find that the tent was very neat on the inside. It was also quite spacious. So much so that the tent could easily accommodate 20 people, with some room still to spare. A red banner flew high in front of the tent. It had Tianxiang, Jun, written on it. The 3 words fluttered as the banner flew high like a spiritual dragon, but they could easily be seen intermittently. This banner was taller than the ones of the other factions by at least 3 meters. It was also the only one which had the name of an individual family. Huh? Jun Wui looked at Wan Wuyen with a questioning look. He was somewhat puzzled. Wan Wuyen laughed gently. His eyes were full of reverence. I have always revered the 4 commanders of Tianxiang's Jun family. The Great Marshal, Jun Zhantian, the White Commander, Jun Wu Hui, the Divine Iron-Blooded Battle Commander, Jun Wu Mang, and the Blood General, Jun Wu Yi. I'm proud to host the Tianxiang Empire's Jun family. Many extreme supreme experts have gathered here in the Southern Heaven City, but this is still my territory. This matter is related to my Southern Heaven City, and I won't allow Tianxiang's hero to be beneath anyone here. So, I request you to grace the residence. Commander Jun. Many thanks. Jun Wu Yi remained silent for a while before he managed to solemnly utter those 2 words. I've been hearing many things these days, and many people seem to have opinions about the Jun family. You need to be careful, Commander Jun. Wan Wuyen lowered his voice as he cautioned. Jun Wui nodded slowly as his eyes filled with unwavering determination. However, Jun Moxie's eyes flashed with a cold light. Jun Moxie slowly pushed the wheelchair forward. 4 deputy generals of the Tianxiang army followed him in formation. Their eyes were alert, and their hands were on the hilt of their swords. And the 3 fearless Dongfang swords walked beside him. People from every faction leisurely started to enter the wide space at once. If they paid attention, they would notice that Jun Moxie was pushing the wheelchair in the center of the field. He was neither an inch to the left of the field center, nor to the right. This was an extremely aggressive approach. This is my land. It's my territory. I'll do as I please. And, I'll move the way I want to. Their route was such that people from several factions were able to inspect them from both sides of the field. And, everyone shot arrows from their eyes. The atmosphere had suddenly become very oppressive. It seemed that Jun Moxie and Jun Wui had brought heavy weather and high pressure with them. The 6 men moved calmly forward. But, the people on the sides could only feel as if these men were a powerful and invincible current of steel that was silently marching forward. Most people couldn't sigh as they watched these men walk forward in their firm and resolute stance. The biting cold wind suddenly started to whistle over the Southern Heaven City. The dark clouds of thunder started to rumble in the heavens above the city, and slowly started to converge over the field. A gale whistled in the field, and the dust started to roll. The numerous banners started to flutter in the wind, and started to make rustling sounds. However, even the rustling sounds of the banners seemed neatly organized in this moment. The dust blew into their faces. This made the 4 deputy generals and the 3 Dongfang men squint, and their movements became a bit sluggish. However, Jun Wui remained calm and tranquil. His expression was still stern, even his eyebrows didn't flinch. Jun Moxie pushed the wheelchair easily and indifferently behind him. His eyebrows rested like vigorous dragons which would break out and fly into the air at any time. His elegant, desolate and demon-like face was completely still. It seemed like he hadn't even noticed the changes in the sky, or the multitudes of burning gazes around him. The speed of his movements was neither too fast, nor too slow. And, they remained unaffected still. This uncle-nephew duo seemed a flashing divine sword that was freely cleaving through the storm to the eyes of the onlookers. A long strip was cloven in the crowd by the two men as they moved forward. This area was within the Tianxiang Empire's limits. And, the Tianxiang city was also the closest amongst the ones that had sent reinforcements. Therefore, everyone was resentful over the fact that the troops from Tianxiang had arrived last. They believed that Tianxiang had set the timing of the arrival of its troops very precisely in order to embarrass them. This was one of the major reasons why the people from the various factions hadn't come out to greet the Tianxiang army at the time of their arrival. However, they didn't even speak of the thought of censure as they saw the uncle-nephew duo gradually make their way forward. None of them could recall the things they had discussed earlier. Everyone was in a dignified mood. And, everyone was respectful. Even Xiao Han, who was the most jealous of Jun Moxie, and had wanted him dead, couldn't help a look of envy and inferiority overtake his eyes. Is it possible that I'm genuinely not his equal? Jun Moxie didn't have spirit Shien cultivation, nor did he have moves as strong as those of the great masters. However, he had become a true hero around the world ever since he had commanded those millions in that decisive battle. He had indeed earned himself the place of a famous general. Countless sky Shien experts, spirit Shien experts, and even the great masters thought of him as an incomparably apt general. He had distinguished his name as a commander since that moment onwards. His demeanor was such that it felt as if he grasped the fate of millions of soldiers in his palms. It felt that a snap of his fingers to light a beacon of war 1,000 miles away, and scorch the lands with the slaughter of 1,000 generals. He was the strongest general there had ever been. Any strategy that ever came out of his command tent could only bring victory. Even the strongest of Shien experts couldn't boast of such an unbeatable strategic mind. This tyrant had the fate of nations in his palms. He disdained the commoners, and rebuked their lowly mettle. They were only two men, but they had enough strength to send cold shivers down everyone else's spine. This seemingly calm duo emitted an aura which made people look up and take notice. I will tread the land ahead, even if it is a mountain of knives, a forest of swords, or even a river of hellfire. I will tread it flat. The soldiers from the Shenxi and Yutang empires also stood up. They couldn't help but straighten their backs at the sight of their once-enemy general. They looked at him with fervent gazes as if he were a divine idol of the military. This was a warrior's freemasonry. The party of 9 men rhythmically moved in silence, and entered their tent. The weather had changed very suddenly. The sky had gotten covered with clouds, and had darkened. Then, a loud voice suddenly boomed from somewhere, "You're truly worthy of being called the great earth-shaking blood general. You possess the awe-inspiring bearing of a true commander. I'm convinced of it. I, Yi, truly admire you. And, I apologize for not coming to greet you at the gate. This Sikong would like to have a few drinks with Commander Jun if he has any free time." The bold and booming voice shook the ground as its source walked out from the tent beneath the Sikong banner. He was a tall and strong-looking person. His build was tough, stocky, and exceptionally majestic. However, his rough looks gave off a harmonizing and comfortable feeling. He was dressed in green, and both the sides of his face had cuts. One could see the growth of a stubble of whiskers as thick as a young dragon's on his face. Jun Moxie shot a cursory glance at the person. He must have been at least 2 meters tall. The man seemed like a majestic iron tower as he stationed himself in front of their tent. This person was the Sikong family's foremost expert, Yi. Elder brother Sikong seriously embarrasses me. This little brother is your host, and he truly apologizes to the numerous seniors present for reaching here so late. And, the elder brother and I can have a chat over some wine any time it interests the elder brother. Jun Moxie's clear and sonorous voice echoed for a while. Good. Good. Sikong and Yi laughed heartily. Haha, this head, of the family, wanted to talk to you. But, this person, comes before. 3rd General Jun. I'm the Duanmu family's head. Duanmu Chao. Chao Fao, greetings. This man's delayed speech had a strong stutter to it. However, the expression on his face, and the tone of his speech were enough to ascertain that this man thought too highly of himself. Jun Moxie burst into giggles. Merely listening to this speech was enough to determine that he was the Duana Chao fan his uncle Dongfang had told him about. It could be no other. It wasn't certain whether he was out of the ordinary as his name suggested. But, it was evident that he was self-important. The head of the Duanmu family is very polite. I will come and pay a call to the family head the moment I'm free. Jun Wuyi's voice was neither too pleased, nor angry. Yet, it made people feel comfortable, as if they had just bathed in a spring breeze. No, not, guest, polite. Duanmu Chao Fan replied with a smile. He was about to speak further when a mystifying voice resounded, wouldn't that be too arrogant of these two men? They don't belong to the Tian Xiang Emperor's family. Isn't that guy just Jun Wuyi? Jun Moxie looked at the source of that voice, only to find a man not older than 20 years in age. He stood in a straight posture, and was very handsome of face. However, one could see a hint of maliciousness on his brow. He stood beneath the Shui Hun Manor's banner. The man was gowned in embroidered silk, and had a long sword hung from his hip in its ornate and fragrant scabbard. He looked like a rare warrior of his generation. However, he seemed to be looking at them with disdain. Jun Moxie immediately figured out the opposite party's identity. Aside from the toad who wanted to have the swans meet, he was also Li Ju Tian's only son, Li Tingyun. Who else could it be? Your father has sprouted a very handsome, but vulgar son. Would we have had a war with the Shien beasts if it weren't for you? I will cripple you the first opportunity one get. Jun Moxie laughed as he stepped out. How could Jun Wuyi, the commander of all the warriors of his generation, get involved in this trivial matter? Therefore, it was only appropriate that the debauchee young master Jun dealt with it. He set out light as a feather. This man seems to have his eyes on his head since it seems like his nose is pointing skyward. It seems that the young master of the Shui Hun Manor likes to bully people. You are the bully of a young master Li Tingyun, right? You. Humph. Would I require power to deal with you? There was a hint of maliciousness in Li Tingyun's eyes as he scoffed and spoke with disdain. Your Jun family has arrived so late in such circumstances. And, that too when you're the hosts. What mischief were you up to? Aren't other people even allowed to ask you this question? We are obviously aware that the situation is dire. And, as for the topic of our late arrival is concerned, why didn't you ask our emperor for aid sooner? Secondly, I'd like to ask your Shui Hun Manor, why didn't you send out the summons sooner if the situation was that urgent? What were you up to? Jun Moxie snorted and continued, oh. That's right. The Shui Hun Manor's reputation is very important. Would this matter have come to such a point if it weren't for your arrogant, blind and inflexible behavior? How could you delay the summons till the point where the matter has become nearly impossible to salvage? Aren't you ashamed at your incompetence and lack of strength to ask the help of others? And then, you have the courage to blame others? The others can ask this question. However, you and your Shui Hun Manor can't. Jun Moxie smiled. Granted, it may be a duty of many to ask this question. But, many senior experts are present here. So, how did you get a turn before them? Don't forget, you're Li Ju Tian's son, not Li Ju Tian himself. So, who are you? And, what qualifications do you really have of your own? How dare you speak to me like that? You've got some guts. Who are you? Li Tingyun glared. He realized that he couldn't rival that person in this discussion. So, he changed the discussion into an interrogation of his counterpart's identity while harboring the intention of punishing him at the appropriate moment. This elder brother is called Jun Moxie. The young master Jun smiled carelessly. You must have heard the name of this famous elder brother. Isn't it quite well known? A reputation that pierces the ears like thunder. Like the bright moon in the sky. Aren't I someone who lives up to such a reputation? You must admire me, ah. So, you are, that Jun Moxie. That debauchee wastrel from the Jun family. The famous lecher who never shies from committing any crime in the Tianxiang city. It's quite an honor to meet you, young master. Your evil reputation is truly like thunder to the ears. Your reputation as a filth is truly justified. Li Tingyun was aware that he had grasped his opponent's biggest weakness. So, he laughed loudly and continued, the strongest experts of the age have gathered here. Yet, a ruffian like you has come along. What seniority does a hoodlum young master like you have here? Jun Moxie smiled mischievously. I don't deny that I am a lecher who wouldn't shirk from any crime. However, this debauchee will still never try to grab a young woman who is already a daughter-in-law of another house. You are my senior in this matter, young Master Li, us debauches should learn from your example. You. Guanqing Han is a good woman. But, your Jun family has forcibly seized her. The two of us are meant for each other. I'm only saving her from hell. What's wrong with that? Moreover, your eldest brother died years ago. Do you wish for her to guard your dear departed brother's memory all her life? What kind of logic is this? Li Tingyun's face reddened. He had suddenly become very angry. He naturally couldn't allow this contempt to his name. So, he hastily quibbled those words in reply. You two are meant for each other. You are saving her from hell. Did you even take her consent for this? Jun Moxie looked up to the sky and laughed heartily. I never knew that someone so shameless existed in this world. I had begun to take that for granted. However, you are a master of distorting the truth, and confusing the right and the wrong. You tried to snatch a woman, that too a woman who's a daughter-in-law of another family. Moreover, you threatened the woman's family with complete destruction if they didn't hand her over to you. Is that what you mean when you speak that you two are truly meant for each other, and that you only wish to save her from hell? You genuinely stand out from the masses. Today, I, the biggest wastrel of a debauchee, have no choice but to step down in order to make place for young Master Li. And, I shall write his name on that banner of debauchery. I sincerely admire your shamelessness, it is the greatest in the world. Many people from powerful families had gathered on that field, but most of them didn't know of this matter. But, they glared at Li Tingyun with disdain after they heard those two young men talk. The Shui Han manor was a hegemonic family, but this was too outrageous. However, these enraged people wouldn't fear any consequences when faced with something so outrageous. The people of this world attached a lot of importance to monastic discipline. However, Li Tingyun had seriously offended their norms if he had genuinely done something like this. That's enough. We needn't discuss this further, an angry shout resounded from a tent. It wasn't very loud, but its explosive echoes still managed to shake everyone. A few silhouettes slowly walked out of the tent, and their majestic auras covered the entire ground. The first person was tall. His had a dull face. 3 wisps of a black beard floated in the wind, and down to his chest. His eyes radiated with power. They weren't full of arrogance or prestige. But, they radiated a natural bearing of the greatest power in the world. It made everyone feel like the person had superhuman and tyrannical strength. He didn't mean to be arrogant. However, he made everyone feel that no man was worthy in his eyes. It felt that even the blue sky above wouldn't dare to contend with him. It was this man who had shouted just a moment ago. Jun Moxie had never seen him before. But, he knew that the man who seemed 40 or 50 years of age, had actually been famous for the past 60 years. He was none other than the great master Li Ju Tian. No one besides him could have had such a powerful and heaven-shaking demeanor. The great master Li Ju Tian must have been at least 100 years old. Yet, he still looked very young. Jun Moxie criticized him inwardly. No wonder this 100-year-old fart has a son of just 20 years of age. Just look at the way he looks. It won't be a surprise if he spawns a few more children. He is indeed, a monster. Li Ju Tian was followed by the great master of life and death, Shi Chang Shao, the cold-blooded master, Lei Wu Bei, the divine eagle-fighting master, the solitary falcon, and another person. This person's looks were ice-cold. His face was like a black mask. The man's robes were black, and so were his boots. The scabbard of his sword that hung from his hip was also jet black, and so was the hilt of his sword. The person resembled a pitch-black blade. He stood in a very calm manner, but everyone still felt as if a sword energy was pressing down upon them. His sword energy could dash against the 9th level of heaven. This person was none other than the one whose solitary falcon had fought years ago, the divine storm sword, Fom Wan Yun. He originally wasn't a part of the 8 great masters. However, his name had been recently included in the list. The man was also a peerless swordsman. However, the young master Jun was very confident that the solitary falcon had left his old rival far behind. After all, the solitary falcon had made breakthroughs after he had received instructions from the young master Jun. Since everyone is here, I request the leaders of the different factions to come together and discuss the strategy to repel the enemy. Li Ju Tian unenthusiastically skimmed his gaze around the field. He didn't mention the argument between the young master Jun and his son. His appearance seemed placated. However, he glanced at Jun Moxie, and the young master Jun felt that he was shooting sharp daggers at him. In fact, Jun Moxie felt that his gaze was so sharp that it would pierce his eyes. The young master Jun couldn't help but feel himself shudder from the very depths of his soul. I have to be wary of him from the bottom of my heart. He can't be matched. No one is capable enough to match him. This was the first time that Jun Moxie had felt so dispirited in his entire life. He had never faced such a high-level great master before. The young master Jun could have easily spoken and laughed freely if it were Shi Chang Shao, Lei Wu Bei or the solitary falcon. However, he had felt a very strong and incapacitating feeling when he faced Li Ju Tian's glare. This must be similar to some kind of spirit attack. One wouldn't be able to move an inch forward after the seed of such fear has been implanted in their mind. However, Jun Moxie was very angry since the great master had tried to cover up his son's fault. In fact, the young master Jun was fuming with rage. You are the second great master. Yet, you involve yourself in the quarrel of 2 youngsters to avenge and vent your son's anger. This is extremely disgraceful. Bullsh *T second great master, this guy is just a show. However, he had also realized that Li Ju Tian had spoiled really his son. He knew fully well that his son was in the wrong in that argument. Yet, he doesn't say anything to resolve it, and then he glares his anger and prestige at the family of the victim. Jun Moxie finally understood why the 2 Shien beast kings had only agreed to break the man's son's legs, and not take the boy's life. And, even that had elicited such a strong reaction from Li Ju Tian. He had eventually issued the supreme summons instead of making the compromise. The young master Jun finally understood why the situation had been brought to such a stage. Jun Moxie quickly closed his eyes. He then initiated the art of unlocking the heaven's fortune, and got rid of that dreadful feeling. However, his heart still trembled with fear. Li Ju Tian's strength was many levels above the great master solitary falcon and the 5th master Lei Wu Bei. He was truly worthy of being called the second most powerful person of his age. Everyone agreed with Li Ju Tian's words. And unexpectedly, no one had noticed the shady look Li Ju Tian had given Jun Moxie. He was anyway convinced that he wouldn't get any justice even if people found out. After all, who would clench fists against the second greatest master for a young and wastrel debauchee? He was convinced that no one would pick this choice of action. Everyone started to appear from their respective tents. But suddenly, a faintly discernible yet long drawn-out screech was heard from somewhere. Everyone was shocked. So, they all strained their ears to listen to it properly. The screech then started to magnify. It seemed to have appeared right where they were. The sound also traveled between the spaces of numerous tents. It had suddenly changed from something barely audible, to a booming sound. It seemed like the heavens had been rendered apart. This screech had the capacity to tear people's eardrums. Puff. Many soldiers in the southern heaven city faced upwards, and started to spray blood from their mouths. The loud screech had shaken them on the inside, and had managed to injure them. Moreover, the entity which had issued that screech was at least 5 kilometers away. Such power was extremely frightening. Then, the mad and ferocious scream ceased. It had momentarily gone berserk. In fact, it only stopped after it had made a resolute grunting sound. Suddenly, everyone realized that the sound had actually been quite melodious. That sound had just subsided. And then, millions of Shien beasts from the innumerable mountains, woods and streams raised their heads and screeched, roared, and howled in reply. The sound of tens of millions of Shien beasts burst forth with the power of a tsunami, or a terrible landslide. The people present on the field started to tremble and ruffle. The resulting screech was so loud and incisive that the clouds which had densely covered the blue sky, disappeared. They had been driven away by the power of this violent screech. The sky had become clear and bright. Li Ju Tian's expression became extremely solemn as he looked into the distance. He couldn't hide the shock this screech had jolted him with. Tian, Fa's lord, has arrived. 3 unforgettable hisses resounded in the wake of that hair-raising noise. 2 of these voices managed to stand out from the rest, and everyone inside the southern heaven city had been able to discern them. The 2 sounds, one like the cry of a crane, and the other like that of a bear, had been emitted by the 2 Shien beast kings, Long Crane and Big Bear. Only a small number of experts were aware that those 2 were the instigators of the Shien beast uprising. There was a whoosh sound, and a giant crane suddenly flew by from above. It passed over like lightning. Its opened wings spanned at least 15 to 20 meters in length. The crane's crown was bright red, and it glittered resplendent in the bright sunlight. Its shiny beak appeared like a sharp sword that was seemingly cutting through the sky. Everyone could see that the crane was looking down at the residence of the city's lord with great disdain. Its wing covered the sky, and the entire world became dark in an instant. It seemed a giant cloud had suddenly appeared out of thin air, and had then disappeared in the next instant. Then, a giant silhouette suddenly appeared from the mountains, and started to rush at lightning speed. It didn't matter whether it was going down a road or through trees, nothing could stop it. It crashed into the giant trees, and severed them from their middle. However, it had disappeared by the time the trees fell down. Li Ju Tian suddenly flew onto the roof. No part of his body, including even his body's hair, moved an inch. He flew up until he had stationed himself on the rooftop. However, his bearing had made it seem as if he had remained standing on the ground instead of flying up in the air. His movements had been very leisurely. The lightness of his skills was closer to magic than anything else. Has the venerable Lord May arrived? Kindly excuse Li Ju Tian for not welcoming you. Li Ju Tian had amassed the entirety of his Shien Qi, and had used it to transmit his dignified voice loud and far. He had climbed on top of the roof, and had emitted a roar worth witnessing. He was afraid of losing his face in front of this divine dragon of a Tian Fa lord. Moreover, he wasn't willing to resign himself to start with a disadvantage. That voice rose up to the sky, and slowly and gravely started to transmit towards the south. It seemed quite gentle to those who heard it on the ground. But, it seemed like a resounding thunder amongst the innumerable mountains and streams after it reached there. It flowed with great momentum and exceptional prestige. It echoed amongst the mountains and the woods for a long time before its effect finally came to halt. Excuse, for not welcoming you. Not welcoming. Welcoming. Welcome. Welcome. That earth-shaking shout by Li Ju Tian left the low-level Shien beasts tremble with fear in the mountains and the woods. So much so, that it even induced a few panic-stricken riots. It had to be admitted that Li Ju Tian's shout was on the same level as the earlier screech of those Shien beast kings. Its effect was quite different, but it certainly didn't fall short in terms of its level. A long while passed. Then, they heard a clear and long-drawn-out voice. Everyone could tell that this person had spoken from a distance of at least 5 kilometers. However, that individual's voice made it seem as if he was standing right in front of them. This person's voice was quite strange. It was fair, honest and mild. None could discern whether it was a male or a female from the voice itself. Li Ju Tian, it's really you. You've reached a profound cultivation level. Ha ha. No wonder my younger brothers were so angry. How could an ordinary man cause them to have such a look in their eyes? And, to have even defeated them. Good. Good. You have progressed, Li Ju Tian. You have really progressed. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. They felt like their heads would explode. Li Ju Tian was a top expert. He was the second great master amongst all the great masters. He was no ordinary man. However, this person wasn't even talking to him at a level of equality. He had even complimented that the great master had progressed. Those words of praise were like those spoken by a teacher to their very young and obedient pupil. Child, you have progressed so much. You're such a good child. Li Ju Tian's voice was unrivaled, the might of its prestige had been unbounded. But, the opposite party's voice was dull and effortless. However, who amongst the listeners wasn't an expert? How could they not tell that this individual's cultivation was higher than Li Ju Tian's after they had listened to that exchange? Maybe even higher by an entire realm. Or perhaps they were at the same realm. However, the difference between them must be at least as much as the one that separated the solitary falcon and Li Ju Tian. They were separated by a long distance. Li Ju Tian's voice had managed to stir bursts of echoes. But, this other entity's voice had made it seem as if he had been standing right next to them. In fact, it hadn't even echoed. This area was surrounded by mountains. So, even the loud cough of an ordinary person would tend to resound in this vicinity. However, his individual's voice hadn't, even though he had spoken from a distance of over 5 kms. What kind of control is this? This control can easily be said to have reached perfection. It has genuinely reached the greatest of heights. Then, Li Ju Tian raised his voice. This matter has arisen because your 2 younger brothers have provoked my Shui Hun manner without any reason. I, Li Ju Tian, merely struck back in the given situation. Tell me, was that really wrong of me? And, as for suffering a loss, could it be that the Venerable May can't see who has suffered the genuine loss here? It's no other than my Shui Hun manner. My life's work has been reduced to ashes. I'd like to ask what the Venerable May has to say on this matter. Li Ju Tian's tone was full of condemnation. He was aware of the difference in strength between him and the opposite party. However, he couldn't be outdone or be seen to shy away in the capacity of the second great master. The distant voice then became sharp. Li Ju Tian. Are you telling me that you fought my brothers and were unsuccessful? So, why are you painting me as a bully? Li Ju Tian. Are you sure that you're not dreaming? Everyone's hearts shook. This man had just covered up his son's extreme wrongdoing, and had acted without any reason. And now, his eyes have been opened. He had shielded his son, and had avoided an uncomfortable topic. But now, he's arguing with someone who's even more unreasonable. I don't know if it's karma or divine retribution. Jun Moxie lifted his chin as he felt inwardly appreciative. Very good. This person's temperament is quite similar to mine. I can certainly take advantage of this guy's power later. How could you dare? Li Ju Tian snorted, as the saying goes. Justice is the free will of the people, everything must have a reason behind it. You can't act brashly even if you're the greatest under heaven. The other person then laughed, what are you saying? This joke of yours isn't pleasant to hear, Li Ju Tian. Have you really adhered to this saying throughout your life? How come you're the one to preach now that the matter has gone above you, and your opponent is stronger than you? Justice is the free will of the people, you have just spoken these words, Great Master Li Ju Tian, but, does your distinguished self actually believe in them? Those were very pinching words. The law of the world was only binding to ordinary people, it had no effect on the strongest in the world. The talk of justice and free will of the people were mere empty words for the powerful. Only those whose fists were strong could decide justice in that world. Those words by the opposite party were an unreasonable rhetoric, but they were also a fact. That pinching mockery of Li Ju Tian made Jun Moxie feel very satisfied in his heart. He almost felt like pointing his finger at the great master and saying, scoundrel. You keep preaching about justice and free will. But, is that reasonable? Is it reasonable that your son wants to forcibly snatch away a family's daughter-in-law? How can you call that just? The evil indeed fall into their own traps. Li Ju Tian snorted and replied sharply, Venerable Mei, shall I assume by these words that you won't distinguish between right and wrong, and will continue to shield the miscreants? Li Ju Tian was the second of the 8 great masters. And, his conscience wouldn't allow him to discuss such matter. So, he avoided this uncomfortable topic once again. Moreover, he had more than half of the world's experts gathered beside him. So, even the Venerable Mei would find it difficult to face off against such a force, even if his strength transcended the heavens. The other person's voice became sharper and colder, Li Ju Tian, you 8 great masters are renowned for your strength. But, you still aren't much in my eyes. Kindly think over what you've just said, and remember who you're talking to. The opposite party had stopped. It seemed as if something had come up. Then, he burst out again in severe rage, Li Ju Tian, when did you decide to go to the elusive world of immortals? You have caused a huge injury to my 4th younger brother with your sword. You certainly do have guts. This roar's power was world-shaking. It had nearly stirred a storm in the sky above. It was evident that the Lord of Tian Fa was very enraged. It appeared that Big Bear had made it to him, and had shown him the injuries on his body. Jun Moxie thought, the elusive world of immortals. Why haven't I ever heard of it? He looked at the faces of others around him. They too had a perplexed expression on their faces. Those people obviously didn't know about this place either. Everyone else doubted what they heard, but Jun Moxie pondered deeply. He may certainly not know anything about the elusive world of immortals. However, the fact that Li Ju Tian had seriously injured a Shien beast king's body was quite shocking. It was important to know that Big Bear's physique was amazing, and had transcended any human abilities. Big Bear was a formidable Shien beast. Moreover, he had once laughingly faced off against the solitary falcon and Shao. Yet, he hadn't suffered from the slightest of injuries at that time. And, he had retreated with his body completely unharmed. So, one could imagine his body's defensive capabilities. However, Li Ju Tian had used his elusive heart and vein-splitting sword attack to inflict such injuries to him. Therefore, one could easily imagine the might of his strength. There are some things one mustn't discuss. Venerable Mei mustn't try to attract the heavenly calamity upon himself in a fit of rage. Li Ju Tian's tone of speech has a flavor of caution to it, you may attract the dissatisfaction of the Holy Land if you create too much noise. I presume the all-knowing Venerable Mei will consider this. He had unexpectedly suggested the other party to avoid discussing this topic of entering the elusive world of immortals. Ha ha ha. The bone-chilling laughter rose up to the sky, and continued to resound for some time. Then, the opposite party replied, are you trying to threaten me with the Holy Land, Li Ju Tian? I won't ever dare to do that. I was merely advising the Venerable May to consider what I'm saying. Li Ju Tian was calm, the heaven and the earth must not be disgraced. You mustn't mention the Holy Lands. I'm afraid that you may have committed a taboo. Consider. To consider. One shouldn't overestimate oneself. But, when has this matter ever been worthy in my eyes? And, what can you do even if the elusive world of immortals, the supreme golden city, and the illusionary blood sea unleash their full wrath at my Tian Fa? Then, that individual continued in an arrogant manner, even Yin Bichen hasn't dared to show himself in this world since 8 years on my word. I'm confident that I can kick out the 3 great entities from my Tian Fa as well. I'll wait and see if the Venerable May says so. Li Ju Tian finished speaking, and his figure started to float down from the rooftop. This indicated that the conversation was over. Then, another screech arose from a faraway spot in the forest. Then, an earth-shattering rumble started to echo. East, west, north, all 3 directions reverberated with a loud howl. Dust rose up, and coerced the entire sky. Innumerable Shien beasts rushed out of the woods and the mountains. They charged in orderly formations. These Shien beasts rushed from the outer regions of the city, in one direction, south. It seemed as if the Tian Fa's lord had commanded his troops. However, the strength of the troops in these 3 directions had left every head in the southern heaven city to explode. There were around 10 golden-crowned Shien tigers on the eastern side. They had a sole silver horn on their heads. These Shien tiger moved in formation. They were being led by a white Shien tiger king. However, its crown was also golden in color. They moved at extreme speeds. Soon, all kinds of Shien beasts rushed out from the surroundings in neat and orderly formations. Their movements and formations didn't seem any different from that of a military parade. And, they continued to charge at lightning speeds. Their skills didn't seem beneath a spirit Shien expert. 9th level Shien tigers. Solitary Falcon gazed and exclaimed, he stood behind Li Ju Tian. There are so many of them. And, they're led by a Shien tiger king. And, he might even be at the peak of the 9th level. And then, a similarly sized squad of white jade Shien lions was spotted in the west. There are white jade Shien lions in the west. Dongfang Wenqing spoke in a serious manner. These 2 men were aware that Jun Moxie was young and inexperienced. So, he was unlikely to recognize high-level Shien beasts. So, they were deliberately trying to explain what they were witnessing since they were aware that he was beside them, and would be able to hear their words. Then, the sounds of a heavy stampede-like sound arose from the north. A huge bear led scores of giant bears and charged past. The mountain-splitting bear. It's also a level 9 Shien beast. The Tian Fa forest is so strong. These troops had barely covered half of the distance. Then, multitudes of shadows flew out from the rivers and mountains, and soared into the sky. They were seemingly of various magnificent colors in make. They circled disorderly in the sky for a while. But then, they assembled together, and organized themselves in a neat formation. They seemingly took the shape of a cloud, and skimmed over the southern heaven city. There are too many of these flying Shien beasts, just too many. Dongfang Wendao wrinkled his nose, and bared his teeth as he stared. Each one of them is at least at level 8. My good mother. How did you provoke such a powerful reaction? How on earth did we land such a battle on our hands? A head-exploding sound echoed through the valleys and mountains. This was the sound produced by the Shien beast stampeding feet against the ground. It sounded like an incessant torrential rain to anybody who listened to it. One could image the sheer number of these beasts. Everyone had unknowingly stationed themselves at a high altitude. All color had left their faces as they looked at the incomparably formidable sight. The sight in front of their eyes could only result in such a feeling. There were tens of thousands of powerful Shien beasts in front of them at present. Good heavens! This world has gone crazy. Tens of thousands of Shien beasts had bubbled up. Moreover, not a single one of these beasts was lower than level 6. Almost everyone's mouths opened wide in an O shape. However, there was one exception to all that gaping. It was Jun Moxie. He could see all of this like the rest of the people. However, no one could know what he was thinking. He had countless questions in his mind. Everyone knew that there were two major powers on the Shien continent, the Silver Blizzard City and the Shuehun Manor. No one could deny that the strength of these two clans was unsurpassable. Then, a few additional names had emerged from the mouth of this mysterious lord of the Tianfa forest. Elusive World of the Immortals, Supreme Golden City, and the Illusionary Blood Sea. What do those names represent? What do they signify? Where are these three holy lands? What's the extent of the tyranny of the people from these places? Why have I never heard any of these names? He then recalled the words that Li Ju Tian had just spoken, the heaven and the earth must not be disgraced. You mustn't mention the holy lands. Why does this Li Ju Tian place these three holy lands at the level of the heaven and the earth? What did this mean? The entire world recognizes the 10 peak experts. 8 of them are the great masters. Then, there's Feng Wan Yun, and the supreme assassin, Chu Chi Hun. But, why does it sound like this Lord of Tianfa doesn't hold them in a high regard? What does this mean? From what I've heard and seen so far, I'm convinced that this Lord of Tianfa has abundance of strength. Even Yunbichen hasn't dared to show himself in this world since 8 years on my word. I'm confident that I can kick out the 3 great entities from my Tianfa as well. These words were still ringing in his ears. A mere few words had compelled the greatest master, Yunbichen, to not show himself for so many years. What kind of strength would be needed for that? The others had a look of horror on their faces. However, Jun Moxie had a tranquil expression on his face, unlike the others. But, innumerable waves were raging inside in his consciousness since many problematic questions had started to arise in his mind. This Lord of Tianfa seemingly has such strength. Moreover, he has decided to show himself in public. So, why didn't he wait a bit longer? He could have easily waited a bit longer until the war broke out on a full scale, and he could have easily inflicted a very heavy damage onto this coalition in that case. This coalition would have surely suffered a terrible blow in that case. In fact, this fight between men and Shien beasts would have been over once and for all if that had been the case. Moreover, this dispute arose 2 months ago. But, he didn't appear once. So, why is he showing himself now? He has already waited for 2 months, couldn't he have waited a few more days? It can't be denied that his appearance would have overawed his enemies. His extreme strength is like that of a god. It would hit the morale of the experts. And, the morale of the force will be invariably destroyed. But, this issue shouldn't be on his mind given his true strength. So, what's he worried about? The method of the coalition's attack shouldn't be an issue either. He could have easily changed the tide of the battle, and everything else with mere one appearance of his. What's the purpose of all this? These series of questions made Jun Moxie's head spin. He rubbed his eyes, only to find another unusual thing when he opened them. Everyone had moved to the same higher area ever since the Shien beasts had started to stampede towards the south. However, there was one exception. A lofty and solitary figure stood motionless. A young man stood alone and unafraid under the Bailey family's banner. His face exuded calmness and indifference. His bright expression clearly portrayed, "These events are of no interest to me. None of these things have anything to do with me." He stood indifferently. Moreover, it seemed like he was almost lifeless. It seemed as if no one in the world held any importance in his eyes. A sudden interest in the youngster was suddenly kindled in Jun Moxie's heart, a very strong interest. Not for anything else, but the fact that this solitary figure had reminded him of his own aloofness and indifference to society at large in his previous life. Wasn't I like this once? Jun Moxie was undeniably an oddball himself. Therefore, he had never taken interest in showing goodwill to others. And, this is the reason why he had always taken keen note of the solitary people on his vicinity. Dongfang Wenqing finally collected himself, and noticed that Jun Moxie wasn't beside him anymore. He immediately looked away from the waves of the Shien beasts, and frantically started to look for his nephew. Jun Moxie was obviously an apple of the three Dongfang brothers' eyes. They had come to treasure him very deep. The three brothers had even dreamt of taking him back to the Dongfang family for a while. After all, how could their mother not be happy at the sight of such a capable grandson? In fact, they had even hoped that the connection between a child and a mother might help awaken their sister who had lain unconscious for the past 10 years. Therefore, the three men behaved like hens with a newly hatched chick around him. They didn't intend to let their nephew out of their sight for even a bit. There was no denying that his miraculous agility techniques made for a great defense. However, that still didn't bring any relief to them. The people from the Silver Blizzard City and the Shui Hun Manor had gathered there. Which one of their people would ever act with nobility? And, these men would cry rivers if anything bad ever happened to him. Therefore, they immediately tailed him and stationed themselves beside him once they realized that Jun Moxie wasn't at their side anymore. Even that spectacular scene couldn't take precedence over the issue of his safety. Do you know who that person is? Jun Moxie pointed at the solitary youngster. He's someone from the Bailey family. And, also someone who that family is bound to abandon. Why do you ask? Dongfang Wendao tilted his head and stole a glance. He then replied with a disdain-filled voice. Why? Why are they bound to abandon him? Why would they do that? Jun Moxie asked in a confused tone. Look at these people, who amongst these guys from the big families seems like a fool to you? Who doesn't understand the severity of this uprising? These people were pressured by the Shui Hun Manor and Li Shui Tian to send help. So, they had no choice but to come and fight. But, has any family sent the entirety of their strength? Moreover, all these men are peak sky Shien experts. Do you see any weak men amongst them? In other words, these men have adequate strength to have a chance of saving their lives and fleeing away if this coalition doesn't prove to be enough to deal with this threat. And, these families have less chance of suffering a great fall in their strengths in that case. However, have you seen any of the other families send their young masters? Dongfang Wenqing asked in a ridiculing manner. So, they're throwing his life away. He's just cannon fodder. Jun Moxie seemed somewhat shocked. Exactly. Any youngster with such cultivation who comes here to fight the Shien beasts is basically throwing away their life. Insignificant Jade Shien experts don't have any chance at survival when faced with so many high-level Shien beasts. What else could it be if it isn't throwing away one's life? However, to say that they are meat for slaughter isn't exactly very pleasant to hear. Dongfang Wenjian gave a ruthless smile. Moxie, don't start to believe that your agility skill set is too exquisite. You will find it difficult to escape if you're thrown to the enemy. Even your marvelous skill set won't help if you're surrounded by them. Therefore, you mustn't act recklessly. And, you must never leave our sight. But, that youngster is only 25 or 26 years old. And, it's quite clear that he's already at the peak of the Jade Shien realm. I believe he's just a step away from reaching the Earth Shien. So, he's a very rare talent if he has reached such a level at this age. Why wouldn't his family keep such a talent close to them? Why would the Bailey family allow this youngster to throw away his life? Isn't this pitiful? Jun Moxie asked in a confused manner. The reason for that isn't very difficult to understand. In fact, it's rather simple. This youngster wasn't born from a legitimate wife of the family. His mother was a concubine. Dongfang Wenqing seemed sorry as he smiled. That youngster is named Bailey Luoyun. He's one of the rarest talents to be ever born into the Bailey family. Families that practice Shien Qi usually have a member with a high cultivation comb out the meridians of a newborn baby. This is done in order to reduce the chances of illness in the infant. Moreover, this helps to lay down the foundation for the infant's future cultivation. However, no one combed Bailey Luo Yun's meridians when he was born. But, it didn't matter since he had already started to cultivate at the age of 3. And, he had broken through to the 9th Shien level when he was 10. In fact, he had already reached the peak of Silver Shien realm by the time he turned 15, and then broke through to the Gold Shien soon after. Thereafter, he broke through from the Gold Shien realm to Jade Shien realm by the time he turned 20. And, he has now reached the peak of the Jade Shien realm. He can easily be called the foremost in the younger generation after one looks at his cultivation. Not many people can compare with this man. However, it's true that you can't be considered in the same category since you can fight a spirit Shien with your moves even though you are only a Jade Shien expert. In fact, you may even win with those moves of yours. You truly are a devilish talent. But, this guy is a rare and exceptional talent. He may not be a legitimate son, but he still shouldn't have been treated in such a way, right? He's still of their blood even if he's illegitimate. So, what difference does it make if he isn't the heir to the family? He's still a rare and talented expert of their younger generation. In fact, it's easy to imagine that he may reach the Sky Shien level in 10 years given the speed of his current advancement, and the achievements he had already made at such a young age. Moreover, he may even reach the Spirit Shien in 30. Are you telling me that they're abandoning such a talent because he isn't a legitimate son? Isn't the Bailey family being very unwise? Jun Moxie was shocked at what he had heard. He found it very difficult to understand such a matter. It was important to know that such a talented youngster was extremely uncommon. And, this fact didn't hold for the powerful families of the world alone. Even the Silver Blizzard City and the Shuehan Manor witnessed such a talent once in a lifetime. In fact, one would be hard-pressed to find many of them even if they searched the entire Shien continent. Any other family would have treated such a talented person as its gem, and would have guarded them very closely. In fact, such a person would receive the same care that the 3 Dongfang brothers divulged towards Jun Moxie's safety. So, one could only image the importance of such youngsters. That's not all, there's more to it. His father is the main reason behind all this. His grandfather is his real father. He had gotten drunk, and had raped a maid, he had thereafter formed a relationship with her. And, Luo Yan was born as a result of that relationship, and, that too as the eldest son of the family. However, the Bailey family has never acknowledged his status. Moreover, they went ahead and mistreated the youngster. His innate talent obviously alienated him even further. And, the treatment became worse as his Shien cultivation bettered due to his outstanding talent. Therefore, his dishonored identity inside the family meant that he was treated like a servant. In fact, even servants received better treatment at times. This obviously led to several resentments in his heart, and he naturally wanted to take revenge. This sense of revenge became even more prominent once he broke into the Jade Shien realm. And then, an unfortunate incident happened. Dongfang Wenqing's face was full of pity as he continued, but, the thing is, he didn't even initiate that incident. In fact, this matter is quite straightforward. He had just gone to his home, and the legitimate young masters tried to stir trouble with him. They started to taunt him, and received a very severe retaliation from him. The reasons behind his anger are easy to understand. He didn't have any status in the family even though his cultivation was far ahead of the others who took help from outside and had received the cleansing meridians treatment at a young age. However, he still belongs to their family's bloodline. And, bloodline matters a lot. That was one of the main reasons he wasn't killed on the scene. But, some people in the Bailey family weren't willing to let him off the hook. And, this journey to Tian Fa provided them with a golden opportunity to get rid of him. So, that's what it is. Jun Moxie let out a long sigh. He then murmured, Bailey. Luo Yun. A cold light flashed in his eyes. No one could guess his thoughts. However, we also feel that the Bailey family has caused a great harm to themselves with these actions. It's like what you had just spoken, this youngster has outstanding innate talent. He's only marginally behind you in that respect. We believe that he could become a new great master in 30 to 50 years. It's important to know that a family's strength and prestige increases if they have someone as strong as a great master. This is especially true for powerful families. In fact, they leave behind their former peers in one giant leap. The Silver Blizzard City and the Shui Hun Manor are no different. The chance for such a man to be born in any family comes in hundreds of years, once in several generations. So, I don't understand why the Bailey family would let go of such an opportunity. This makes me regret their decision somewhat. I mean, how could the Bailey family be so short-sighted? Perhaps they fear that he'll take revenge upon them once he's strong enough. Maybe there's another reason. Dongfang Wenqing shook his head, and chuckled gently, but, we aren't related to them in any way. In fact, it's better for us that a potential great master will be done away so soon. Moreover, it gives us a reason to celebrate. After all, a rising hero tramples on others' bones. And, every strong person who ascends to the top has blood in his hands. We 9 families certainly aren't enemies. But, we are potential competitors. The leaders of every powerful faction had remained standing at a high altitude this entire time. But, they finally started to come down. They then decided to proceed to the hall in order to discuss the prevalent matters. Dongfang Wenqing stole a glance into the distance, and said, I will accompany your third uncle to the meeting since those dregs from the Silver Blizzard City won't abstain from mockery. But, they won't be too reckless if I'm around. Then, he chuckled softly and left. He was gently pushing Jun Wuyi's wheelchair towards the hall a moment later. Jun Moxie looked at his third uncle sitting in the wheelchair, and thought. Third uncle's legs are fine now. But, I don't know when he can stand up properly. When will the blood general truly stand tall and proud, and show the majesty of his defiance to the entire world? However, everything depends on strength. Incomparable strength. And, strength is equal to talent. Then, Jun Moxie suddenly took long strides after he had pondered a bit. And, he started to walk towards Bailey Luoyun. The others from the Bailey family had started to head back at this time. 3 men laughed and chatted freely as they entered their tent. They didn't even spare a glance at Bailey Luoyun who stood at the entrance. In fact, Bailey Xiongfeng, the leader of the family's contingent, gazed straight ahead as he calmly entered the hall to discuss the crisis. Bailey Luoyun lifelessly gazed at the smoky sky. He was bitter inside, but he managed to force a smile. How many days will I last in such a chaotic situation? Will these thousands of Shien beasts make a corpse out of me? Will this be my end? Bailey Luoyun clearly knew what his family had done to his fate. The Bailey family won't rest until Luoyun dies. This was the comment the Bailey family's young master had made to Bailey Luoyun's father when he had broken through to the 9th Shien layer at the age of 10. And, Bailey Luoyun had been living in the shadow of these words ever since. I wonder at the irony sometimes. A child with any potential gets full support from their family. And, any man can see my talent. So, why does the Bailey family treat me in this way? This matter has gone too far. In fact, that man is afraid that I might run away. And so, he threatened me with my father's life if I didn't come south to this place. What did he do that for? And, father also dodges this topic whenever I try to talk about it. The only valuable words he has ever spoken to me were, alas, Luoyun, your wish for revenge is too strong. It's better if you don't meddle in this matter too much. Desire for revenge? When did I ever wish to stir up trouble? Would I have taken any action for the fear of the consequences if those people hadn't crossed their limits? How could a man not resist the intolerable behavior I suffered that day in front of everyone? Or could it be? Is there another reason that I don't know of? I'll return and solve all the mysteries if I'm lucky enough to survive this place. Bailey Luo Yun had an indifferent expression of his face as he turned around to enter the tent. They've never attached any importance to me. But then again, when did they ever consider me as family? The sooner I die, the better it is for them. But, why isn't it the same for me? It was right then that he saw a youngster approach him. He wasn't familiar with this youngster, but he knew that this youth was called Jun Moxie. He had heard a lot about this youngster. Therefore, he was aware that this youth was a bigger debauchee than his second grandfather and some of the other people in his family. He didn't need to look twice to be sure that Jun Moxie was in fact approaching him. The youngster's path was clear-cut, and there was no variation in it. Moreover, he had a very unusual expression on his face as he looked at Bailey Luo Yun. Bailey Luo Yun. Jun Moxie tilted his head, and sized him up. Jun Moxie. The third young master of the Jun family. Bailey Luo Yun's face was indifferent. He felt neither alarm, nor happiness upon the realization that this youth had come to look for him. In fact, he didn't even try to guess the reason he was being sought for. Do you wish to find a place to chit-chat? Follow me, Jun Moxie invited. It was, technically, a request. But, the tone of Jun Moxie's voice made it seem like an order of sorts. He had been an aloof assassin in his previous life. So, he knew the methods one must use to deal with such a socially reclusive personality even though his own nature had changed rather considerably in his present life. One must never hope for such people to take the initiative. Such would keep their mouths shut even if they really wanted to say something. Jun Moxie was well aware of it because he used to be like this once. The only method to deal with such people was to take control of the situation by taking the absolute initiative. The counterpart would then unconsciously move according to one's plan. In fact, they would try to match the rhythm of your movement even if they didn't wish to, even if they were unconvinced, or even if they were unwilling to accept it. This was because they wouldn't wish to seem inferior, and would try to talk to you on equal footing, or, they would at least look for an opportunity for equal footing. I don't talk to strangers. Bailey Luo Yun indifferently turned his head, and started to enter the tent. That very same tent which he loathed from the bottom of his heart. I've heard that you're one of the rarest Shien Qi talents of the present age. So, you wouldn't be afraid of me, right? Jun Moxie stepped forward. Bailey Luo Yun's straight and towering figure suddenly came to a stop. The rumors state that you're 26 years old. They also state that you have already reached the peak of the Jade Shien realm. But, you won't dare to talk to me. Are you afraid that I'm plotting something against you? Jun Moxie smiled mischievously. Bailey Luo Yun suddenly turned around. His face was still expressionless. And, his eyes were still tranquil as he looked at the young Master Jun. It seems that the rumors were mistaken. And, it's not surprising, since 9 out of 10 rumors can't be trusted. Jun Moxie turned around to leave. But, not before leaving a few words, and, I was too bold. I really shouldn't have come here. He started to walk away after he had said that. However, he didn't walk towards his tent. Instead, he walked towards the periphery. The sound of another person's footsteps trailed him. Bailey Luo Yun was calmly following after him. He stayed neither too close, nor too far. A proud expression flashed in Jun Moxie's eyes. Talk to me, will you? Why aren't you saying anything? Bailey Luo Yun would have returned to his tent for a nap if these doubts wouldn't have arisen in his mind. And, he certainly wouldn't have followed after Jun Moxie like this. Jun Moxie didn't even turn around the entire time. In fact, his body started to move more rapidly, and the speed of his walk increased to a shocking level. Bailey Luo Yun didn't utter a word either. However, he continued to follow Jun Moxie. He didn't come too close, but he didn't lag far behind either. The two outstanding Jade Shien peak youngsters moved one after the other, as if they were in a chase. However, no one noticed these talented young men since everyone's attention was fixed at the discussions that were taking place in the hall. The young Master Jun gradually began to speed up. His movements became increasingly faster. It soon started to seem that he would leave the ground and soar into the sky. And, the distance between the two youths began to increase. Bailey Luo Yun had always maintained his indifference towards the world. However, his eyes had started to belie his astonishment. This ill-reputed young master is faster than me. But, he didn't concede, and started to exert it himself. Yet, he still couldn't catch up with the other party. In fact, he couldn't even reduce the distance between them by an inch. And, the distance that separated them continued to increase gradually. I have failed in this contest of speed. Bailey Luo Yun wouldn't have admitted it openly. But, he had clearly understood that the other person had managed to outstrip him even though he was younger in age. At least in speed. Jun Moxie led the way to a small hidden slope about 5 kilometers away. He quickly climbed it, and sat down in a flash. Then, he took the initiative as he padded to the grassy spot beside him and said, "Come sit." There was no answer. Bailey Luo Yun stood as straight as a javelin, just like before. He was used to staying alert for long durations of time without giving himself a single moment to relax. This was because everyone in his family was quite eager to kill him whenever they got the chance. Therefore, he had become accustomed to remaining on perpetual guard long ago. However, a trace of admiration had already started to take birth in the depths of his eyes. "What do you want?" Bailey Luo Yun finally asked. He was miserly with his words. He seemed to cherish them like they were made of gold. This young man wasn't accustomed to long conversations. He had always held his thoughts close to his heart. Bailey Luo Yun had only asked this question because he was led to do so by Jun Moxie's skillful manipulation. "He's much younger than me. But, his cultivation still doesn't seem to fall short in any way. You've come here to throw your life away, right?" Jun Moxie still hadn't turned around. In fact, he hadn't done it even once during their entire journey from the field to this place. The young Master Jun had been very confident that Bailey Luo Yun would follow him. And, not only would he follow him, he would even try to catch up. This had obviously hit the most uncomfortable spot in Bailey Luo Yun's heart. "What's that got to do with you?" Bailey Luo Yun asked in an apathetic manner. "This truly has nothing to do with me. In fact, you won't be a threat to my family if you were to die." Jun Moxie smiled and continued, "But, there's something that I find very strange. Why have you come here if you know you'll die?" "That's none of your business." Bailey Luo Yun said somewhat angrily. "This brat is spewing nonsense in front of me. What does he know of the words he speaks? I guess someone threatened you to come here, right?" Jun Moxie muttered. "Moreover, they threaten the life of someone you care for the most. Otherwise, why would you come here if you already knew that you will die? You don't seem like a fool from whatever I've seen so far." Bailey Luo Yun fell silent. The other person had guessed correctly. Moreover, they had also grasped his nature rather accurately. He hadn't spoken a word, but the opposite party had seen right through him. This was quite surprising for someone as young as his counterpart. "You want to be the head of the Bailey family. Is that it?" Jun Moxie had stuck a half-dried grass stem between his teeth. It seemed like he was speaking to the white clouds above. "You are very calm, callous, cruel and daring, and, you won't stop at anything. Moreover, your desire for revenge is very strong. And, your lust for power is substantially massive as well. You wish to take revenge, but you don't have enough strength for it. You don't have a future at the Bailey family. So, you yearn for the greatest power in the family since you can't take your revenge without it. Am I right? Again, what do these things have to do with you? I can't understand what you're trying to say." Bailey Luo Yun's voice was impolite, sickened and full of loathing. However, Jun Moxie knew that his words had struck this youngster's heart. Otherwise, such a recluse wouldn't have spoken so many words. Indeed, this has nothing to do with me. But, your desires will remain unfulfilled if you remain in the Bailey family. Jun Moxie suddenly stood up and turned around. He looked directly into Bailey Luo Yun's eyes and stated, however, I will ensure that they become a reality if you join me. You. Bailey Luo Yun coldly sized up the opposite party. Why would I do that? The Jun family's situation isn't that great either. And, the Bailey family is one of the great 9 families. So, I too know what's going on with the Jun family. Your family simply can't compare to the Bailey family at present. You're mistaken. And, my Jun family has nothing to do with you. So, all you need to answer is, whether you'll join me or not. Jun Moxie smiled, let's talk about your situation. You must know that you don't have the slightest bit of hope in the Bailey family. You could die 10 times on this expedition for a million different reasons. So, I'm convinced that this is your last chance to avoid death. And, perhaps I may be deceiving you. But, you have to admit that you'll probably die in the upcoming battle at the Tian Fa forest if you don't grasp this final straw of a chance. In fact, I presume that even your bones will become a sumptuous cuisine for the Shien beasts. Bailey Luo Yun silently gazed at Jun Moxie. And, Jun Moxie returned that gaze with a smile. It remained like this for some time. Then, the former tilted his head before he finally broke the silence. How does it matter if I live or die? Life and death don't mean much to me. My life in this world hasn't been a happy one. And, death would certainly mean freedom. In fact, it would actually mean a much-needed freedom for someone like me. Freedom. But, I'm different. If I were to die, I would choose to die after I had taken my revenge, Jun Moxie calmly replied. Revenge. It seemed like there had been a sudden explosion within Bailey Luo Yun's eyes. This word had spoken to his heart. So, he turned to look directly at Jun Moxie and said, I have 2 conditions. I promise to join you after the conclusion of this matter with Tian Fa if you agree to them. First, you must defeat me. You must defeat me with your own strength. I know you're quite strong, but I still need to confirm. After all, I will only join the top talent of this generation. And second, a total of 5 people from the Bailey family have come here to the Southern Heaven City, for Sky Shien experts and me. I want the 4 of them to die. I will follow you for 10 years if you fulfill these 2 conditions. And, I will leave if you can't ensure the fulfillment of my true desire by the end of those 10 years. However, you won't just have my life at your service if you manage to fulfill them, but, also that of the entire Bailey family. Jun Moxie heard those 2 conditions. Then, he straightened up and looked at Bailey Luo Yun with a faint smile as he backed up a step in order to leave. He didn't even turn his head until he had disappeared out of sight. These conditions are not a problem for me. I can easily deal with you right now. And, I can take care of those small fries from the Bailey family in a cinch. Couldn't you have come up with more challenging conditions? Boy, wait till I gain control over you. Jun Moxie used his exquisite martial arts, and returned to the campsite in secret. However, he was surprised to see that the 20,000 forces had already pitched their tents. They had also started to secure their camp by the time he got there. These camps were inside the city. But, they were still set up against the walls. And, they had barriers on both their sides. Ditches and traps had been dug, and the archers had been placed in wait for an ambush. Moreover, the guards at the entrances were alert. Each man was doing his duty diligently. The boundary of the camp was regularly being patrolled by crisscrossing platoons. The shifts were divided between 4 teams. 2 teams would simultaneously remain on one duty. One team would take charge, while the other would remain on standby. This ensured a perpetual state of preparedness. This tight command of the forces ensured that no troops would ever have to worry about a sneak attack. And, the regular change in shifts ensured that the soldiers got ample rest. It was a pity that they were sent to face the Shien beast uprising. Therefore, these ordinary soldiers had no chance of survival. Jun Moxie had realized this after he had seen the organization of the Shien beasts. These 20,000 people, with their soldiers, high-ranking officers, the experts and young masters from various families, were merely like flies. They've all been sent here to die. These guys are 100% cannon fodder. Jun Moxie sighed softly before he made his way towards his own encampment. He had barely entered when he felt something unusual in the atmosphere. Guanqing Han was consoling Dugu Xiaoyi for some reason. The young lady Dugu's beautiful face was tear-stained. It appeared that she had suffered some grievous wrong. What's going on? Boo-hoo, brother Moxie. Little White has disappeared. Dugu Xiaoyi looked up at him. Then, she rushed towards him, and burst into tears. Oh, so he disappeared when I wasn't here. Jun Moxie smiled bitterly inside. You brought that nuisance here. And, now it's gone. The Shien Beast King had issued an order for all Shien beasts to assemble. So, Little White obviously couldn't be an exception to his command, could he? Little White is still here, and, that's a real problem. Boo-hoo, no. I must find him, he still hasn't had lunch. Dugu Xiaoyi was distressed and desperate. Little White was the apple of her eye. We will properly look for him, maybe, he has gone out to play for a while and will return soon. Jun Moxie consoled her weakly. In the depths of the Tianfa forest, Long Crane and Big Bear were standing straight in deference. They had two others standing behind them. The level 9 beast kings from every race were present as well. Then, they all squatted down on the ground in a well-behaved manner. The beasts would sweep the floor with their tails from time to time. And, they didn't allow a single speck of dust to settle in that small area. The person in front of them was mysteriously shrouded in a black cloak. His hairs, face, body and legs, all were shrouded beneath it. Even his eyes couldn't be seen. Even the make of this person's figure wasn't clear. So, one could forget about his facial features. Tell me, what's all this about? I go off to seclusion for only 2 years, and you create such a big mess. You have such courage now that all the great experts have assembled. Ha, the mysterious person spoke up. He was actually the lord of the Tianfa forest, the same person who had earlier spoken to Li Ju Tian. Eldest brother, this. Big Bear and Long Crane gave a cry, and then looked at each other. They then became speechless. Over 3 million of our people had rushed out of Tianfa, and these people were all level 6 or above. The full strength of our Tianfa has been laid bare. The shrouded person sneered, does that merely Ju Tian really require such a large assembly of force to be dealt with? Eldest brother, things aren't that straight with this matter. Long Crane spoke. Then, he smacked his lips and swallowed the words he was about to say. What's going on? The person shrouded in black suddenly released his chi in an unrestrained manner. I want to know the full story. Tell me, fourth brother bear. Me. Big Bear trembled as he replied in a stutter. The silhouette of a person flashed, and Big Bear howled in pain. Then, his body was sent rolling like a ball. A burst of noise was produced as he rolled for a distance. His arms tried to hug 3 different trees to stop his momentum, and all 3 of those trees snapped before he finally came to a stop. Come back. Big Bear supported his lower back with one hand when he heard those words. He then grimaced, ran back, and stationed himself in an obedient stance. Speak. Then, Big Bear pulled a pained face as he recalled how they had stolen the level 9 Shien Beast Core in the Tianxiang city. He told everything in detail about what came to happen after he and Long Crane had stolen that core. You're telling me that this person can make it easier for us to advance? Are you sure about this? The Shien Beast King also started to tremble, his shroud rippled with him. Yes. Long Crane answered confidently. Then, he continued, I'm absolutely convinced of this. He used his chi technique on the fourth brother and me. His special method resulted in the strength in our bodies to increase by 10 times. And, even the bottleneck that had been constraining us started to loosen. Therefore, we acted like this since he would help in our advancement. I can assure you that all this is true. So, you needn't have any doubts, Long Crane answered solemnly. So, that's how it is. The shrouded person mumbled in a faint voice, it's understandable if that's the case. But, why didn't you and Fourth try to capture him? You could have been done with everything if you were to control him. It may be assumed that this person's strength is high. But, he won't be able to contend with Li Ju Tian. How many experts of such strength do you think exist in this society? You and Fourth wouldn't be considered weaker than Li Ju Tian if you were to combine your attacks. Therefore, the two of you should have at least attempted to capture the man in question. Long Crane smiled bitterly, you think we didn't wish to, elder brother? We had proposed a competition with this very thought in our mind. However, you don't know how much he pressurized us. The pressure of his aura was even greater than yours, elder brother. Moreover, we will have the means to promote our strengths if things go well. In fact, we will have never-ending advancements after this matter ends. And, we can bid goodbye to the word bottleneck. Fourth and I were forced to step down with grace after the third match ended since we were no match for the opposite party. You don't understand the temptation this matter posed for us. Fourth and I have been stuck at our levels for 40 years. We haven't seen second brother for many years, but we can't be sure if he has made advancement either. He must have remained stuck as well. Plus, that man's conditions didn't seem very difficult. We only had to stop the Shui Hun manor from going north, and we had to beat up Li Ju Tian's son to a state where he'd have to remain bedridden for a couple of months. How difficult could it really be? Therefore, Fourth and I decided to act without consulting you. Indeed, this is reasonable, and not very difficult. We can take advantage of this. But, why has everything turned out like this? We've got over half of the world's Shien experts assembled at our gates. The shrouded person tilted his body slightly sideways. I had originally planned to light a fire at the Shui Hun manor in the cover of darkness. I had planned to use that chaos as a cover to attack Li Tingyun in order to break his legs. But then, Big Bear, he suddenly burst into the Shui Hun manor in bright daylight and created a clamor. Then, he began to howl about breaking Li Tingyun's legs, and arrogantly declared to the opposite party that they must take the initiative and break Li Tingyun's legs on their own. Even I wouldn't have been to do, so, forget about Li Ju Tian doing such a thing. Third brother Crane, why did you sell me out? Did I not intend to finish the matter quickly? And, how much delay would we have seen if we followed your plan? Moreover, such a sneaky method isn't gratifying. Does it matter how we complete the task as long as we do it? Big Bear's face reddened as he shouted. He hadn't finished speaking yet, but he had started to tremble all over. He didn't dare to utter a single word thereafter. It's needless to say that the Shui Hun manor didn't comply with Big Bear's threat. So, we attacked them very resolutely on the same day. We had a significant advantage. So, we managed to injure several people. But, Li Tingyun remained hidden. So, we returned the next day to do the same. But, we then found out that the great master Shi Chang Shao had suddenly appeared at the Shui Hun manor. And, it was naturally a bit difficult to maintain our advantage once he was there. So, this continued for a few days. However, it still wasn't a problem because the Shui Hun manor was more or less destroyed even if Li Tingyun hadn't yet showed his face. But then, we found out that Li Ju Tian, that dog, had also returned to the Shui Hun manor out of the blue. Long Crane squirmed and pursed his lips. You go someone's doorstep and cause trouble. And then, you ask them to hand over their young master so you can break his legs. And then, you're surprised that they didn't cooperate. Then, you use your logic and you get angry. So, you go on a rampage. Then, Li Ju Tian comes and gets infuriated when he looks at his big Shui Hun manor. The work of his lifetime's blood and sweat has almost ceased to exist. Which family would endure to be ashamed by this? The man shrouded in black sneered, "Do you two really think nothing of the people in this world? This is hilarious. First, you didn't complete this task in secrecy. Then, you actually went about it so boldly in broad daylight. And, Big Bear, you really have some big guts. I genuinely wish to tear up open so I can see just how big your guts are." Big Bear stared gaping. Then, he hiccuped and shut his mouth. "What happened after that?" the black-cloaked man asked. "After that, we attacked again. Then, I found out that Li Ju Tian's body had an extremely fluctuating Shien beast core inside it. It seemed that he had taken a core which was at least at the 9th level. In fact, the chi was similar to that of the Panther Kings. But, it didn't seem like it was moving to separate away from his body. So, I immediately started to feel suspicious." Long Crane's face flared up with anger. The Panther King had disappeared 2 years ago. Big Bear and I had searched for him for a long time, but we couldn't find a single clue. Then, there was the case of the level 9 Shien core in the Tianxiang city. So, we didn't think much on our search for a little time. But then, we came here to stir trouble on orders from that mysterious person, only to find that Li Ju Tian's body possessed the fluctuating energy of the Shien Panther King's core. The Panther King, he shrouded man's voice tensed up. Was it genuinely the Panther King? What the hell is going on? Are you sure about what you said? Then, his voice became very cold. I was just thinking that I haven't even seen the shadow of the Panther King. So, it seems that someone has killed and consumed him, even his core has become a part of someone's energy. Third brother, fourth brother, the two of you have managed Tian Fa very well in my absence. Panther King is dead, talk about mysterious disappearances. Good, good. The complexion on Long Crane and Big Bear's faces suddenly changed. They immediately knelt with a bang, and their foreheads were sweaty enough to resemble a broth. Their elder brother's intermittent words and manner of speech was enough to express his rage. It seemed that these two brothers were in for a tragedy. There used to be 10 beast kings at the time of our king. They could overlook the entire world with arrogance. Even the 3 holy lands didn't have the courage to look them in the eye. The Tian Fa was the fiercest force in the entire universe. It was a scene to remember. However, the king then ascended to the heavens. And, the 9 elder brothers became disheartened and went away to live in seclusion. This allowed us to rise and advance, and new beast kings were born in less than a century's time, and a total of 12 at that. So, I thought that this would at least be enough for us to retain our position even if we weren't able to build on it. But, so much has happened in this brief period. The second brother, Eagle King, had been cheated by Yun Bichen in a gamble. He was then forced to become that old man's mount. This has become a cause of great shame for our Tian Fa. The youngest brother hasn't appeared for a long time. The 6th brother, Lion King, and the 7th brother, Monkey King, had fought with the Great 8 Masters 60 years ago. They lost that battle, but nothing has ever been the same in these past 60 years. His voice was desolate. The 2 Shien Beast Kings, the White Lion King, and the golden-haired Monkey King, were standing behind Big Bear. They hung their heads sadly. These were the 2 Shien Beast Kings he had spoken about. The 5th used to manage Tian Fa until 30 years ago, but then, 9 unknown and powerful spirit Shien experts besieged and killed our brother King Beast. Even the location of his core is unknown. That entire matter is still shrouded in endless mystery. Then, the 11th, Panther King, died, and his core is inside Li Ju Tian's belly. Now, only a few of us are left out of the original 12 kings, Crane, Bear, Snake, Tiger and Eagle. The shrouded man tried hard to restrain his voice as he got angrier. This is Tian Fa, right? Tian Fa is fierce, right? Couldn't you 7 beast kings have gone together as brothers to wreak havoc on that insignificant Shuehun manor? Ha! He dispersed qi around. And, his qi went away from his body like a bomb that has just exploded. But, the surrounding beast kings didn't resist one bit. They didn't dare to resist, and were sent flying out by the explosion. In fact, the center of the forest was blown clear for around 90 kilometers with that blast. The trees were snapped clean from the ground. And, the air was full of wood shavings. That huge area on the ground was completely barren now, not a blade of grass could be seen growing on it. The power of the angered lord of Tian Fa had unexpectedly reached such heights. Eldest brother, you can't be so angry at such a critical time. The 7 Shien beast kings knelt and implored their lord. One could have caught a glimpse of the black-cloaked person from underneath his shroud as he raised his head to the moon and sighed. Snake King, Tiger King, Eagle King, you 3 are at peak level, the shrouded person asked. He had apparently calmed down. A golden-clothed man, a black-clothed man, and a green-garbed young lady, bowed in unison, yes. These 3 were also in attendance beside Long Crane and Big Bear. However, these 3 were in their human forms. The White Lion King and the Golden Monkey King were also present there. However, they had a mixture of admiration and indignation in their eyes. These 2 had reached that level and form 60 years ago. But, they had been reduced to their original forms due to the fight that had happened 60 years ago. And, no amount of bitter cultivation had helped them regain their peak form. It's finally time for the breakthrough. But, where on earth will we find so many of the Tian Fa's sacred fruits? The person shrouded in black sighed. Everyone around him became silent, and the forest became still. There's no going back now that the war has started. Now, the direr the situation, the better it is for us. I wish to reinstate Tian Fa's place to the foremost in the universe. The 3 hold lands may not acknowledge that, but I at least wish to ensure that Li Ju Tian and Yunbichen don't just dare to stroll into Tian Fa whenever they please. Tian Fa's prestige will be re-established in this war, the black-cloaked person stated in a grave manner, but, you all must know the consequences, if we were to lose this war. Tian Fa's power is incomparable. Tian Fa's power is the fiercest in the entire universe. Long Crane shouted as he waved his arm. White Lion King and Golden Monkey King stood behind him. They also looked towards the sky and roared as they let out their thoughts in their own manner. Tian Fa won't invade the lands on the interior since we don't wish to trouble the common people. This has always been our custom, and we won't break it. Big Bear, you will command the ground forces with Tiger King, Lion King, Monkey King and Snake King. And, you will attack the resistance in the southern Heaven City. Long Crane, you will lead the aerial forces with Eagle King, and be ready to coordinate at any time. We hit them first, we hit them fast, and we hit them hard. They will be badly hurt. Then, we will decide if we should go ahead with a full-scale battle. But, the final decision will always be to allow them come to me. Do you understand? Yes, the 2 men replied in unison. 4th brother, how's your injury? The shrouded person inquired. It's fine. It was healed when eldest brother transferred his efficacy, Big Bear replied gratefully. That elusive heart and vein-splitting sword attack might have killed me if it weren't for eldest brother. Eldest brother, there's one more thing. I think that Big Bear has been Li Ju Tian's main target this entire time, Long Crane spoke up in a cautionary manner. Oh. And, why is that? Li Ju Tian isn't an unwise man. He must know that brazenly killing the 4th would tantamount to a never-ending enmity and hatred from this lord of Tian Fa. Yet, he still dares to. The shrouded person snorted. Long Crane replied in a dispirited manner, or maybe, it's because the others don't know what we do. The world uses the so-called phrase, to have the heart of a bear, and the guts of a panther, to describe the might of a person's courage. We know that such is not the case. But, maybe Li Ju Tian had brazenly killed the Panther King and taken his core with that mindset. And so, he wants to take Big Bear Heart as well. The shrouded man snorted in rage. Yes. A man's cultivation increases considerably if he takes a Shien core. But, one can't absorb it properly, and Li Ju Tian would have faced this problem as well. But, if he takes Big Bear's Heart along with Panther King's, he wouldn't only be able to absorb the Shien core, but his Shien cultivation would also double. And, his strength would double up again if he were to ingest Big Bear's core as well. This would lead to fourfold increase in his present efficacy. And, who in this world would be able to rival Li Ju Tian if that were to happen? So, why would he consider the enmity from the Tian Fa in the lure of such strength? Long Crane's face was full of loathing. Li Ju Tian ignored me throughout the fight. And, he continued to target Big Bear. And, each of his attacks was meant to kill. So, his intention was clearly malicious. This was the main reason why Fourth Brother and I instigated this uprising. Li Ju Tian. The shrouded person trembled with anger. It seemed like he had forced those words from the space between his teeth. No wonder he surrendered his pride and issued the supreme summon. No wonder he didn't hesitate to use that elusive heart and vein-splitting sword attack to kill the fourth. He had intended to kill him with one strike. That man intends to use the strength of the half of the continent's Shien experts to achieve his ill-intended and malicious ambitions. But, he has counted his chickens before they've hatched by using that attack. You all must leave for now, and prepare for the attacks. Send the beasts of level 7 or below to the Tian Fa forest. We won't use them for now. I will put them on a single-minded training schedule for now. The individual gowned in a black robe continued, Green Hunter Snake King, your speed is comparatively slower. So, pay attention. Only level 5 and above flying thread snakes, golden centipede and 7-star snakes shall participate. The others don't need to get involved for now. He was talking about flying thread, golden centipede and 7-star snakes. These three were the fastest, the most poisonous, and the most ferocious snakes in all of Tian Fa. In fact, these snakes were so quick that an average person couldn't even track their shadows. The green-clad young lady, the Snake King, bowed respectfully, and acknowledged the order. Third and fourth, you had said that this mysterious man was very strong. That, he might even be more powerful than me. How would you judge his cultivation compared to mine? And, be honest. The shrouded person's voice was somewhat hoarse. That man's cultivation is very high. I figure it wouldn't be less than yours. His cultivation would be more or less at par with you, Long Crane replied in a careful manner after he had considered it for a while. However, Big Bear's head was perhaps stuffed with melon seeds. So, he didn't understand the meaning behind Long Crane's roundabout reply. And, he opened his big mouth, and spoke, Third brother, you need to open your eyes before you speak such blind nonsense. That person's cultivation was profound mystery. Eldest brother is indeed very strong, but let's be honest, he could easily beat up several people like you to dust. In fact, I think that he could easily destroy 2 such people with ease. Damn it. Damn it. I didn't mean that, I didn't say that, damn it. You're the strongest there is, eldest brother, damn it. I didn't mean that, damn it. I was just saying that the eldest brother could easily beat up 10 people like him, damn it. Lung-splitting screams were heard soon. After. He hadn't finished speaking when his entire body had started to tremble. He had then opened his eyes, and had returned to his senses. But, it was already too late. Bang, his entire body was hurled upside down into the ground under the shrouded person's leg. Soon, only a faint snapping sound could be heard. And, this was because he had hit a few subterranean tree roots, and had broken them. So, form your words. I can gather that this man's strength is much stronger than mine. Is that what you mean? There's no need to mince your words, speak in a straightforward manner, and don't waste my time, the shrouded man sounded somewhat gloomy as he nonchalantly clapped his hands, and moved his leg. One could see the two soles of Big Bear's legs jutting out of the spot in the ground where he had been hurled into. And, the fading sounds of Big Bear's painful groans could also be heard. Even the 3 holy lands and those reckless old men outside it can't match my cultivation. So what's the deal with this man? How can he have such high cultivation? The shrouded man moved his legs to and fro for a while. He was somewhat perplexed. And, a mournful groan was heard every time his steps fell on the ground. This man's origin is quite mysterious. And, his strength is profound. But, I can assure you that he's in no way a mediator from the 3 holy lands. Long Crane replied solemnly. His back was as straight as a ramrod, and his expression was also very serious. He had learned from the mistake Big Bear had just made, and had deliberated every word of his speech. He had done this since he feared that the same thing might happen to him. How can you be sure? The shrouded person continued to move his feet up and down. But, his movements didn't even raise the dust. The power of his feet was being transferred to the ground. But, the pitiful Big Bear wasn't injured or in pain because of this, only his head continued to get pushed deeper into the ground because of this stomping. Big Bear's skin was rough. So, he wouldn't have gotten hurt anyway. He continued to stomp till his feet stepped on empty space. The shrouded man was satisfied only when the whole of Big Bear's body had gone into the second layer of soil underneath. Eldest brother, you know that those old men from the 3 holy lands have a despicable aura. And, it's something which we can easily sense. Well, this man's aura isn't only despicable, but it's also quite a delight. I don't know why, but it also makes one wish to get friendlier with him. So. I clearly understand that this merely your intuition. The person shrouded in black cut him off with a wave of his hand. Intuition. Long Crane's expression was unusual as he looked on. Then, he secretly mumbled a few words to himself. What are you looking at? What are you thinking? Is my analysis wrong? The shrouded man asked fiercely as he let his aura loose in anger. He then used his formless aura to bind Long Crane in a tight grip. You genuinely deserve to be the eldest brother. Eldest brother is the wisest, haha-ack. Long Crane was extremely scared. He hurriedly spoke those words, and forced a laugh before his throat started to make those choking noises. Long Crane, you're quite skillful, third brother, the shrouded man said in a gloomy tone. Eldest brother, spare me. Long Crane begged for mercy. But, he was flung away. He then landed on the ground, and his crash created a deep trench. Then, suddenly a little bit of dirt was thrown up, and a huge hole appeared on the ground beside him. And, Big Bear appeared out of it, he was covered in yellow mud. But, he became extremely cheerful at the sight of Long Crane's misery. He quickly spat out some mud and spoke in a merry tone, Third brother Crane, you too got your share, ah-ha-ha. Long Crane's head was covered in mud. He crawled 20 to 25 meters before he snorted and replied, at least I don't look like someone who was smashed headfirst into the ground, and had then gone over 10 meters underground. Your body looks like it is covered in manure and you still look pleased with yourself. Your face is covered with that manure. In fact, you had even spat some of it out a moment ago. Big Bear couldn't speak anymore. He knew that his third brother was disgusted with the stench that was coming from his body, but he himself had started to feel nauseated by it now. I would like to meet this mysterious man if I have time. Then, we'll see who's stronger and who's weaker, the shrouded man stated in an ice-cold voice as the other two's quarrel started to die out. It's a pity that it's been over a month since we made that agreement. The job wasn't that difficult, but we've crossed the time limit. Humph. That old bastardly Ju Tian has ruined things. Big Bear angrily stamped his feet. And, the mud that had stuck onto his body started to come off. However, that man had also said that we have to look for Jun family's Jun Wui after we finish the job. Long Crane suddenly thought and said, so, we can't, and mustn't let him escape since he has said so. So, we'll find him if we continue to follow our actions. And as far as we know, the Empire has sent him in as the commander of the forces that were dispatched to deal with this uprising. Therefore, he's inside the southern heaven city at the moment. We will plan cautiously, and look for Jun Woo-yi if that's the case. And, we will use him to get information about this mysterious man in a very discreet manner. The shrouded man's robe fluttered as the tone of his voice changed a bit. Long Crane and Big Bear didn't find anything fishy about it. They were already quite used to strange things. Eldest brother, we must still be careful regarding this matter with Jun Woo-yi. We might anger the mysterious man if we cross a certain line. And, the losses will outweigh the gain in such a case. Long Crane suggested in a caution manner. That is only natural. The black-clad person said, since this man can help you advance, I also, how can I act rashly when this man is so important to us? Do you need to remind me of something so trivial? You have spoken very wisely, eldest brother. Long Crane and Big Bear nodded. They were quite embarrassed. They had previously boasted a lot, but the deadline of 1 month to complete their task had already passed. And, this fact had left them to feel very ashamed of themselves. What should I say in case I end up facing him again? The task of preventing the Shui Hun Manor from going north had been completed very effectively. Moreover, even the Silver Blizzard City had been forced to come south to deal with this matter. However, there was the other task, to break Li Tingyun's legs. And, this task hadn't been completed yet. In fact, even Li Tingyun's face hadn't appeared in the midst of this chaos. This had confused everyone, and had lit a fire inside Long Crane and Big Bear. However, they most probably wouldn't stop at breaking his legs if they came face to face with him. In fact, they might even finish him. Li Tingyun wouldn't only die if this were to happen, he would die a miserable death, after suffering unspeakable pain. They had previously been wary of Li Ju Tian. Therefore, they hadn't dared to consider the thought of killing the boy since that would create a mess which could never be cleaned up. But then, Li Ju Tian had deliberated to kill their fourth brother. And, this had removed any space for the two sides to mediate. Therefore, these two Shien beast kings were now ferociously stirred. So, how could they let Li Tingyun off so easily? In fact, they were eager waiting to confront Li Ju Tian again. And, they were looking forward to using this opportunity to crack down that old bastard. The three individuals glanced at each other, and inferred that no other matter was left to debate upon. Therefore, they figured that it was time to go their separate ways, and start their respective preparations. Then, a clamor suddenly rose in the distance. Big Bear frowned and spoke up, that's the Panther group over there. They seem to have some trouble again, these folks will never leave me in peace. The Panther group? The other two individuals also frowned and looked into the distance. Two vigorous figures were quickly making their way towards them. These two figures were snow-white in color. But, their eyes flashed with a golden light, they both were 8th level peak golden-eyed Shien snow panthers. They were extremely fast, and managed to arrive at the spot in an instant. What's the matter? Big Bear felt humiliated. He had been responsible for the Panthers ever since the death of their king. And, he had just witnessed two of them rush in without any semblance of discipline. So, he couldn't help but feel angry. The two golden-eyed Shien snow panthers whined a bit. They then prostrated themselves on the ground, and remained motionless for a bit. Then, one turned his head, and retrieved a small white creature, holding the scruff of its neck in his mouth, from his back. He put the creature on the ground. However, it seemed as if the panther still couldn't control the trembles that had overtaken its body. The two panthers prostrated even lower, and their heads dropped further as they whined a bit more. Then, they quickly withdrew, and vanished into the forest. This is just a small iron-winged panther cub. It looks like it's barely over a month old. It's such an adorable little thing. The man shrouded in black had barely spoken these words when his entire body started to shiver in shock. Then, his body suddenly became extremely stiff. Long Crane and Big Bear also became still at the same time. In fact, their eyes almost popped out as they stared unwaveringly at the thing that was huddled on the ground. It seemed as if they were looking at a rare treasure of their era. That little creature was Little White. Little White had heard the summons of the Lord of Tianfa, and had recklessly rushed towards the forest. This was his hidden and innate nature. So, he could have never gone against it. He had only wished to pay his obeisance to the Lord of Tianfa, and then return. But, he had barely gotten to the panther group, and they noticed that something was wrong. So, they delivered him here. Then, he came to see the three Shien beast kings so close to himself, and his natural instinct as a lower-leveled Shien beast kicked in. Therefore, the adorable little thing huddled and started to tremble. Eldest brother. Eldest brother. This one is just a child. Yet, he's an unweaned level 8 iron-winged panther. Level 8. Level 8, F***ck me. How's this possible? I must be dreaming, damn it. Third brother, quickly slap me. I must be dreaming. This is unbelievable. My holy uncle. This is really, Big Bear was shouting and making a commotion. In fact, he had completely neglected how he'd appear while doing so. Long Crane's face had a hint of darkness on it. Everyone else was completely silent. In fact, it was almost a deathly silence. The 6 pairs of eyes of the 3 Shien beast kings were opened round. Long Crane's lamp-like eyes were flickering like a light bulb. Big Bear's eyes were still full of disbelief. In fact, it seemed that they were just about to pop out from their sockets. The shrouded person's eyes were covered by the black cloth. But, his sharp eyes had started to shine through it, and had begun to glisten. Moreover, Big Bear's words were quite deplorable, and the Lord of Tianfa would have gotten angry a long time ago under any other circumstances. But, even he didn't utter a single word at this moment. This is very shocking. It's unbelievably shocking. The Lord of the Shien beasts bent down. Then, he nimbly and cautiously grabbed the little creature, and held him to his bosom, like a cherished treasure that was rather brittle in make. Little White was terrified. So, he rolled his eyes as he whimpered in fear. He could sense the opposite party's kindness, but still couldn't dare to move. The Lord of Tianfa held Little White's soft body in his palm. Then, he exhaled after a long time and said, "This little thing is genuinely at the 8th level. He's unexpectedly at level 8. Genuinely at level 8. This is a miracle. A genuine miracle." These 3 Shien beast kings could easily determine the level, rank, and strength of a newly met Shien beast as long as they concentrated. This was a benefit of the highest of their level. However, the Lord of Tianfa had personally and closely inspected this unprecedented little Shien beast with his own hands. Perhaps it was the shock that had caused the Lord of Tianfa's speech to be slightly odd at first. However, his speech had turned a shade of surety once that initial sense of astonishment came to pass. But, his speech had become slightly incoherent soon after. However, the other 2 Shien beast kings, Long Crane and Big Bear, didn't think that his words were strange. They became quite dignified on the contrary, and surveyed the little creature properly. Then, their mouths fell wide open, and they became speechless. They could still feel that sense of shock in their hearts. They shouldn't have been this shocked under normal circumstances since their perception abilities had assessed the level of this little creature a long time ago. Moreover, this sense of shock should have been removed from their psyche once they had verified this fact. However, they had remained stunned to their very core even now. And, the cause for their astonishment wasn't baseless either. This fact was too unfathomable and extremely shocking. The iron-winged panthers usually live for around 200 years. They start their advance in 10 years, and start their progress to the 7th layer's basic level. And, it takes about 70 years for them to reach the 7th Shien level's peak. And, the promising ones break through the 7th Shien level if they reach its peak within those 70 years. Then, they reach the 8th level. But, that's the limit of the levels they can achieve. They have no choice but to stop there. The black-shrouded person spoke these strange words with a sense of urgency in his tone. However, his voice was somewhat sharp and somewhat intermittently gloomy as well. This information wasn't very valuable under the usual pretext. Forget these 3 Shien beast kings, even regular Shien beasts would find it common knowledge. However, this long-standing common knowledge had been completely and thoroughly toppled. However, we have a level 8 iron-winged panther cub in front of us. A mere cub, the black-shrouded man spoke with a sense of urgency, and then panted a little. His robe fluttered and swept about. He had seemingly let go of the entirety of his repressed emotions in that moment. Third, fourth, is it possible that we are dreaming? How's this thing even possible? The black-cloaked man trembled. From what we can infer, this is an iron-winged panther's cub. It is barely a few months old, and it hasn't even been weaned yet. But, he has still advanced under these conditions. And not only that, he has advanced to such a high level. This is unbelievable. Unfathomable. I would have killed anyone who had told me that such a thing had happened, but I wouldn't have believed a word of it. But now, I see this thing right in front of us. Can anyone tell me how such a thing is possible?